Chapter 321. What do the rebels think? They paid a lot of price to enter this event without anyone noticing. Even now, they can't guarantee that the army's crazy dogs have discovered their tracks. But they can't care so much. Doing their job is to lick blood on the tip of a knife. Every day, they step on their own and others' lives. No one knows when they will disappear from this world. It is a pleasant surprise to wake up in bed, with eyes open every day. Now it's just a walk under the eyes of the army guys, and kill a few people. It's much easier than the previous organization's announcement of stealing the core manufacturing data of the Ace Mecha, blowing up the refined starships in reserve of the Empire, or sneaking into the Empire laboratory to steal their researchers. If you are lucky, you can not only complete the task, but also play with those self-righteous guys. If you are unlucky, the worst that can happen is that you will lose your life. They are rootless weeds. And it won't happen if one of them dies. Since Angel is not clear-headed and can't beat the boy surnamed Zone, they will help him. It doesn't require much technology or skills. Just a little trick. There are so many people watching the game. The army can't just ignore them all. So they just happen to pull them out for some exercise. Of course, whether they can leave the game safely in the end is not within their scope of concern. After all, they don't even know if they can survive until then. If these people really get into trouble, they can only blame themselves. Because they are unlucky and chose this day and this game to watch the game. They move smoothly, thanks to their stupid companions. But this group of people really didn't even know they were exposed and dared to come out to watch the fun. Didn't they get targeted by the army's crazy dogs? If it weren't for a member of another line of the organization, who was hiding very deeply, who leaked the information to them overnight. Not to mention that they were seriously injured. Their secrets would probably be dug out. Because they were afraid of being set up again. They didn't send many people this time. They were considered a death squad. Although there were not many people. They didn't bring the kind of broken copper and iron commonly seen on the battlefield. But real stuff. There was a sudden noise in the box. And the whole box was shaking violently. It was not like the frequency vibration of the stereo player. Nor was it like the incidental movement created by the fight between the two people in the field. But a more dangerous and uncontrollable vibration that seemed to be pulled out from the deep roots. Zhou Xiuwen stood up suddenly. His brows were knitted high, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Then the other party held something at the cuffs, and whispered a series of complex and difficult sentences. Jiang Hui and the others also stopped talking. In fact, since they realized something was wrong, they had no intention to study the battle. Because they found that this fighting style was flying in an increasingly uncontrollable direction. Therefore, the victory or defeat of this mecha battle was completely meaningless. Once Hien stood up and input a string of unknown characters at the operating terminal at the door. And the entire box suddenly became transparent. Except for the door. The rest of the wall disappeared without a trace. And the surrounding situation could be clearly seen through the external wall. The A-level box seat is already the best position in the venue, with the best sight range and direction. Just now, they could almost take in the whole stadium by only opening the front view. Now, they could see all the events within a few miles without any obstruction. The rest of the place was normal. But a corner of the seats far to the northeast was filled with smoke. And the people nearby were running around and screaming. And it gradually spread from this small area and quickly extended to the surrounding large area. If it was just like this, it would be a small matter. To be honest, the stadium was distributed in a ring with a wide span. Although the people were concentrated, they could not spread to a large area if something happened. Because it was really too big. What kind of riot would it be to extend to the entire stadium? The military thought so too. So they were well prepared and biased in their arrangements. Of course, they also guessed that in addition to the people on the list, there might be other rebel members to support them. And they were also thinking of turning the tables. But who can tell them when the rebels master this weapon? That is, V7 series magnetic nuclear electric cannon. Or long cannon. As long as CI can run, it is not a problem to blow up a small Xingxing. Of course, the premise is that its built-in magnetic energy must be a large mass core source block. The output of this kind of thing is limited. And the price is also high. Let alone the rebels. The military itself does not have much of these things. And can only pick up a very small amount from the few secret mines that the army strictly guards every month. Although the core source block of magnetic energy has been strictly controlled. The rebels will not be willing to take it out on such occasions if they really get such a thing. It is too wasteful. So this thing is either an empty shell, Or it is just the shell of this weapon, and the core is still running on thermal power. But the power is not a little bit reduced, and the cost of using it once is extremely high. If this group of rebels really go crazy, they will bombard all directions like this, and the audience in the venue will probably be reduced to 1 in 10. The method is very rough but effective. The rebels fired a shot in the chaos, which directly caused the surrounding area to be completely chaotic. The shock that Jiang Hui and others felt just now came from this. In short, arrange for people to leave first. There is no need to entangle with the desperate criminals. Try to protect the people to leave the venue safely. Someone will meet them outside. Zhou Xiuwen did not hide the conversation from them, so Jiang Hui and others also heard this. Huan Xian, who had been sitting in silence with everyone else, stood up and looked straight at the area where the incident started. Then his voice became slightly tense again. Let's go quickly. Are those guys crazy? If nothing unexpected happens, the other side may shoot directly at this side in 2 or 3 fixed points, and it will be too late for them to leave the box by then. Without explaining, Huan Xian pushed the people around him out of the box, as if there was a flood of beasts behind. At this time, the people outside changed, but most of them were talking and watching the excitement. Without any sense of crisis, Zhou Xiuwen opened his mouth to say something loudly, but then gave up, because he knew that he could not stop this group of people with words alone. He had to use a stronger method. He patted the inside of his collar while thinking. After a while, a group of soldiers in neat military uniforms and black high boots came towards them. Chapter 322 Separation. Zhou Xiuwen was not polite. In front of everyone, they immediately started to evacuate the crowd. Then the people who were blocked here gradually began to move, running towards the nearest exit in an orderly manner. During this period, there were also some who did not realize the seriousness of the matter and wanted to break through the defense line to continue to stay in place to watch the excitement or inquire about the news. But they were all stopped by the soldiers who were loyal to their duties. For those who were particularly dishonest, they did not tolerate them and directly took action to make them behave themselves. And this was just a small team. I don't know if it was Zhou Xiuwen's order, but dozens of teams and hundreds of soldiers gathered in a short period of time, and then participated in the evacuation work in an orderly manner. As for Jiang Hui and others, they, a group of students, should not have participated in this chaos. But Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian seemed to be obviously insiders, and even seemed to be playing a different role in this special situation. So they were a little overwhelmed for a while. Zhou Xiuwen barely managed to distract himself and immediately remembered to arrange for several friends who were involved in the incident. The other party turned around and led several soldiers over, telling them to follow these people out of the stadium, and someone would meet them outside. As for him and Huan Xian, they would continue to stay in the stadium to meet the various people until the arrest operation was completed. None of them could guarantee what would happen in the meantime, so he hoped to send these friends who were involved in the incident back to a safe place as soon as possible. Zhou Xiuwen said to the few people seriously, and Huan Xian on the other side also stood aside silently. But Jiang Hui had seen that the other party had looked at the light brain several times in a row, and knew that the other party could not leave, probably because he was still worried about their safety, and stayed here to watch their arrangements. How could Jiang Hui and his friends be the kind of people who couldn't tell the situation and drag their feet? They had long wondered if their stay here would cause inconvenience to the other two. But the other party had been busy like a top since he came out of the box, and had been spinning non-stop. It was not easy for them to just abandon their friends and run away, so they could only pretend to be sculptors here. Now that the other party had made arrangements, they naturally didn't act pretentiously. They just told the two of them to pay attention to safety with a heavy look, then gritted their teeth and turned around with the people Zhou Xiuwen arranged. Huan Xian patted Clarence's back calmly, indicating that the young man who still seemed a little hesitant should leave with peace of mind. After watching the three people run quickly towards the nearest exit with the escorting sergeant, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huan Xian nodded slightly to Zhou Xiuwen, supported the seat in front of him, and jumped down diagonally. In the blink of an eye, he went down a distance of more than 10 meters below, and then turned to an unknown hidden passage. The two of them belonged to two different command parties. Although there was a place for handover in the middle, they were also responsible for different tasks, so naturally they could not be together. This was the reason why they were anxious just now. If the two of them were together, it would not be a problem to protect Jiang Hui and others all the way out. But the two of them were responsible for different jobs, different command parties, and different principles to be loyal to. In such a critical situation, staying together would easily cause trouble. And it was obvious that Huan Xian was urging more, and the other party was about to give up. It was impossible for him to send his 3 friends away from the stadium. And Zhou Xiaowen was unlikely to do so either. In the end, he had to privately transfer a few guards to help take the 3 out. The guards naturally disagreed. But they couldn't resist Zhou Xiaowen's tough attitude and set off. Zhou Xiaowen knew that they would definitely notify the headquarters to send more people over immediately. But this was not a problem. Zhou Xiaowen felt that his friends needed more protection. I just hope that they can all come out safely in the end. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaowen will probably never be at peace in his life. Oh my god. Who can tell him why the 2 or 3 accidents he specially arranged couldn't stop everyone from coming? Even though the process was a little bit unsmooth. But they still came in the end. So this is all destined. There is nothing to say. And there is no regret medicine to take now. I can only hope that everyone will be safe in the end. And he will apologize to everyone seriously later. Watching another friend disappear from sight, Zhou Xiaowen took a deep breath, covering up all the distractions in his mind and the imperceptible anxiety in his heart, and greeted the late team with a solemn expression. Although they were a little late, they were from a special operations team carefully cultivated by his father, numbered A004, which means the 4th special operations team cultivated by Zhou Yuanjing in his career, and also the last special operations team. It gathers experienced elites from all walks of life, and is extremely strong. You shouldn't transfer the guards around you. What if we don't arrive on time, and you encounter an emergency? The leading sergeant, who looked a little old, disagreed. But I can't call other task personnel to do this for my own selfishness. Since it is my own idea, it is naturally me who should dispatch. These people are my guards. And I don't need so many people to protect me. Okay. Sorry. I understand. Zhou Xiaowen's rebuttal was not finished. Under the eyes of this elder, who had watched him grow up, he had to change the subject temporarily, and admit his mistake. But he thought about it, and still felt a little unconvinced. So he smiled slightly and said, "Besides, don't we have you and everyone else?" Uncle Solsa? The soldier named Solsa was obviously not fooled by Zhou Xiaowen's secret compliment. Hearing the other party's cunning words, he was a little amused. "You? Don't do this again next time." What the other party said actually made sense. Lieutenant Colonel Solsa had this confidence. They were the people carefully cultivated by Marshal Zhou for many years. Or they had followed Zhou Yuanjing through life and death for many years. Or they had directly or indirectly received his favors. They were all loyal, and had no second thoughts. The special operations team had only a few hundred people. And Zhou Yuanjing immediately invited 8 elite members to deal with this matter. I think he was also worried about the safety of his son. They had followed Zhou Yuanjing for many years. And they all understood the importance of Zhou Xiaowen to Zhou Yuanjing. Naturally, they kept it in mind, and always remembered to protect the other party's safety. So no matter what accidents happened in this operation, Zhou Xiaowen could not have any problems. This was the bottom line between them and the marshal. While thinking this way, Lieutenant Colonel Solsa calmly took out a special letter and handed it to Zhou Xiaowen. Inside was the latest information obtained from the command front, which facilitated the other party to make new arrangements. Chapter 323 Danger. These soldiers were very responsible, and quickly escorted them to the nearby exit. They also blocked several waves of people rushing and unknown attacking objects flying from nowhere. They did not encounter any obstacles on the way. In less than 10 minutes, they rushed to the place near the exit. From a distance, they could see the crowds of people blocking the exit. Although there were too many people, and it was numbing to see them crowded together. This place was the exit. Passing the exit meant that they were about to escape from danger. So they felt much more at ease. But as the saying goes, don't be too happy about anything too early. Which is what they are like now. The two parties in the field were still fighting, as if no one was around. And the battle was clear. They could already foresee the defeat of the other party. But the riders on the other side were still not under control. The military sent enough people to deal with them. But the large number of people in the field also seriously hindered their actions. One side is fearless and does not care about the consequences, while the other side is cautious and has many restrictions. Even if the power gap between the two sides is huge, the situation will become slightly tricky. What's more, the presumptuous side also has destructive weapons, and the military generals are forced to be a little flustered. Now they can only wait until the crowd in the venue is almost evacuated. These rebels have no one to threaten. so they are naturally like turtles in a jar, and have no way to escape. The military has been very carefully waiting until most people rush to the exit and disperse. And wait until the rebels hidden in the crowd appear one after another. And finally wait until they reveal most of their cards. Even after being so patient, they still didn't expect that a fish would slip through the net in the end. The other party was very insidious. They didn't stay with the others at all at the beginning. And they had no intention of coming out from the beginning to now. They disguised themselves as ordinary people and mixed in the crowd, holding back and waiting for the opportunity. Finally, they couldn't help it and opened fire directly among the evacuated people. The balance was broken at once, because people died. In fact, the military's security protection has been done very well. For this reason, they have been hiding in this field for many nights to make various arrangements, in order to prevent emergencies like today and ensure that the people on the scene can evacuate safely and quickly as possible. However, in such chaos, accidents are inevitable. Whether it is the ignorant people or the enemy, they are uncertain factors, and it is only a matter of time before people die. In fact, there have been some casualties in the short time of evacuation in the past, but they were relatively small and did not cause panic. This time was different. The other party directly attacked the people and blasted towards the large crowd. The power of the electric cannon is very strong, and everyone knows it. However, the previous group of people seemed to be using this thing to scare people, while the people who took action this time were real knives and guns on the ground. As soon as the blast went over, limbs were scattered everywhere, corpses were everywhere, and turbid blood was smeared all over the ground. Some people who were lucky enough to escape were immediately splashed with blood. When the wind blew, the nose was filled with the smell of gunpowder mixed with blood. The air was filled with a smell like burnt meat. In an instant, goosebumps appeared on the skin that touched the air, and a huge terror struck their hearts. Facing such danger, no one could calm down, because they were afraid that they would be the next target of tragic death. Then the exit was completely in chaos. The exit that was already a bit crowded became even more crowded. There was even a trampling incident. People pushed each other, and the passage was full of screams. Jiang Hui and his friends were about to reach the exit. But unfortunately, the exit they were close to was close to the accident. It was only 100 meters away from here, and they almost saw the accident over there. She didn't dare to look closely at all. She only felt that she was full of blood when she opened and closed her eyes, accompanied by the sound of crying and screaming in her ears. It was like hell on earth. Jiang Hui had never encountered such a thing. When she was on Blue Star, she didn't even watch war movies. She lived in a completely peaceful era and was under the protection of the most responsible and united country in the world. She had never encountered such a thing. But now she saw it all in an instant, and she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. It was too close, too miserable. Not sure if it was her illusion. Jiang Hui even heard the sound of a child crying for his mother in the distance, a girl crying for her dead partner, and a father looking for his lost child. Is this the world she lives in now? It's so scary. This is a disordered world, and there are not many bottom lines. What are you still standing there for? Go! Clarence pulled Jiang Hui over, pushed Hillman, who was still unable to react with his mouth wide open, and ran forward, as if he wanted to leave the terrible scene behind. Only Jiang Hui knew that the other party's hand holding her was very cold, with a slight tremor, showing his extremely uneasy mood. The several soldiers guarding them also surrounded them more and more tightly, with nervous expressions, and looked over there frequently. Boom! Another sound. This time it was still very close. And I wonder what poor person was in trouble again. Jiang Hui and others had already squeezed to the entrance of the passage. But because there were too many people, they could only wait outside for the crowd to move forward no matter how anxious they were. After all, they couldn't ask these sergeants to help clear the way, which was too shameless. At the same time, the sound of bombing became louder and louder, some far and some near, and the latest one even seemed to be right next to their ears. And the crowd became more and more agitated. Ding ding ding, a sharp alarm sounded over there. The sound was very loud and penetrating, breaking through the air and falling into everyone's ears, like a violent earthquake. The faces of the sergeants, who were originally scattered beside several people, changed drastically. Jiang Hui clearly saw that the other party subconsciously took 2 steps forward, and then seemed to remember something and took it back abruptly, with a hesitant look. Is there something over there? What happened? It actually made these sergeants change their faces drastically. These people were assigned by Zhou Xiuwen to protect them. The other party might not dare to move because of this. Jiang Hui's thoughts were very clear. What happened over there? Is it related to classmate Zhou? Jiang Hui couldn't help but break through this layer and ask directly. The person who was asked by Jiang Hui looked stunned. And he looked as if he had not expected it. He was immediately stuck. Ding 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 ding, the sound, that was several times sharper than before, continued, further catalyzing the anxious and fearful emotions of the people in the field. It has nothing to do with Counselor Zhou. This is the alarm sound of the army calling for nearby companions to come to help. They may have encountered some difficulties. This time, it was another sergeant who answered. The other party stared at the position where the sound came from with a solemn look. His eyes deep. Chapter 324 cut off. Is Zhou Xiuwen the counselor? It sounds like a military position. Although she was surprised that Zhou Xiuwen, an underage student, played such a role in society. Jiang Hui was still clear about the current situation. Seeing that several people were a little absent-minded, she thought about it and said, everyone. Jiang Hui hesitated, because she didn't know the identities and ranks of these people. She still couldn't find a suitable address. She could only recognize the address and said, if there is anything, you can go by yourself. We will go out of the escape passage by ourselves. These people obviously obeyed Zhou Xiuwen's words. Because Jiang Hui was next to them when Zhou Xiuwen gave them orders, they were actually a little reluctant. But they couldn't resist Zhou Xiuwen, so they could only send them over with worry. One of them looked at the communicator several times during the journey. But these people were just wearing military uniforms and wearing badges representing the Legion on their chests. Whether in terms of behavior or quality, they were well-deserved soldiers. In Jiang Hui's mind, this profession has always been sacred and bright. When she was on Blue Star, she was the supreme protector of every citizen in the country where she lived. They will appear and help people when their lives are threatened. Although the system on the interstellar side seems to be a little different, Jiang Hui feels that no matter when and where humans go, this group of people named soldiers may always be the same. With extremely similar and identical cores. They are skilled, obey orders, unite, always take care of the safety of the empire, and work hard to protect the people. This is the soldier. Without asking, Jiang Hui had already gotten the answer from their eyes. Their hearts were concerned about their companions on the other side, and the people who were in urgent need of help. How could Jiang Hui be so selfish and turn a blind eye to these people? Even if they were under Zhou Xiuwen's order to protect them. These soldiers are wolves and eagles, not domestic dogs, or it should be said that they may obey Zhou Xiuwen's orders. But they should not be limited by the three ordinary people. Things have come to this point, and it is obvious that this chaotic war needs them more. If they join this war earlier, maybe one more citizen will be rescued, and the matter can be solved a little earlier. Jiang Hui is not so noble, and he can't see the overall situation clearly. After all, they are all blocked here, stuck in the crowd and unable to move. To be honest, these soldiers are wrong to stay here. It's a big deal. It's better to ask them to go out and let them do what they want and should do. After thinking about it, she firmly said to the soldier who was suspected to be the leader, you go first. Since they suddenly called, I think there must be something waiting for your help. We will not be in the way for the time being. When the time comes, try to evacuate with others. Thank you for your protection along the way. You. The other party seemed to be persuaded. He looked at the young men with obviously immature faces, pursed his lips, and felt a little powerless. Although he had seen everything in the army for many years, he couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with the world. They had fallen to the point where such young children had to give in. But it was indeed extremely critical. The man looked in the direction of the sharp cry without leaving a trace. This is very unusual. They have arranged enough people to deal with various emergencies. It is impossible that there is no support. It is impossible that they have not been able to provide support after the alarm has been sounded for so long. There must be other more difficult things. Several colleagues have been working together for a long time, and have a clear understanding of each other's ideas. They must go there. But they will delay a little, and wait until the group of children are sent into the passage. They naturally did not forget Zhou Xiuwen's order to send his friends outside. It is impossible for them to abandon the group as easily as Jiang Hui said, because they are imperial soldiers and soldiers of Marshal Zhou. Zhou Yuanjing transferred the command when he transferred them to Zhou Xiuwen. It can be said that the person they are loyal to is Zhou Xiuwen when it does not involve principles and positions. During this period, Zhou Yuanjing cannot have priority over Zhou Xiuwen. So even if they do not agree to abandon the superiors they are supposed to protect alone, they still choose to listen to Zhou Xiuwen. If it weren't for the accident, they would have immediately returned to the factory to support these people after sending them out of the arena. Because there were still countless people, colleagues and their superiors here, and they couldn't stay out of it. But who could have thought that there would be so many accidents in the end? And the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. And they couldn't complete this mission of sending people safely. These friends of Zhou Cancer are really worry-free. Not only cooperating, but also understanding. The sharp alarm sound not far away is still ringing. And it is like a devil's sound that knocks in everyone's heart. For the people who don't know what's going on, this is more like a death warrant knocking on their hearts all the time. The faster the group of people surge forward, even in such a situation of accumulation in front and behind, then we will leave first. Students, please pay attention to safety. Several people looked at each other, said solemnly, and then left quickly under the eyes of everyone with different expressions. Jiang Hui and others were really upset, and they had no way to say goodbye to the sergeant who had protected them all the way. They just shouted back, "Be careful." I don't know if they heard it. I just hope that everyone can survive safely in the end. But don't let anything happen. But Jiang Hui didn't say anything else. But her life was always full of surprises. The surprise of the assault just now was one. And now she was hit by a sudden disaster again. A slender black shadow swung across from an unknown direction, followed by a roar like a mountain collapse. And the exit passage also shook violently. A lot of debris that was blown to pieces flew out from the left side of the passage, like flowers scattered by fairies, hitting the people waiting outside the passage, causing them to panic even more. It was just a short distance away, and they could leave the inner field and enter the safe passage to the outer field in 5 or 6 minutes. But they were stuck at this point. And what a coincidence! The direction in which these things were scattered was exactly in their direction. Although Jiang Hui and his friends dodged it in a very embarrassing way and did not suffer any injuries, something worse happened. The crowd that was originally tightly packed together was split in half, and the other half of the way to the passage was cut off for a short section. Chapter 325 Collapse. In fact, the large crowd of people nestling around the passage was cut off. A long strip of building material that was tens of meters long and looked like rubber fell to the ground, separating the crowd on both sides like the Chu River and the Han River. Then, I don't know if it was the effect of the rubber, but the ground actually cracked along the place where it fell, and the other half of the ground without a fulcrum collapsed. The people lost some kind of support under their feet, and then they collapsed backwards. Therefore, the people who were originally standing on it were naturally carried back by the broken ground layer, suddenly lost weight, and were pulled by an unknown force. What kind of feeling is it to be pulled? Jiang Hui didn't feel much at this moment. She only felt that everything in front of her seemed to become very calm and slow. She heard the sharp shouts around her ears being stretched infinitely and transformed into strange sounds that seemed to float from the outer space. She smelled the flying dust mixed with the thicker smell of gunpowder in the air, and the faint smell of blood and burnt stench. She even saw clearly the horrified look of Hillman, who only had time to half reach out his hand to pull her when she fell backwards. He really wanted to pull her, but unfortunately, he was too slow. Jiang Hui had no fear in her heart. She didn't know what she was thinking. Her mind seemed to be empty, but she still moved her mouth subconsciously and said something. Fortunately, this guy didn't fall down. Otherwise, the 5 people who came to watch the game would have to stay here, and whether they could play safely in the end depended on their fate. Of course, such a moment that seemed to be stretched infinitely was actually limited. It seemed that a long time had passed. But it seemed that only a moment had passed. Jiang Hui's body woke up before his thoughts. She unconsciously adjusted her falling posture, quickly found her center of gravity, curled up her back slightly to protect her fragile neck and arms, then bent and moved her feet, releasing most of the force of the whole person falling in a fairly neat posture. Very good. She landed successfully, and she didn't lose any arms or legs, and her head was still on her neck, but her back and shoulder blades were a little painful, probably because she overexerted when releasing the force. However, it didn't have much impact on his movements, which was also good luck. In such a dangerous area, Jiang Hui didn't have too much time to be stunned. The blankness he thought before was actually the divergence of thoughts at the moment of falling. But it was only a moment. Not long. Then she woke up and reacted subconsciously quickly. However, many people who were brought down by the broken plates, like her, did not have this reaction or awareness. You don't need to see what the scene is like. Just listen to the wailing around your ears, and you know that everyone fell hard. Just to be honest, after experiencing the previous bloody scene, this is still lucky. Especially those who can still howl now are in good spirits and have a greater chance of survival in the future. Alas, when will these terrorists be subdued? Jiang Hui really felt that if they let the other party continue to run around in the field, and they could not find a passage to escape in time, they would probably become the next victim soon. Jiang Hui got up from the ground in a mess. His mind was still wandering, and then he barely sorted out his chaotic thoughts and remembered that he fell down. He looked over and seemed to see Clarence falling down too. Where is he? Perhaps people will subconsciously seek reliable companions or groups when they are in danger, and Jiang Hui is no exception. Although she has been in this world for a short time, she has already met a group of friends who have left a deep impression on her. Although Jiang Hui's real age shows that she is more than an elder. In the process of getting along with these children, she has unknowingly found a sense of belonging in this vast and ethereal world. Although she occasionally complains about the different personalities of her friends, she also sincerely accepts them. At this moment, Jiang Hui was lucky not to be injured. But listening to the wailing of the people around her, Jiang Hui felt very uncomfortable. In addition to feeling sorry for her own kind, she was also afraid that her friends would be deeply hurt and become one of them. Jiang Hui hurriedly passed through several people who were standing next to each other in the ruined ranks, looked around, and finally found the person she was looking for in a certain direction in the corner of her eye. God knows that when she saw the other party half sitting on the ground and seemed to be looking at something, Jiang Hui was relieved immediately. The other person's head shook, as if turning to look at something, and it seemed that she should be fine. He hurriedly trotted over, and at the same time, he had to pay attention to the surrounding situation, so as not to let any dangerous things fly over and take her life. Fortunately, the thing that just fell down only split the ground plates in their area, and then the people on the ground fell to the plates several layers below as the ground plates collapsed. But apart from that, the melee on the other side did not seem to continue to affect this side, and the previous one was more like an accident. Clarence. Jiang Hui ran over from the side, and when he turned to face Clarence, his expression froze. The young man's lips were a little pale, and his expression was still so proud, as if everything in front of him was no big deal. If he hadn't seen the other's bloody leg, Jiang Hui would probably really think that he was just tired and wanted to sit down. It was the left leg. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, and the wound surface could faintly see fine stone chips and dust stuck on it. The parts on the edge that couldn't see what tissue it was were turned over, looking very hideous, and it made people's scalp numb. This wound was more serious than the one Jiang Hui suffered in the orienteering last time. And why are they so unlucky? Did they make an appointment? She was injured on the right leg last time, and Clarence was injured on the left leg this time, and they were both injured in similar ways. It should be said that everyone is really good friends. Even the injuries have to be the same. Brothers in distress. Wait. No. This is not the time to joke. The other party has to get out quickly after being injured like this. Otherwise, he won't even have the strength to run when the terrorists come to kill him. Jiang Hui opened her mouth, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere. But in the end, nothing happened. She just silently took out the medical supplies left over from the last game from the space and helped the other party treat the wound. The school didn't take these things back later, and they used them separately. It was an unexpected surprise that they could be used now. But she really didn't want to use these things in such an opening and way. This life is really too exciting. No one knows what will happen next. Chapter 326 Choice. Jiang Hui was very difficult to describe. But this was obviously not the time to say that. After roughly bandaging the other party, she immediately pretended to carry him on her back. Clarence was interrupted by Jiang Hui before he finished speaking. What do you mean by I? Okay. Put your hands on me. You are much taller than me. Please lend me some strength. Otherwise, it will be bad if you fall down. Clarence was a little confused. He didn't expect that Jiang Hui would carry him on his back without even saying hello. He didn't guard against Jiang Hui. After hearing the other party's reminder, his hands changed from subconsciously pushing to flat, because he found that his center of gravity at this moment was slightly wrong. If he pushed again, he might really fall down. At that time, it would be really funny. It's better to cooperate now. We have to find a way to get up quickly, or find another closer exit. Feeling the other person's hand grasping her shoulder cautiously, Jiang Hui finally felt relieved and looked at the surrounding environment. They fell from the upper plate, and the height was not low. Although the average physique and physical fitness of interstellar people are considered strong, many people were still knocked unconscious by this fall. So there are still 2 or 3 such people lying on the ground. Or relatives, friends or kind people are surrounding them, trying to wake them up. Some people have woken up on their own, holding their heads with the railings beside them, and walking towards the upper passage in a deep and shallow way. In fact, this is still quite dangerous, because the audience seats of this venue are designed to protrude obliquely, and the sidewalk floor plates are made of reflective and bright materials. If a beam of light is directed towards this side, the situation above can be seen clearly at once. This was originally intended for the audience to see clearly, but now it has become an obstacle to everyone's survival. It's okay to walk on it normally, but in this case, it seems a bit too prominent. Those terrorists are already crazy, shooting innocent people indiscriminately, and the direction and angle of the shooting are also irregular. Who knows if they will shoot at this group of people at a glance? And this pedestrian walkway is almost severely damaged at the top for some reason. There is a gap with a very tricky direction and angle. If you want to get up there, it's very difficult without help. Jiang Hui turned his mind and looked at the other side. There were 2 sidewalks on the left and right of him. In fact, that side is not a good choice, because the pedestrian walkway over there is more severely damaged, and it is bumpy and obviously not easy to walk, especially Jiang Hui carrying a person on his back. But unevenness also has its advantages. A large pile of equipment and building materials are piled up on the other side of the passage, which serves as a cover. Moreover, it is much farther away from the chaotic battle point than the passage on the other side. In fact, Jiang Hui does not have such a mysterious ability. She just makes a rough judgment with her naked eyes. It's just that since Jiang Hui came to the StarCraft, her intuition is often quite accurate. She has often achieved unexpected success by following her ideas. So in such a critical situation, Jiang Hui still chose to believe in herself and chose the other side, carrying the person on his back. Jiang Hui climbed up a piece of waste with difficulty. He looked around a little nervously, wishing he had 2 more pairs of eyes and 2 more pairs of ears to take in all the movements around him, for fear of missing a single mistake and causing the 2 of them to be in trouble. It's okay for her, but she also has a young man on her back. So Jiang Hui doesn't want to be the sinner. But given the other person's situation, she had to make a choice for him. She whispered to Clarence on her back to pay attention to the surrounding situation, because she was responsible for climbing and carrying someone. Even with her sharp intuition, hearing and vision would definitely be blocked. So it would be better to have Clarence's help. A blink of an eye can save or kill someone. So you must not relax in such a life-threatening situation. As if she felt the person on her back nodded silently. Jiang Hui didn't ask any more questions. She had also suffered similar injuries, and knew how painful it was. What's more, she didn't have any blood coagulation powder in her hand. He used it all up last time, and she didn't think of preparing it later. So Clarence's leg injury was really just treated simply, and it had no pain relief effect. The other person must be in great pain at this moment, and he might not want to talk. But Jiang Hui didn't doubt the other person's ability and determination at all, just as Clarence acquiesced to Jiang Hui's seemingly unwise choice. At this moment Jiang Hui also had to absolutely trust Clarence. So Jiang Hui began to climb up. It was really difficult to climb this pile of high and low construction waste with one person. Much more difficult than she imagined. Originally, a few people who fell down with them also followed, but gave up after climbing a short distance, and then turned to the other side. Jiang Hui saw that there was no one on the flat surface where everyone fell just now. Those who could walk and those who couldn't walk were all supported and hurriedly walked up the pedestrian walkway, wanting to leave quickly. Although it was easier to walk over there, it was closer to a chaotic battle site, which made it particularly dangerous. From time to time, broken building materials and debris would be scattered over. Some people were unlucky and were hit after walking only 2 steps. So many people stumbled while walking. On the contrary, there were no scattered aggressors on the side that Jiang Hui chose. But the road itself was difficult to walk, especially the lower to middle sections, which were the most difficult to walk. When people on that side had walked almost halfway, Jiang Hui was still stumbling on this third of the way, which made her begin to doubt whether her choice was correct. However, hearing some noises, Jiang Hui looked down and found that several people had turned back to the sidewalk. One of them had a cut on his head by something. and blood was flowing. The wound was covered by hair, so it was not clear what the injury looked like. But the color of his lips looked very white. Jiang Hui pursed his lips and continued to climb up. Then, after passing the first section of the relatively bumpy land, the middle section of the road suddenly became much easier to walk on, and Jiang Hui and the others were much faster than before. "Hurry up! They are moving this way," Clarence behind him suddenly said. Jiang Hui was shocked and looked at the nearest chaotic battle point. Sure enough, they had moved a little. Moreover, the battle over there was getting more and more intense. Various weapons collided and emitted strong light, and the momentum was getting louder and louder. It was much more intense than what I saw at the beginning. They should be moving here while fighting. She looked over along the angle of her sight, and even saw a relatively unlucky guy on the other side of the sidewalk, who was hit on the head by an unknown object flying from a distance. And he immediately squatted down. It was really dangerous over there, very dangerous. Whether it was Jiang Hui or the people who changed the route later. Seeing this, they couldn't help but speed up the movements of their hands and feet. And they wished they could climb onto the platform where the exit was and get rid of the current situation. Chapter 327 Don't Dare to Gamble. Facts have proved that Jiang Hui's intuition is correct. Or it should be said that she has good luck. At the beginning, the possibility of being hit by something was only 1 in 9. But as the chaos expanded, it became 50-50. That is, one of the two people would be knocked unconscious by the crazy scattered building materials and debris and fall to the ground. The passage over there would soon be littered with corpses, which was very scary to look at. Seeing this, Jiang Hui and his friends were not happy at all. They were a little relieved, but not much. Perhaps it was because of sympathy for the same kind, or because they foresaw the danger they were about to face. They sped up even more, and soon exceeded half of the distance and approached 2/3. And their path was too difficult to walk after all. The other side seemed more dangerous at the moment. Many people fell halfway, and some even looked life and death unknown. But there were always 1 or 2 exceptions. Relying on their super physical strength, they approached the top platform before everyone else. They even saw the noisy crowd above. Those people were not affected by their fall. Those who had not been in the queue before, and those who squeezed in later filled up the large circle of the passage again. So many people, just right. Those who felt that they were about to touch the platform plate above were very excited and felt that they were about to be rescued. But before that, they had to pass another level, which was also the most difficult level of this seemingly simple passage. Both sides were blocked by a huge crack with a high and low angle, and the bottom of this crack was bottomless, without a trace of light. I don't know if it was a material problem. There was no reflected light source or image when the light shone in. Moreover, the walls on both sides of the gap trembled with the increasingly violent vibration, opening and closing, and there was a danger of closing at any time, if the space below was not an open space, but a temporary gap formed by the gap, and the person fell down. The gap was squeezed by force, and the person would most likely die. So no matter what, you must not fall into this gap. But the height, angle and even distance between the plate in the upper passage and the pedestrian passage below the gap are very tricky. They tried several times, and found that they could not rely on their own strength to get through this level. There was no way. So some people set their sights on the group of pedestrians, who were not far away. They tried to ask for help from the people in the passages over there, hoping that they could help. Ropes, telescopic sticks, and even arms that might not work. No matter what. Just help. As long as someone is willing to help, it means that they still have hope of going up. Unfortunately, they still overestimated human nature. Maybe they didn't hear it. Or maybe they heard it, but because it was none of their business. No one looked over here. Their cries for help were mixed in with the noise, as weak as their life flames that could be extinguished in the wind at any time. His hope was shattered, and the few people who climbed up behind him repeated their previous actions again without knowing why, and then were disappointed again, repeating the cycle. Jiang Hui also saw that the faster runners had blocked the gap under the plate, but seemed unable to climb through. They lay on the edge and waved desperately, and they should have shouted as if they were trying to ask for help. But it didn't seem to go smoothly. For some reason, Jiang Hui felt a sense of as expected. It's not that she's hindsight, but this is also one of the reasons why she didn't choose the road that was obviously easier to walk on the other side at the beginning. In the eyes of outsiders, choosing such a difficult road is not a kind of suicide. Jiang Hui actually questioned herself in this process, and regretted whether she was too arbitrary. But she saw it. Given the distance between the other side of the gap and the plate where the exit passage is located and its twisted angle, it is impossible for the lower party to climb up by their own strength, unless there is someone helping from above. But when she climbs up there, will the people above really help them? Or should it be said that the people who are busy running are really willing to spend their precious time to rescue a group of strangers? Moreover, the gap is obviously caused by the cracks in the ground due to the external pressure on one side. Judging from the state of force on the left and right and the tilt of the ground, the bottom is not completely cracked, and there should be a thicker part below. In other words, there is no way that there is an empty space under the gap. If you fall in, you may only face a narrower and narrower space, and finally get stuck at the connection between the two gaps at the bottom. If the walls on both sides move again at this time, the people trapped in the space at the bottom will either die or be injured. If they don't get help, they will be forced to cross the gap by the situation. And the process and consequences of falling down are simply unimaginable. Jiang Hui didn't dare to gamble at all. It's hard to imagine that she made such a judgment after just a cursory look, and then resolutely chose the pedestrian passage that seemed bumpy and difficult to walk on, but had no obstacles in front. However, God did not seem to let this group of poor people go. The more they feared something, the more it would come. He continued to test them. Even Jiang Hui and Clarence, who were at the front and were about to surpass 3/4 of the others, widened their eyes slightly when they saw the scene on the other side, and an unspeakable panic surged in their hearts. As Clarence observed, the chaos point shifted to the direction of their passage, and the edge of the chaos gradually spread to the pedestrian passage on the other side, and not far from the exit passage above. Now even Jiang Hui and his team encountered flying attackers one after another, and they were still concentrated and splashed towards this side with an extremely terrifying density. It is estimated that the passage above was also affected. Jiang Hui and his team knew that the passage above must be in chaos without even looking. The people climbing on the other side were obviously the most affected. They had to start dodging all kinds of flying large pieces of building materials and scattered weapon fragments to avoid being crushed to death by these messy things before they found the survival passage above. Not only that, the gap that had been preventing them from returning to the plane where the exit passage was located had further expanded. It was still splitting with the upper plate in a vertical and horizontal manner. And soon, it was so wide that even the people above could not help the people below, although no one helped them no matter how they asked for help. But there was always a glimmer of hope, wasn't it? So everyone could only watch their only chance of escape disappear before their eyes. But they could do nothing. There was probably nothing more powerless in the world than this. Chapter 328 Gap. No. They are moving too fast. Jiang Hui heard the people below gritting their teeth. They turned to this road because they suffered on the other side, and their heads were almost blown apart by the scattered debris. So even though they knew it was difficult to walk on this side, they chose this road without hesitation. Now they have walked half of the way, and the remaining second half is obviously much easier to walk. Just look at the two people in front of you. They are carrying a person on their backs, seeing hope in front of them. They are about to get rid of this terrible situation. But reality suddenly played a big joke on them. Damn it. Why did they choose this time? They should at least wait until they get on the platform of the exit passage and pass the exit first. Why did they choose this time? Several people secretly hated it, but their bodies were still relatively honest. They climbed up in a hurry and without any manners, and they didn't care about anything decent at this moment. Looking at the two people in front of them, who were walking faster and seemed more likely to escape, they couldn't tell what they felt. The gap from the left was getting bigger and bigger. It cut off horizontally, and gradually turned into a terrifying abyss. The crack, which was only a few meters long at first, gradually extended diagonally downward in the direction of Jiang Hui and the others, and it seemed that they would be cut off below in a while. This was the reason why everyone below was panicked. They saw with their own eyes that the people on the pedestrian passage on the other side could not cross the gap to the plate of the exit passage because of this huge gap. If this gap extended to this side and directly split the road in front of them, would it also mean that they could not return to the upper plate, and also meant that they could not leave? The only solution now is to speed up and get to the top before the horizontal crack breaks to this side. That's why they said too slow. Because no matter whether it is the interface of the uppermost plate or the current crack extending diagonally downward towards them, it seems to be separating them from the bottom. On the contrary, the two people in front still have some chances. Damn, Why can't they react faster? Or choose this road from the beginning like the two people in front? Otherwise they must be faster than the two people in front. But now it's useless to say anything. And there is no regret medicine to take. Under such an irreversible development, any planning has become a dream bubble. Everyone can only accept this reality and keep working hard for their only life. Racing against death. In the eyes of the group of people who are a step behind them, Jiang Hui and Clarence are undoubtedly more relaxed, and have already taken an absolute advantage. However, for Jiang Hui and the others, the current situation is also extremely critical. Jiang Hui sometimes really hated her intuition. She saw the gap, saw its countless possible directions, saw its process of being extended by countless forces, and watched it expand towards them like a bloody mouth, pointing directly at their necks. This gap will definitely fall in front of them or behind them, and will not be too far away. If it falls behind them, it will be good, and they still have a chance to return to the upper plate. If it falls in front of them, it will be bad, and they will probably end up like the group of people next door who are in trouble. If you are unlucky, if you accidentally fall into the gap, the consequences will be disastrous. Of course, even the seemingly good result at the beginning hides a great danger, because she did not forget that the gap did not crack for no reason. And its cracking came from the transfer of the chaos point. The scope of the chaos point gradually expanded and affected the surrounding environment and people. Of course, not only those who were waiting to climb up below, but also those who were crowded in the exit passage above. Aren't those people in danger of being hit by flying debris? Haven't they worried that the chaos point will spread directly to their side? Can these people continue to walk out of the exit in an orderly manner after seeing such a situation? No. None of them. It will only be more chaotic up there. And crowds of people have always been the most uncontrollable scene of death and injury. Jiang Hui can hardly imagine the scene up there. Even if they go up, whether they can get into the passage past the many crazy people, and whether they can safely pass through the not-so-short passage, is a problem. Jiang Hui didn't know if she could do the above by herself, but it was almost impossible for her to do it with Clarence. So no matter which situation it was terrible. Too terrible. Jiang Hui's heart flashed with countless ugly curses. But in the end, she didn't let those emotions vent wantonly, because she knew it was meaningless, and would bring more negative emotions to her other teammate. The other party suddenly said. The tone was a little difficult. As if he couldn't say it. Of course, it was difficult, because he was about to say something like let his companions give up him to fight for more opportunities. Giving up his own life was unimaginable for a young man. But he did it now. Jiang Hui carried him on her back, and could not turn her head to look at the other person's expression. She only felt that the other person's palm holding her shoulder was tightening, and it seemed to be trembling a little. What could he say at this time? With the other person's proud and stubborn temper, Jiang Hui knew what the other person wanted to say just by thinking with her nose. So she couldn't help but suddenly shook the other person. And the other person seemed a little scared. What? Are you still worried that I will throw you down? How is it possible? You carried me like this before in the orienteering race. Even if I was numb, you didn't abandon me. So how could she abandon the other person at this moment? This is a life. And making such a sacrifice is not only abandoning gratitude, but also losing her bottom line and principles. And losing the most basic humanity. And can doing so make her more survivable? Maybe. But it may also be the opposite effect. If she does this, she will lose too much. So whether it is emotional, reasonable, gratitude or principle, Jiang Hui will never abandon Clarence. Even if the other party proposes it himself. Don't think too much. Pay attention to the surrounding situation. This is very important to us. I will try to be faster. And I will definitely be able to get up before the gap in the end. Feeling the silence of the people behind him, Jiang Hui still said to himself, don't worry. My luck. No. Forget it. My life has always been very good. Not to say that I can turn a disaster into a blessing. But I can also be called a person who has survived a disaster. With me, you will definitely be able to get out safely and meet up with those guys in the end. We will go to the natural restaurant tonight to eat the delicious food to calm down. So, please don't give up yet. After a while, the hands that were retracted at some point returned to the girl's shoulders again. It was very cold, but with a touch of something warm, which made both of them feel inexplicably relieved. Chapter 329 Despicable. Jiang Hui and the others who had foreseen the direction of the crack were not only less calm than the people behind them, but even more anxious than them, because the people below were destined to not be able to climb to the upper position before the crack came. They could also feel it vaguely. So this was also a little hope and despair. So they could still try. However, Jiang Hui and Clarence knew the direction of the situation. So they were still thinking about how to reduce the range of uncertainty and strive for the greatest survival. It was not easy for both parties, and they almost tried their best to increase the speed of their hands and feet, hoping to get a glimmer of life before the disaster came. Unfortunately, the disaster was so stable that there was no surprise, and it really cracked in the direction predicted by Jiang Hui, which was so accurate that it made people feel cold. If there were no accidents, the crack should end up a little behind Jiang Hui and Clarence. But it was very uncertain. Neither of them felt relieved, just because of this very uncertain. Moreover, they also had to consider a series of reactions caused by the separation of the two parts caused by the gap. At that time, the area where Jiang Hui and Clarence were located might also tilt down at a very fast speed. That is to say, if the two of them happened to be in front of the gap, leaving no room, they might not be able to stand because of the separation of the two boards, and then fall into the gap. At that time, whether the gaps on both sides would close or not, it would be a huge disaster for them. Jiang Hui and the others didn't dare to look at the situation on the other side of the pedestrian passage, because she vaguely heard someone screaming, wailing, and wailing as if at the last moment of life. Huge terror surrounded everyone on the other side, as if they had foreseen their own fate. How did things develop to this point? Why did they have to suffer such a disaster? Can anyone tell them that this was just a terrible dream? Unfortunately, this was not a dream. The gap was getting closer and closer, and it was about 3 or 5 meters away from their feet. Jiang Hui and Clarence also clearly felt that the loose building waist below was rolling and surging, shaking them so much that they could hardly stand. Now it can be confirmed that the gap is about 10 centimeters below their feet, and they barely ran across it. But even if they can run through these 3 or 5 meters, they probably can't run far. At that time, they will be troubled by the tilt of the ground at the first time. Jiang Hui's heart beat very fast, and she also felt that the heart of the person behind her, which was close to her, beat faster. In an instant, it seemed that all sounds disappeared, leaving only the beating sound of the source of life in their chests, confirming the fact that they are still alive to each other. Jiang Hui gritted her teeth and stretched her hand forward, feeling a force pulling her hand back. She felt more at ease and couldn't help saying, "It's okay. Hold on to me later. I will." In the end, it was what she learned from the orienteering battle that saved them. Jiang Hui took out a retractable rope hook that she had prepared at some point and tried to hook it to the groove of a giant piece of waste at the top. She thought that if the place where they were was tilting down uncontrollably, she would try to use the retractable rope hook to hang the two people up. "I hope that the groove is strong enough, and the boulder that serves as a balance on the other side is heavy enough. Don't let these two skinny guys pull them down. If they fall down, they can only blame themselves." Sure enough, the gap finally cracked to the position under their feet, and at the same time it really tilted extremely seriously. The worst situation still happened. The telescopic rope hook above immediately took effect. Jiang Hui felt that all the strength was concentrated on her wrists and palms, and she felt numb immediately. This is the weight of two people. Jiang Hui didn't know how long she could hold on, but she could only bite the bullet and just wanted to hold on as long as possible until the telescopic rope hook really worked. Jiang Hui probably never dreamed that one day she would carry someone on her back and hang the weight of two people with one arm in such a scene similar to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This situation is really incredible. Feeling the handle in the numb palm shaking, the other end obviously began to work to lift them up. Jiang Hui could no longer control his expression and showed joy. It worked. It turned out that the merchant was not lying. This rope hook can bear hundreds of kilograms of weight, and the heavier the object is, the greater the bonus of the rope hook contraction. The retractable rope hook, which was originally unable to move, actually pulled them up more forcefully because of the reaction force of the two people gradually falling vertically. If they succeeded, their predicament would be halfway out. Suddenly, Jiang Hui felt that the center of gravity of the person carrying the weight behind him was a little wrong, and he seemed to be falling backwards. She thought Clarence had verbally agreed to work together, but she was still worried that she would become a burden. But the person behind her immediately clarified this possibility, saying in a hoarse voice, "Someone is pulling me down there." "What? Is everything okay? Is there anyone making trouble in this situation?" Although the action was really inconvenient and irrational, Jiang Hui couldn't help but take a look from the angle below. Good guy. The one who was holding back was none other than one of the people who had just followed behind. And he actually caught up. Although there was a gap between them. The other party actually took advantage of the angle to grab Clarence's leg. It can be seen that he should have wanted to grab Jiang Hui, but because of the strange angle of the two cracks, the other party grabbed Clarence, who was easier to move, and grabbed Clarence's injured leg. Seeing this, Jiang Hui's face suddenly darkened. What is this guy doing? If he was about to fall, or just happened to be stuck in front of the crack like them, he could still pull Clarence with his instinct like a drowning person. But the other party was obviously behind the crack. With his current situation, he could not pass the crack at most, but he could still turn back to the bottom. A discerning person could also see that with Jiang Hui and the other's strength, it was impossible to pull one more person up. And the rope hook did not have this ability. Now it was already very reluctant. But he still held Jiang Hui and Clarence like this and refused to let go. If this continued, the final result would inevitably be that Jiang Hui and the other person would be pulled down the crack. This guy did it on purpose. Too despicable. Chapter 330, Hooligan. Jiang Hui didn't even have the strength to shout now. From her perspective, she could kick the despicable man down with a kick. But it was possible that her kick would immediately affect the balance above. Jiang Hui would not affect their only chance of survival just to deal with such a guy. Clarence behind him couldn't help but let out a few gasps. Probably because his injured leg was pulled and it hurt a lot. So the guy who was pulling people down was really wicked. The hand was getting heavier and heavier. I don't know if it was her illusion. I always felt that they had a tendency to fall down. They couldn't move rashly. And there was no time to think of other solutions. Jiang Hui gritted her teeth and decided not to care about this person for the time being. No matter what he wanted to do. Let's go up first. Jiang Hui tapped a hidden button on the handle with the tip of her already tense index finger. And the rope hook began to respond. This was the last resort. The retractable hook has an automatic rebound function, or can lift things of a certain weight. In fact, there is also an emergency function. If the lifting weight exceeds the limit, you can turn on the one-button overdraft mode, sacrificing the internal power of the hook to increase the degree of extension. Now the hook can't move. Probably because the insidious guy below pulled the scale. Otherwise, he would have pulled them up long ago. Jiang Hui and the others didn't have time to argue with the other party. So they could only try to use this overdraft mode in the last-ditch effort. But after using this, the hook was completely scrapped and could no longer be extended. So she originally wanted to keep it for the critical moment. But she didn't expect that this person would ruin the plan. Well, just save one more person. Although the other party was not a good guy, Jiang Hui was unwilling to save him. But after weighing the pros and cons, she still chose to start the overdraft mode. The retractable rope hook began to work, using all the remaining strength to start the last self-rescue procedure. If it failed, the rope hook would be destroyed, and the two of them would be dead or injured. But if they didn't use it, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So Jiang Hui had to take this gamble. It must succeed. Feeling the whole rope hook tightened. The handle was hot, and a huge traction force pulled them up along her wrist. From slow to fast. Higher and higher. It didn't take long to run up a few meters. And if they persisted for a few dozen seconds, they would be able to reach the stable place above. Jiang Hui couldn't help the joy in her heart, and temporarily ignored the melee that was approaching her. The chaos had completely expanded to this side. And from time to time small pieces of construction waste would burst over and brush against them. Just a little bit more. Boom. Jiang Hui was startled, and immediately felt a terrible aura coming towards them. Even though it was not appropriate at the moment, she still turned the direction of the rope hook with difficulty, and looked over there. You don't know until you see it, and you will be scared. Jiang Hui's mind was blank, and it seemed that she couldn't do anything all of a sudden. And she didn't even care about the unusual movements of the person below. Of course, this was just her own feeling. In fact, she still reacted. Instinctively, she destroyed the limiting ring at the handle of the telescopic rope hook at the first time, and pulled away the dangerous range that she could see. When the limiting ring was destroyed, the rope hook completely lost its telescopic function. The overdraft retraction that was condensed with all his strength just now also dispersed, and a long rope was pulled out from the handle, carrying the person straight down. The speed of falling down was much faster than the speed of rising. The situation was completely out of control. But Jiang Hui unexpectedly did not stop it. Her mind was a little confused, and she still forced herself to stay calm, quickly adjusted the direction and angle, and silently calculated the time. She was thinking whether to just let go. Even if she fell into the gap, she couldn't stay in this position. It's really stupid. You can even fail at this time. You want to die. But I don't. The person at the bottom was dissatisfied with this situation. Hirose did it on purpose. He finally got the admission ticket for this competition. Although it was the lowest level, it was at least an interfield ticket. It was not only expensive, but also hard to get a ticket. Many people wanted to buy it but couldn't. In order to buy this thing, he begged his grandfather and grandmother, and even bought and gave away several treasures before he bought it back. Of course, he didn't buy the ticket because he wanted to watch the game, but because he wanted to make money. He wanted to take more photos on the field and post them on his online account so that those people would envy him. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrorist attack before he finished watching the game. Not only did he not earn traffic, but now he was almost going to lose his life. Damn it. He was still young and didn't want to die. He was very unhappy with the two people in front of him from the beginning. A skinny yellow-haired girl. A cripple with a broken leg. These two people didn't give up and occupied the road. Do they know that they should do what they can and leave the chance of survival to those in need? As a result, these two people really opened a way for them to survive. And they almost escaped. And in front of him, how could the man be willing? Hirose Hao is not very old. According to his age, he should still be in college. If he is not a student, he should have been working long ago. But he is a little different. He is neither studying nor working. He has been idle for many years, since he dropped out of school. Yes, there are such people in the interstellar. After all, there are always people who are idle in any era. Over the years, he has relied on the small house left by his parents and received social welfare to wander the streets all day long. Of course, he dare not say that he is cheating, because these are very serious crimes in the interstellar. If he did it, he would be in the interstellar prison by now. But he definitely did not do anything good. In short, he is the interstellar version of a little scoundrel. Later, he didn't know where he heard that being a theme-based online broadcaster could make money. So he asked some friends in the underworld. It happened that there was another open competition like this. So he worked hard to get a ticket and planned to use this open competition to make himself an online broadcaster. Apart from anything else, the traffic of this game is really very large. And the winning rate is very low. Many big broadcasters did not buy tickets. If the man could successfully upload the material to his online account, he might be able to successfully change his career. But no one expected that this competition was not a good opportunity to start a business, but more like a ticket to hell. When facing life and death, Hirose Hao's scoundrel style suddenly emerged. Since he couldn't live, he couldn't see others succeed in front of him. So he grabbed Clarence's leg, with the purpose of pulling the two down together. It would be best if they fell into the gap and died, so that they would be in the way. Chapter 331. You deserve it. Who knew these two guys were really capable? Hongsa originally thought that he could just pull it a few times to scare the kids, and the kids might lose their minds and let go and fall down. In the end, they still held on and didn't make a mess. Hongsa was overjoyed when he realized that he was also being pulled up, and felt that he had done nothing wrong. The retractable rope hook was pulled higher and higher, and the man could already touch the bottom of the other side of the gap. He just needed to follow the two kids up and then land. He had a good idea, and was still thinking happily that he could get out of trouble immediately. But he didn't expect that Jiang Hui had a problem. Seeing that he was about to be hung up, he fell down inexplicably for some reason. Hongsa couldn't help cursing, and secretly felt that it was not good. No, relying on the two little kids above is not reliable at all. It's a hindrance. So he has to do it himself. While the two were unable to move, the man used the center of gravity of several pieces of construction waste on the edge to find a leverage point. Then crossed Jiang Hui's wrist and grabbed the upper end of the handle. The girl didn't know if she was in a daze or what. And she didn't react. She kept looking behind him. What are you looking at? Over there. Aren't those soldiers coming? Are you scared from such a distance? You still want to survive with such a psychological quality? The man grabbed the upper part of the handle, and the situation changed suddenly. Although the rope hook also carried the weight of 3 people before, it was one pulling and one pulling. And the person holding the handle to bear the weight was always Jiang Hui alone. But now there are 2 people controlling the point of force. and Hongsa came from behind and grabbed the upper part of the handle. Due to the limitation of his posture, Jiang Hui could only hold the tail of the handle tightly. Moreover, the limit ring of the retractable rope hook had been destroyed by Jiang Hui, and it could not automatically retract. And it was still falling down little by little. In this case, the three people in such a situation were doomed to destruction. Before Jiang Hui and the others did anything, Hongsa took action. He had no good intentions from the beginning, and he did not come up to share the chance of survival with these two little kids. What he had to do was to throw these two burdens down, and then find a way to get back to the safe area above. Thinking of this, Hongsa wiped Jiang Hui's hand away without hesitation, just like throwing away some dirty things, ruthlessly without holding back. The man thought that this time would take some effort, and he was prepared for the other party to resist stubbornly. Unexpectedly, these two people were really fools. They did not resist at all, and just let go of the handle and fell down with his strength. Ah no! The other party seemed to reach out at the end, as if trying to pull him. It's too late. Hongsa looked down at the two people who fell down in a mess and landed dangerously on the edge behind the gap. He felt a little regretful. Why didn't they fall directly into the abyss in the middle? They wasted so much of his time in vain. Such people deserve to die. The man curled his lips and was about to climb up along the rope of the retractable rope hook. However, before he could retract his smile, a strong light shone on his face, and the high temperature completely surrounded him. The man's last memory stayed in a red fire, falling hard to the ground, feeling that he was completely away from a dangerous entrance and landed on the ground. Jiang Hui and the others were relieved. But before they could catch their breath, there was a sudden explosion above them, and the heat wave rushed towards them, forcing them to roll back several times before they could barely stop. Jiang Hui looked at the explosion with a complicated expression, which was the place where the two of them had just been struggling with the strange man. If she hadn't noticed it just now, or ran slower, or hesitated for a moment, then they would be the ones drowned in the sea of fire at this moment. But seeing the people who wanted to harm them end up like this, Jiang Hui didn't feel happy at all. It was not sympathy, but a kind of sadness facing the cruelty of life. It turned out that death was such a simple thing. Maybe in an instant. A wrong choice. A thought. No one can really escape fate. Something behind him moved slightly, and Jiang Hui was stunned. Before they landed, they still reluctantly adjusted their posture. Otherwise, if they really fell in this posture, Clarence's other leg would probably be broken immediately. However, this adjustment was still quite reluctant. The two did change the slightly awkward posture, but in the end Jiang Hui still hit Clarence's leg. The injured leg still cushioned her back. Jiang Hui was cushioned, but Clarence was uncomfortable, realizing that he had done something bad again unintentionally. Jiang Hui almost couldn't hold back the small scream that came out of his throat, and hurriedly stood up to check on the other party. I don't know if Clarence was holding back the pain or was numb. The other party just waved his hand silently, and then motioned Jiang Hui to help him get away from here quickly. This place is still too dangerous. What just blasted over seemed to be the fragments of some giant weapon, which pushed forward directly and completely flattened the upper half. At a glance, a large area of the site was shrouded in burning flames, and people outside could not see the situation inside clearly. The plate where Jiang Hui and his friends were located was completely tilted due to the gap and collapsed to the plain dozens of meters below. Now it is completely unrecognizable and has become a ruin. The few people who were crawling behind them just now could not be found. I don't know if they were washed away or... Jiang Hui didn't dare to think about it. Just like she didn't dare to think about whether Hillman got out of the passage in time, because the passage above seemed to have been flattened at that moment. And now it was all surrounded by red flames. So this is fate. It's their fate to fall from the plate. No matter how hard they try, they still can't pass through the gap. It's their fate to escape in the end. And it's their fate to be in such a situation now. Fate is like this. They are powerless to change, and can only continue to move forward following the faint light in front of them, looking at the completely unrecognizable inner field. The areas in front, behind, left and right that were still fighting, and the two mechas in the middle of the field that had risen high into the air and were still fighting. Jiang Hui suddenly felt a little confused. She didn't know what to do. Where should she go? Will they really find a way out after leaving here? Will they still go to another dead end when they leave here? Jiang Hui didn't know. After a long while, she sighed as if she had accepted her fate, and carried Clarence. who was sitting on the ground and panting on her back, and said, "Let's leave here first." Chapter 332 Bad News. Zhou Xiuwen led a group of people to dispatch personnel in a temporary command room built in the venue. It was safe for the time being and was not affected by the chaos. But it was not impossible given the current situation. According to military intelligence, in addition to the main person arrested this time, Angel Bergen, nearly 11 middle-level rebels were also found. 6 of whom knew Angel and were invited to watch the game. And 4 of them actually came. The military thought they were joking at the time, until they got the list and realized that it was true. This group of rebels really gathered together because of that little bit of friendship. But it's good, so that they can catch them. The rebels would actually send another team, which was actually within their expectations. After all, if they were the upper echelons of the rebels, they would definitely want to send people to kill them immediately if they knew that the people below were stupid enough to gather together. When these people with questionable identities entered the venue, the military also marked them one by one and sent special people to follow them. But they didn't expect that the number of lurking rebels was far more than they imagined. They hid among the normal people. One side caused chaos, and the other side responded and took advantage of the chaos to make trouble. There were many people in the field, and the military was afraid of the consequences, so it was very difficult for them to fight this battle. In fact, the military had expected this, but they did not expect that the rebels would have such a batch of high-risk prohibited weapons with the latest technology. It was not the kind of ordinary high-powered weapons, but the kind of large-scale weapons that were specially used by the Imperial Army. Generally, only the Imperial laboratories and some special institutions were qualified and technically manufactured. The production was extremely strict. Each one had an accurate number. Even the damaged and defective products would be collected in a special warehouse and inspected and destroyed by relevant staff. It was unlikely to leak out. So when this type of weapon appears in the hands of the rebels, there are only 2 situations. One is that the technology is leaked out and was copied by the rebels. The second is that there are rebels among the technical personnel or even the senior executives in the manufacturing chain. Either one is very bad, because it means that the rebels have infiltrated the military very deeply. The military was also caught off guard by this. They also have such weapons in their hands. But as mentioned earlier, the first thing is to be cautious, and the military is bound to be constrained. Second, even if the military wants to ignore the lives of the people, they must first ask Zhou Yuanjing if he is willing. Most of the people in the field are Marshal Zhou's people, and he has also said in advance that the lives of the people must be guaranteed first. So the battle is dragging on, and casualties are caused like this. Zhou Xiuwen can already foresee how angry his father will be after seeing the mission report. In fact, the intelligence link is actually quite in place, and it is normal to miss some people. After all, no matter how powerful the intelligence network is, it cannot be comprehensive. The execution was okay. The special forces of the Third Corps lived up to their reputation. They were able to roughly control the situation in the face of such sudden chaos. Casualties were also inevitable, and both sides knew about this situation. The only thing they didn't expect was the weapons. What happened in the Imperial capital? Even such core weapons could be leaked to the rebels. So is it possible that the rebels would want to replace one of their own people as a marshal one day? Even though Zhou Xiuwen was only slightly involved in military affairs and didn't understand too deeply, he could roughly get a glimpse of the looseness of the management of the central military region. Because the weapons were a bit unexpected, Zhou Xiuwen's people were a bit confused. But after a period of adjustment, they soon returned to normal. After Zhou Xiuwen sent a signal to his father for reinforcement, he arranged the scattered personnel to the chaotic war zone, and Zhou Xiuwen was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was too chaotic before, and Zhou Xiuwen had no time to pay attention to more things. Now he finally had some free time and remembered that he had sent guards to send Jiang Hui and others. Those sergeants did not come back, and Zhou Xiuwen was too busy to contact them. Those people have been working beside Zhou Xiuwen for many years, and have taken good care of him since he was a child. Although they are superiors and subordinates on the surface, they are actually his elders. Zhou Xiuwen now remembered that in addition to wanting to know the situation of Jiang Hui and others, he also wanted to see where they are now. Unexpectedly, he turned on the dedicated communicator and found that nearly 10 messages had been sent in the past hour or so, from different people. The most were naturally from his father Zhou Yuanjing. It turned out that the other party had received the message and sent reinforcements after he sent out the message for help. according to the estimated time. They are about to arrive, and can immediately solve their predicament. Zhou Xiuwen looked at his father's last message asking about his safety. And he bent his fingertips, and replied to him with a okay. Then most of the rest came from the handover people of various departments, which were all intelligence information that he didn't have time to read. He didn't have time to read them one by one. He was about to skip and find the contact information of those sergeants, but suddenly saw a familiar name. At the bottom, the latest message was covered with a red signal, which was obviously an urgent message. The other party was John Kerr, one of the sergeants sent by Zhou Xiuwen. He was a veteran under Zhou Yuanjing many years ago. He changed his job due to health problems, and later came to Zhou Xiuwen's side. Although he had retired from the front battlefield, he was more than enough to teach Zhou Xiuwen, a rookie who had just entered the industry. He was also the head of several guards around Zhou Xiuwen, and Zhou Xiuwen wanted to contact him just now. But what happened that made him send such an urgent message? You must know that according to the definition of military execution, not all information can be marked as urgent. Because the battlefield changes rapidly, it may take only a few seconds to read a message to decide the outcome. So if the information is not important enough, it cannot be marked as urgent. Zhou Xiuwen immediately felt something was wrong and clicked in immediately. When he saw the words above clearly, his face changed immediately, and he hurriedly told the people around him to find out the situation. However, before he finished speaking, new information came in at this time. It was the same person, the dialogue box, but it was no longer marked in red. And it was not even said by the person himself, but every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was a message automatically sent by the system, indicating that the person being monitored in real time at the other end had lost vital signs and had died. So the system promptly reported the situation to the person in charge online. Sergeant John Kerr, who had been protecting him, died just now. Zhou Xiuwen's face was blank, and the person next to him was a little confused after listening to half of it, and asked again for the order. But he didn't know that his mission had become meaningless, and there was no more. Chapter 333 Discovery. Although Wan Xian is the military's designated contact person with Marshal Zhou's army, his main responsibility is not such a simple matter. He is a commander, a command weapon carefully cultivated and researched by the laboratory that was once known as the most talented for many years. Although Wan Xian does not want to admit it, he has been positioned as such for many years. Even the military cannot deny this. His life has always been different from others. It has been determined, and there is no choice. Although the military and the 19th Corps both want him to receive a normal education and return to ordinary human society, and encourage him to live a normal life of his peers, these are also limited. This is something that both Wan Xian himself and the military know. Wan Xian is destined to be unable to escape the military's sight in this life, and will never be able to obtain true freedom, let alone seek the life he wants. So even if he was sent to this place to go to school, the so-called experience of the life of his peers, he is not really away from those storms. This is also to pave the way for his quick return in the future. The military also wanted him to participate in the arrest operation to increase the success rate of this mission. Wan Xian thought that this time would be another tense and boring command activity like the past. He would cooperate with people from various forces to complete the army's instructions, but things seemed a little different. After saying goodbye to his friends, he was taken to the rear of the military command to command the entire scene. Unlike Zhou Xiuwen, Wan Xian's work was more complicated. He had to consider more and shoulder the fate of many people, so he could not afford to be distracted. The enemy's heavy weapons disrupted their plans. As Zhou Xiuwen said, the military didn't think of this at first, so they were caught off guard. Wan Xian also spent a lot of effort to barely balance the situation, so that the chaotic army would not succeed. But the casualties and losses caused were still immeasurable. Although this matter was not Wan Xian's responsibility, it was even relying on his extraordinary ability to barely calm the chaos. But these casualties happened under his nose. For a military commander, not being able to save more lives was the biggest failure of this operation. Therefore, Wan Xian's face was tense throughout the whole process. He could no longer maintain the mask he usually wore to blend in with the crowd, and the whole person looked terrifyingly indifferent. An accident occurred in the V2 area. People who were suspected to be in the chaotic area turned against the enemy on the spot. They also attacked the exit passage of V2-3, and a large number of civilians, who had not yet entered the stadium, were killed or injured. More than half of the soldiers in charge of this area were killed or injured. The complete situation has not yet been discovered. And another person needs to be sent to check. A miniature portrait projection suddenly appeared, and the voice echoed in the small, dim but very quiet command room, which attracted everyone's attention. Wan Xian's face was terribly gloomy. He listened to the other party's intelligence quietly and replied calmly, "I know." His eyes fell on the magnetic energy thunder dart holographic disc in front of him again. It was evolving the situation of all the chaotic areas in the stadium. There were more than a dozen chaotic points of different sizes, like stars, located on all sides of the stadium. From this, it can be seen that the enemy was sufficiently attentive to this attack, and the arrangement was obviously carefully rehearsed. Although not too many people were sent to each point, each of them had a batch of extremely powerful weapons in their hands, and they knew the intelligence of the military side very well, and they knew everything about it, just like the Buddha statue had expected it long ago. Wan Xian said that the military had been riddled with people. If they didn't clean it up properly, it would take a few years for the rebels to ascend to the position of marshal and completely change their appearance. However, some forces in the military were really not careful. It was useless to catch one and keep one. The rebels would still reveal everything the next day. It was a pity that Marshal Zhou's people and the special forces of the Third Corps helped in the battle. If they had changed some reliable teammates, it would not have been like this. Now that the traitor who was hiding very deeply has revealed a little bit of his fox tail, it can finally explain how the rebels knew in advance that the military wanted to arrest Angel. What on earth are those guys in the military doing? Have they never opened their eyes to select people over the years? Look at what kind of people they have selected. Wan Xian's mood at this moment was very subtle and synchronized with Zhou Xiuwen's. He was very dissatisfied with the situation that the army was almost pierced like a sieve. This is similar to you working hard to kill the enemy in the front, but you find that your companions who are guarding the door for you let the enemy in. How can they tolerate this? Wan Xian was holding back a lot of anger, but he was only here to command the battle situation, but not the real commander-in-chief. And the command power was not in his hands. The team sent by the military this time was a mixture of personnel from several forces, and the composition was very complicated, so it was not even easy to dispatch. Not to mention these sensitive things, so he could only endure it for the time being. Have you intercepted the situation in V2 area? Don't worry about anything else. Intercept the 3D image at all costs, Wan Xian said to the communicator. And soon a 3D image came from there. Opening this short video, Wan Xian's eyes first fell from the arrogant and fierce enemy to the corpses on the ground, and the small group of soldiers who were holding on. Suddenly, when his eyes unconsciously moved to the lower left position, Wan Xian's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't control his expression. So what is the situation of Jiang Hui and Clarence in the field? In fact, it's just like that. It can't be worse. They said they were escaping, but there were still too few places for them to hide. This chaotic battle was more terrible than they imagined. One cannon could hit anything within a square radius of hundreds of meters. The melee did not last long, and the stadium turned into a ruins. Except for ruins, there was no place for people to stand. Not to mention those places where the melee was still going on. So they dared not get close. Jiang Hui knew that it was almost impossible for her to find another exit. The only thing she could do was to wait for the war to end, and then wait for rescue. But the premise was that they could survive until then. If they were not afraid of death and ran around in the field, or were too conspicuous to avoid in time, they might immediately become part of the ruins in the field. Moreover, Jiang Hui was carrying Clarence, who had difficulty walking, and she couldn't run far. The two could only choose relatively flat places to walk, avoiding the path of chaos all the way, and carefully avoiding all possible minefields based on their intuition and judgment. It was quite difficult to walk all the way. Chapter 334 Contradiction. The only thing worth being happy about is that Clarence never mentioned such discouraging words as putting him down again. Now the two of them are completely of the same mind. Although he is not convenient to walk now, he still needs to rely on Jiang Hui to carry him. But his legs are half disabled. But his brain is not disabled, and his mental strength is still there. With his vigilance, they can avoid many unnecessary risks. I don't know how long it has been. Jiang Hui feels that her hands and legs are a little numb. Clarence's breath is getting weaker and weaker, and his palms are cold. Jiang Hui knows that his leg injury is getting worse and worse. If it is delayed any longer, he may lose too much blood. During this period, Jiang Hui has also tried to contact the outside world. Although she didn't hold much hope, she still took the time to do this. She even contacted Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian, who should still be on the scene. If they can receive her call for help, even if they can't send people to rescue, they can at least give some advice and assistance. Unfortunately, it was probably a signal connection problem. Not to mention optical computer communication. Even normal browsing of information was impossible. Jiang Hui had no choice but to give up online help and honestly seek ways to save herself. She carried Clarence on her back, but she was not walking fast, so naturally she could not walk too far. After a lot of effort, they managed to avoid the increasingly scattered chaotic war zone and found an exit passage, but found that this exit was also destroyed. Jiang Hui Clarence. When people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in their teeth. Well, I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Just think of it as a checkpoint set by God for them, and they have to act as extras in this melee for a while longer. I can only hope that their lives will not be forced to be explained here. The two people who had been used to the twists and turns in a short time did not give up. After a while of loss, they accepted the reality and carefully found a relatively safe corner to rest for a while, and then continued their escape journey without stopping. If they continue to walk like this, if they can really survive to the end, they may not wait for the end of this melee, and before someone comes to rescue them, they may really be able to circle the field for a whole circle. Maybe they can meet a friend who is strategizing in the field halfway. If the other party sees their embarrassed appearance, they will probably be surprised. She just thinks that the relatively speechless and embarrassing scene is funny. Jiang Hui thought with some bitterness. Bang! A sharp collision sound suddenly broke out not far from them. Jiang Hui and Clarence, who was already a little exhausted, immediately looked towards the sound, and saw the two mechas still fighting above, and choked. Still fighting? Should we say they are professional, focused, or not afraid of death? Jiang Hui didn't know that the two parties actually belonged to the military and the rebels, and this was not a simple individual technical competition, but a competition between the two forces. She simply thought that the two insisted on fighting in such a chaotic battle out of professionalism. But now it seems that this battle with many twists and turns is finally coming to an end. After all, the driver of the heavy mecha is more skilled, which can be roughly seen from the beginning. An Angel can hold on until now, not only because of his years of experience and excellent adaptability, but also because of his transforming mecha that seems strange at first glance, but is full of mysteries. This mecha is not big, and its level is not the highest, but it has a lot of hidden things. I don't know what kind of transformation and adjustment Angel made to this mecha. Even the military can't grasp all its data. Zhong Ting was so separated from the heavy mecha that he was not very good at controlling and dealing with such an unpredictable and experienced enemy. So his movements were naturally not swift. So even though he had the upper hand every time and was better than the enemy in every aspect, it took him so long to defeat this enemy. This was a very fresh experience for Zhong Ting, who had almost won every battle in the past, and it also made him fully aware of his own shortcomings. Angel Bergen is really an admirable opponent. In the cabin, Zhong Ting held the steering wheel in his palm, but his eyes were staring at the moment when the enemy on the opposite side was defeated. It's over. But the price they need to pay for this is too high, whether for the military or the rebels. And the one who led all this was the person sitting in the opposite mecha. However, until now, Zhong Ting still does not understand what the other party's motive is. No matter what a person does, he has a motive, even if it is boring or meaningless. But looking at Angel Bergen's life, his life is naturally imperfect, full of regrets, injustice and dissatisfaction. If you want to find out his motive for joining the rebels, you can find a lot of them immediately. But it should be said, too strange. The time when the other party joined the rebels was too strange. And the other party's inaction in the military after joining the rebels was also strange. And the other party chose to take action at such a time. It is even more strange. He did not join the rebels when he was deserted and in a difficult life, but joined the enemy camp without warning when he was in high spirits with the military. But he never did anything to let the military down from the time he joined the enemy camp until he retired from the army, and even made a lot of contributions to the Empire's battles, paying the price of his health for the rest of his life. It seems not to be the case that he was timid and regretted joining the rebels, so he did not dare to do anything. He chose to help the rebels steal the Empire's encrypted data after retiring, which was the best time to hide. And then he seemed to deliberately expose himself and cause this melee. Everything has developed to this point, and the opponent's various actions are really inconsistent, which makes people incomprehensible. And it is even more impossible to infer a reasonable motive according to his code of conduct. The longer Zhong Ting fought with this former predecessor and now enemy, the more doubts he had in his heart. He wanted to kill the enemy several times, but because of some intuition, he stopped himself and left the opponent a glimmer of hope. Now that the other party has been captured, we just need to wait for the army below to push the person out of the cabin. But is it really that simple? Although he has roughly completed the instructions given by his superiors, Zhong Ting still feels a little uneasy. He put down his hand pointing at the disc and stood up, looking at the transforming mecha that has completely lost its center of gravity and is falling continuously, as if he could also see the person sitting inside through this steel shell. Chapter 335: A Close Call. Inside the cabin, the main power module was penetrated by a blow, and the limit of this transformable mecha has reached its end. Both the mecha and the operator inside it have completely lost their ability to move. The components of each module in the cabin are making sharp chimes and flashing wildly to remind him of the dangerous situation at the moment. And he also fell left and right in the cabin with the mecha falling. Angel had no desire to struggle, and it seemed that he would die with the mecha under him. In this last moment, Angel rarely thought of anything. He just looked at the enemy who defeated him through the only window that was not damaged. This is his last. Failed. Failed after all? But this feels good? It's an unexpectedly good ending. He thought it would be worse. But it's not bad at the moment. A soldier should have returned to the battlefield. Although it was a little late, it was no less tragic. However, I can't help but think that the young are really formidable. The old and frail Wolf General, and the young and vigorous Wolf King. The latter is still stronger. Fortunately, the other party is strong enough. Otherwise his end would not be so good. He also has to thank this junior for fulfilling his wish, even though the other party is not aware of it. As for the rebels, who are full of worries, and are willing to expose themselves to arrange various people to kill him, they are not within his consideration. Although Angel joined the rebels, it was not out of personal desire and ambition. Nor was he like some people who had some unrealistic expectations of establishing a new order, let alone feelings and a sense of belonging. Otherwise, he would not have never done anything for the organization in the decades since he joined. In the end, both parties were just using each other to achieve their own goals. It's just that the other party's means were too dirty, which made his last journey a lot of trouble. So don't blame him for being unkind and leaving some little gifts for the other party. He could have left them. But who told them that they had no sense of contract at all? They had to come up and make trouble even after they were married, making him unable to rest in peace for the last performance he rehearsed for himself. Oh, forget it. It's useless to say so much. They have already found this place. Angel finally looked at the mecha opposite, at the enemy sitting inside, who probably would never have the chance to see him again. The sunlight shone on the mecha through the top, revealing a unique cold luster of metal. But Angel felt it was very beautiful. It was really always so beautiful. His life was not very good. He had never walked a safe path in his life. He always stumbled and was never satisfied. The only thing that gave him spiritual comfort along the way was probably those mechas without mechanisms and life. It was his incompetence that he failed to bring it to the battlefield. I don't know if this is a kind of. This ending is also his own fault. He deserves it. But he also gets what he wants. Probably no one can understand it. Until the skylight faded, the huge outline was getting farther and farther away from him. Angel's consciousness gradually blurred, and finally he slowly closed his eyes. This was probably the most relaxed and peaceful moment in his life. So quiet. This was a grand farewell ceremony. The planner announced the last voice in his heart to the world in an extremely obscure way. However, for Jiang Hui and Clarence, who were still running around in the field, this storm was far from being handled, and a new series of storms was generated. If Jiang Hui could look at the situation in the field from a third-party perspective, he would probably sigh that human sorrows and joys are not connected, because they really are not connected. For Angel, this is a long-planned relief. For those who died tragically here, it is an end that they will never see again. For the thousands of families affected, it is an irreversible tragedy. And for Jiang Hui and Clarence, it is also a disaster that almost cost them their lives. After finding a place to make some adjustments, the two did not dare to delay too long. Seeing that the chaos seemed to be coming here again, They immediately set off in another direction. In fact, the two really had no methods or plans. Because in the face of such an absolute disaster, the so-called plan and intelligence really have no effect at all. No matter how smart Jiang Hui and Clarence are in their daily lives, they are essentially just two ordinary teenagers. They had already exhausted all their strength just trying to avoid all kinds of deadly threats in this field and save their own lives. It was actually quite dangerous for them to run in the field. But it was equally dangerous to stay in one place. Because even if you don't move, you may still be in danger of sudden disasters. The episodes they encountered a few times before were good examples. The best way is naturally to get away from this source of danger and find an exit. But if they could really find an exit, why would the two wait until now? I don't know if it was intentional. Many of the exit passages were destroyed by humans. The first one was destroyed right in front of them. And the other two were flattened to the ground even from a distance. One of the exits was even more terrifying, with a circle of victims piled up around it. And the ground was covered with blood, which was unbearable to look at. After failing to find 3 exits in a row, the two gave up the idea of leaving on their own. So the two of them could only carry the person on their backs, while the other endured the pain and wandered around carefully in the venue. Of course, they did encounter people in the same situation during this period. After all, it was impossible that they were the only two who were so unlucky, because a group of people were forced to stay in the venue due to the destruction of the exit. They also hid and fled like Jiang Hui and the others, fearing that they would become cannon fodder in the battle between the two sides. In this war zone where cold and hot weapons alternated, they, a group of unarmed people, had no power to fight at all. So even if the suffering people met on the road, they could only cast a silent gaze at each other, then turn away and escape on their own. And Clarence's situation was getting worse and worse, although he said nothing and still took on his responsibility of vigilance. How could Jiang Hui, who was always carrying the other party on his back, not feel his companion's increasingly weak breath? This couldn't go on, especially for Clarence. The other party was too weak, even if he didn't have to run for a minute and a half. For a wounded person who was losing a lot of blood and energy, the passage of time itself was a loss of the essence. Jiang Hui couldn't delay the passage of time, nor could he get the proper treatment, let alone influence the end of this battle. As for how to delay Clarence's injury, she couldn't do anything at the moment. The only thing she could do was probably to reduce some of the other party's mental loss. Can't run anymore. Have to find a relatively safe place to really rest. Chapter 336. Don't worry about me. Just keep going. The extremely weak voice sounded behind him, like a breath, so soft that it was hard to hear clearly. This was the first time Clarence had spoken in nearly 20 minutes. Jiang Hui knew that this was the words that the other party had squeezed out with all his strength. She did not respond, because her heart was also extremely confused at the moment, and she didn't know what to do for a while. Clarence's situation was about to go to the worst outcome. But at such a critical moment, they were all trapped in a desperate situation where they could not move. Even if there was a little hope, it would not make Jiang Hui so helpless. However, the fact is that they are trapped here, and they don't know when it will end, when they can go out, and they can't ask for help from the outside. There is no safe place to hide, and there is no medicine for treatment. This makes Jiang Hui almost see no hope. She was afraid of the attacks that could come from all directions at any time. Afraid that she would pass away inexplicably under unknown circumstances. And even more afraid that the friend, who was still chatting and laughing with her not long ago, would gradually stop breathing on her shoulders. Jiang Hui was too scared. This extreme emotion made her seem to have difficulty breathing. Her palms seemed to be colder than Clarence's hands on her shoulders. She was even so scared that she didn't dare to carefully distinguish whether the breath behind her was real and not just an illusion to comfort herself. When will this disaster end? If it doesn't end, just shoot her too, so that she won't suffer these trivial tortures. It's just, this kid is still very young. Jiang Hui really doesn't want to watch him die like this. Wake up. Don't sleep. Clarence, classmate. Clarence. Hold on for a while. It will be over soon. Soon. Clarence. Clarence. Hey. The feel, Clarence? Wake up. Are you still alive? Respond to me. Don't sleep. You can't sleep. You still owe us a meal. Clarence, the feel? The feel. Jiang Hui kept shouting tirelessly along the way. At first, the other party would respond with 1 or 2 words depending on the situation. But after many times, He didn't know whether he was annoyed or really weak to this point. And the intervals between responses were getting longer and longer. Then it started to happen once and not once. And later it might not happen once and 10 times. And then it didn't respond anymore. Only when he heard his name and certain words. The other party would breathe heavier as if responding. But even so, Jiang Hui called more and more frequently. And her tone became heavier each time. Later, those deliberately exaggerated words and meaningless remarks were removed. And she only called the other party's name. Every time she felt the other party's faint breath behind her ears. Jiang Hui seemed to be no longer so hesitant. And her feet were a little stronger. She thought that the other party probably had no strength to speak anymore. And didn't want to wait for him to speak again and say such discouraging words. But this time Jiang Hui didn't have the patience to say those nice-sounding truths. Because these words might not even convince herself in the current situation. Clarence's life was a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. But she couldn't give it up easily. Her current state was like hanging on by a thread. Her body had already sounded the alarm bell of being unable to bear the load. But her stubborn will was still driving her to persist. Jiang Hui couldn't think of nothing. But she didn't dare to think too much. For fear that if she relaxed a little, the string in her mind would break, and she would never be able to stand up again. What would happen to her friends and herself at that time? Jiang Hui really felt very tired. As if endless despair and exhaustion enveloped her. Looking at the corpses all over the ground. The sticky blood on the uppers of the shoes. And the ruins of the war everywhere. She suddenly had a moment of doubt about where she was. Was she a ghost from light years away? Or an ordinary person living in the vast interstellar world? Was she alive? Or dead? Oh! She should still be alive. But how does it look like? Purgatory is probably just like this. Jiang Hui jumped down a row of twisted and damaged positions. And happened to see a piece of land not far away that was relatively quiet. Far away from the war zones, and surrounded by a large number of remnant buildings. Just forming a small and relatively safe space barrier. What's even more rare is that it seems to be located in the dead corner of the chaotic war zone. Before the current chaos zone undergoes major changes. It is still safe and appropriate, allowing them to rest for a while. Of course, the premise is that there will be no more terrorists messing up in the middle. Otherwise, no matter how good the strategic position is, it will be useless. Jiang Hui's brows relaxed slightly, and he was about to take Clarence there, when he suddenly felt a strong airflow rushing down from above, intersecting and colliding with several surrounding airflows, and then quickly forming an extremely strong airflow vortex. Jiang Hui and his companion were unlucky. They were just near the center of the vortex. So they were naturally sucked in and entangled in the middle, and could not move. At this moment, the fatal danger gradually approached, and the god of death was quietly waiting nearby. If they were not careful, they would die. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting has taken control of the battle situation. An angel can't escape. The reinforcements sent by the Marshal have arrived, and they have been sent to the center of the chaotic battle area through the reserve channel in the field half a minute ago. The Marshal specially dispatched a batch of large-scale weapons to deal with it this time. I think it won't take long to end this war. The people outside have also been arranged by the regional person in charge. Except for some people with special circumstances. Most of them have been arranged to return to their respective residences. The news has been blocked. The garrison heard the news and came. But they didn't know the situation in the field for the time being. So they didn't rush in. Angel is about to land. Are the special forces ready? Yes, what? How come? What? Why didn't you see clearly, and let someone break into the red circle? Have you figured out who it is? Hurry up and pull them out. This matter cannot be complicated. No. Because the data of Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting's mecha at this time was different from the past. So the reconnaissance department misjudged the enemy's landing range, and the red circle was drawn off. Although it was temporarily corrected. The trajectory of the entire line could not be transferred in time. And they did not notice that 2 people had just broken in. Quick! Let them see if they can rescue them in time. The small temporary command room was filled with all kinds of sounds. Several assisting commanders and officers were responsible for their respective tasks and coordination work. The scene was in chaos. Chapter 337. The sudden appearance in the red area disrupted their original pace and made everyone even more confused. Although it is normal to encounter unexpected situations when executing a plan. There are too many situations in this mission? Stop! A somewhat panicked voice came from the command seat. It was Zhou Xiuwen. His eyes were red. And he almost gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene video that was pulled out, the people in it. How could it be? How could it be possible? That is, how could those two people appear here? Shouldn't they have already gone out? Zhou Xiaowen didn't realize that he was clenching his teeth. His eyes were red, and his whole body was full of rage, like a lion that was maddened, swearing his authority to everyone, and everyone in the command room, which was still in a chaotic situation just now, suddenly stopped talking, and looked at him with complicated expressions, looking at the successor chosen by the former battlefield lord. It cannot be said that everyone present watched Zhou Xiaowen grow up, but each of them is Zhou Yuanjing's confidant. And in the past, they all followed the imperial marshal to fight in the south and north, and finally reached the supreme position. They are all veteran soldiers, but not everyone among them agrees with Zhou Xiaowen. Although they are absolutely loyal to Zhou Yuanjing, it does not mean that they can accept such a young boy to take over the power that Zhou Yuanjing has managed for many years without any obstacles. Even if this young boy is Zhou Yuanjing's only son. Although the other party completed the tasks that he had taken over before, they were all good and in a standard manner. But there was nothing special. This further confirmed everyone's previous concept, and they were a little worried about the future of the Legion being handed over to Zhou Xiaowen. Until today, most of them firmly believed that Zhou Xiaowen was more like his grandfather, with a weak and tepid temperament, and was more suitable to be a moderate politician rather than a general on the battlefield. But today, at that moment, they suddenly changed their views on this seemingly weak child. Perhaps the other party's temperament inevitably inherited the deep-rooted weakness from his mother's family. But he is still Zhou Yuanjing's son, rooted in the blood and pride of the battlefield god. He may not be a lion, but he is definitely an immature lion cub. Zhou Xiaowen couldn't hear what others asked him, and for a moment, he forgot his current responsibilities. All he saw was the two friends in the picture who were crawling on the ground under the strong airflow. What happened? What happened? How did it come to this? Damn it. What happened? How did they get there? Where are those people in the military? Someone on the other side was also cursing. A bunch of trash. It was unknown who he was cursing. The boy quickened his hand speed and quickly entered a long string of indecipherable characters on the command page. Then checked the options along the page, and finally pressed the OK button, ignoring the prompts on the page, and quickly left the control room. Not long after he left, someone knocked on the control room. Just as he was about to explain the latest situation to the people inside, he saw that there was no one in the control room. Huan Xian walked away, and on the operation page, there was a prompt to transfer to the mobile terminal, and a series of subsequent deployments completed by the operator before the transfer. The young man who suddenly broke in found that the commander was missing. He was a little anxious to connect the communication to find Huan Xian, but he looked sideways and found that the other party had predicted the next step of the subsequent deployment. He gave a specific and accurate plan for the situation he was about to hand over, just like the other party was standing here to communicate with him. Obviously, a lot of information may not be transmitted here in time. How did Huan Xian calculate this step? Is there really such a thing as a natural commander in this world? Before seeing it, the young man didn't believe it. But now he had to believe it. He read the next 2 or 3 instructions from the other party, and he knew in his heart that Huan Xian had seen the whole battle situation very clearly and arranged it properly along the battle line. Even if there may be some errors in the middle, the difference will not be too much. As long as it is arranged according to this big framework, there will be no problem. So it seems that the other party's temporary departure will not cause any problems. The young man didn't really feel the horror of the other party until this moment. What kind of existence is this? Who can actually take 1 step and plan 10 steps and anticipate the enemy in advance? This young man actually does not belong to their third army, or even to any legion. This special commander named Huan Xian belongs only to the military, to the empire, without orders from above. Even their legion commander cannot interfere too much with the choice of this young man. Well, since the other party's work has been arranged, there is nothing to say. If a group of adults like them rely on such an incompletely awakened person to control the overall situation, it would be a bit too shameless. After all, he was really just here to help, and it was completely free. They couldn't complain that he didn't help them to the end. Right? Besides, he didn't have nothing to do. He just walked away for a while, and the command strategy was already listed in advance. The young man could do this, so the rest should be done by the adults. The young man had no choice but to accept his fate and take over the work of this section. This was probably what the man had already budgeted. I just don't know where this obviously thorough person left this pile of work. What made him so anxious? Of course there was. And it was very urgent. The wind blew violently, rushing over her, tearing her coat sniffing. Jiang Hui felt that it wouldn't take long for this knife-like wind to tear open the slightly protective coat on her body. Oh my god! Can it last a little longer? She really felt that the lining layer seemed not as strong as the coat. Jiang Hui didn't want to die so ugly. This was her second death. So at least she could die in a decent way. Okay? She didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if Clarence, who she was holding down, was exposed. Would he be blown away by the wind? He would be in trouble. Thinking of this, she climbed up with difficulty and used her shoulders to hold down the person below who seemed to be motionless. The strong wind continued to hit the two people who were already at the end of their strength. And this was not the worst. Jiang Hui moved her hard neck with difficulty. Although she couldn't turn her head to look up, she could already feel a shadow covering her. And some huge monster was falling towards them at a very fast speed. Chapter 338 Rescue. Jiang Hui didn't know how things turned out like this. It seemed that in an instant, they fell into a deadly situation with nowhere to escape. It was not pleasant to watch oneself step into death. But in this situation, even if he had another pair of hands and legs, he might not be able to outrun the god of death. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Jiang Hui's mind. Some formed and some not. Some flashing guesses. Some thoughts of fear and confusion. And some random thoughts. She thought about how to struggle to survive. Whether there would be a miracle. And even made a wish to the gods and Buddhas. But in the end, they all merged into a deep pool of water in an instant. Returned to calm. And accepted the reality. Because she found that no matter what she did, it seemed that there was no possibility of survival. So it is true that things are unpredictable. I never thought that she would die a second time in her life. Jiang Hui smiled bitterly in his heart, and opened his mouth to say something at the last moment of his life. The person under him did not respond at all. Dust was flying, and the wind was rustling. Jiang Hui's vision was not very clear. He only vaguely saw that a thin layer of dust had accumulated on the boy's closed eyes, making his whole face look a little gray and frightening. Well, he was probably tired. So he might as well fall asleep, without having to face the cruel facts that were about to come clearly. So be it. Leaving in a dream, there would be no pain. Jiang Hui closed his eyes slightly, and wanted to lie down together. But he was afraid that Clarence, who had lost consciousness, would be blown away by the strong wind. So he simply maintained this awkward posture, and waited for the last. No. We are too far behind. We can't catch up. Go around the other side and see. Yes. Don't talk nonsense. Is this what the previous commander taught you? You just need to obey. Don't say so much. Salsa scolded in a low voice, thinking that he had been a little loose in commanding the army recently. And there would be such a guy who questioned the commander's orders in the team. Yes. The young officer was scolded. And he was still a little unconvinced. Salsa also knew that the other party would not accept it so easily, because their future leader's means of controlling his subordinates were indeed a little naive and lacked qualifications. It was okay for those ordinary sergeants. But it was naturally not so easy to tame these guys from the elite troops. It depends on their real ability. Salsa also supported it this time. Decision. Perhaps in the eyes of the others, Zhou Xiaowen was acting on impulse. And because of a few friends he made while studying. He was confused and broke the rules. In fact, Zhou Xiaowen was indeed affected by this. He seemed to be a little out of control just now. He also argued with the people who advised him tactfully. In the end, he even brought out Zhou Yuanjing's order and forced rescue. But unlike what others saw, Salsa saw the other side of the other party's awakening. He was different from the others. He was Zhou Yuanjing's direct confidant. He often visited Zhou's house for many years, and was more or less an elder of Zhou Xiaowen. This was different from John Kerr's qualitative separation. He had a completely scrutinizing perspective on Zhou Xiaowen, because in his eyes, Zhou Xiaowen was not only a junior, but also Zhou Yuanjing's only son. He was also the future leader of their army, and the most core member of the army besides Zhou Yuanjing. Although Zhou Yuanjing was in charge, the other party also said that there was no need to force the growth of the seedlings, and that he should give his only son enough time to grow. But this enough time was also limited. Countless eyes in the Legion were focused on this child, and each of them was more or less urgent. They had been silent for too long. This Lieutenant Colonel Salsa was no exception. He had been observing this extraordinary child. Temperament, qualifications, and even the overall situation were secondary. And they could be corrected and cultivated slowly. He had been in the army for many years, and witnessed too many examples of changing fate against the will of heaven. Even those celebrities recorded in the history of the empire had come from the bottom. A person's lack of excellence can be changed, as long as there are enough opportunities and experience. He can also embark on a road to heaven. As the son of Zhou Yuanjing, the 9th lifetime honorary commander recorded in the history of the 9th star era, Zhou Xiuwen was born different from most people in this interstellar space. He was destined to be extraordinary. He also had enough resources and opportunities. This was very realistic. So these things can be changed, accumulated, and even packaged. But some things are not easy to get, such as courage. In fact, people are worried about the future of the army not only because Zhou Xiuwen looks weak and gentle, but also because they can't see the shadow of Zhou Yuanjing in this child. He is like smooth dough, without edges and corners, soft and vulnerable. As if anyone can do this to him. It is unimaginable for such a person to lead the army. Moreover, the army is a place where strength is praised. Those who can lead an army are not weak and vulnerable. Even if they look like it on the surface, they are definitely iron-willed inside. Solsa has always been worried about the situation of this heir, and he has been thinking about how to force him to be tougher. At least, he should be able to look good on the surface. After all, his father's body will not last long, and he needs the power to protect him. And so do the tens of millions of people in their legion. Unexpectedly, they don't have to worry about it at all. Because of this incident, the other party became tough. For the first time, he got rid of those stereotype behaviors and expressed his personal wishes to everyone. Even if he received opposition and advice from everyone, he did not hesitate and repeatedly emphasized his determination. Even after receiving advice from some people like to an ignorant child, he did not retreat at all, and directly put forward a premise that they had to accept. The final result was naturally that they compromised. No, it should be said that Zhou Xiuwen successfully issued an order, although it was not written. Solsa was very pleased with this. He even felt that Zhou Xiuwen's impulsiveness and recklessness in this matter were not so important, because he saw that Zhou Xiuwen was undoubtedly Zhou Yuanjing's bloodline, and had the same blood as his father. So what if the other party wanted to save his friend? It was just a matter of changing a few points. Their people had already controlled most of the scene, and they were adjusting and changing at almost every point in time. In this action, Zhou Xiuwen was their superior, the one who led and commanded them, and the core of the team. In the case of no family, country, or race, his will was the will of the team, regardless of public or private. He was qualified to decide all the actions of their team. But the other party was probably going to be disappointed, and his friend might only have one ending. And everything was too late. Chapter 339, Surviving the Catastrophe. At the moment when the darkness enveloped Jiang Hui's heart, was not much disturbed. Just like a tourist who knew that he would return home sooner or later. And a strange calm surged in his heart. The sounds in his ears seemed to have disappeared. And the strong wind, like a knife, also lost its sense of existence, and was getting closer and closer. The strong pressure rushed behind them with an unresistible momentum. The girl's spine was cold, and she finally couldn't resist the fear of physiological instincts, and closed her eyes tightly. Huh? Why did it suddenly stop? Jiang Hui, who was ready to say goodbye to this world, opened his eyes in confusion. The surroundings were still dark, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Squeak is coming? Jiang Hui shrank her neck. Not because of the fear that came after she realized it, but because the sound was too harsh. As if it was pressing on the eardrum and vibrating her entire hearing system. Caw caw caw. There was another loud rumble. But along with this friction sound, the huge monster that seemed to have been pressing on her back moved away from her a little. A beam of light came in, and also brought fresh air. Jiang Hui froze, as if she couldn't believe it, and turned over from Clarence. Her right shoulder seemed to have rubbed against something cold and hard for a moment. But it passed quickly in just a moment. She still closed her eyes, and was a little afraid to open her eyes to check the situation. Her back leaned against the ground. Cold sweat broke out, and she slowly opened her eyes after a while. The first thing that came into view was a large dark unknown barrier. In the dim environment, the uneven patterns on it could be vaguely seen, and the tip of the nose could also smell a unique metal rust. The light that shone in was coming from the gaps around them, and Jiang Hui and Clarence were lying right under an unknown metal disc. The moment she opened her eyes, Jiang Hui realized that the strong sense of oppression she had felt before was not an illusion. Such a large piece of metal disc fell down. And the oppression was of course strong. And the board of this thing was only 3 people's waist thickness away from her. That is to say, if there was no sudden blockage next to it, this thing would have pressed down another waist thickness and pressed directly on her back. If it went down a little further, both she and Clarence would have been crushed into meat patties. It was so dangerous. No. This. How could she still have time to think about it? Although she didn't know what had saved them temporarily. Who knew if it would be only temporary? While there was still a chance, they should quickly crawl out of this ghost place. After thinking about it, Jiang Hui didn't care whether Clarence was awake or unconscious, and grabbed his waist and wanted to pull him out. But soon someone came to her aid. Now the disc-shaped unknown object above them seemed to be lifted up by something, and suddenly a safe distance was created between them, without such a large object pressing against her eye to eye and nose to nose. Jiang Hui felt that her breathing could finally be smoother, but she still did not relax her vigilance until she heard a chaotic voice. "You guys go over there? Quick! Jump up and get ready. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong is holding you back." "No. The Lieutenant Colonel has come down. He is on the other side. And the one controlling the mecha should be Brigadier General Paisel." "Never mind. Just go up first. There are too few people above. If Angel uses tricks again, I'm afraid there will be another chaotic battle. The mecha is broken like this. And you still. How to make trouble. Be careful. There are 2 children below. I can hear their breathing." "Which side?" "Wait a minute. I have to see." "No." The Lieutenant Colonel said that the children are closer to that side. "Just lift him up." Jiang Hui had just climbed a short distance with Clarence, and was a little afraid to move when he heard the chaos outside. However, after listening for a while, he finally heard that the group of people outside should be the official troops of the military, not the rebels, and he was relieved immediately. In fact, her idea was of course to escape from here as soon as possible. No matter who came to rescue, it would be empty. But from what they said, the people outside were preparing to operate to open the things on top to let them out. Then she naturally couldn't move anymore. Otherwise it would only cause more trouble. Jiang Hui could only stay there, silently praying for everyone to move faster. Because Clarence, who was in her arms, seemed to have fallen into a deep coma. Even the danger of dying and the noise did not arouse his slightest reaction. His hands were as cold as a dead person, which made Jiang Hui more and more anxious. Fortunately, the soldiers were very efficient. As if responding to her prayers, several different lights and shadows came in from the position near them. That is, the arc where the light came in. Then the thing on the top seemed to be completely opened, and a large area of sunlight slowly shone on her face. At this moment, the girl didn't know what a complicated expression was on her face. It was hope, a desire for life, but with some regrets that she herself might not even notice. After the metal disc above was opened, if Jiang Hui's first reaction was to check it, he would find that it was not a disc-shaped object, but a part of the back of the transformable mecha used to adjust the balance and read information. Its overall appearance was disc-shaped, and its other side was connected to a larger fuselage. It was fortunate that the mecha landed in a perfect posture, with the slightly concave disc-shaped parts facing downward, just right for Jiang Hui and the other person who were caught in the vortex. If they were unlucky and were hit by other parts of the mecha first, it is estimated that before the military came to lift the mecha at this time, they might have died. So the 2 of them really had a lot of luck. Of course, Jiang Hui and Clarence didn't know at the moment. One of them was confused and didn't know what happened, and the other was dizzy from head to toe. They didn't know what kind of fatal danger they had brushed shoulders with. The few light and shadows that had just penetrated from the gap were completely exposed under the large light. They were the people who saved them. Although Jiang Hui was still awake, she had experienced the whole escape and the life and death race just now. She didn't even need to try to know that her hand and leg bones were probably very soft at the moment. And she definitely couldn't get up. She didn't bother to do it. Just raised her head slightly, squinted her eyes, and wanted to see the appearance of the person coming clearly. But I don't know if it was because the light and shadow were too strong or her brain was a little confused. But she could only roughly see the elongated and blurred outlines of the group of people coming. Then a strong feeling of dizziness came over her, and Jiang Hui could no longer maintain her consciousness at the moment. In the end, she only vaguely remembered the pale and cold jaw of a certain figure, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong. Chapter 340 afterwards. As soon as Huan Xian received the message, he left the operation room and headed straight for Area V6 after only having time to transfer the operation terminal. It was too late. He ran through 2 or 3 areas and happened to meet a sergeant who came out to check the situation. He took a shortcut and shortened the time to finally reach Area V6. At that time, the transforming mecha driven by Angel had not yet completely fallen, and Jiang Hui and Clarence were still alive. But they were almost dead. The distance between the two and death was only a blink of an eye. The sergeants of the surrounding teams, who came a little late or had tried but failed, were reluctant to turn their heads, although they had witnessed too many deaths. And this was just a trivial one. It would be hard for anyone to not be moved to watch young lives being destroyed in front of them. Right? Kid. Are you crazy? Don't go over there. A man from the army next to him quickly grabbed Huan Xian, and the other party seemed to be rushing to the scene of the tragedy. The other party should be a soldier who has just been offline, so they don't recognize Huan Xian and think he is a civilian wandering around. Naturally, they will not watch him go up and cause more trouble. Too many people have died in this melee. Huan Xian didn't say anything, and he broke free from the other party's hold like a ghost. There was no expression on his face. Only the blue veins on his forehead and the slightly red corners of his eyes revealed his true emotions. He didn't care whether he would be injured by the steel-like vortex barrier outside, and he wanted to get closer to the center. No. There must be another way. There must be. He seemed to remember something and pulled something out of his collar, like a necklace, and wanted to pull it off. He didn't even care about the blood mark on his neck caused by the rope. He was about to smash it through the gap and hoped that this thing could really work. Don't be like before. One step late. It's the chasm between life and death. But fate is always hard to break. Just like a curse. This necklace failed to save the person he once cared about the most. And now it can't save Jiang Hui and Clarence, who are on the verge of death. Huan Xian was one step late after all. When he came, the bystanders could no longer do anything. Otherwise, the nearby soldiers would have taken action to take out the 2 people who accidentally fell into it without waiting for him to come. In the end, the necklace was thrown in and was swept into the storm. But it failed to open successfully due to the pressure. Huan Xian, who was in control of the start command, still gritted his teeth and insisted. His eyes were red, and the only thought in his mind was start. Just as everyone was watching the huge fuselage about to fall down with a bad taste, a strong wind rushed straight to their faces, inserted into this life and death chase, and instantly prevented the tragedy from happening. Huan Xian couldn't explain his feelings at the moment. He probably would never forget the feeling of this moment. The feeling of shock, anger, joy, sorrow, and then emptiness. The gravity mecha that suddenly appeared in the field tightly grasped the back of the falling mecha, and the deformed mecha that had been truly transformed was held by the heavy mecha and half floated in the air close to the ground. It did not fall completely, and the bottom plate still had a height of more than 40 centimeters from the horizontal ground, which kept a little living space for the people below. Huan Xian's heart, which had been tightened since just now, suddenly relaxed, and his whole body was relaxed. He didn't even notice the sergeant who was chasing him from behind pulling him. Do you want to live or not? I told you not to get close. It was the sergeant who stopped him just now. The other party was obviously very concerned about the fact that he didn't stop this desperate boy just now, and said with relief. Teammates nearby also followed one after another. After seeing Huan Xian was safe and sound, their first reaction was to go and see the 2 young men who were still at the bottom. However, the military teams lurking in the surroundings soon came out and surrounded the place tightly. These ordinary mobile soldiers had to stop and think about taking the young man, who was still unaware of the situation, away. But the young man's cold eyes were fixed. They watched the other side's back as he strode through the outer defense personnel and successfully entered the encirclement. Several people were a little bit unbelievable. One of the commanders and coordinators of their operation was actually an incomplete awakener. Perhaps some people would wonder. Although the range of Angel's fall deviated from the predetermined red area, the military was ordered to squat nearby. It is said that if they found such a thing, they should have taken action to solve it. How could there be no emergency rescue means? But Huan Xian, who was so far away, rushed over to rescue himself. This is actually a little responsible for the military. The range of the landing point given by the investigation department was a little too far from the actual landing point. At that time, the situation was critical, and one person was not enough to fight two people. Naturally, no one noticed Jiang Hui and Clarence, who approached for no reason. Besides, even if someone noticed, they didn't pay much attention, because there were too many people like this in the field. At that time, there were a few such people besides Jiang Hui and Clarence. But who could have thought that the range of the final landing point would not only shift, but Jiang Hui and Clarence, who were clearly some distance away from the range, were also sucked into the vortex. It was their bad luck to become the victims of this small mistake. This vortex is not an ordinary vortex, but a radiation vortex formed by the falling mecha, the friction between the air and the special coating on the outside, which burns violently and forms a radiation vortex with the ground. Once formed, it will form a thick ray barrier, which will lock all people or objects inside it unbreakably. People caught in it naturally cannot break free and move, and people outside cannot easily enter to rescue them. It is not that the military is unwilling to rescue, but that several rescue operations have been carried out before Huanxian came. And this is not an accident in the traditional sense. And there is no reasonable rescue plan. So it naturally failed in the end, seeing that people were about to be smashed to death under their noses. Zhong Ting, who should have been above, did not want to survive in a desperate situation. He drove the mecha to stop this tragedy. Although it is not known why Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting, who was supposed to stay above to assist the overall situation in the plan, discovered the abnormality below and lent a hand. It was very timely. These two children are also lucky. At such a critical moment, they were saved. Once she had entered the defense area, the soldiers stationed around had gathered in large numbers, surrounding the damaged transformer in an orderly manner and keeping on guard, while some were preparing to dismantle it. As for Jiang Hui and Clarence, they had been sent to a relatively safe area nearby to wait for the arrival of the mobile rescue point. Because of their special situation, the team also specially sent several soldiers to take care of them temporarily. Chapter 341. Jiang Hui was not in a deep coma. In fact, he was only dizzy for a short time. He regained consciousness soon, but he was weak all over. His body, hands, and legs seemed not to belong to him. He could only lie on the ground and act like a salted fish. Clarence was naturally much more seriously ill. A soldier who was slightly familiar with medical skills checked him. The situation seemed to be very serious, and he needed to be sent for treatment immediately, because he could not move at will. The other party immediately contacted the military's prepared therapist to come here, seeing that the inner line was getting more and more chaotic. I don't know what went wrong again. The few people in charge of care here couldn't stand and looked over there frequently. However, Jiang Hui didn't have the energy to explore what happened. She only felt a headache and weakness all over her body. Clarence was in a state of shock. The health bars of the two were basically cleared. Now they were waiting for the mobile treatment point to rush here to take them away so that they could escape from this dangerous scene. A shadow suddenly blocked her sight. Jiang Hui looked with slightly distracted eyes and saw a familiar face. The two looked at each other. "You are here," Jiang Hui said weakly, moving his shoulders, but still felt that it was difficult to coordinate the muscles and tendons in his body. So he simply gave up the idea of sitting up and saying hello. In the end, the other party squatted down first, helped the girl up from the ground, and let her put her on his shoulders. It can be seen that the other party was really exhausted and frightened. Huanxian just helped the person sit up from the ground in an ordinary way, and her arms and knees were still shaking unconsciously. This was obviously an overreaction caused by the muscles being kept in an extremely tense state for a long time. I think the damage and strain are not light. But fortunately, it was really fortunate that she was still alive and not too hurt. Jiang Hui reluctantly wanted to smile and tell the other party that he was in good condition. But after thinking about it, he felt that his current state was not very convincing. So he simply stopped talking. Huanxian didn't say anything, but Jiang Hui could feel that he was definitely in a bad mood. After helping Jiang Hui sit up, he looked at Clarence again. His eyes fell on the other's closed eyes and slightly heaving chest. His mouth was tightly pursed, and both of them were a little silent. I don't know what Huanxian's identity is. These soldiers didn't say anything to drive him away when they saw him staying here. At first, they nodded to him respectfully. The sergeant who examined Clarence said to Huanxian and the other two, "His condition is not good. Although his life is not in danger, his leg injury shows obvious signs of infection, and he needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment immediately. And the wound may need to be injected with advanced antigen drugs." Maybe you need to help contact his relatives. Before Jiang Hui could react, Huan Xian nodded solemnly. Then a mobile treatment point came in front of everyone. A few people took Jiang Hui and the other 2 injured people to the aircraft without saying much. And they were completely out of danger. Huan Xian seemed to want to follow, but he didn't move in the end. He just said something to the girl and watched the 2 enter the transfer to the treatment point. At the same time, the melee in the field gradually subsided, and most of the rebels were controlled. Hundreds of small mobile treatment points scattered to find the location of the injured survivors, and move them in one by one for treatment, and sent them out of the field. Because the rest is all their military affairs. Huan Xian was able to enter the inner defense zone to check on Jiang Hui and the others. Of course, not just casually. You have to know that the most important arrest target of this mission is to capture Angel, a rebel member who participated in stealing the Empire's confidential information. Jiang Hui and Clarence are probably accidental victims who were involved, and they are completely outside the military's plan. Although the motives of the 2 can be traced, their backgrounds are clean, and there is nothing suspicious. But the timing and time of their appearance are too sensitive, and the military must be careful. So they also specially assigned several soldiers to take charge of their situation. The area near where Angel's mecha fell is definitely a sensitive area in the entire field now. In theory, no one except the military is allowed to approach. Huan Xian was allowed to enter after showing his transfer order and identity certificate. The several sergeants responsible for taking care of Jiang Hui and Clarence actually didn't know Huan Xian's identity. But since the other party was able to come in, they must have been allowed by the nearby garrison. So they didn't ask too much. Seeing Huan Xian and Jiang Hui's conversation just now, I thought that the other party came for this purpose. But I didn't expect that he didn't go with them in the end, but stayed. Leaving, a voice came in. Huan Xian turned his head slightly, and saw that it was Lieutenant Colonel Solsa and his group who came all the way. Huan Xian was not surprised that Zhou Xiuwen didn't appear in the team. The other side still needed to be arranged. And as a unilateral commander, it would be irresponsible for him to appear here. However, it was obvious that Major General Solsa came here specifically for this matter, which was in line with his personality. They are both fine. Huan Xian retracted his gaze and greeted several superiors lightly, but his eyes were focused on the other side. This was also the reason why he decided to stay here temporarily instead of leaving with Jiang Hui and the others. It seems that the military's trip today is still in vain. Huan Xian knows, and only he knows it now. Lieutenant Colonel Solsa nodded to the subordinates, who followed behind him, and the other party clearly reported the message to the other end. This is also the first order issued by their little leader. They always have to work hard. This is why Solsa appeared here in person. Although they did not catch up in time, the result is obviously good, and the rest seems less important. On the other side, the rear-in-command personnel, who completed the overall deployment, also came up, with a large number of reinforcements sent by Zhou Yuanjing. The originally difficult battle situation was resolved at once, and then the finishing work was quickly completed. Those who should be killed were killed. Those who should be arrested were arrested, and the surviving people were also safely sent out. The only ones left were the innocent civilians and the sacrificed soldiers. They probably needed to wait until the work here was done before they could be restrained. The young man who took over and assisted in the follow-up deployment work saw Huan Xian standing with Solsa at a glance, and hurriedly strode over to perform a superior subordinate salute, Huan staff officer. Then he performed a corresponding military salute to Solsa and others. Everything is arranged, the young man asked naturally, not at all embarrassed to leave the follow-up work behind and rush here, but instead felt a sense of ease as it should be. The young soldier who came later nodded and replied yes. Huan Xian's prediction was correct. According to the note arrangement, he predicted, the military successfully completed the finishing work. On the contrary, the teams that were rounding up here seemed to have some minor problems. Although it had nothing to do with the command of the rear, they had nothing important to do in the back, so they followed up to check the situation. Chapter 342 3 Deaths. Solsa and the others beside him all looked at the interaction between the young man and Huan Xian thoughtfully, their eyes showing deep meaning. They were all veterans, and there was no need to speak out their guesses and doubts in their hearts. So they kept it to themselves for the time being, thinking that they would have a chance to watch it again in the future. Boom! The damaged cabin was violently pried open, and several mecha masters accompanying the army assisted in the position to avoid injuring the prisoners in the process of dismantling. This transformable mecha looks a little different. The barriers of each joint are thicker, and some structures are more delicate. A member of the team, who is familiar with this type of mecha, muttered. Of course it is different. This should be the mecha that Angel Bergen has been modified several times, and it has been refurbished from the inside out. According to on-site evaluation, it exceeds its original A-level standard by a lot, and can at least reach S-level or even S+. You should know that the mechas put into use in the Interstellar, especially the military-specific A-level, are almost regularly tested and evaluated, and each time a test report must be issued and entered into the military mecha management file. In addition to this daily inspection, the organization also needs to replace and repair aging and unsuitable parts in a timely manner. For this, the military always has to spend a large amount of money, but it has never fallen behind to ensure the military's management of all mechas in use. And if the mecha owner wants to modify the mecha or improve the level of the mecha, he must also report to the military for filing. The former is easy to say, or only needs to replace and modify the original parts on the original basis. But it is not so easy to improve the level of the mecha. The latter requires extremely high technology and a large amount of materials, and is carefully replaced and modified from beginning to end by professional mecha masters, which can neither destroy the structure of the original mecha nor add advantages to it in a customized way. Therefore, this type of transformation is a customized transformation, and the cost is no cheaper than buying a new mecha. Generally, it is only used on mechas of a high level, and no one will bother with lower level mechas. The original level of the transforming mecha driven by Angel should be A level, with an upper limit of A+. It is not ordinary in the army, but it is not a high level mecha. However, after this battle, it can be clearly seen that its parameters are not ordinary, and it is not much worse than the S-level heavy mecha of Pycelle. This is why Angel overcame the attribute problem and fought on equal terms with the heavy mecha. At that time, the accompanying mecha master who assisted in the inspection judged that Angel's transformable mecha had been secretly modified and upgraded. Otherwise, according to the data of his mecha filed in the military, how could it have such performance? Of course, this is also related to Angel's strong operating ability. Unfortunately, he encountered a better mecha and another enemy that was much stronger than him. If the operator of this heavy mecha today was its original owner Richard Pius Share, he would definitely lose the battle against Angel and his transformable mecha. Fortunately, the military replaced the operator for some reasons. Zhong Ting is undoubtedly a mecha warrior with strong adaptability. Next, we only need to arrest the other party and bring him back to the military for questioning to complete this mission. But there seems to be a small problem with this matter. No breathing. Are you pretending? Don't get so close. It's dead. Just died. It doesn't look like it was hit. The cabin is still fine. Could it be caused by the head flipping? Impossible. This mecha has an internal balance system that can guarantee the driver's safety to the greatest extent. Although the external damage of this mecha is serious, the internal is well preserved, and the balance system is not maintained by the main power transformer energy block. Obviously, everything was fine when it was open just now. What's going on? Everything is fine. He was fighting with Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting not long ago. How come he died in such a short time after falling down? Isn't this too coincidental? Will you consider other factors? Or wait for a professional therapist to take a look? What went wrong? What went wrong? Lieutenant Colonel Solsa frowned and ended the conversation with the other end of the communication. Another Special Forces team member stationed on Zhou Xiuwen's side was extra assigned to protect Zhou Xiuwen after Zhou Yuanjing learned about the situation here. They would naturally be responsible for Zhou Xiuwen's safety. Solsa was relieved and continued to stay on top to participate in the finishing work. It's called participation. In fact, it's just responsible for watching and giving feedback. Zhou Yuanjing had clearly stated that he would not get too involved in the military's mission. He sent the army here to protect the safety of the people, and to help the military complete the mission as soon as possible, and then stay away from the Zhou family's base. But who knew that this group of rebels would be so vicious? In order to achieve their goals, they not only killed many innocent people, but also took the opportunity to create terrorist attacks on Star 732 and several surrounding points. Zhou Yuanjing expected that they had big plans, and immediately dispatched troops to assist the military in suppressing the game. The military also applied for a group of foreign soldiers to participate in this large-scale chaos, and calmed the accident that occurred briefly on planet 732. As for those suspected of participating in the rebellion, they should be arrested and killed. The entire planet was in turmoil that day. So even Zhou Yuanjing himself had to appear in person to take charge of the team. He originally wanted to pick up his only son in person. But now the chaos has extended to the entire planet and the surrounding star regions. Zhou Yuanjing had to do more things. And he could not be distracted to deal with this small matter. So he sent another member of the special forces to come with reinforcements to deal with this matter. Although he was relieved of his worries, Solsa was not at ease. Because just a short while ago, the military mission personnel found that the suspect they had worked so hard to capture was dead and died in the cabin. The 3 rebel members who directly participated in the theft of secrets were all dead. This was the 3rd one. And the first 2 also died in the same way. The scene was dead silent. Their mission was accomplished. But it seemed unsuccessful, as the target once again died before being escorted for interrogation. What led to this result? Who was committed to leading to this outcome? What secrets did the rebels want to hide? Could it be that the stolen encrypted data key was not destroyed as the main brain system sensed, but was successfully sent away by the rebels through some method? Otherwise, how to explain why they desperately wanted to kill this former companion before the army? But are these secrets held by Angel really worth the rebels paying such a high price, and so many hidden figures in exchange? The military still knows nothing about this. Although they have annihilated the enemy, they seem to be trapped in a grayer cloud of doubt and cannot break free. Chapter 343 Coincidence? As Solsa thought, the military members surrounding the center of the mecha area are now in a heavy mood because they have failed again. In fact, the case of stealing the Empire's confidential information happened 3 months ago. The Empire spent a whole month to catch the main culprit, who was the insider in that position, and then followed the clues to clean up a group of people. Then a month ago, they tracked down the second culprit and successfully blocked their intention to transmit encrypted data. They also performed the core destruction in the opposite direction, making the key basically a piece of scrap metal. Even if they let them transmit it, it is likely that they can no longer use it. But when they caught the second culprit and wanted to recover the key, the suspect died again strangely in a premeditated explosion. And the sergeant who was on the mission at the time was also seriously injured, with heavy casualties. Later, it was discovered that the rebels had undercovers in the military high level, which was also exposed. After a large-scale cleanup, the military high-level officials were still not at ease, and repeatedly reviewed and screened several times before they were calm. Because this time too many problems were exposed. The rebels were like crazy in order to get this encrypted information. And they sent forward the chess pieces they had carefully buried for many years without any care. This incident alone exposed 2 senior military officials. I think there must be such people in the senior team who have not been exposed or screened out. This made the military and even the political leaders of the Empire shudder, feeling that they were wrapped in a huge conspiracy. So this time, the military accidentally discovered a 3rd participant who was very well hidden. They became more cautious and specially sent out their own troops without passing through any forces in the middle, so that they could barely conceal the matter. As for why the rebels still knew about it even though it was so well hidden, it was naturally because the rebels moved again. And this time, they hid so deeply that no one could hide from them. They changed their plan temporarily, and got a list from Zhou Yuanjing, plus the people they suspected, and they took action with the idea of catching them all in one fell swoop. But the rebels were willing to expose a large number of hidden agents to kill Angel in one fell swoop. And they also brought a large number of large-scale weapons, which made the whole thing completely out of control. And things developed like this. It can be said that the rebels are really powerful. They were almost openly fighting with the military throughout the whole process, exploring each other's cards, one by one, and they looked fearless. But obviously no one took advantage of this series of events. The military planned to hunt for a long time, but there was no one alive who could explain the matter. They were fooled around and had to go back to their base camp that was riddled with sieves to clean up the mess. The rebels also paid such a high price, but ultimately failed to obtain the encrypted data. Instead, they exposed many of their own open and hidden lines, and the fact that they had mastered large-scale weapons. It can be said that both sides suffered losses. No one got any benefit, and many innocent lives were lost. To use Zhou Yuanjing's original words, it was messing around. With such conditions, resources and efforts, why not put them on the interstellar front? Why must they intrigue with their own people? Those rebels are naturally not good people. And some decision makers in the military are really disappointing. Zhou Yuanjing didn't know how to evaluate them, and just wanted to send them away quickly. And after this incident, Zhou Yuanjing even had some opinions about the special forces of the 3rd Legion, which he had admired before. Sure enough, nothing good will come of being associated with the people in the Central Star region. Lieutenant Colonel, I have checked it out. Angel Bulgan is confirmed dead. Judging from his body, he should have died from his own heart at the moment of falling. There are no other scars on his body, and there is no toxin in his blood. He probably used a special method to kill himself. The adjutant had a detailed discussion with several therapists, who conducted the examination before reporting the matter to Zhong Ting. In fact, there is no need for professional examination. The fact that the other party died is already very clear. Zhong Ting's eyes fell on the person lying quietly at the bottom of the cabin. The other party looked calm, and the facial muscles that had begun to stiffen were flat. It can be seen that he did not have too many emotions before his death. It seems that he had been prepared for it, and had obviously planned his own end. Conscious, Zhong Ting was not touched by the other party's affairs. He is a very rational person. He has always separated military affairs and personal emotions, and tries not to look at things with personal emotions or perspectives. For him, fulfilling his duties and being loyal to the empire and the people are the principles that he needs to follow most in his military career. No matter what kind of past and experience Angel has, even his own difficulties, it is not a reason for him to betray the country and harm the lives of the people. And the other party's self-destruction is a naked escape. He chose to make such a mistake but did not dare to bear the price. This is a cowardly act. But Zhong Ting still has a faint doubt in his heart about this matter. Angel is not a stupid person. On the contrary, this person has shown a clear mind in his past experiences and acts low-key. However, everything he said and did since the exposure seemed too much, which was completely contrary to his past style. It doesn't look like he wants to hide himself after doing something big, but more like he is eager to expose himself. He did it on purpose. Deliberately let the military find out. Deliberately led to today's events, or did he deliberately prepare for this death? Zhong Ting had a fleeting guess about this, but it was all hidden in his complicated thoughts. Now he has almost a definite idea. Zhong Ting looked at the corpse whose vitality had almost dissipated, and his eyes fell on the other party's hand. The pale and stiff fingertips still maintained the state before death. The right palm was placed on the back of the other hand, and the index finger was slightly raised. There was a huge ring on it, inlaid with pine green gems, which was a relatively common style in the interstellar. But this attracted Zhong Ting's attention, because the other party's ring was worn on the index finger of his right hand. Angel is not left-handed, and the index finger of his right hand is quite commonly used for mecha warriors like him. So the existence of this ring seems very strange. But it is barely justifiable, if you have to say it. But Zhong Ting also clearly remembered that when this transforming mecha landed, it also took a similar posture to Angel. But Angel's right index finger was placed on the left back. But before this transforming mecha was disassembled, it was the other way around, with the left palm covering the back of the right hand, and its index finger just touching the right index finger, which is where the driver in the cabin wears the ring. Is this a coincidence? The young officer did not tell the others about his doubts, but walked over in person, squatted down and looked at the ring that seemed a little abnormal. Chapter 344 Clues. He did not take it out to look at it, but just fiddled with the area around the ring. With a click, the small mechanism on it was not very secure, so it popped out after a little fiddle, revealing the narrow groove inside. This is a very popular ring style in the past. A shallow groove is specially left at the bottom of the ring to place a seal or a small image. However, because it is too common and simple, no one would use it to hide two secret things. Besides, they found out that Angel had died suddenly not long ago, and they didn't even know the real cause and process of his death. So naturally they didn't have the time to check his personal belongings. Zhong Ting fiddled with the ring with the idea of trying it out, but he didn't expect that the other party's hint was so obvious, as if he was afraid that others would not find it. He was silent for a while, and took out a small roll of very small folded paper from the small groove, because it was so tightly and delicately rolled. It took a lot of effort to unfold it, and finally he used his index finger to rub it open bit by bit. The entire scroll was only about 4 or 5 centimeters long, with a short paragraph written on it, in small fonts squeezed together. To my respected opponent, when you open this scroll, I think I am already dead. What I have done is irrefutable, and I have made my own choices, so I have no regrets. But I have also failed the Empire, and my sins are irredeemable. So I leave a message. The key is lost. I hope to find it soon. The young man looked unpredictable. Looking at the simple words on it, the other party confessed to his betrayal. But there was no remorse between the lines. As if he was just saying something very ordinary. That is, I did this and I accepted this result. It has to be said that the writer is still very arrogant in his bones. But the other party admitted that he had betrayed the Empire, and then provided a clue about the flow of the key. Although it was not very clear, the truth revealed was still quite shocking. And if what was said above is true, then it is really good news. It's ridiculous that the rebels went through so much hardship, sacrificed so many elites, and finally stole something because of their own cleverness. Now even they themselves don't know where the key went. So these geniuses gathered a large number of manpower to do various small actions in the permanent galaxy. They didn't hesitate to waste manpower and secret agents to create various chaos and divert the military's attention, just because they were afraid that the military would get the key before them after learning the news. And then, they would have difficulty getting this information. No wonder those rebels were provoking everywhere like crazy, originally wanting to divert attention. But even if the military knew the news, I'm afraid it would still be powerless. They did have a way to locate the key before the protective core was destroyed. But this function was lost after the key was damaged in one direction. Because if the link between the key and the Empire's main system database is not destroyed, the data in the key will be in an extremely dangerous state. So this is a last resort. At present, the key only has basic sensing and resonance functions except for some unusable source data. It can be sensed within a certain distance with the master core left when it was manufactured. But the permanent galaxy is so large that even if the military carries the master tape and searches everywhere without stopping, it may not be found in 100 or 80 years. Moreover, there is only one core of the master tape. In such a vast search space, with no time limit, it will only lead to greater risks. If the master tape is intercepted by the rebels, it will be even more dangerous, because the connection between the master tape and the main system database is tighter. So if the information left by Angel is true, it is safer to leave it as it is now. Anyway, if it is as Angel said, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack for the rebels to find the key. The possibility is very small. Zhong Ting's mind turned, and he was about to restore the paper roll and put it back in his pocket. Suddenly, when he rolled it halfway, he found that the blank space in the lower half of the paper was slightly abnormal. The shimmering light under a certain light flashed by, but it was fleeting, a bit like the luster of metal after refraction. He looked at it along the refraction angle, and sure enough, he saw a corner of the dazzling mecha fragment facing this side. And the sunlight just projected a ray of light onto the paper. But it's not just that. Zhong Ting suddenly raised his middle finger and wiped the place where the abnormality just appeared. Then a faint gray suddenly appeared on the blank paper. The kind of gray as light as smoke, as if a thin layer of dust was applied on one side. And it flew away with a slight breeze. The young officer's expression condensed, and he immediately wiped from left to right along the direction of the handwriting. And then the whole line of words appeared. However, just as it appeared, it disappeared quickly. The first place that blurred and faded was the place he had just wiped from the middle. And then from left to right. The whole process from beginning to end was just a blink of an eye. Like smoke, it was fleeting, like an illusion. And what this sentence meant was known only to Zhong Ting, the first person involved. He silently looked at the paper, which had no trace left at this moment, and the regular handwriting on it, and fell into deep thought. Is there anything unusual? Then some things that happened in the military in recent years can be explained. His abnormal time lasted too long, so that the adjutant accompanying him couldn't help but come up to see what new clues his superior had found from Angel. Lieutenant Colonel, you? Zhong Ting didn't care whether the adjutant saw the content on it. Just responded lightly, then rolled up the note again and put it away carefully. He looked around the gradually quiet inner field and the people who had gathered after the sound of the retreat. This chaos finally ended and came to an end. Zhong Ting lightly called the adjutant and the relevant leading sergeant around him, and arranged for them to finish the work and clean up the inner field. The remaining rebels who are still alive. Actually, there are not many alive. The few who are still alive have been controlled. So the so-called finishing and cleaning mainly refers to the affairs after death, including the citizens who died tragically, and the colleagues who died in this chaotic battle. They are also in urgent need of resettlement. The chaos is over, and their souls cannot be left without rest for a long time. Most people in the field have new jobs, But the top personnel such as Zhong Ting are not idle. What they need to deal with next is not simpler than the fierce battle just now. After all, they came to the permanent heart system not just to fight this battle. Their real mission has not yet been figured out. And more things have been involved invisibly. As one of the commanders of this team, Zhong Ting needs more time to deal with these entangled affairs. He suddenly stopped and looked at the two teams standing not far away in front of him. Chapter 345 Reunion. After entering the mobile treatment point, Jiang Hui and his team were basically out of the chaos zone and completely away from danger. The one who needed treatment the most among the two was naturally Clarence. He had been unconscious for a while. Even at the most critical moment just now, he was almost smashed into a meat pie. But he was not awake for a moment, as if he had fainted. Later, the sergeant, who helped him check at the beginning, said that Clarence's physical strength and life energy had dropped rapidly due to excessive blood loss. In order to maintain his body functions, his body took self-protection measures and fell into a state of functional shock. But unlike all the indexes of his body that fell into a trough, his spirit seemed unexpectedly active. He might still be awake. As expected, after entering the mobile treatment point, several therapists who started first aid found that the other party's mental power had always remained awake. Even if he showed symptoms of coma, his consciousness was always clear, and he could even hear and feel the subtle changes in the external environment. In this polarized state, the pain he could feel was several times stronger than when he was awake. So has this person always been in such pain? He clearly felt the pain of the wound bursting, felt all kinds of complicated and chaotic sounds from the outside world, and even clearly knew that he was facing a catastrophe. But he could do nothing but close his eyes and shrink his soul in this powerless body, waiting for death in vain. If Jiang Hui were in such a situation, he would feel a silent pressure coming over him as soon as he thought about it, making him breathless. You are also in pain, right? Jiang Hui was pushed aside by several therapists who were in a hurry to rescue. Looking at the pale face gathered in the center, her eyes were clearly closed, but she didn't know if it was an illusion. But she vaguely felt that the other party was struggling anxiously in the dark at this moment. But at least he survived. So wake up quickly. Everything will be fine, Jiang Hui said speechlessly. Little classmate, come and sit down too. I'll check you. Your complexion doesn't look good. A very gentle female therapist stood behind her and pulled Jiang Hui to the bed on the other side. This mobile treatment point is not small. There are 4 or 5 therapists alone. But in addition to the therapists and related staff, there are only 2 patients. Or it should be said that there are only 2 victims. Of the 2, Clarence's condition is naturally much more serious. When the sergeant contacted the treatment point, he had probably reported Clarence's general situation. So when the 2 were picked up, all the therapists in the cabin rushed to rescue Clarence. They naturally asked Jiang Hui, but her condition seemed fine, and she insisted on checking Clarence's condition first. So Jiang Hui did not undergo any medical examination during the period. The therapist had noticed Jiang Hui from just now, and saw that her complexion gradually turned a little ugly, and was worried whether she had hidden internal injuries. So he pulled out to check Jiang Hui alone. The result was naturally no major problems. But there were many problems. The hands, legs and muscles of the whole body showed different degrees of strain and excessive loss, which was not obvious now, and it would probably be obvious tomorrow. It also led to her extremely difficult old illness. After what happened today, she began to suffer from mental overdraft again. This is not good news. In the past few months, Jiang Hui had been injured several times in succession, and her mental overdraft was either light or heavy, which made Michael, the therapist who examined her at the time, shake his head repeatedly. The other party warned her that if she didn't want to have problems with the Third Awakening in the future, it would be better to pay more attention to her mental state and not to have such a continuous overdraft again. Moreover, even with Michael's rich medical experience, he couldn't figure out the characteristics and abnormalities of her closed brain area. He couldn't stay here to observe all the time. So Jiang Hui had to pay attention to her own mental state at all times to avoid alienation. For this reason, the other party taught her some small methods and training to exercise her mental power, and tried his best to adjust the power balance of her brain area before the other party left the permanent galaxy again. Jiang Hui's mental overdraft had been completely cured, without any hidden dangers, which was personally stamped and confirmed by Michael. Later, she performed several debugging and training according to the plan given by the other party. Not only did she improve the flexibility of her mental power, but her unstable mental power barrier also became much more stable. Jiang Hui even felt that her mental power seemed to have improved a little bit. Even the high-intensity mental power activities, such as mecha training a few days ago, did not have any effect, which shows that she has completely recovered. I didn't expect that she would overdraw her mental power again after a disaster when she came to watch the game today. From this, we can imagine how much pressure and loss she has endured today. If the time is delayed a little longer, I guess she won't be able to hold on for much longer. However, the female therapist did not know her past cases. In such a simple treatment environment, there is no way to provide detailed steps to view personal files. Seeing such a mild symptom, the other party was relieved and immediately took out a potion to replenish mental power for her to take. Seeing that she didn't speak, the other party thought she was scared and comforted her softly. Jiang Hui was not really scared. She was just too tired. Even if she relaxed, she and her companions seemed to be saved. But Jiang Hui still couldn't recover from the cruel scene before, and was slightly absent-minded. This state continued until the mobile treatment point was suddenly opened and a group of people suddenly rushed in. The therapist at the treatment point had already performed temporary rescue and treatment for Clarence. His condition has stabilized now, and he will wait until the hospital for formal treatment. It is said that there are injured people in an emergency like Clarence at the treatment point, so they will not stop halfway and send them directly to the nearby military hospital for treatment. It was impossible to get to the hospital so quickly at this time. Not to mention that the group of people who came in directly skipped the driver's authority and came in. It was more like breaking in. When they came in, the therapists had already dispersed and were monitoring and analyzing Clarence's vital signs at the other end to ensure his life safety. Jiang Hui sat on the nearby bed, quietly waiting for her friend to treat her. A group of people suddenly came into the cabin, and the strange and aggressive breath suddenly woke her up from her empty state. But it seemed to be mixed with a familiar breath. And before she could catch these people, they all took action. Jiang Hui, Clarence's classmate? Although the boy always seemed unstable, he had never lost control like this moment, and his hoarse voice seemed to be crying. Chapter 346 Major Clarence. Seeing the people coming, or one of them, Jiang Hui's heavy mood was relieved a little. The person coming was Hillman. The last time Jiang Hui saw Hillman on the field was when she fell down in a mess. The other party was probably scared at that time. She still remembers the fear that suddenly appeared in his eyes. The three of them actually separated only a few weeks ago, but it seemed like a long time ago. When they looked at each other, they felt as if they were in the world. Jiang Hui was still immersed in the aftermath of the chaos just now. But Hillman reacted first. Student Jiang. He strode over and looked Jiang Hui up and down. And then his eyes fell on Clarence on the bed next to him. At this time, several people with him had surrounded the person in the middle, and even squeezed out several therapists who were doing tests just now. Hillman shook his head slightly at Jiang Hui, who wanted to look forward, indicating that she should look at this special visitor first. Jiang Hui naturally noticed the abnormality of this group of people. They came in with Hillman, but their goal seemed to be set from the beginning. They didn't even care about the incidental people, and went straight to Clarence, who was unconscious on the bed. Jiang Hui had protected Clarence all the way before. Even though she was out of danger now, she couldn't get out of that state for a long time. It seemed that she was still carrying the weight of the boy's life on her shoulders. So when she saw such a group of strangers surrounding Clarence without warning, she instinctively wanted to ask. If it was someone else, Hillman would probably follow and act as the protector, because Jiang Hui is his friend. And so is Clarence. He no longer wants to watch his friends get hurt. However, this group of people is indeed a little special, and it is only thanks to them that he can find Jiang Hui and the others so accurately. Moreover, Hillman has figured out the other party's identity along the way. In terms of qualifications, the other party is indeed more qualified than them to care about Clarence. August Clarence, a major of the 2nd Army, is also Clarence's second brother. He happened to be near today, and he rushed here as soon as he heard the news. Originally, he was just a little worried, but he found out halfway that his younger brother was really involved in this chaos. Now looking at the stubborn child lying unconscious on the bed, August is angry and furious. This kid used to toss around in the Central Star area, which was just a little bit of a teenager's willfulness. As a result, he ran away from the Central Star area to study outside out of anger. And before he could get any results, he almost tossed himself to death. I guess my mother and elder sister have received the news. And my father should be almost there too. Although they had no time to come here. They must be angry. This kid wouldn't be taken back to the Central Star region before he could finish this semester. If so, August would agree with it. Who told this kid to go to this remote place instead of studying in a good college? If he had finished these 3 years safely, it would have been fine. But he had to make such a fuss. Oh, forget it. What's the point of saying this now? August's thoughts were in a mess. And he anxiously urged the accompanying therapist to check on Clarence, while he held the boy's cold wrist, as if he wanted to drive away some of the coldness. On this side, Jiang Hui and the other two were also paying attention to the situation on Clarence's side. Except for Hillman. The 4 people in this group probably knew each other. The 3 were dressed a bit like therapists. But this outfit obviously highlighted the characteristics of the military system. And there were also subtle emblems on the shoulders and collars, which obviously showed a higher level. The leading young man was more conspicuous, not only because of his handsome appearance, but also because he had a face very similar to Clarence, especially the golden hair. It seemed that even the arc was not much different. But the other party's eyes were slightly different from Clarence's. Rather than saying it was green, it was better to say it was the kind of blue with gray. However, the facial features of the 2 people had a very similar charm. Even the expression of slightly raising the chin and staring at people was very similar. It was just that Clarence looked much more immature, with some deliberately imitated pretentiousness, while this one was obviously very mature, with a raised chin. The kind of arrogant aura was overflowing. And the other party was the kind of proud child that people could tell at a glance. Looking at this, and thinking about Clarence's pride that was slightly unbalanced with his serious nature, Jiang Hui finally knew who he learned it from. This person should be Clarence's family member. But she didn't know if he was his brother or some other elder, because it was really difficult to tell age from appearance in the interstellar world. Originally, she wanted to find Stark through the optical brain and ask him to retrieve information from the school to contact Clarence's family. Because although Clarence was temporarily out of danger, he still needed treatment. So he must contact his family. Now that his parents are here, everything becomes much clearer. At least it is much more useful than for her, a powerless little follower, to stay here and watch. Hillman said that he met this Major Clarence outside. When the chaos came, he was forced out by the crowd. Others were running like they were being chased by ghosts. Only he tried his best to avoid the flow of people and the sergeant stationed near the exit, anxiously waiting for news of Jiang Hui and Clarence. Although he knew that after such an accident, it was unlikely that the 2 could get out quickly. But he still hoped so, looking forward to the miracle. Like Jiang Hui, he couldn't contact the optical computer no matter what. As if the line was broken, there was no signal at all, no matter how much information he sent. He couldn't send it out, and he couldn't receive any signals from the outside world. Soon his pause attracted the staff stationed, and he was immediately caught and asked about the situation. There was nothing to hide. He directly stated his intentions. The staff did not say anything about Hillman's situation. They only comforted him and told him to leave with the crowd. The military would try to rescue the people stranded in the stadium. Maybe Jiang Hui and his team would leave by another exit, and so on. But they just refused to let Hillman continue to wander around here, because the situation in the stadium was uncertain. It was too dangerous for him to stay here. Hillman certainly didn't want to. He thought this incident would probably become a big shadow in his teenage years. Just like Jiang Hui cared about Hillman's horrified look at her at the end. He could not forget the scene of watching his 2 friends fall off the platform without any warning. Until now, he still felt an indescribable suffocation when he thought about it. Chapter 347 Fear. He was stubborn, and the staff saw that they could not persuade him, and were afraid that the kid would do something stupid again. So they had to take some measures to try to push and pull him away from this troubled place. But they did not expect to be interrupted by a group of people who suddenly came. It was a team of only a few people, but the momentum was very strong and fierce, so that those who were only concerned about running forward did not consciously make way for them. They were very fast and arrived in front of Hillman and others before they could react. Looking at the leader's uniform and the emblems on his clothes, the staff basically guessed the other party's identity. Not the specific identity, but the position in the military. This is a major with a formal establishment above the regular level. But in this situation, it doesn't matter whether the other party is a major or not. Even if he is, it doesn't mean anything. They have to be more careful to prevent someone with ulterior motives from sneaking in. They didn't want the other party to have any intention of getting entangled with them. So they asked him to let him go straight away and showed the transfer order that had just been approved. This is naturally very different with a transfer order. The staff hurriedly checked the other party's transfer order and connected it to the military system. Sure enough, the relevant information was immediately displayed there. August Clarence, a citizen of the Central Star region, currently a major of the 2nd Legion. The other party applied to enter the scene, and the transfer order was approved by the superior. The staff hurriedly said something to the communicator, indicating that they could go in. Hillman, who had been completely ignored next to him, was naturally not in this category, and it was definitely impossible for him to sneak in like this. But his eyesight was good enough, and he saw the big name on the projected information at a glance. He didn't see anything else clearly, but he saw the 4 characters Clarence. Is this Clarence related to the Clarence he knew? Or are they actually from the same family? It's possible that he showed up at this time. Seeing that the other party was about to go in without even turning his head, Hillman didn't bother to think about his words, and rushed to the other party before the staff could stop him. The blond young man looked coldly at the child who suddenly appeared in front of him, with a hint of anxiety between his eyebrows, and pushed the child's shoulder to move him away. However, his movements were still relatively restrained, without a trace of irritability. Perhaps because he took into consideration that Hillman was still a younger person who had not fully awakened. Major Clarence. Clarence. Is Theophile Clarence your family member? Hillman was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Even his mouth, which he usually boasted of being very sharp, was a little uncontrollable, and he stumbled when he spoke. After saying this, his heart couldn't help but beat fast, because the aura of the young man in front of him was too strong. He didn't feel it at first, but when the other party's eyes fell on him, a sense of oppression came over him. And he was obviously a soldier who had experienced the wind and sand of the battlefield. The more nervous he was, the stronger the sense of familiarity that emerged in Hillman's heart, because the young man in front of him was really too similar to Clarence. Not only because they had the same surname, but also because of their temperament and the feeling they gave people. It felt like they were a family. Maybe they were brothers, or even fathers. Hillman prayed in his heart that the other party would be like this. Then he could tell the other party that the two were trapped. And if he was lucky, he might be able to take him in with him. He was really miserable. Even though he had just escaped from death, he witnessed the scene of his 2 friends being trapped. And every second he was outside seemed to be tortured. Hillman now only wanted to get news that his friends were safe. God probably heard his prayers. The other party was impatient at first, and when he heard the familiar name from his mouth, his expression immediately became strange, and his eyebrows even overflowed with a little impatience. Who are you? What's your name? I am Al Hillman, a student of Beska Intermediate College. I came to watch the game with my classmate Clarence, and I was with him just now. Hillman tried to explain his identity in the simplest language. Where is he? The other party obviously couldn't wait for his reply and asked hurriedly. He is still in the inner field, with another classmate. I accidentally lost them just now. Hillman's voice was a little hoarse that he couldn't suppress. This was really the most accurate and the worst news he had ever received. That kid, August Clarence, was a veteran warrior after all, and his psychological quality was still strong. After he sorted out his mood, he immediately asked Hillman about Clarence's last whereabouts. And then he went back along the road without stopping. As for Hillman, who insisted on following behind him, perhaps he didn't want to care, or he wanted him to help provide information. So he turned a blind eye and let him follow into the inner field. That's how Hillman came in. They arrived too late. By the time they got the news and found the mobile treatment point where Jiang Hui and his friends were, everything was over. They didn't know what happened to the two. Hillman didn't know what thrilling accident the two had experienced on the scene, but he knew whose condition was more serious just by looking at them. He didn't dare to ask more, and only asked about Jiang Hui's condition in a low voice. The girl shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and her eyes still fell on the bed not far away from time to time. The child has not woken up yet. Not once. Hillman didn't really want to talk about anything else. Seeing that the brows of the medical therapists over there were getting tighter and tighter, and their expressions were getting more and more serious, he finally couldn't help asking, "How did you get injured like this? Did those bastards attack you?" In fact, it shouldn't be possible. After all, Hillman had seen with his own eyes how cruel and ruthless those rebels were before leaving the exit passage. If it was the rebels who attacked, Jianghui would not be in this state. But looking at Clarence's pale and powerless appearance in bed, it didn't seem like a trivial matter. He injured his leg when he fell from the exit passage. He has not been treated and has lost too much blood. He must have some infection. Jianghui pursed his lips and said, "Injured when he fell? Then how?" Hillman seemed to have thought of something and suddenly couldn't continue. Did the other party want to ask how they survived? Jianghui was a little dazed. She didn't know how they survived. The beginning was good. They were lucky enough. The high-level mental power of the two also played a huge role. They avoided the war all the way and survived safely to the end. But all these combined were not as thrilling as the last one. Jianghui couldn't help sweating when he thought about the scene just now. He felt a sense of fear of surviving a disaster. Because it was true, they almost died. And died in the most tragic way. So now think about it. The two of them are really lucky. Thank God. Thank God for his protection. And of course, the most grateful to the unknown soldier who rescued them at the critical moment. Chapter 348 Speculation. The several accompanying healers were military doctors temporarily recruited from the 2nd Legion. And in fact, they were August's subordinates. For the current situation, they were naturally more concerned than the healers in the treatment center. Their boss looked like he was going to eat them alive. If this young master got into trouble in their hands, everyone would be doomed together. In fact, Clarence's current condition was not serious. But it was certainly not light. How could it be a small matter if the person was in a deep coma? But after they tested him, they found that his condition was much better than expected. The person who first handled the other party did a good job. Although he lost too much blood due to not being able to receive treatment for a relatively long period of time. Clarence's injury seemed to have been kept in a static state as much as possible, without secondary or even tertiary injuries to his muscles and bones. He just had a slight strain in the lower part. Combined with the fact that they knew about the chaos in the inner field early, this seemed a bit incredible, because Clarence's leg injury had been there for at least several weeks. And it was not a recent injury. But he survived the chaos for several weeks with such a wound, and finally came out safe and sound. It is impossible to say that he ran out on his own. Someone must have helped him to prevent the direct deterioration of his leg injury. Clarence's current condition is a leg injury that is not light in itself. The tearing of muscle tissue, and the source infection caused by the contact of radioactive building materials with bones and flesh. Even if Jianghui used the highest level of treatment gesture she learned from Zhou Xiuwen. Even if there was the responsible sergeant and the therapist at the treatment point to rescue him, Clarence's infection still needs to be treated in a formal place. And his shock also needs to be addressed. For fear that infection and shock will be combined and cause big problems. The military doctors do not have ready-made antigen drugs and advanced treatment equipment. These have to wait until they go to the hospital for treatment. It is useless for them to rush. Choosing the life-saving equipment in the treatment point is the most appropriate. Several therapists tried their best to stabilize Clarence's vital signs, while whispering to August about the boy's condition. August did not know medical skills, but he could still understand such a simple and easy-to-understand explanation. Knowing that his brother was not in danger of life, he finally had the mood to sort out his thoughts. Since the injury, there was no sign of forced movement of the nearby tendons and muscles, and there were strange signs of displacement of the coccyx. In that case, it was easy to guess who helped him. He saw the girl who was rescued with Clarence. The other party was next to him, and was watching the situation here. He knew it. But all this happened too fast. The rebels were arrogant, and didn't take the Empire seriously. They caused endless chaos, and even their relatives were dragged into the disaster. Although they were found now, they were scarred. August Clarence had already accumulated a lot of anger and resentment, which was against the enemies who caused all this. And also against some paper talkers, who pursued fame and fortune. Look at what they did. For the so-called reckoning, they used all means. Even their own people were counted in. And countless innocent people were implicated. But is all this really useful? It seems that it is really a little useful. However, the disaster caused is also huge, and the cost is huge. At the moment, it seems like robbing Peter to pay Paul, which is not necessarily a wise move, but a bit like deceiving oneself. August was in a mess, and had no time to pay attention to other things. Now that he calmed down, he finally remembered the children who were traveling with his brother. Or should I say the children who were actually pulled into the vortex by his younger brother. The little idiot Thefil. Look at what he has done. The only son of that person. The reserve personnel whose position the military is not sure. The youngest son of the Hillman family. If he pulled these people in, if they were all killed in it, they would definitely be blamed in the end. And their Clarence family probably wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the capital. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. Only this kid was unlucky, and is still unconscious now. This is all thanks to his good friend. The two of them supported each other to escape. And now he can stand here and curse this kid secretly. August was naturally grateful to Jiang Hui. And he also had a good impression of Hillman, who was still thinking about his younger brother after successfully escaping. He felt that the field's willful departure from the Central Star region to study in the permanent star system was not completely useless. He actually made some good friends. But the identities of his friends were a bit too complicated. But it didn't matter. It was much better for him to interact with these people than with those idiots in the capital. Those guys had been spoiled by the noble families for a long time. They thought they were great without any ability. Not to mention that the field didn't want to. Even he, as an elder brother, couldn't stand those people trying to get close to his younger brother with a good family background. Forget it. If his mother and elder sister get angry and want to take him back to the Central Star region, he will help to speak for them. This child is still too lonely in the capital. And their family members, who should have protected him as he grew up, were unable to accompany him because of their respective work, which led to some people taking advantage of the opportunity to enter. And they were also ashamed in their hearts. Jiang Hui was talking to Hillman about the two people's escape in the field. August signaled the others to continue observing the situation and quietly walked over there. Jiang Hui and the others did not notice that the special visitor over there had moved to their side and was still continuing the previous topic. Jiang Hui had nothing to hide about the situation in the field, although there were all kinds of fears in his heart, and there was still a sense of discomfort of being on the verge of death. It seemed to become as light as a feather when he really said it out loud. It was not a big deal. After all, no matter how difficult it was, they still survived in the end. This was the best ending. Then you didn't carry Clarence all the way? Hillman didn't want to deliberately attract anyone's attention, and consciously lowered his voice and asked. Although it was a guess, he was actually sure of his guess. Because even though Jiang Hui looked energetic and didn't seem to be seriously injured, she still looked very tired. Her face was pale, and her elbows, hands, knees and bare ankles showed large scars. Her joints were tied with medical correction belts for recovery and repositioning. It can be judged that her limbs had also experienced intense activities and had different degrees of strain. So now there is only one reasonable speculation: that Clarence was carried out by Jiang Hui. Chapter 349 Conversation. Jiang Hui nodded silently. He was thinking of something, and was slightly absent-minded. He stared at his knees and seemed bored. Really crazy. After receiving the confirmation, Hillman found it even harder to imagine. He couldn't help but mutter, "Really? You had to carry someone on your back in that damn place. How did you escape? What's the situation with the army? Why hasn't anyone rescued you for so long?" Compared with August and others' relatively calm speculation, Hillman, who had truly witnessed the madness in the inner field, could better understand the desperate situation that Jiang Hui talked about. It was really desperate. The enemy army, armed with such powerful weapons, did not hesitate to slaughter the unarmed civilians, while the sergeant, who was supremely deterrent in the minds of the people, could only do useless work by the side. His companion was injured in the leg, and could not walk. Jiang Hui had to flee in the inner field without limit under such pressure. How much courage did this take? Hillman was unwilling, and would not abandon his friend. He did do this, and risked his life to look back for his lost friend. But he asked himself that he could never do as much as Jiang Hui. He did not have such tenacity and courage. Nor could he remain calm and think in such a desperate situation to seek hope of survival. For those who really did this, he had nothing but admiration. Whether it was Jiang Hui or the others who successfully survived this disaster. But the example of Jiang Hui and Clarence was the most shocking to him. And he even felt a little proud that they were indeed worthy of being his valued friends. It is natural for him to be proud of having such a friend who is unwilling to give up his friend in danger. Such a bright and shining gaze again, even more eager than the last time she rescued Warrant Officer Mace and watched her killing all around in the orienteering battle. Jiang Hui was a little embarrassed, but couldn't help feeling a little happy in her heart. Of course, it was only a little bit. It was not that she was narcissistic, But it was the other party's young and sincere feelings that made Jiang Hui's frightened and slightly cold heart finally find a trace of warmth, making her feel that she was still alive. Jiang Hui originally wanted to tell him about the last thrilling incident, but stopped inexplicably after meeting the other party's eyes. She thought about it and felt that it was better not to say it out. After all, it was really not a good thing worth recalling. Wouldn't it scare this kid if she said it out? Your name is Jiang Hui. Classmate Jiang. Right? A mellow and magnetic voice interrupted their conversation. Both of them were startled and looked towards the voice. It turned out to be Clarence's family member of an unknown generation. And you? I'm sorry for not asking your name. I remember your name should be Al Hillman. Right? You are the son of President Hillman. And I know your father. Hillman seemed a little frightened. This was the first time the officer had talked to him, except for asking for clues since they met. The other party's aura was so strong that Hillman didn't dare to say a word of nonsense along the way. At the moment, the other party seemed to be somewhat approachable. It seemed that he had been thinking about Clarence's situation before, so he had a stern face. I am August Clarence, the second brother of Theophile. Thank you for taking care of him on weekdays. The other party did not mention what happened today, and started with the most basic self-introduction like an ordinary parent. However, Jiang Hui and the others finally knew the other party's identity. It turned out to be his brother. I thought he was an uncle or even a father. After all, the other party did look a little older, and it felt like he was a generation younger than Clarence. The two were not troublemakers. When they met the parents of their classmates or good friends, they greeted each other very politely, as well behaved as quails, without any energy for the conversation just now, and were very honest. Although the other party seemed to be getting closer to Hillman. In fact, his eyes were always on Jiang Hui. If he was examining, August naturally didn't have such a bad taste. The other party obviously rescued the field, and he didn't need to worry about examining and observing other people's character. This would make him look too petty and ungrateful. Moreover, if their speculation was correct, the other party could help Clarence escape from danger all the way, and it would be impossible for him to be like those guys in the capital. His younger brother finally grew up this time, and found some more reliable friends. Therefore, his attitude towards Jiang Hui and the others was naturally very good. You know, even in the Central Star area full of dignitaries, not everyone can get the special look of Major Clarence. I also heard what you said just now. Thank you, classmate Jiang, for helping Theophile. After my family has dealt with the remaining trivial matters, I will bring this kid to thank you. Please don't refuse then, August said formally, and even took off his hat and put it on his chest and nodded slightly to her. Jiang Hui waved his hands repeatedly and said it was nothing, so they didn't need to greet each other. However, the other party's attitude was firm, saying that it was what he should do. He had already arranged various precious thank you gifts in his mind, and even thought about whether to give this young classmate a future in the future. This is what she deserves. After a round of greetings, everyone's conversation returned to the main topic. Augusta couldn't just come to thank him. After the greetings, the other party also began to ask about the chaos at that time. It's just that his focus is different from Hillman. In addition to wanting to know what happened to Theophile in the arena, Augusta is more concerned about the entire battle situation. He just kept an eye on the whereabouts of his younger brother. Not long after entering the arena, he turned out and went straight to the mobile treatment point after receiving the news. He had no time to check the situation of the military mission, which had little to do with the 2nd Legion. After all, his application for admission to assist the transfer order was just a formality, not really interfering in this mission. Hearing the fall of the transformable mecha driven by Angel, August was thoughtful and asked, what happened later? Did the people inside come out? He certainly knew who the military's target was this time, and when he heard that Angel was defeated, he basically knew the result of this mission. Jiang Hui shook her head. She didn't know much about the inside story. Until now, she didn't know that Angel, one of the contestants this time, was the culprit of all this. She thought that the other party was just a contestant who insisted on being weird. I don't know, and I can't watch it later. Speaking of which, my classmate Clarence and I were almost killed by his mecha. Fortunately, we were rescued in the end. Otherwise Jiang Hui couldn't help but complain when talking about this. Chapter 350 Necklace. The two people who were not in the backstage were not aware of this. When they heard him say that he was almost crushed to death, their faces turned bad instantly. Let alone Hillman. The first person to react and ask endless questions was Clarence's brother. The other party was obviously very concerned about Jian Hui's ambiguous, but somewhat terrifying statement. This time, even if she didn't explain it clearly, the other party would definitely check it later. If he couldn't think of it and looked up some video materials, he would probably be scared to death after experiencing it on the spot. It would be better to tell the other party directly. Jian Hui didn't exaggerate anything, just simply described what happened. But with just a few words of description, August had already experienced the thrill of the time. This is the one who said during the election that he was committed to protecting the people and defending the empire. Look at what he did. Others don't know. But how could August, who was born in the Clarence family, not know the commander behind this series of tasks? He even knew who was in charge. And even his family had participated in the discussion. It's just that they are more bystanders, not direct participants, because it has nothing to do with their interests. But who could have known that this matter could also involve their family, and even almost cost the field his life? This made August Clarence very irritable, and he felt like he was shot back. Who told him to acquiesce in the beginning, but who knew that the initiator was so useless? And his so-called liquidation probably included even his own people. When this matter is reported, it will probably be enough for him to eat a pot. The other party's face was gloomy. Jiang Hui and the others saw it and understood it. After all, it would be difficult to remain calm after hearing that their family members were almost dead. Fortunately, the major did not vent his anger on them and calmed them down in a friendly manner. Then, he heard the discussion from the therapist, ended the conversation here, and turned back to Clarence. Hillman looked at Jiang Hui, exaggeratedly lip-synced, and pointed at the other party's figure. Jiang Hui shook his head helplessly, signaling him to behave himself and not make funny faces behind others, which was very rude. However, Clarence's brother's momentum was too strong. At that moment, she even felt as if she couldn't breathe, and the other party's momentum was not directed at them. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Hui's eyes were empty, and suddenly she felt a little itchy deep in her throat, and couldn't help coughing a few times. Hillman realized that she was still a wounded person, and hurriedly helped her back to her original position. Paw! As she sat down, something slipped out of her pocket and hit the ground with a muffled sound. Hillman reacted and wanted to pick it up, but the person sitting on the bed squatted down first and touched the fallen object. It was a necklace? A silver-white chain like a stream of light, with a blood-red gem at the bottom, which was filled with a glittering light, revealing a bit of weirdness as if it was soaked in blood. After touching the cold metal chain, Jiang Hui was stunned. How did she bring this thing back? She found this necklace at the bottom of the mecha. When she was struggling to climb out, she happened to touch it and felt a very familiar breath from it. She remembered that she had vaguely heard Huanqian shouting in the chaos just now. But the scene was so chaotic that Jiang Hui thought it was just an illusion. It was not until she touched the necklace that she realized that it might not be an illusion. She had seen this necklace before, on Huanqian's body. Did he throw this thing in? Then the army rescued her. And after a chaos, Jiang Hui really saw Huanqian. She also knew that the shouting she heard in the chaos was not an illusion. Huanqian really shouted outside. And this necklace was probably thrown in by the other party. No wonder there was his spiritual power on it. She wanted to take the necklace out of her pocket several times to ask the other party. But seeing the other party's serious face, and the solemn soldiers around him, Jiang Hui couldn't ask anything. And then she took the things in her pocket out somehow. Now her mind is always clear. And after getting rid of the previous chaos, Jiang Hui finally realized that her behavior was inappropriate. What if the necklace is not Huanqian's? Wouldn't she have brought out someone else's lost property? And no matter whether the item is Huanqian's or not, she brought it out without asking. What if someone lost it and had to look for it for a long time? Jiang Hui pulled the thin and shiny chain, tightened it, and then put it back in his pocket. Forget it. Since it's like this, I'll ask Huanqian later. The group arrived at the nearest military hospital smoothly without any problems. Apparently, they had received the notice, and someone came to pick them up immediately. Jiang Hui and the others waited outside with Clarence's brother. Jiang Hui's injuries were all superficial, and they were almost healed after treatment at the treatment point. She went through another simple round of tests in the hospital, and it was confirmed that there was no problem. After the therapist prescribed her medicine, she returned to the emergency room. August had asked the two whether they wanted to send someone to escort them back first. After all, Clarence's condition was complicated, and it would not be a short time to eliminate the source of pollution. The two children were also frightened after a day. August couldn't ask the two children to wait here, as there was nothing serious at the moment. However, both of them were worried about Clarence's condition and didn't want to leave. But not long after, Hillman's family came first. As soon as they connected to Hillman's optical brain, the person on the other side almost cried out of anxiety. They hadn't contacted Hillman for several weeks, and suddenly learned about the disaster at the open court. Hillman's parents were so anxious when they heard the news that they couldn't wait to notify their own manpower to search for people. Only the old butler was left at Hillman's house. He was not idle either, constantly dialing Hillman's optical computer, even when the other side showed no signal. Then, after trying for several hours, he finally connected Hillman's optical computer at night. At the same time, the Hillman family, who kept calling the optical computer, went crazy. Previously, the old butler and the two were barely calm when communicating. But as more and more numbers came in, some loud or low inquiries, some crying with joy, some asking urgently, or, even though they were far away, the two people on the other side could clearly feel the chaos over there. Hillman had no choice but to say goodbye to the two and go to the communication area on the other side, and answer the interrogation from his family properly. Chapter 351 Meeting. Then only Jiang Hui and August were left outside the emergency room. As for the three therapists, they naturally followed into the emergency room to assist in the treatment. After all, Augusta could not give full trust in such a strange place. When Hillman was here, it was like two quails facing a lion. Although they were nervous, at least they had a companion. Now Jiang Hui was alone, and the atmosphere inevitably became awkward. Jiang Hui was not a shy person, to be honest. Although she had not been in the Interstellar for a long time, she had seen a lot of things, even officers who were bigger than August, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But Clarence, the brother, was really too aggressive and had a strong presence. Even if it was just a normal gaze, it felt like he was examining her. Well, the other party might really be examining her, although it was not malicious. But can you please stop looking at her like this? It's really stressful. Classmate Jiang Hui, the other party suddenly said. The irritable mood when they first met was gone, replaced by a calm and relaxed look. My brother. Jiang Hui looked at the other party silently, wanting to hear what the other party had to say. Isn't it causing you any trouble? August asked Jiang Hui seriously, like a parent worried about his own child. This? How should she answer this? Jiang Hui was a little shocked. Clarence? Trouble? These two words don't seem to be connected together. Right? Is the other party talking about the Clarence she knows? Although that guy doesn't seem to be easy to get along with. He has nothing to do with causing trouble. And how could she answer this? How could the other party have such a misunderstanding? Jiang Hui shook her head repeatedly, thought for a while and said, No. Clarence is very good. We get along with him very happily. I don't know that boy yet. He can't speak, doesn't know how to get along with others, is very stubborn, and always makes us worry. It's not long since he came here. How could he change all of a sudden? I think it's all thanks to your tolerance. Clarence really can't speak, and it can be seen that he doesn't know how to get along with others. But the other party doesn't look like someone who would worry about him. Right? Jiang Hui felt that Clarence, the brother, seemed to have some misunderstandings about him. And to be honest, she didn't feel that everyone was particularly tolerant of Clarence. He was actually very easy to get along with as long as you were willing to communicate with him. But she couldn't understand whether the other party was sincere or modest. So she simply kept silent. But how could August not see the disapproval that Jiang Hui naturally revealed on his face? And he couldn't help showing a strange smile on his face. It seems that his little brother really made good friends here. Well, given their family's conditions and the resources for secondary education, what if he lets him stay here? If August was just teasing before, holding the perspective of an indifferent bystander, waiting for the field to be taken back to the Central Star area by his mother, then now he has completely changed his mind. Their family is busy, and even when they are rarely stationed in the Central Star area, they have no time to take care of the field studies. Therefore, the other party was isolated in school and encountered some bad things, which they never heard, until the incident happened later. It was too late. The boy felt repulsive to his original school and even the entire circle of the Central Star District. His parents had no choice but to transfer him to another school. Who knew that the boy took the initiative and used the power of his confidence to escape from the Central Star District? When they received the news, the other party had already enrolled, and the school had been open for more than a week. But they really didn't have time at that time. And only a while ago did they have time to talk to the child. The result was naturally not satisfactory to both parties. But it was decided that the Phil would stay here to study temporarily. August knew that with his mother's temperament, she would find a way to bring him back to the Central Star District no matter what. Because in his mother's view, the Phil's behavior was cowardly and evasive. He couldn't escape forever, which would make those who had hurt him laugh at him. He and his father didn't think much of it. They thought it was just a fight between children. Not a big deal. So they let it go, and were happy to watch the Phil and his mother compete with each other. It was not until now that Auguste really realized that they should respect the Phil's own ideas. The child's ideas and decisions were not just pure willfulness as they imagined. And the choices he made would not necessarily bring bad results. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Hui didn't know why the other party became absent-minded while talking to her. But she was happy to be quiet, relaxed the muscles of her back, leaned lazily on the chair outside the emergency room, and let her mind go. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by the sound of military boots dragging, made the two people who were in deep thought unable to ignore it and looked in the direction of the sound. Each emergency room in the hospital is independent. In order to avoid interference, even the waiting area for family members is divided. So there will be no one else coming here except relevant personnel. Who is coming here at this time? Could it be Hillman's family, or Clarence's other family members? When the crowd approached, Jiang Hui realized that it was not them. But her other two friends came. The visitors were Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian, and another team of completely unfamiliar sergeants. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian were still dressed in the same clothes they saw this morning. But their images were not clean, and they looked quite dusty. But they looked energetic, and should not be injured. Behind Zhou Xiuwen were several sergeants in military uniforms. They were not the ones who escorted Jiang Hui and the others before. Judging from the uniforms, they seemed to have a high rank. Huan Xian came alone. Then, there was another team of unfamiliar soldiers. The young man in the lead had a handsome face, and a hint of murderous intent from the battlefield, which made the entire waiting area shudder. Both people in the waiting area stood up from their chairs. But Jiang Hui stood up because he saw Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen, while the other one saw a colleague who appeared here unexpectedly. Are you two okay? Why are you here? Lieutenant Colonel Zhong. Two voices came up at the same time. But the directions of the questions were completely different, because the steps were too synchronized. The two people's voices collided, and the intersection of the voices unconsciously aroused a sense of embarrassment. Chapter 352, Impressions of the Past. Jiang Hui and August exchanged a slightly awkward look. The two people, who came from different professions and ages, moved in unison at this moment, creating a very subtle feeling. However, since they had already shouted like this, they had to continue even if they had to bite the bullet. The two parties met their respective contact persons tacitly. Jiang Hui naturally talked to Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian, while the two adults gathered together on the other side. As for the other soldiers, they were all far away, giving the superiors enough space to talk. Jiang Hui, who was meeting with her friends over there, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She only glanced over there a few times and then took it back. Why are you here? She asked again. In fact, Jiang Hui wanted to ask if everything was handled over there, but then she felt that asking like this was nonsense, and it might involve some sensitive topics. So when it came to her mouth, it became this useless nonsense that seemed to be questioning. Fortunately, the two of them didn't care about her words. Zhou Xiuwen nodded calmly and said, Nothing happened over there. It seems that the chaos over there has ended. Otherwise the two of them, wouldn't appear here together. Although this matter has nothing to do with her. Jiang Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the guy who created this tragedy had been dealt with. Then you two are not injured? It would be better if she didn't say it. Speaking of this, Zhou Xiuwen, who usually seems very kind, rarely said in a bad mood. You still said that it should be me who asked you. You almost scared us to death before. Jiang Hui? I didn't invite you. The other party seemed to want to say a name, but seemed to think of something and paused and lowered his voice. And then naturally continued. Sent you out? How did it become like that? Not only did the two of them not go out, but they were left behind and ran around in the field. They were also accidentally swept into the central battle zone, and were almost killed by the enemy's mecha. If Zhong Ting hadn't reacted quickly and rescued them, in addition to Angel, Jiang Hui and his life would have been lost today. This is really hard to say. In line with her words, Jiang Hui also made an expression that matched her words very well. Both of them were bitter, and it was very uncomfortable to look at them. Compared with August, who was not very familiar with her, it was naturally easier to open up to Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian. Jiang Hui had been holding back for a long time, and couldn't help but vent about the strange things he encountered in the field, without noticing that the two adults, who seemed to be having a serious conversation on the other side, were also listening to their conversation intentionally or unintentionally. However, their focus was slightly different. After a brief reminiscence, the atmosphere between the two military young men who knew each other was relatively peaceful, or it should be said that they were stable and cold. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting, a member of the Zhong family in the capital. August had known him before, but the two had never formally dealt with each other. He had heard a lot of his legendary experiences. Of course, the other party's extremely complicated family background was paralleled by this, and the latter was not convenient to talk about. August Clarence was also one of the best of the younger generation in the capital. He had many commendable deeds in the past, and had extraordinary military achievements. The two had few opportunities to meet. They belonged to different legions, and were at most strangers who knew each other. I didn't expect that their real intersection would be under such circumstances. However, although both of them were outstanding people of the younger generation, there were still some differences. After all, their military ranks were different. If August is a young talent highly praised by all the wealthy families in the capital, and an heir highly favored by all the major military forces, then Zhong Ting is probably a pillar that has already been established in the military. Although it cannot be called the main pillar, it is not far away, and its existence and significance cannot be underestimated. Zhong Ting no longer needs to rely on the power of his family to gain a foothold in the military. He has relied on his own abilities to become independent step by step, and has earned a place for himself with his life and blood and sweat. And although the other party comes from one of the top families in the capital, his birthplace is the most chaotic one among almost all the wealthy families. Especially for him, the existence of the family does not give much power, but brings a lot of trouble and burden. But under such circumstances, the other party still fought out from the bloody storm, and now stands upright on a high place to trample those who intend to drag him into the quagmire. Therefore, even though August, who was born in a noble family, outstanding, and possessed an extremely proud heart, he admired this peer, who was only a few years older than him, from the bottom of his heart. Zhong Ting didn't think so much. He just responded quietly and calmly, with full etiquette and meticulousness, just like his pace that always seemed neat and consistent, without a single flaw. After all, the two of them came from the same circle, and were exposed to the same environment. So the conversation was much more casual than that of others. Moreover, the two of them knew each other well about this mission, and they found out the situation with just a few words. August was not surprised at all. It seemed that the situation was the same as he had guessed before, and the capital was busy and chaotic again. The young man silently wiped the cold sweat off his father's face, and then tacitly changed the topic. He cast his eyes to the other side, where several young men were talking not far away. Or should I say, to one of them who looked a little familiar. The other party looked at him with a sense of something, then nodded generously to him, and turned back to the conversation with his companion. Then, "This is Marshal Zhou's son," August said with some curiosity. He hadn't seen this person for a long time. He remembered that the last time he saw him was probably at the change of power ceremony a few years ago. At that time, he was just a little kid with a childish face, wearing a custom-made dress and sitting in the family seat. He was out of place, but there was a sense of solemnity that seemed a little bit out of place. I didn't expect that he would grow up to be such a big boy after not seeing him for many years. Now when I see him again, he looks a bit like his elder, but I don't know who he looks more like. Zhong Ting did not comment. Good posture, August praised in an ambiguous way, and then quickly passed the boy on the other side, who looked strange. However, this time his gaze became more restrained, and he quickly retracted it after a quick and light nod, as if he was afraid of startling something. But even so, Huan Xian still noticed it immediately. or he never relaxed. During the long period of silence, when he listened to Jiang Hui and the others' conversation, his nerves were always tense, because the strange gazes from the surroundings made him alert unconsciously. August's light glance immediately found him, and he followed it very sharply. Chapter 353. Remember, there were only 3 people over there. Hillman went outside to talk and disappeared, excluding Jiang Hui, who was already familiar with him, and Zhou Xiuwen, whose identity could be confirmed. The remaining person should be the special reserve soldier of the military. The other party immediately glanced at him, and made veterans like August feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, it was not because of the so-called momentum. No matter how powerful the momentum of a teenager can be, there is probably only one person in the entire empire who can penetrate people without hiding. This person also has a complicated life experience. In such a strong and developed interstellar era, shouldn't it be normal to enjoy the happiness and stability of a family? Why are there always so many outstanding people from such families in recent years? It makes people sigh and feel that fate is playing tricks on people. However, the other party's things happened at a more distant time point. Many years have passed, long before August entered the army, so he only heard a little bit about it and didn't know the details. Apart from the complicated background of the other party, what is more eye-catching is his own talent. Otherwise, the military would not make an exception to promote a teenager who is not even of high school age. You should know that before him. The military's reserve military cadre only existed in the mouths of senior officers, and it would not be so openly circulated in the army, or even become a clearly given title. But it happened to him that those who were not fully awake and joined the army, performed special tasks beyond their level, or proposed military ranks, and had a clear reserve cadre title. All of these happened to one person. Each of them has its own principles and is reasonable, but when put together, they all belong to the same person, which is really eye-catching. Moreover, since he was brought back to the military, in just a few years, the military has spread many strange stories about him, and he has done a lot of great things. Therefore, August once thought that he was a very scary person. Before he had met him, he and some colleagues had a lot of guesses, thinking that even if he was not as strong as his direct elders, he should at least look like a young talent. No one expected that he was actually a teenager who was not much older than his brother. Although he could be called calm, he still had a clear immature outline. While they were talking, another little classmate who had just gone outside to connect to the optical brain also came back, and the atmosphere immediately became lively when the 4 of them got together. If you don't know their identities, it looks like a scene of a few ordinary teenagers meeting. The escape of just a few weeks is not a long time, but it is extremely thrilling for the 2 who are unarmed and even injured. After hearing this, several people wiped their cold sweats for Jiang Hui and Clarence. They finally realized that Clarence's ability to lie safely in the emergency room to treat the wound was the best result they could achieve, and it was the result of Jiang Hui's desperate efforts. If they were not careful, it would still develop to a worse point, especially after hearing that the 2 were almost dragged down by someone with bad intentions. Several people, including Huan Xian, who had been silent since the gathering, showed an indescribable look of disgust. Of course, the object of disgust must be the guy who probably died in the chaos because of his own fault. Jiang Hui didn't think it was a big deal, because the person was already dead, and death was like the extinguishing of a light. He also paid the price for the choice he had made. Naturally, he had to spend time remembering that old hatred, which made him narrow his mind. Instead, they were particularly angry about what happened to Jiang Hui and the others. So there really are people who harm others for no reason in this world. Hillman was particularly angry. Although he was the first to meet Jiang Hui and the others, he had never heard about this matter from Jiang Hui. Now, when he first heard it, he felt angry just by hearing it. Not to mention that he ran into such a top-notch person like Jiang Hui and Clarence. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian finally knew how the 2 of them fell into such a terrible and helpless situation step by step. It was either bad luck or coincidence. Fortunately, they did not have bad luck in the end. "I'm glad you're okay." Zhou Xiuwen breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows did not relax much, and he still looked very serious. God knows that when he found the traces of Jiang Hui and the others in the screenshot, his heart was about to jump out, especially when he was tracking them nervously, and finally watched the 2 of them being sucked into the whirlpool and locked by the falling mecha. His soul almost flew away. Seeing his friend fall into danger, he could only be placed in the rear of the command and could not go anywhere. Even though he had so many people in his hands, and seemed to have the power of life and death, he actually could not mobilize these forces at will. In the end, these people did not fancy him, but helped him for the sake of his father. And Zhou Xiaowen knew it. So at a certain moment, he really hated his powerless appearance. This made him doubt the meaning of doing all this for the first time. If he has power but cannot protect the people or things he cares about, then what is the meaning of having these powers? He used these powers to achieve the results that countless people wanted. But they lost their effectiveness only when he did what he wanted to do. Then can the power he possessed be truly called his power? Or is he just a tool? A meaningless puppet used to inherit power? Zhou Xiaowen felt that he had to think about it again. Think about the mission he had always thought of. Think about the future he took for granted. Maybe everything was not as simple as he had imagined. Jiang Hui thought that Zhou Xiaowen simply dealt with the affairs in the backfield and turned back. But in fact, he insisted on turning to the hospital to see 2 injured friends. So Zong Ting and others came with him. This was also Zhou Xiaowen's personal wish. And it was also the first time he realized that his will was really powerful. Far more influential than he thought. Seeing Jiang Hui again, he had a lot of words and emotions in his heart that he wanted to say. But when he really saw the person, looking at the person standing in front of him, he didn't know where to start. And finally just turned into a simple "it's okay." Thousands of words can be condensed into one sentence. But only he knows his complicated feelings. Huan Xian doesn't talk much. Or it should be said that when he is with Jiang Hui and others, he is mostly silent and unpretentious. He rarely interrupts the conversation. But he will not let his companions forget his existence. He didn't say much when they were talking, but just raised his eyes slightly when Jiang Hui looked over. He glanced at the exposed parts of Jiang Hui's hands and feet, and asked softly, "Have you treated the wounds?" "Well, it's nothing serious. I have already treated it when I was at the treatment point just now." Jiang Hui followed his line of sight, and slightly moved the joints of her left hand and ankle where there were large scratches, showing that she only suffered skin injuries. However, when her hands and feet moved, it was inevitable that the fragments of her body moved together, especially a certain item in her pocket that made a little noise as she shook. Chapter 354 Prohibition. Jiang Hui immediately remembered and took out the necklace that she had been talking about not long ago and handed it to Huan Xian. "This is yours, right?" Although it was a questioning sentence, Jiang Hui's tone and even the questioning look at the other party were almost certain, because she saw the other party's sight before she took out the thing. The moment the necklace in her pocket flowed, his attention was attracted to it, and he was obviously very familiar with this sound quality. In addition to the familiar corner she had seen on the other party's neck, and the slightly familiar spiritual power attached to it, Jiang Hui could already confirm that this thing was his. The other party's sight followed her wrist, and finally fell on the middle of the necklace. "This should be what you lost, right? I just brought it back. And I forgot to return it to you at the stadium just now. I didn't know until I got to the treatment point." Jiang Hui saw that the other party's sight was stuck, motionless, and moved completely along the object. And he already had the answer in his heart. So she put the necklace back into his half-open palm and closed it for him. "Such a beautiful gemstone necklace. You must keep it well. You must keep it well." Similar words reappeared in such a subtle and similar scene several years later, although the person who said it was different. And the result he brought to him was no longer so heartbreaking. But Huan Xian's defense line in his heart was suddenly broken, and it was shattered in an instant. He really thought that he had not let it go, but at least he had accepted such a reality. "But mother, I have kept it well, and those who deserve to die have died as much as possible. But what about you? Can you come back again?" Huan Xian couldn't explain why he was so upset at that moment. He clearly knew the answer. Didn't he? Jiang Hui looked at Huan Xian with some doubts. He felt that something was wrong with his current mood, but he was holding the necklace in his hand consciously. Fortunately, he recovered quickly, responded softly, and carefully put the necklace back into the space button. As they were talking, the door of the emergency room opened and someone came out. It was one of the therapists brought by August. When he came out, he was a little surprised to see so many people gathered in the emergency waiting area. He looked around suspiciously when he saw August in the crowd, confirming that his superior was still there. His expression relaxed. "Major Clarence." August had to nod to Zong Ting hurriedly and greet him, although Clarence's injury was delayed for a while. Fortunately, it did not worsen in the middle, and it was treated in time later. so the subsequent treatment was relatively smooth. Now he only needed to send him to the observation room for observation for a while. The therapist told August that the boy's injury would not cause any sequelae, and the brother finally felt relieved. He then asked him to follow him to the observation room first, and he would be there later. Jiang Hui and others had waited for this news for so long, and now they finally got it. The adults, who finally had time to worry about them, had reached their tolerance limit. Children, it's okay. My brother is safe now. You are so thoughtful. You are also tired all day, and it's time to go back and rest. It's time to go home, August said to Jiang Hui and the others. It was already 11 o'clock after all this trouble. It was really a whole day. Jiang Hui and the others could not help being tired. Maybe they were just holding on because of the Feel's condition. He had no time to think about this before. The Feel was in a critical condition, and he could not spare time to send Jiang Hui and Hillman home. And the outside was also a mess. Unless Jiang Hui and Hillman's family came to pick them up, he would not be at ease to let the two children leave alone. It would be safer to let them stay with him. At least this way, the safety of the two could be ensured. But these probably don't need to be considered at the moment. In this situation, it is safest for several people to act with Zhou Xiuwen. And there is also... August glanced at the person who came here inexplicably, guessing that the other party should be on his way to report to Marshal Zhou, and then come here for a while. August is Clarence's elder brother, and he is also considered an elder in the family. This is reasonable for them. Several people looked at each other and hesitated. What's wrong? August asked. It's just asking them to go home and rest. Why do all the expressions become a little strange? The Central Traffic Control Bureau of Planet 732 has forwarded an emergency decree. From 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, all traffic channels are closed. And entry and exit of sea, land and airports are strictly prohibited. Except for special industries. All citizens will stop working for half a day, Zhong Ting stated in a calm voice. Not long ago, this information has been transmitted to every citizen on Planet 732 through various communication tools and the internet. Now everyone should know it. At present, all transportation systems and hubs on the planet have been temporarily taken over by the army. If someone can walk outside now, they will find that the streets are full of sergeants in military uniforms and solemn brows. In this situation, not to mention the rebels, even flies can hardly fly over. But at the same time, a new problem has arisen. The road outside is closed, so it is naturally difficult for the group to go back. August didn't care. Isn't this the ban issued by Commander Zhou? It shouldn't be a problem for classmate Zhou to go back to Zhou's house. This is indeed not a problem. Take Zhou Xiuwen for example. Regardless of whether the ban was issued by Zhou Yuanjing, even the 732nd star is a star of the Zhou family. It is definitely no problem for Zhou Xiuwen to go home. Even if Zhou Xiuwen himself doesn't want to go home, I'm afraid Zhou Yuanjing himself won't agree. Zhou Xiuwen can go back. But what about others? He wants to take his friends back home to rest temporarily. But his home is now. I don't know what kind of complicated and chaotic situation it is. Taking non-military people back is afraid of complications. I will send them back, Zhong Ting said next to him. As soon as the game was over, Zhou Yuanjing contacted him. In addition to understanding the situation, he also asked him to escort his only son back to Zhou's house. Because tonight was destined to be in chaos. And he didn't trust Zhou Xiuwen to go home according to the normal process. The little accident on the field finally aroused Zhou Yuanjing's vigilance. The rebels were so good at bewitching people that they had inserted their own people into every circle without knowing it. Even if Zhou Yuanjing thought he was strict enough in military discipline. After seeing the end of the central military dressed like a sieve, it was hard to guarantee that there were no such people under his command. If there were really, and it happened that an accident happened this time, just one or two could kill Zhou Xiuwen. Zhou Yuanjing didn't dare to gamble with his beloved only son. So after thinking about it, he directly asked Zhong Ting at the scene for help. Chapter 355, Temporary Residence. If Zhou Yuanjing doesn't trust his own people but trusts outsiders, such a strange operation, it should be analyzed in combination with the actual situation. If Solsa was free, Zhou Yuanjing would definitely ask this confidant to send the child back personally without saying a word. However, he happened to be transferred from the stadium by Zhou Yuanjing to perform a secret mission, which was quite urgent, and he probably couldn't get back in a short time. Although there were many trustworthy people, they were all different. So Zhou Yuanjing thought of Zhong Ting. Zhong Ting was a special operations member of the 3rd Corps, and was also a candidate for positioning cultivated and favored by the direct troops of the Central Military. And unlike other ordinary officers, he had a position that he would never betray the empire. Although Zhou Yuanjing was dissatisfied with the current atmosphere of the military, and even the evil winds and evil spirits of some high-level officials, and was disgusted with this liquidation mission that was full of stupid ambitions at the planning level, he still trusted the military. Under such a double straight-line guarantee, no one was more suitable to be the escort. Moreover, Zhou Yuanjing also needed to have a good talk with one of the mission executors about what happened today. No one could refuse the reasonable request of the Imperial Marshal, and the other party's request was just a piece of cake. So Zhong Ting also acquiesced. So sending someone back to Zhou's house is also sending. And sending someone to other places is also sending. Zhong Ting probably meant this. And the other party probably heard their conversation. But Zhou Xiuwen still felt that his own meaning was inappropriate. First, he participated in the meeting that day, and knew that this Lieutenant Colonel Zhong was probably here on a mission, and that the other party was not idle. If sending him back to Zhou's house was a matter of convenience, it might be a bit difficult for others. Second, Zhou Xiuwen didn't know about the ban. Zhou Yuanjing didn't tell him about it. And he didn't know that the outside world had become so chaotic. In this way, he didn't dare to ask Jiang Hui and the others to stay alone. It would be better for them to go back to Zhou's house for the time being. At least his house can be regarded as the safest place on the entire planet. Even if many generals are gathered at Zhou's house now, it shouldn't be a problem to let a few young people stay there temporarily. Thinking about it, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Zhou Xiuwen simply contacted Zhou Yuanjing, who happened to be waiting, and replied to him immediately. Then you can stay at my house for one night, and see what happens tomorrow. Zhou Xiuwen briefly explained the situation to several friends. Hillman was not surprised. He had just learned about the situation outside on the phone. It was very chaotic. Although Hillman's father wanted to come here to pick him up immediately, the situation was complicated, and they had no choice. The couple had no choice but to tell Hillman to stay in the hospital carefully for one night. After all, the military hospital was a safe place under the current situation. Huan Xian nodded slightly, because the next thing had nothing to do with him. And it didn't matter where he went. Jiang Hui was a little worried. Not because she didn't want to stay at Zhou Xiuwen's house temporarily, but because she thought of something else. It was already a mess outside, and she didn't know if it was a signal problem for the entire planet. The optical brain signal was also intermittent. She couldn't connect to Stark's side after connecting to the optical brain several times. She didn't know what was going on. Although it is unlikely that Stark would go to her house to look for someone after hearing the news, it is more likely that the other party is stranded somewhere due to the ban. She is almost out of contact, and she ran to another place with Zhou Xiuwen. Stark is worried. Is there any problem? Zhou Xiuwen looked at her and asked. Jiang Hui shook his head, and did not reveal his own things. He thought about trying to contact Stark later, at least to let him know that he was safe. Zhou Xiuwen had already explained the situation to the Lieutenant Colonel Zhong, and then signaled several friends to follow him. He did not introduce the Lieutenant Colonel Zhongting to everyone before because they were all young students, far away from the army, and there was no need to get involved in those things. And those adults obviously did not want the children to be too involved in these complicated things. So everyone separated tacitly without introducing too much. But now it is different. They will have to rely on others to send them back later. They must get to know each other and say hello. Zhou Xiuwen, as a representative, introduced this Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting to his friends. Several children greeted this strange officer very politely, and seemed very well behaved. Of course, they would not admit that they were really well behaved, because this Lieutenant Colonel Zhong gave people a feeling of being too stern. Even his handsome face could not reduce his awe-inspiring aura. He was silent, and looked much more strict than the teachers in their school, which made them subconsciously restrain themselves when they saw him. However, the other party really nodded to them seriously in return, and did not hesitate to be perfunctory because they were young. This officer was unexpectedly approachable. Then he said goodbye to August Clarence, who was watching this side, because he was also about to leave to go to the observation room to guard Clarence, who was still unconscious. He said to Zhong Ting and others, "That's it. Everyone please be careful on the road. Goodbye." He glanced at everyone and finally landed on Jiang Hui, who was standing behind, nodded to her imperceptibly, and turned away. Then only Jiang Hui and the strange officer were left in the waiting area outside the emergency room. The other party did not say much, and led the children and several accompanying guards back to the orbiting spacecraft. The other party boarded the spacecraft first to check the internal situation. After all, the current situation is so chaotic. They have been away from the spacecraft for a while. Although one person was left to guard the place, they still had to be careful. Zhong Ting personally boarded the spacecraft for a little inspection. The rest of the people waited for notification in the waiting area below. As soon as this powerful officer left, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god! Xiaowen, do you know this officer? His aura is too strong. I met some military personnel with my father before, but few of them had such a strong aura. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong. Surnamed Zhong. Could he be from the family in the capital? Hillman whispered to Zhou Xiaowen, his eyebrows full of curiosity about this officer. Jiang Hui listened silently beside him, and couldn't help but feel a little amused when she heard this address. No. Hillman is really the king of being familiar with others. She remembered that he was still calling Zhou classmate in the morning. But now, he just called her by her name. And he called her so naturally that even an adult like her would feel ashamed. Chapter 356 Breaking In. Zhou Xiaowen didn't bother with the question of addressing him. Or he didn't care. It was just a name. And it didn't matter how you called him as a friend. He just shook his head. Because this Lieutenant Colonel Zhong was the first time he met him. Although his current military rank was not low, and he had some status in the military, he was still very young. When he lived in the Central Star region as a child, he probably hadn't reached this stage. So naturally he didn't know him. And as for this Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting, even if he had heard of him at that time, he probably didn't have a good reputation. Or it should be said that his messy family was a well-known pit in the Central Star region. Of course, he was referring to some people in that family. According to his father, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting himself was very good. His father also praised him highly, and secretly felt sorry that such a good child had to deal with such a family. But fortunately, the other party had jumped out of the fire pit, and didn't have to suffer this anymore. Both Jiang and Clarence have to thank him. It was because he happened to catch the falling mecha that you had a chance to get out alive. Zhou Xiaowen was in the command center at the back at that time, and saw it clearly. Jiang Hui looked over immediately after hearing this. It turned out to be this person. No wonder she felt that his outline was familiar when she saw him just now. It turned out that they had seen each other facing the light when they crawled out from under there before. So it turned out that she didn't remember to say thank you after he stayed in front of her for a long time. Thinking about it, she was too heartless. Jiang Hui immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, she felt someone put his hand on her shoulder. Jiang Hui looked over and said, "What are you thinking about? Are you scared? Why do you seem to be quiet?" It was Zhou Xiaowen. Huan Xian, who had been speaking little since they met, also looked over silently, his eyes showing a questioning look. Jiang Hui shook her head, then realized that she nodded a little too quickly. She had been holding her breath since just now, and she still hadn't recovered. She might have been really scared. Nothing. I just didn't expect that it was this Lieutenant Colonel who saved us. Then I have to thank him later, Jiang Hui said. Zhou Xiaowen didn't seem to care. Actually, you don't have to say it. Speaking of which, this time it was the responsibility of the reconnaissance department. There was a big deviation in the scope of their analysis and monitoring. The red area was completely crooked, so they didn't expect you to be involved in this situation. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong was also trying to make up for them. The military will take responsibility for the negligence that almost caused you fatality this time, and they should give you a considerable subsidy later. Jiang Hui? Except for you and Clarence, we should all have. The people who were affected by entering this time will have corresponding unexpected subsidies, and the latest will be credited to the account on the next working day. So eat and drink well. Don't save too much. Zhou Xiaowen told a very cold joke. Is this a subsidy for their fright? It's really appropriate. The whole day today was thrilling. Her soul was about to fly away. While talking, Zhong Ting had completed the inspection of the spacecraft, and the boarding channel was lowered in front of them, signaling them to get on. The return journey is about to begin. This spaceship was temporarily deployed by Zhong Ting. It was driven all the way to the hospital by his adjutant, and he was naturally responsible for the return trip as well. There was no need for Colonel Zhong to drive it himself. Jiang Hui had thought that she must thank the officer in a serious way when they met this time. Even if the other party didn't care, she still said so. because the other party saved her life. But many things happened by chance. As soon as they boarded the spaceship, the other party received the communication. Perhaps it involved confidential content. The other party turned around and went to a quiet and soundproof place on the other side to talk, and didn't come out for a long time. Jiang Hui's idea of finding someone to thank him was naturally not possible. Jiang Hui and his friends had to chat casually while waiting to return to Zhou's house. Click the soundproof cover opened over there, and you could see from the side that the person communicating over there had stood up, and the high-top military boots knocked on the cold board, making a dull sound, getting closer and closer. Then, another optical computer communication came in. But this time it was Jiang Hui who connected the optical computer. The long-awaited optical computer communication came in. Jiang Hui didn't bother about how to talk to the officer, and answered the call without thinking. After all, if she didn't answer it now, she didn't know when she would be able to talk again with the intermittent signal. And there was nothing confidential about it. So she just answered it. The screen of the computer was enlarged, showing the person on the other side. "Where are you now?" The person on the other side seemed to be relieved when he saw her. "It's Uncle Tang." In the end, Jiang Hui still called him that way, because she could clearly see the strong worry and some fear in the eyes of the always strict Uncle Tang through the screen of the computer. Perhaps the surroundings were quiet, and when Stark's voice came out, everyone became even quieter. Although the other party's attitude was obviously much more relaxed after seeing that she was safe, he did not relax at all. His brows were furrowed even more tightly. Without waiting for her answer, he asked her where she was for the second time in a short period of time. Jiang Hui had to answer honestly, but he hesitated when he talked about where they were going to stay, because she also saw from the attitudes of these people that Zhou Xiaowen's identity was not ordinary. She didn't know if there would be any problems if she said that they were going to stay at his house. Zhou Xiaowen next to her immediately answered for her, facing this famous and strict teacher of the combat single soldier department. Zhou Xiaowen was also a little scared, but he was not deaf. How could he not hear the name Jiang Hui just called? "I think the other party has a special relationship with Jiang Hui, and the other party must want to hear the news of Jiang Hui's safety and guarantee the safety of her next trip in such a situation. So it is better to make it clear, so as not to worry the other party." Hearing the address of Zhou's house, the other party seemed to raise his eyebrows in surprise, but didn't say anything. Then he glanced at the people on the opposite screen. "You guys, that's it. You don't have to come back for the next few days. I will ask for leave from the school for you, and wait for the notice." Does this mean that they should just stay at Zhou Xiaowen's house first? Wait for the notice to return to school. Just don't go to class. Don't play around. Don't delay your studies. Without asking, Stark read the mutterings in the hearts of several people and interrupted them at once. Jiang Hui's class teacher is so scary. Although it's a bit unfair to Jiang's classmate to think so, but fortunately he is not in the first class. Otherwise, he would be unable to eat if he was trained every day by such a majestic class teacher. Hillman thought to himself. And Jiang Hui is really amazing. In terms of power, this one is almost the same as the lieutenant colonel of Zonding on the other side, and even has a sense of suppression unique to elders who have experienced years. How on earth could she remain calm in front of this person? Chapter 357 Senior. The signal here is not very good. The sound and the picture are very weak. Jiang Hui didn't know how long this offline communication could last, whether it would be disconnected in a while, and the two had to make a long story short and explain everything clearly. Jiang Hui didn't dare to say that he was almost crushed to death, and only said that they happened to come out to watch the game and ran into this chaos and were involved. Then there was the matter of Clarence being injured and now being treated in the hospital. Stark fell silent after listening, and then looked at Jiang Hui for a long time. The other party's eyes were very calm, and he didn't say anything, but his eyes rubbed the exposed wounds on her hands and feet like a hawk, and then asked calmly, "You are not injured?" "Skin injury." Jiang Hui shook her head again, and she didn't know how many times she said this today. Besides, after experiencing a series of events today, she escaped from death, and she felt that she was a very lucky person who survived a disaster. So in contrast to this incident, the previous trouble seemed to have become meaningless and insignificant in an instant, compared to the many poor people who were killed in the sea of fire by the rebels, compared to being crushed to death by the mecha that fell from the sky for no reason, compared to Clarence, who was still unconscious after suffering an unexpected disaster. She was just a little scratched. Isn't it a great luck? You know how powerful it is. Stark glanced at her with an ambiguous look. Jiang Hui subconsciously shrank her neck, thinking of the scenes where she was injured several times before, and was scolded by Stark with a stern face. And subconsciously felt that she was going to be scolded again. If you say that her inner core is an adult, she has her own set of values. And even if she changes to another world, it is not easy for anyone or anything else to change. So she has always been peaceful and indifferent. She has seen too many bizarre things. So she has no sense of reality for many things. And naturally, she does not care about extreme emotions. But Stark is different. In addition to her original parents, whom she has never met in person in this life, Stark is probably this body, and also her closest elder. Even if she didn't feel anything special at the beginning, she could feel over time that the other party really cared about her. Whether it was the blood relationship of this body, or she who was reborn in this dead body. And even for her who once lived on Blue Star, the love of the elders is already a memory from a very long time ago. Jiang Hui became closer and closer to entrusted the other party, and unknowingly regarded the other party as her elder. So she still had to listen to Stark's criticism and suggestions. What's more, what he said made sense. Why are you shrinking? Stand up straight. If you haven't made any mistakes, don't show such a weak expression. Stark scolded the girl on the screen, with a faint smile in his eyes that he himself didn't even notice. You looked like you were going to scold me. But you didn't mean to scold me. Then why did you? Yes. Jiang Hui realized why she was so guilty. She just came out to watch a game. Who could have known that such a weird thing would happen in this game? If they had known that something was going on here, they would never have chosen this time to come out. Otherwise, it would be a mistake without knowing it. And it would be a self-destruction. It's good that you are fine. You guys should behave yourself these days. The school is not very stable. Classes will be temporarily suspended these days. But you still have to complete the homework assigned to you. I believe you should be able to be self-disciplined at home. Stark glanced at a few people, not caring whether they were all his students. Anyway, he was a teacher, facing a group of students, and he just scolded them together. Several people immediately responded as obediently as quails. Suddenly, the person on the other side of the screen seemed to have realized something and asked, "Did you guys go back by yourself?" Jiang Hui shook his head. "Which colleague sent you back?" The other party said to himself. It was clearly a question. But Jiang Hui felt that the other party seemed to know that there was someone here. And that was his so-called colleague. Jiang Hui was about to help answer, and the officer sitting alone walked over to them quickly, perhaps in order to face the center of the screen. He moved slightly closer to where Jiang Hui was sitting, and then stood behind her at a distance less than a palm's width. Jiang Hui even clearly felt that the other party was standing behind her, and the light on the top suddenly dimmed, and there was a slight chill behind her. Instructor Stark. The person behind him raised the brim of his hat slightly to show respect. It's you. Stark's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. I am Lieutenant Colonel Zong Ting. It's been a while since we last met. How are you doing recently? The young man spoke respectfully, and when talking to someone he knew well, he obviously lost a lot of the official tone, and his tone was more leisurely and elegant. It's been a long time since we last met. You're already a lieutenant colonel. Not bad. You've done a good job for all your efforts over the years. No need to address me like that anymore. Just call me by my rank. Stark ignored the other party's formal question about his health, and then looked at the young man generously. You have taught me, so I should naturally show respect. This has nothing to do with my rank, the young man said in a deep voice, as if he disagreed. Why? You heard my voice just now, but you didn't respond. Don't you want to see me? I don't know if the young man behaved as rigorously as he did when he was a teenager. Stark had a bad intention for once, and asked knowingly. Zong Ting. You didn't mention it. Just now. Stark chased Jiang Hui wholeheartedly as soon as he connected to the optical brain, and others couldn't get a word in. Zong Ting found out that the person on the other side of the optical computer was his respected senior. But he couldn't just jump out and occupy the other person's child's communication to reminisce with a senior he hadn't seen for a long time. Right? This is too ignorant and disrespectful, no matter who it is. He also knew that with Stark's keen hearing, he must have heard the breath he just unconsciously revealed. Zong Ting had been trained under the other party for a long time, since he was young. The other party was very familiar with him, and it was impossible for him not to recognize him. So he was not in a hurry to show up and waited for Stark to end the conversation and summon him. Okay. Don't say these nonsense. My signal seems to be cut off again, since they are escorted by you. I feel relieved. You guys go and get busy first. The screen here started to intermittent again, and Stark was a little impatient and took the initiative to end the call. He glanced at Jiang Hui, who was sitting obediently in front of Zhong Ting, and finally just said, "Be careful on the way." "Yes, Uncle Tang. You too." Jiang Hui knew that this was said to her, so she replied. Chapter 358 Entering. However, Stark hung up their phone and turned around to talk to the Colonel Zhong Ting again. It was probably to reminisce about the past. The other party was really busy going back and forth. Is it so difficult for her to say thank you? Jiang Hui guessed correctly. As expected, the person did not end the call until the spacecraft landed from orbit and arrived at Zhou's house. A group of people outside had surrounded the orbiting spacecraft, and she would never find a chance to thank the Colonel Zhong Ting again. Jiang Hui looked at Zhou Xiaowen helplessly, and the other shrugged. The person seemed to stay in the spacecraft until the call was over, and the people waiting outside asked several times in a row. Zhou Xiaowen and others thought there was no need to wait here awkwardly, so they led the people down directly. They could clearly feel that the place where the spacecraft was parked was particularly empty. It was late, and a gust of wind blew towards her, causing her collar to rustle, because it was a bit dark. She almost lost her balance when she stepped down from the last step, and she stumbled. Huan Xian, who was following behind her, quickly covered Jiang Hui's head, and she immediately steadied her steps. "You must be tired." Zhou Xiaowen turned his head to look at Huan Xian. That's right, the other party was running around with Clarence on his back. It's impossible to say that he wasn't tired. Originally, he wanted to ask his father if he was free to see if he should introduce him to his classmates. After all, he had to let his father know who they were when he brought his classmates home. But now it seems that this is not the right time. So let's arrange for them to rest. As for meeting, it's not too late to see each other tomorrow. Anyway, looking at his father's condition, he probably won't be free tonight. As expected, Zhou Yuanjing was not available, and the frontline guards of Zhou's residence came to meet them. They whispered to Zhou Xiaowen that the commander was busy now, and asked them to take their little classmates to the small white building next door to stay first, which was a residence specially used to entertain relatives and friends. Zhou Xiaowen nodded, and led the group to their residence tonight without anyone leading the way. After getting off the spaceship, they found that the landing point was a very large garden with greenery everywhere. In the distance, there was a row of brightly lit buildings in the middle, with a thick green belt in the middle. There should be a lot of flowers and plants planted nearby, and the mixed fragrance of flowers could be smelled when the wind blew over. If the fixed point she saw just now was correct, this was the location of the First Ring East District, which was also a famous golden zone. Every inch of land is worth an inch of gold. With such a large area and such a luxurious building scale, no one would doubt that this garden was a park. I didn't expect that Zhou Xiaowen was really low-key, and he didn't look like he came from such a family at all, because the distance was too far. Zhou Xiaowen didn't really plan to take Jiang Hui and the others back. They just walked a little further and met two vehicles similar to hovercrafts, which pulled the four of them into the vehicles. Of course, in addition to the four of them, the soldiers who followed Zhou Xiaowen at the beginning and the two staff members who accompanied him also followed. Zhou Xiaowen seemed to be very familiar with them, and only signaled them to get on another hovercraft following behind. The two vehicles went straight to the spacious path and headed towards the mansion in the center. At this driving speed, it shouldn't take much time to reach the destination, although there was still a car following behind. They were finally the only ones left. Even in the spaceship before, it felt like they were being stared at by many eyes. Several people tried to talk to get rid of the slightly heavy and stiff atmosphere, but they still couldn't ignore it and talk to themselves under the eyes of so many adults. Now they were the only ones left. Hillman was not surprised by the situation at Zhou Xiaowen's house, because his house was bigger than this. Although this place was not as big as his, there were really many people. Just looking at the empty place just now, it felt that in addition to the large number of guards who welcomed them, there were also many soldiers stationed in the dark around, and they could still feel the scrutiny and vigilance all the way in the hovercraft. And it was estimated that there would be more people in the main house. He sighed. Xiaowen, there are so many people in your family. But he also knew the environment of Zhou Xiaowen's family. With his status, or should I say his father's status, it would be unreasonable for his family not to have such a pomp. It was estimated that there would be several more verifications and tests in a while. He felt the same when he went to the homes of old friends who worked in the army with his father. This is the residence of Commander Zhou, so it is naturally more strict. Zhou Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, "It is indeed a bit too much, but I am used to it." He grew up in such an environment since he was a child, when his father was still in good health. The family lived in the capital, and it was even more exaggerated. Since returning to the star, there are fewer people here, compared with his simple life at school. This place is naturally dull and restrained. It took him a long time to get used to the relatively free space of ordinary people. Since the meeting of the little friends, Huan Xian, who has always been very quiet, looked around the Zhou residence and said thoughtfully, "It's too empty." Your side. It would be nothing if an ordinary family had such a garden. For example, the European-style garden of the Hillman family is several times more exaggerated than this one. If a few friends go to visit it, they will probably be shocked on the spot. However, the Hillman family is famous for doing business, even though some of the family members are in the military and politics. Hillman's parents are mainly engaged in business and have no political risks, so they will not consider this when building a residence. However, for Zhou Xiaowen's family, this garden seems a bit inappropriate, especially for Commander Zhou. It is a bit risky, even though the other party has retired and temporarily withdrawn from the center of the storm. The power he controls has not decreased much, and the other party can still influence the decision-making of both the military and the government, no matter from which angle. It does seem a bit irrational for him to build such a spacious semi-open garden in a private residence. This is not like the style of that man. It is not like the choice made by the military commander, who is brave in battle and known for his meticulous thinking. Although Huan Xian didn't think Zhou Yuanjing hadn't thought of this. According to his observation, there were too many flaws and loopholes that could be manipulated. If someone wanted to start from here, it would be easy to achieve results. He felt it necessary to remind his friend. Speaking from the perspective of his friend, Zhou Xiaowen already knew the background of his friend, and even his terrifying skills that were praised by everyone. He could hear the hidden meaning of the other party's words. This was a warning from Huan Xian. Even though he knew that his reminder might not be so pleasing, the other party still made such a choice out of loyalty to his friend. Chapter 359 Bad News. This is Huan Xian's thoughtfulness. Therefore, Zhou Xiaowen did not refute or explain the reason immediately, but just said in a gentle voice, "I will talk to my father later. Thank you." However, it is likely that he will not change. He just turned his head at this moment, and the few people did not see the bitter smile on his lips, because this place is the only place where his father can relax freely now. He has been trapped by the responsibilities of the empire for a lifetime, and now he can only rely on such external things to get a little peace of mind. When this former marshal was in good health, he pushed himself into the abyss again and again in order to maintain the safety of hundreds of millions of people. Now that his body is weak and his life is burned out, he still cannot be freed, and can only be trapped in this broken and thin picture, looking at the same scenery day after day. Later, when they returned to this less prosperous territory, their lives were much quieter, and his father's spirit was slightly relaxed. Uncle Rex suggested building a spacious garden around the house to help Zhou Yuanjing recover and rest. So he fenced off a large open space nearby and specially organized a team to patrol this area. This garden really made Zhou Yuanjing feel better. He didn't say whether it was good or not, but he would ask someone to push him around in the garden from time to time. But that was all. He was still unhappy. My father rarely smiled, even though my grandfather said he was such a smiling person. But who can save him? The disaster a few years ago made this man sick, and he suffered for years and gradually became weak. Obviously, the traces and legends he left behind were so vivid, but the cruel flowers of reality withered first. The warrior who was once so high-spirited, making countless strong men bow down to him and loved by the people, has lost his complete and strong body and become sick and incomplete, even though he rarely showed it to them. Zhou Xiaowen knew it. Such a strong father would occasionally sit quietly by the window on a quiet night, silent, and I don't know what he was thinking. He lost his legs, and it was inconvenient for him to walk every day, even though he had a large number of soldiers to dispatch. But with his physical condition, going out is just a burden. So Zhou Yuanjing has rarely left Zhou's house except for official business in recent years. The last time he went to the school to watch the game, Zhou Xiuwen had to persuade him for a long time before he agreed. And the last time he went out was 3 years ago. Moreover, with the erosion of toxins in recent years, Zhou Yuanjing was often in an extremely weak state, often lying on the sickbed, and his spirit was always not good. However, the sudden pursuit by the military still alarmed the bedridden marshal. In order to protect the people of his star to the greatest extent, the other party had to support his weak body to assist the military in closing the net. Even though Zhou Yuanjing himself did not think highly of this plan, which was actually very bad, the people above him wanted to do it this way. Sure enough, the whole thing did not turn out well. So many people were exhausted, and there was not much progress. If it is not handled well, it will probably be another public resentment. But this has nothing to do with Zhou Yuanjing. He has done what he should do. Those messy things should be settled by the people who caused this mess. And it has nothing to do with him. That's all for later. In short, although this garden seems to have a lot of hidden dangers, and it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to maintain it, this is the only thing they can do for Zhou Yuanjing. No matter how difficult it is, they must hold on so that this unlucky hero can enjoy more of the beauty of life. Hillman guessed correctly. Until they arrived at the mansion in the center, they passed several special access control gates in a row, or gamma detection red light, or triple identity verification, or showing identity license plates. In short, it was a layer of screening and testing, strict and abnormal. Of course, Zhou Xiuwen's pass was relatively simple at each level, except for one automatic scan. The others were basically passed by face scanning. After all, the other party was the son of the owner of this house, so naturally everyone knew him. And there was no need to do those two imaginary things. They felt that the procedures were troublesome because of the live demonstration of the hover car following behind. The other party didn't have this convenience and kept getting stuck and stopped. They waited one by one at first, but they couldn't wait any longer and just drove straight ahead, leaving a long distance between them and the other party. The atmosphere became more and more solemn as they went deeper. As soon as they entered a certain inner circle, they felt dozens of eyes around them focusing on them instantly. Although there was no malice, the feeling that could not be ignored always existed, making people's muscles tense up. What kind of family is this? The family was so vigilant. Although Jiang Hui had guessed it before, she felt it so clearly after experiencing it herself. There was another gate, but according to Zhou Xiuwen, it should be the last checkpoint. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the hovercraft following behind could not catch up in a short time. Zhou Xiuwen set the track by himself to take them to the small white building where they were staying. Anyway, those people were going to report to Zhou Yuanjing, so even if they were waiting here, they would have to separate in the end. Jiang Hui looked at a staff member who was passing by quickly, and suddenly remembered something, and asked, "Student Zhou, why are those people not here? Those sergeants who escorted us just now, have they not come back yet?" Seeing the staff member who just passed by, she suddenly remembered that the people who escorted them at the stadium before were also wearing similar uniforms, and they should be the security guards around Zhou Xiuwen. She then remembered that the people who followed Zhou Xiuwen just now seemed to have changed their appearance, and she didn't know where the previous ones had gone. Zhou Xiuwen's face froze. He turned his head unexpectedly when he heard Jiang Hui's voice. He didn't expect her to ask this, so his expression was clearly seen by everyone. Seeing this, Jiang Hui subconsciously felt that something was wrong. However, the question had already been asked, and it would seem a bit deliberate to say anything else at this time, so he was a little at a loss. The whole hovercraft suddenly became quiet. Zhou Xiuwen didn't expect Jiang Hui to remember this, and he naturally didn't forget it, because it was already bad news for him. Therefore, he has been depressed since he learned the news. But he didn't want his friends to see it, so he just digested it in his heart. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hui broke it like this. He also wanted to know, where did they go? It was just a moment of separation, but it was already a farewell forever. They sacrificed themselves, the young man said softly, as if he was afraid of alarming something. Chapter 369. How could he die so suddenly? Jiang Hui couldn't figure it out, just as she couldn't figure out how she could cross thousands of stars and regain her life. But no matter how technology develops, the stars change. Even if the world is completely changed, life is still so fragile and perishable. Such a topic suddenly made everyone's mood fall to the bottom. And several people were no longer in the mood to talk and laugh. Or they couldn't recover from this sudden disaster. But everyone intended to hide the heaviness and depression in their hearts, and wanted to show their friends that they were still good. The child has come back? The man at the main seat at the huge conference table asked, with his head tilted. The young man in military uniform standing on one side seemed to have expected that he would ask about this matter, and hurriedly reported the information he had just received to his superior. At present, Zhou Xiaowen has moved into the West White building with several people, and assigned rooms to each of them. The staff serving in the house have already delivered daily necessities to them. All brought back? But Zhou Yuanjing was a little surprised when he heard it, and confirmed again. Except for the young master of the Clarence family, who is still receiving treatment in the hospital. The rest have been brought back. They should stay here for a few days, and the subordinates will strengthen their vigilance during these days. The man thought that Zhou Yuanjing was concerned about the stranger staying in Zhou's house, and hurriedly explained. The pale man waved his hand. An has already told me in advance that they are just bringing back a few classmates, and there is nothing to be shy about. Let them do it. And I don't know when I can spare time to visit them these days. I must have failed to entertain them well. If you have time, please help me go over and take a look. They tried their best to meet any needs. After all, the child has too few friends. He went to watch the game 2 months ago, so he naturally knew some of Zhou Xiaowen's friends. Although it was his idea to let the other party study on such a small planet. And he also thought about the lack of environment and connections. This was not a problem for his only son Zhou Yuanjing. And there was no need to worry. I never thought that the small Beska Intermediate College was full of hidden talents. Not to mention the forces and teachers behind it. Even many students in this class came from some famous families, which was more interesting than some schools in the capital. It was very strange. And his kid was gentle and looked gentle to others. But in fact, he was a little alienated in his bones, and rarely took the initiative to get close to others. Just look at how ordinary he gets along with his classmates. As a result, he made a group of friends, and each of them has a complicated identity. But it doesn't matter. In terms of complexity, who can compare with their family? It's just a child's play, and there's nothing to be afraid of. And Zhou Yuanjing is naturally happy to see Zhou Xiaowen get closer to a group of children with clean backgrounds and good conduct, rather than those guys with ulterior motives. But he didn't expect that he would accidentally involve everyone this time. And it was the first time that his son showed such a rebellious mood. The other party didn't want to drag his friends into this mess. At this point, unless Zhou Xiaowen could persuade them to give up participating in the game without reason. Any disclosure that might involve inside information might risk exposing secrets. This was something Zhou Yuanjing absolutely could not allow. It was an ironclad order for the army to carry out its mission. But the child's reaction was really big. So he gave the other party some opportunities to operate, including tampering with the transportation vehicles, and even controlling a certain section of the controlled road. But the other party's methods were too soft and lacked courage. Once discovered, he couldn't help but stop, resulting in the failure to stop in the end. His friends and several others finally arrived at the stadium successfully. After this time, I think the stubborn child will also understand that the indecisive nature in his heart is no longer suitable. He must break off the past in time. Otherwise he will suffer in the future. Of course, it's not that Zhou Yuanjing is cruel and uses other people's children to pave the way for his own children. But he didn't expect the military to go to this extent. He thought it was just a small chaos. But even with the assistance of others, and the dispatch of the most elite troops of the Third Corps, the other side still encountered a big problem and finally failed in the personnel selection link, giving the rebels a chance to turn against them again and break through from the inside. The military's miscalculation naturally disrupted Zhou Yuanjing's arrangements, causing a lot of casualties. And most of them were innocent people involved this time, which was contrary to their original idea of protecting the people. Zhou Yuanjing knew that this was also his responsibility and dereliction of duty. Those who made mistakes on the military side must reflect on themselves and accept punishment. It was the same on their side. Next, they could only try their best to compensate those poor people who lost their lives innocently. Thinking a little too far, Zhou Yuanjing's heart, which was originally a little happy because he knew his son had returned safely, suddenly fell again. He checked the time and sent a message to Zhou Xiaowen, asking him to call him later, and then continued the meeting with the generals. Suddenly, there was a heavy knock on the door of the conference room. The generals who were whispering around the conference table suddenly stopped talking and looked at the man in the main seat above. The other party nodded, cleared his throat and said, "Come in." The heavy door of the conference room was pushed open on both sides, revealing the figure behind the door, which was Zhong Ting, who had separated from Jiang Hui and others not long ago. The other party's communication on the spacecraft lasted for a long time, and the call was ended not long ago, when he got on the hovercraft and arrived at the main house. Jiang Hui and others had already settled in the little white building. However, Lieutenant Colonel Zhong Ting's work has just begun. Although it is called the Little White Building, it should be just a figurative name, because this building looks really big, standing on the right side of the magnificent main house. This columnar building is 5 stories high, as its name suggests. The outer wall is painted with white paint, but it is not the kind of shiny white. Instead, it has a matte-like gloss, which contrasts with the green plants circling up the outer wall and shows a sense of mystery. Zhou Xiaowen said that he didn't come to this building very often. It seems that he has only come a few times since he moved into Zhou's house, because there have been no relatives or friends who need to be entertained here before. Even if there are, they generally don't choose to live here, so it has been empty. Jiang Hui and his friends became the first guests to enjoy this building. Although no one has moved in and the owner has not been active here, there are many staff members in charge of this place. On weekdays, there will be special people to clean this small building, so Jiang Hui and others just need to move in with their bags. Chapter 361. Zhou Xiaowen's staff was very considerate. They quickly arranged a room for them, and sent them loose clothes and warm meals. This was indeed what they all needed. Whether it was Jiang Hui, who was on the verge of life and death, or Zhou Xiaowen and Huan Xian, who were busy running around, they had not had a good meal all day. The food was delivered directly to their rooms, so there was no need for them to meet again, and they all stayed in their respective rooms to rest. Considering that Jiang Hui was a girl, the people in Zhou's house arranged for her to live on the first floor alone, and the others were assigned to the lower floor. Too many things happened all day, and it was already very late in the hospital, long after the time for ordinary people to go to bed. Then the group took a spaceship from the hospital to Zhou's house, and it was already early morning when they heard the news. After Jiang Hui washed up and had a simple meal, a strong sense of fatigue involuntarily surged up all over his body. She turned off the lights and lay on the soft bed. The heavy curtains blocked the moonlight outside, creating an extremely safe environment. Although she was very tired, Jiang Hui didn't feel sleepy at all. It was already past 12 o'clock when she took the spaceship just now. She was forcibly sent into the consciousness space in an instant. She had slept during that time, so she was not sleepy now. But Jiang Hui could clearly feel the fatigue surging from deep in her body, which was not something that the consciousness space could relieve. The best way was to eat well, sleep well and rest well. There was no other way. So even if she couldn't sleep, Jiang Hui forced herself to sink into the soft bed, waiting for the moment to fall asleep. No, I still can't sleep. Jiang Hui sat up from the bed suddenly, looking straight ahead. Why don't you sleep? A voice suddenly sounded behind her. Jiang Hui sat sideways beside the windowsill in neat clothes. The white arched window almost occupied 3/4 of the height of the floor, and the silver moonlight shone in and almost covered the entire corridor. The dark red walls on the left and right showed a velvety texture under the moonlight, which looked mysterious and unpredictable. This is a corner of the corridor outside her room. Jiang Hui couldn't sleep for a while, and it was boring to stay in the room, so she turned out to take a breath in the corridor. Unexpectedly, she ran into someone who was also out for a walk because he couldn't sleep. After experiencing time travel, Jiang Hui felt that there was nothing to be afraid of in this world. After all, her own existence was already quite mysterious. So when she heard someone suddenly calling her from behind, she turned around and looked over naturally. The only people who were still awake and could come up behind her to talk were the few people who might have come with her. Hillman was such a carefree guy that he was probably sleeping like a piglet by now. Even if Zhou Xiaowen was still awake, he probably didn't have time to hang out. So there was only one person left who hadn't fallen asleep and ran into her. Huan Xian didn't remember to put on a neat daily suit like Jiang Hui did when he left the room. He just wore the pajamas provided by the Zhou family and wandered out. It was just that the Zhou family service staff were probably influenced by Zhou Xiaowen's aesthetics, and they prepared furry and cute pajamas for their friends. Huan Xian's pajamas were quite decent, with no long or short hair, but the collar was embroidered with cartoon dog images from some unknown show. which formed a very strong contrast with his slightly indifferent face at the moment. Jiang Hui convinced herself that it was okay. It was okay for children to wear cute clothes. Didn't she sleep in it just now? Well, she couldn't help but change into a new outfit and sit outside because the clothes were too ugly. The other party didn't care about the pajamas that didn't match his temperament at all, and naturally lowered his body to sit on the other side of the windowsill, facing Jiang Hui. However, his posture seemed more casual, with one leg bent and the other leg hanging naturally to the ground. You didn't sleep either. Jiang Hui raised his eyebrows. Are you still scared? Wan Xian didn't care about Jiang Hui's obviously sarcastic statement and asked back. I'm not. Jiang Hui shook her head. She didn't dare to say that she wasn't scared before. But even if she was, it was probably gone now, leaving only fatigue and fear. The other party nodded thoughtfully. And then, there was a long silence again. The silent air seemed to be brewing a heavy atmosphere. Sorry. I already knew about the game, Wan Xian said softly, word by word. His voice was very soft, and his expression showed a very special embarrassment, as if he didn't dare to look at Jiang Hui's face. He knew it not much later than Zhou Xiuwen, but he couldn't do what Zhou Xiuwen dared to do. Zhou Xiuwen could also make various arrangements to try to delay the pace and progress of his friends, except that he could do everything. However, even if he wanted to, he still couldn't make an effective blocking action, because no one knew his embarrassing position better than him. If he used manpower to stop Jiang Hui and others, his action that had nothing to do with the mission would inevitably become the corresponding report submitted to the bigwigs in the military. By then, Jiang Hui and the others would be exposed to their eyes. Wan Xian didn't want his friends to be involved too much in his mess, so he could only silently let Zhou Xiuwen handle it. However, the two of them still failed to stop these friends, who always had more methods than problems with their implicit approach. Even many obstacles still failed to reduce their interest in watching the game. So the group was dragged in like this. Not only Zhou Xiuwen regretted it, but Wan Xian also regretted it very much. He had countless opportunities to stop it, but he did nothing. So his friends suffered an unprovoked disaster. The series of events that resulted from this almost led to a tragedy. Wan Xian thought to himself that he played a very disgraceful role in it. He thought he regretted it. So this is regret? When he found that his friends were involved in the vortex of death. When he faced the death of the people he cared about. The extremely painful and bitter meaning that emerged in his heart was regret. At that moment, he forgot his embarrassing identity that might cause trouble to his friends. Forgot the military eyes he once avoided. And even forgot all those complicated thoughts. He only wanted to be faster. Faster. He wanted to try to save his friends, and not let them wither in front of him like his mother. The necklace for saving people still didn't come in handy. But this time his friend finally survived. Chapter 362 Ballad. Jiang Hui naturally didn't think so much. But he couldn't help but secretly thought that Wan Xian had such a high bottom line. I thought that even if he wasn't absolutely rational and indifferent, he would probably be a very independent type. But I didn't expect that he would be a delicate type who would blame himself for dragging down his friends. Jiang Hui was not surprised at all that Zhou Xiuwen was the one standing here and blaming himself. Because that guy was obviously a person with a high bottom line. Just looking at the uneasy expression he showed when he talked to them before, you can tell that he must have struggled and tangled in this short night. Jiang Hui also pretended not to see it, letting the other party think that the matter was over. However, Wan Xian, who behaved very normally at the time, was still tangled up until now. And he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because of thinking about it. I think the other party's silence today was also because of this matter. Jiang Hui originally wanted to laugh it off in the same way as he did to Zhou Xiuwen. But then he changed his mind and thought that if the other party could really digest it, he wouldn't remember it until now. Zhou Xiuwen is a well-behaved and upright person, but surprisingly open-minded. Wan Xian gives people the feeling of being unfettered, but surprisingly a little awkward. Jiang Hui felt a little emotional for some reason, and did not directly comfort her, but just changed the subject. Today she tilted her head and looked at the simulated moon hanging high in the sky. The soldiers who escorted us died. Jiang Hui suddenly said such an irrelevant sentence. Wan Xian looked at the girl silently, without interrupting. Do you know? It was me who first suggested that they turn back for rescue. They originally planned to send us away before turning back for rescue, but changed their minds because of our suggestion. We all left safely in the end. But they all died in the chaos. Although I don't know what happened to make them all sacrificed. This is the unchangeable result. They all died. Jiang Hui thought that she still cared. The moment she heard the news, her heart stopped for a moment, as if her soul had died at that moment. It didn't hurt, but it went deep into her bones. She just wanted to use this as an example to illustrate similar situations. But when she said it out loud, Jiang Hui suddenly wanted to confide in the other party. At this moment, she was no longer a listener, but instead turned into a confused person who asked for help from others. I am not the one who caused this chaos. I am just a victim. The direct position that determined their sacrifice has nothing to do with me. And even, Jiang Hui's voice was a little stuck. It seemed that she was a little confused as she spoke, but she still wanted to use accurate words to describe her thoughts. We also put aside our own safety to fulfill them. But the result is that they all died. So many people can survive. Even Clarence and I survived in such a situation where it was almost impossible to survive. But they all died quietly in the flames of guarding. Why? If Jiang Hui didn't know why. And a strong sour feeling surged in the depths of her chest as she spoke. At this moment, she recalled that she was still uncomfortable because she faced such a short and cruel sacrifice. I said if I hadn't said too much at the beginning, and let them send them to the other end of the passage quietly, would Clarence be able to leave the scene safely without getting hurt? Perhaps they could avoid a fatal moment and not die. At this moment, Jiang Hui realized that she had always thought so in her heart. Perhaps it was because of her self-righteous advice that both sides failed to get a good result. So could it all be because of her? Jiang Hui slightly widened her eyes and turned her head to the side, trying to hold back the tears that came up with her physiological reaction, so as not to scare the boy who was also confused on the opposite side. Unexpectedly, before she could hold back the bitterness, she heard the boy not far away sigh. And then he stood up, stretched out his hand, and seemed to hand something over. Jiang Hui turned back and silently pushed back the other person's hand. I didn't cry. What does it look like to hand over a handkerchief? It makes her look like a crybaby. Well, you didn't cry. But the other party did not withdraw his hand, and insisted on passing the handkerchief forward. Jiang Hui saw that the other party was really insistent, so he had no choice but to take it down, holding it in his palm. But the discomfort in his heart quietly went away a lot. Thank you. The two people took turns to speak out, and they were confused for a while. And then, they suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After a long time, just when Jiang Hui thought that the two would remain silent, the other party suddenly said, It's not your fault. The young man said in a deep voice word by word. Jiang Hui looked at the other party, and Huan Xian did not look at her, but just looked along the moonlight that was splashed all over the ground, as if he was obsessed with counting the checkered bricks on the ground, and repeated the sentence again. You are right. It was not us who caused this disaster, but those ambitious guys who would do anything to achieve their goals. They are the ones who caused the sin, and they are the ones who should be ashamed. You don't have to feel burdened by this. And Clarence probably wouldn't agree with what you said. Right? He would never blame you for his injury because you suggested those soldiers to return for help. Perhaps for him, what is really worth being grateful for is that you braved the flames of war and brought him out of the desperate situation of death step by step. We don't think you did anything wrong. As for the soldiers who died, Huan Xian retracted his gaze and looked into the eyes of the girl opposite. You probably can't understand. For every soldier who has sworn to protect the safety of the empire and citizens, death is not a distant thing. On the contrary, they are always prepared to die for the future and glory of the empire. We never regret the decisions we made, nor are we afraid of death and threats. There is no if, only the present. If you are afraid, please call our name. I am willing to fight for you and fight for you. We are the empire's army lions. Huan Xian sang in a strange language. It was not any language Jiang Hui knew, but strangely she understood it, because in this body's incomplete memory, she had heard such a ballad from Jiang Hui's mouth. The young officer hugged his young daughter and sang an ancient ballad from the army in a low voice. The little girl was drowsy, and the usually cold and hard woman sat on the other side, with her hands folded and closed her eyes slightly. The two of them guarded the girl in the middle together. Such a rare and warm scene is so unforgettable that Jiang Hui, a latecomer who came from a different layer, still remembers it vividly and can't forget it. Chapter 363 Existence. Remember that death is not scary. There is a way back home. We will always meet again. The voices of the young men matched, from high to low, and finally returned to calm. Both of them felt an unprecedented tranquility in their hearts. Suddenly, the young man seemed to be a little helpless and said, "I was thinking of listening to your thoughts. But I didn't expect that I would solve this answer for you." Jiang Hui raised his eyebrows. "So you are quite clear about this, right? Are you still entangled? Thanks to you, I have figured it out." Wan Xian raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Very faint, but more real than ever before. As if it came from the joy deep in her heart rather than with imitation and divergent emotions. The two sat under the windowsill for a while, and then went back. The moonlight was still shining under the long corridor, and the laughter not long ago did not leave any traces. As if nothing had happened. The school was suspended, and they stayed at Zhou Xiuwen's house for the time being to wait and see what happened. Although Stark had warned everyone not to fall behind in their studies, it was difficult to do so because the star network of planet 732 was completely disconnected the next day. Except for the military route, other network lines were blocked and restricted to a certain extent, and ordinary people could not contact the outside world at all. Many things derived from this network were also unusable, so everyone had no choice but to rest on their own. Jiang Hui slept in the room until she woke up naturally, and then found the dining hall according to the staff's instructions. The host Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman seemed to have just arrived. They greeted Jiang Hui and asked her if she had a good rest at night. The group was quite complete, but one person was missing. Zhou Xiuwen wanted to notify Huan Xian to come down for dinner, but the staff member who was in charge of contacting and picking him up told him that Huan Xian was called away by his father's people early in the morning. He was probably busy, so there was no need to wait for him. The few people didn't ask what Huan Xian was called to do by Zhou Yuanjing, and they didn't know what the lunchbox was. The three of them sat at a small round table and had breakfast. Jiang Hui listened to Hillman complaining to Zhou Xiuwen that the hollow sculptures on the edge of his bed were a bit scary, and he was almost scared to death when he woke up in the middle of the night, resulting in a sleepless night. Zhou Xiuwen listened to his friend's complaints patiently, and noticed that Jiang Hui seemed a little careless, and asked, "Student Jiang, didn't you rest well yesterday? Why do you still look a little tired? Maybe you are a little mentally exhausted, and you will be fine after 2 days of rest." Jiang Hui said honestly, "It turns out that fatigue really has a lasting effect. I didn't feel it yesterday because of the tension. I just felt ordinary tiredness. But when I woke up, my whole body was about to fall apart, with sore muscles and legs that didn't feel like their own." Jiang Hui lay on the bed for a long time before she recovered. She thought she had gone downstairs very late, but she didn't expect Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman to have just arrived. Did everyone sleep in? Oh, except Wan Xian. That guy is really strong. Last night, everyone went out at night, but he was able to get up early to work. He is really a new generation of model worker. Who would have thought that Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman would be a little amused when they heard this? We walked around the garden outside before coming back for lunch. So she was the only one who slept in? Jiang Hui was a little speechless. Hillman waved his hand. Sleep. 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 It doesn't matter if you go back and sleep for another round. Anyway, there is nothing to do, and you can't log into the optical computer. Zhou Xiuwen checked the military communicator and read the notice on it word by word. Normal communication will be restored at 5 hours 49 minutes and 37 seconds in the afternoon. Please pay attention to it. The restoration time can be accurate to the minute. It's outrageous. Zhou Xiuwen also said that they spent a lot of effort to govern the entire planet this time, intending to catch all the rats hiding everywhere and make planet 732 peaceful. Zhou Yuanjing was probably scared by the mistakes of the military. In order to eliminate future troubles, he simply took a trick to cut off the firewood. Not only did he take action against the remaining secret agents in the local area, but also did not let go of the people who were temporarily stationed here by the military this time. They were all wiped out, since the military was reluctant to clean up the situation. He would do it. As for the thoughts of the superiors, they were not within his consideration, because they did not consider his thoughts at all when they brought the storm to Zhou Yuanjing's star. However, these dark things have nothing to do with Jiang Hui and the others. Although he was still experiencing a life-and-death disaster the day before, he has now returned to real life after easing up. As a student, even if you love studying, you will long for a holiday. Their studies at Beska Intermediate College are actually quite heavy. There are many things to learn. Not only do they have to learn all the hard military projects, but they can't fall behind in cultural courses. In addition, Several people are relatively diligent in learning, and sometimes their rest days are also fully scheduled. Especially Jianghui, who is really the kind of person who studies even in his dreams. So these few extra days of vacation can be regarded as a way of relaxation to some extent. Anyway, they can't contact the outside world. After lunch, several people dispersed and did their own things. Hillman said he wanted to go back to catch up on sleep. He was really scared by the row of statues at the head of the bed yesterday and couldn't sleep. I heard that the considerate staff had replaced it for him. Zhou Xiuwen naturally had to go back to the main house. If he wanted, there were still many things waiting for him to do. Jianghui had nothing to do. But her physical fatigue was still obvious. So she also went back to her room. However, she didn't catch up on sleep like Hillman, but took out the newly purchased books from the space button to read. I don't know if it was because of excessive physical overdraft yesterday, and the CPU was running at an overspeed. Later, when I entered the space, my whole consciousness was vague, as if I had been eating all the time, and then fell asleep while eating repeatedly. Jianghui knew that this was a special manifestation of her current physical recovery, which was good for her. Having had previous experiences, she was not surprised by this, and even extended some related guesses. She vaguely realized that this space might not only be a space of thoughts, but also had a close connection with her body, mental power and even soul. And it was not only one way, but perhaps some kind of two-way or even multi-way connection. And everything in this space pointed to her current consciousness and cognition. That is, everything I know can be constructed into the reality in it. So cognition, or knowledge, is the only standard force circulating in that world. If she wants to further control this strange space, she must constantly acquire and expand her knowledge. Reading is undoubtedly the most intuitive and convenient way to expand knowledge. Sometimes Jianghui even felt vaguely that she was not actually learning these cold knowledge and data, but instinctively absorbing some kind of power to maintain her life pulse. Chapter 364 Failed Attempt. Bang, bang, bang. The central joint bearing failed to hold, and the core fell apart. Before she could react, all parts fell apart and hit the ground. Jianghui kept her hands empty, staring blankly at the parts on the ground. Her eyes seemed a little empty. She had worked hard for a whole morning to assemble the joint, and it looked good just now. How could it be broken into pieces all of a sudden? And there was no connected part. It was completely scattered, and she had assembled it according to the steps and structure. What went wrong? Jianghui was a little anxious, because she spent almost 2 days just for such a palm-sized joint. In order to avoid being disturbed in the middle of the process, Jianghui did not even go downstairs today and had dinner directly in the room. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian seemed to be very busy these days. The two of them were also the kind of people who disappeared all day long. Hillman seemed a little frightened. He felt a little uncomfortable the day before, and then he fell ill the next afternoon. Fortunately, it was just a minor illness similar to seasonal colds. According to him, this was an old problem since childhood. This time, he must have been frightened, and it came out early. He didn't want his parents to worry more, so he followed the doctor's advice these days, and stayed in the room to rest and recuperate, trying to get well before returning to school. Otherwise, if he ran into his parents who came to visit him, it would be bad for them to see him in such a haggard state. So Jianghui simply stayed in the room to rest. After the Star Network returned to normal the day after the incident, they were able to contact the outside world normally. Of course, what followed was the explosive news that burst out instantly after a day of confinement. Perhaps it is the same in any era. Even if humans have entered the interstellar era, eye-catching news will always be the focus of humans. During the mission, in order to achieve the purpose of differentiated management, the military adopted a high degree of information control on Planet 732. From the day before the incident to the moment when the network restrictions were lifted, most of the network routes were controlled and intercepted. Except for the military, the rebels and the people who survived the chaos. No one knew what happened in the stadium that is now almost called a flat land. But it must be a big thing. On that day, the people of Planet 732 were all restricted at a certain time, and the soldiers in military uniforms politely and firmly asked them to stay where they were. The people inside were naturally guarded on the spot, and those outside were uniformly gathered and transferred to a certain location to wait for things to be settled. But no matter which one, there were a certain number of sergeants guarding outside, and even the dumbest guy knew that the environment he was in was experiencing some huge twists and turns. People who had escaped the disaster scene by chance have come forward to tell their stories. There is no such thing as a completely impenetrable wall in this world. Word of mouth spreads, naturally. The news spreads more and more exaggeratedly. Some smart people have even dug up a lot of similar inside stories. Now, people from all walks of life on StarNet are having a great time. There is a mixture of truth and falsehood. Everyone has transformed into a modern Sherlock Holmes to restore many details. It is quite realistic. For example, the military is clearing up a spy family behind the scenes. In order to reduce their guilt, they testify against each other. I heard that in the end, even pets were convicted. It's like a comedy. For example, some people swore that they had witnessed a large number of warships and troops being dispatched during the chaos on the field. No matter how demonized the internet is, no matter how outrageous the rumors are, the official news channels are still relatively serious and single, with formulaic descriptions, such as on a certain day, a certain event, a certain competition area suddenly appeared with rebels, and several nearby troops were dispatched together, such as the rebels conspired to destroy the network communication base station, intending to cut off the external contact of the 732nd star, and eventually cause the entire network to be paralyzed. And the richest family in the second ring area of 732th star was originally a rebel station. And the clan leader and a group of family members were arrested and so on. Jiang Hui was willing to click it at first to see if she could get some useful information. But the network disconnection for nearly 2 days also caused the optical brain to accumulate a lot of stranded information, including automatic push notifications and some stranded text messages. All of them were online at once. And then they kept pushing and pushing. She didn't know how long she had clicked. Her hands were almost numb. And later, she just let it skip automatically. Damn it. She won't read this information. God knows how long it will take. And in the end, she might not know as much as she does. Although she said so. 2 weeks later, Jiang Hui couldn't help but take a look. Then she struggled to find some more authoritative media information among the 99.99 plus information, and clicked in to read it. Sure enough, it was just as she thought, and it was not as much as what she heard from Zhou Xiuwen. Thinking of this, Jiang Hui instantly lost interest in continuing to read. Then she looked at the historical communication records below and found that Stark had made countless optical brain communications in the middle. But the message may have been cut off at that time, so it was not received. Then there was Hillman's message, which was sent when she and Clarence were running around in the field. There was no news from Clarence yet, and her message to ask about his physical condition was falling into the sea, and he might not have woken up yet. Jiang Hui sighed and sent a text message to Stark as soon as possible to report that he was safe. But the other party must be busy, and there was no follow-up reply. She didn't care, and stayed at Zhou Xiuwen's house to rest and wait for news. After reading books peacefully for a day, Jiang Hui suddenly remembered the pile of materials she got back from the second-hand trading store the day before yesterday. She spent a long time cleaning up the night before the game, rubbing her hands, thinking that she would start studying these materials when she returned to school. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen halfway? And all the plans were naturally put on hold. Originally, in such an unstable environment, he should have waited for the notice from the school peacefully, and there was no rush to study mechas. However, she just couldn't hold back. It felt like buying a bunch of food she liked but couldn't eat it. She was itching and kept thinking about it, which made her unable to sleep at night. So after repeated struggles, Jiang Hui couldn't help but pull out a basket of parts to assemble her first mecha. For once, she used real mecha materials. Although they were old and most of them were parts eliminated from abandoned mechas, they were really different from the past models that were so exquisite and standard that they had no texture. When Jiang Hui really touched the first mecha part, she felt this way. It was so cold, but it gave her a kind of indescribable throbbing feeling as always. Chapter 365 Commander Zhou. Just do it. Assembling a mecha should be similar to assembling a model. Well, the difference is really huge. Jiang Hui looked at the parts on the ground. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but feel discouraged. Alas, this is the 7th time. After all the hardships, grinding and debugging, she thought it should be almost done this time. But the prototype appeared all of a sudden, and the barely erected virtual image couldn't even last for a moment. So is the method wrong? Jiang Hui patted her head in annoyance and flipped through the book she had previously referred to. Of course, This book is not a very advanced reference textbook. Many of the details are very simple, and the homepage of the book is more of a guide to the outline and major steps. But this is already the most detailed reference book she can get on the market. She also relied on this kind of book to assemble a mecha model before. Well, she knew that she was really arrogant. She dared to try to assemble a mecha after assembling a few models. If she told others about it, they would laugh to death. But she was unwilling to give up. There is a saying that if you understand one way, you can understand 100 ways. The words are a bit exaggerated but not without basis. Although she felt that she was not the kind of genius who could understand 100 ways, she could still draw inferences from one example. This time, Jianghui chose to work on a humanoid mecha's knuckle. She thought that its appearance and structure were similar to those of humans, which was easier to understand, and the size was also suitable. So she thought of taking it out and trying it. For this reason, she disassembled 6 or 7 different sizes of humanoid mecha knuckles, studied them one by one from the aspects of internal structure, external lines, functional connection and construction materials, and then tried to assemble them. In theory, the templates Jianghui chose were close to 1:1 control structures. The final assembly for the experiment was a complete knuckle, which was disassembled piece by piece before assembly. As a result, she failed to assemble it for nearly a day, and she couldn't even assemble the approximate shape. Every time she built a prototype, it immediately became a pile of scattered materials as soon as her hands relaxed and the strength was released. And even the strong crystal colloid couldn't stick to it. This made Jianghui seriously doubt her ability. Is the model so different from the real thing? Well, it must be very different. But at least don't let it fall apart so completely. Jianghui squatted on the ground and picked up a piece of nail. The movable interface that was embedded with it just now had completely fallen off and fell half a meter away. Hundreds of parts were scattered all at once, and none of them were connected. Really? Why didn't they fit together so well just now? But they were quite well coordinated when they were scattered. Jianghui sighed, paused her fingertips, and clasped her hands together, intending to put the things away for the time being, and wait until she returned to school to find more detailed assembly teaching materials. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she would be furious if she continued to pretend like this. Dong, dong, dong. There was a dull knock on the door. Jianghui thought it was the Zhou family's staff delivering food again, and was thinking that it was still a while before dinner. Why did they come so early? Just as she was about to find the remote control to open the door, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Student Jiang. Isn't this Zhou Xiuwen? Why is he here? Jianghui didn't think too much, and quickly jumped up to open the door. As soon as Zhou Xiuwen entered the room, he saw Jianghui sitting on the ground, with a basket of unknown metal objects next to him. He was still picking up the last pile in his hand, and then threw it back into the basket neatly. He finally knew where the ding-dong-dong sound from the other party's room just now came from. Are you assembling a mecha? Zhou Xiuwen had been exposed to it since he was a child. Although he had driven a mecha only a few times, he lacked interest and talent in it, not to mention combat ability. But he was indeed more knowledgeable than many of his peers in StarCraft, and he could tell at a glance that these were all mecha parts. Jianghui nodded as if he didn't care, and took Zhou Xiuwen to sit at the table, not caring about the things on the ground. Assembling a mecha? Was he right? He still clearly remembered that Jianghui, Clarence, and Hillman were all students from the combat individual department. Do individual soldiers still have to do this kind of mission now? Zhou Xiuwen couldn't help but wonder. The other party must be feeling very strange at the moment. How could a student of the combat department think about studying and assembling mechas in private? Jianghui knew what Zhou Xiuwen was hesitating about without asking. It's just blind study. Nothing to do. Then Jianghui said with a smile, I have said it before. Actually, I never thought about entering the combat department before. I didn't pay attention to the follow-up when I applied to this school, and I was automatically selected into the combat department. When I realized that I needed to change, the school had already entered the student status, and had already divided the major in class. If I want to change my major, I can only wait until next year. Later, I accidentally came into contact with mechas, and I was quite interested, thinking about whether I could get in touch with them. After all, there is still so much time before the end of the secondary education school year, and no one dares to say that they can hold on to the end of their major. It doesn't matter if they learn more. Besides, even if she really wants to join the army in the future and become a soldier, It is not a loss for her to learn more about mecha knowledge. Zhou Xiaowen slightly widened his eyes. In his eyes, Jiang Hui, who was extremely capable, turned out to be not so sure about the major he was currently studying. Although this is understandable, it feels very different for Jiang Hui, a classmate he has known these days. He didn't know what to say for a while, and after a long time he said that's also good. The other party seemed to want to say something, but swallowed it back when it came to his lips, and changed the subject. I seem to have some basic books for mecha masters to get started, which were given to me by my elders in the capital before. It's useless to keep them. If you need it, I'll get it for you. Jiang Hui considerately did not ask what the other party swallowed, just pretending not to know. When she heard that Zhou Xiaowen had a suitable basic book, she immediately became interested and said need without any politeness. This kind of book is what she needs most now. To be honest, she is just groping around blindly now, without any basic law. This feeling of crossing the river blindly is really terrible. And she doesn't even know if she is on the river. Jiang Hui is also afraid that she will get into trouble in the end. So she can't help but get anxious. She is unwilling to give up. It is definitely not possible to continue like this. It seems that she really needs to follow an orthodox course. Otherwise she will never be able to step into the threshold in this life. Chapter 366. By the way, why are you? Jiang Hui looked at Zhou Xiaowen, and then suddenly stopped talking. Jiang Hui rarely looked at people up and down, even if they were acquaintances, and her eyes often stayed on the shoulders and above. Only after talking and contacting for a long time, she slowly had a general impression and feeling of this person. She didn't notice it when the other party just came in. But now that she sat close to him, she found that Zhou Xiaowen was wearing a plain white military uniform today. The dark patterns on the collar and sleeves and the neat tassels on both shoulders made him look very solemn, even revealing a sense of solemnity. Perhaps because Jiang Hui's gaze was too obvious, Zhou Xiaowen looked back at himself for no reason, and thought that there was something rude about his clothes, which made Jiang Hui look at him so closely. You went to see them off today, Jiang Hui suddenly said. Zhou Xiaowen was stunned for a moment before he realized the surprise in her words, and subconsciously said, How do you know? The girl whispered, I saw it on the news this morning. In fact, the report was not so clear, only saying that the soldiers who died in this battle will be buried collectively at 11 o'clock in the morning, and the bodies will be escorted away by a special plane. The news was very brief, without any extra seconds, and only mentioned the participants at the end, such as the army and such people. It was not strange that Zhou Xiaowen had been missing for the past 2 days, but he did not show up today, and did not send any communication information, and when he showed up, he was wearing such a military uniform, so it was obvious that he was going to send off. In fact, when she saw the news this morning, she wanted to ask Zhou Xiaowen about the situation next week. However, the news that the 27 lanes near the flowing airport were blocked and traffic control was implemented made her regain her sanity. She went to Zhou Xiaowen to confirm. Even if it was confirmed that the soldiers were attending the funeral today, what would it matter? She wanted to go to see them off. But it was not an ordinary funeral where she could go whenever she wanted. It was a ceremony to confer medals on the deceased. And it was the last elegy written by the Empire for these heroes who died bravely. How could she go when she had no relatives or friends? Even now, Jiang Hui didn't know the names of the soldiers who had protected them. Even if Zhou Xiaowen could help her, what could he do? Should he ask him to comfort her when he was also sad about it? Or should he help her find a way to go to the scene to go through the process? It was meaningless. People were dead. It was meaningless. Jiang Hui was very anxious, so she had to force herself to concentrate on assembling the mecha, thinking of distracting herself a little. Unfortunately, the effect seemed not very good, and she failed to do both. So when she saw Zhou Xiaowen's clothes, Jiang Hui couldn't help asking. She wanted to keep silent about it. Zhou Xiaowen didn't seem to expect to hear such an answer. He forced a bitter smile and nodded, Yes. Don't laugh. Jiang Hui turned his head away. The other party probably didn't know how unnatural his expression was. Really? Why did he laugh when he felt so bitter in his heart? The more he laughed, the more bitter it was. Why are you like Huan Xian now? You have to make yourself uncomfortable and put on a fake mask even if you are unhappy. There is no one here who needs you to pretend to be. Don't worry. I won't be scared by your expression and emotions. Where did the honest Zhou Xiaowen she first met go? Jiang Hui clearly remembered that he was very straightforward at the beginning, and a little timid, and he could express it frankly when he encountered something he couldn't do or couldn't bear. How could he suddenly change his appearance in just a few months? Or, is this his true face? Being seen through by Jiang Hui again and again. Zhou Xiaowen was a little stunned. And then, as if he had unloaded some kind of burden, his straight body and shoulders relaxed all of a sudden, and he tilted his whole body, letting his shoulders and back rest on the back of the chair. The young man sighed, as if he was brewing emotions or just adjusting his mood. After a long time, he said, "A lot of things have really happened recently." "Yeah. Who says not? She still hasn't recovered." Jiang Hui was like this. Not to mention Zhou Xiaowen, who was facing a more complicated situation. Jiang Hui didn't have to listen to the other party's complaints or talk, but she felt that he seemed particularly tired today, even though he looked normal when he came to her. But there were still clues. Perhaps he was a little sad. He seemed to be unable to maintain his usual gentle and optimistic attitude, and the whole person looked like a taut string. Very uncomfortable. Jiang Hui thought that the other party probably needed more rest. Rather than forcing himself to speak politely, the two fell into silence, and it was unknown how long it had passed before Zhou Xiaowen's voice sounded again in the room. "I'm sorry. I haven't entertained you well since I invited you to my home. I'm probably a very irresponsible host." Jiang Hui shook his head. "That can be called impolite. And I also want to thank you and your family for temporarily taking in our uninvited guests. I think it has caused trouble, and we are only grateful in our hearts. But," she changed her tone. A smile appeared in the corner of her eyes, and she said, "We came here in a hurry this time, so it doesn't count. We can start counting from next time. Next time we come. Classmate Zhou, please treat us well." Zhou Xiaowen's eyebrows also relaxed a lot, and the whole person became a little lighter. "By the way, I came here for another thing." It was almost time. Zhou Xiaowen was about to open the light computer to check the time, and two footsteps came from the door. "You are not ready yet? Xiaowen, didn't you ask us to wait downstairs early? Why are you too late?" The young man's lively and energetic voice broke the somewhat dull atmosphere in the room. Then, a man who sounded more calm, Hillman, turned into the door quickly, and after a while, the other party slowly appeared outside the half-closed door. It was Huan Xian, who had not been there for 2 days. Huan Xian disappeared. It turned out that Zhou Xiaowen had already informed Huan Xian and Hillman before he came to find Jiang Hui. As a result, he had been talking alone in the room for a long time, and he had forgotten about the other two people he had informed before. So they came to find him in person. "Jiang Hui, you can forget like this?" She looked at the person opposite her with a hard-to-explain expression. The depression and anxiety on the other person's face just now had quietly disappeared, replaced by a kind of shy feeling of discovering that he had made a mistake. Receiving Jiang Hui's questioning gaze, Zhou Xiaowen touched his nose and said, "Actually, it's nothing. My father said he wanted to invite you to dinner tonight. Are you going?" Zhou Xiaowen's father, who is also the owner of this mansion, has never been seen since Jiang Hui came to the Zhou family. Chapter 367. Although I have never seen it, I know that he is not an ordinary person because he has such a superstandard official residence in the 732nd star ring and such a large number of military personnel stationed at home. Jiang Hui had many guesses before, such as the Planet Master, the Galaxy Administrator, the important members of the ruling bureau, the military high level, and even the Legion Commander. But she never imagined that he would be the Commander-in-Chief and the Marshal. Commander Zhou Yuanjing, the former head of the 7 Marshals of the Empire, is also the 9th lifelong honorary commander in the history of the 9-star era. As we all know, the Interstellar Empire is divided into the military, the ruling bureau, and the nobles, and is a country with a multi-head system. My God, it seems that this person is not bad to be the head of the empire. In terms of historical status, the other party may be higher than that. They are going to meet the head of the empire. The head of the empire said that he would treat her and them to dinner, which sounds a bit fantasy. Even though Jiang Hui was a soul from another world who had just arrived here, and knew even less than many children in kindergarten, she had already learned about some interstellar events and great figures. So the name Zhou Yuanjing was not unfamiliar to her at all. He was a great military leader in this 9-star era. This legendary figure came from a not-so-great family in the empire, at least when he was born. His grandfather was only a candidate for successor to a large family on the 732nd star in the permanent galaxy. But his lineage directly changed the fate of the entire family because of his birth. Zhou Yuanjing was born with extremely high spiritual perception. He showed signs of the first awakening before he was even a year old, and successfully awakened to S+ level spiritual power in the first awakening. This is unheard of in the inner galaxies of the resident galaxies, and it can be said to be a natural talent. The military contacted Zhou Yuanjing's parents and clansmen as soon as they learned the news, and brought them all to the capital. Then things happened as written in the imperial biography. Zhou Yuanjing experienced 4 awakenings, and finally became one of the few SSS+ awakeners in the entire galaxy, and even in history. The other party also used his talent to kill all sides on the battlefield. As if with divine help, he completely transformed from a genius, with extraordinary qualifications, to a great military leader in just 100 years. The other party's various experiences are difficult to describe in simple language. 90% of the biographies of Zhou Yuanjing on the interstellar market may not be able to restore them vividly. But it is undeniable that the other party is indeed a great legend of this star era, the kind that can be ranked in the top 3. Although the other party's legend has come to an end in a bang, his influence on the entire galaxy has not diminished much. So wait, let them sort it out. The next person they are going to meet is Zhou Yuanjing, Zhou Xiuwen's father. Jiang Hui's first reaction was not that Zhou Xiuwen turned out to be the son of the head of state, but a variety of chaotic thoughts, which finally merged into a sentence that had nothing to do with each other. Should I change clothes? Several people actually followed her words and looked at her casual clothes, then looked at their own clothes that were not quite suitable, and then pushed someone who had not yet reacted to walk out the door in unison. Hey! No need to change. There is no need to be so troublesome to have dinner. Just be casual. Because they didn't want to change. To be honest, they didn't think about this at all in the beginning. The 3 of them. One was dusty, one was still wearing morning clothes, and one was more casual than Jiang Hui. It was hard to tell who was more inappropriate. If Jiang Hui changed, wouldn't they have to go back and rummage through the boxes to change? That would be too troublesome. It's better for everyone to be casual, so that they can lose face and courtesy together. It's not a big deal anyway. Someone's argument was getting smaller and smaller in the distance, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. Okay, I won't change, so don't push me anymore. Although she was shocked when she just found out. Jiang Hui's mood had actually calmed down on the way to the main house, until she reached the main house gate, because she felt that Hillman was right. It was just a dinner. Such a big shot took the time to have dinner with them. The children, for no other reason. Probably because they were Zhou Xiuwen's friends. Come to think of it, it is normal for parents to entertain their children when they invite friends to stay at home. In the past, Jiang Hui would often see this practice in Blue Star, and it would not be out of place even in the interstellar world. She was surprised to find a subtle feeling, because it seemed that a big shot like Zhou Yuanjing was actually no different from an ordinary person. And he was just like all the parents in the world who cared about their children. But she was not nervous anymore. But others were. Hillman was nervous because he came from one of the richest families in the interstellar world. But it was the first time he had seen a big shot like Zhou Yuanjing. And it was such a close contact. Commander Zhou Yuanjing invited him to dinner. And no one would believe it if he told others. If his parents and grandfather knew, they would be envious. As for why Zhou Xiuwen was nervous, it was certainly not because he was afraid of his father. On the contrary, his relationship with Zhou Yuanjing was quite good. He was born in a special family, and his mother could not accompany him all year round. His father later recovered, but he was also disabled. When he found that his father was with him in this way, Zhou Xiuwen would never be happy. It was the first time he brought friends to see his father. They were not those friends who came and went because of his father's position, nor those friends with similar family backgrounds, but who wanted to get something from him, but real friends who existed because of him. When Zhou Xiuwen first heard Zhou Yuanjing invite his friends to dinner, he didn't think anything of it, and notified several people one by one. However, when he really got to this step, he began to feel a little bit weak, because he was afraid. Zhou Yuanjing, his father, would be dissatisfied with his friends. He was destined to live under the gaze of thousands of people, and was surrounded by people with various purposes. Although Zhou Yuanjing doted on him, he also taught him to discern the human relationships, and his position was destined to be unable to interact with people as casually as others. If he made friends carelessly, it might even cause big problems in the future. Zhou Xiuwen also knew that Zhou Yuanjing had retrieved the information of these people when he came into contact with them. Therefore, he had been worried these days that his father had called him to remind him of how inappropriate these friends were. Fortunately, Zhou Yuanjing didn't seem to care what kind of friends he made. He only confirmed that their backgrounds were clean and their resumes were clean and let him go. Now that he brought them to meet his father in person, he couldn't help but get nervous. Zhou Xiuwen naturally believed in the abilities of his friends, but he didn't know what Zhou Yuanjing would think of his friends. Chapter 368 Reply. As the two walked, they may have been thinking about something, so they slowed down their pace involuntarily. And the ones walking in front changed to Jiang Hui and Huan Xian. Jiang Hui turned his head and looked at them, wondering why they were walking slower and slower. As for Huan Xian, he had no idea and was quite calm, both on the surface and in his mind. When he saw Jiang Hui stop, he stopped automatically. Mr. Zhou, you are the host. You are not going to let me open the door first, are you? Jiang Hui reminded jokingly. In fact, it doesn't matter who walks in front or behind. But in this situation, it is natural that Zhou Xiuwen, the host, should walk in front. And although she is no longer nervous, she feels a little uncomfortable when she thinks that behind the door she is about to walk is a head of state. Let Zhou Xiuwen block it by himself and buffer them for their good friends. Zhou Xiuwen realized that he had fallen behind and hurried back to the original position of leading the way. However, the four people fell into silence again. Beep. Jiang Hui was startled and subconsciously wanted to open the light brain to check, but then stopped because there was a single door in the middle of the corridor, not far away. There were several rows of dignified soldiers standing at the door. It was obvious that there were important people stationed inside. At the turn not long ago, Zhou Xiuwen reminded them that the West Hall where everyone was going to dine was coming. But it was at this moment that Jiang Hui's heart felt like it was scratched by a cat's claw. He was a little impatient. After hesitating for a few times, he was discovered by the person in front. What's the matter? Zhou Xiuwen asked, pretending to point at her collar, indicating that it was her laptop that was ringing. Jiang Hui thought about it, and finally decided to wait and see. After all, they were going to meet such a great man, and it would be rude to be too negligent. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiuwen stopped first. Don't you need to see it? I can see from your expression that you really want to see it. Anyway, the appointment time has not arrived yet. They came more than half a week early, and they didn't know if their father would have other guests. And this is the back. Even if there are guests, they can't hear the movement here. Hearing this, the other two also looked at her. No, you should be more nervous. They are going to meet the legendary Commander Zhou now. Zhou Xiuwen didn't say anything. After all, he was his father. But why did everyone act so casually? It made her look quite startled. Should she thank these people for taking care of her and actually noticing this? At the same time, the optical computer beeped several times, as if it was bombarding her with messages. Jiang Hui had no choice but to turn on the optical computer. In fact, generally speaking, the optical computer does not make this kind of sound when it receives messages, and it can also be adjusted to the Do Not Disturb mode. Interstellar pays attention to privacy. Jiang Hui had already adjusted it before coming. But now the optical computer beeped like this reminded her that she seemed to have specially set up Clarence's communication terminal in order to get his news as soon as possible. Therefore, if there is no accident, these reminders of incoming letters should be from him. It should be said that she was lucky that these beeps were timely. Otherwise, when they walked forward for a while and entered the West Hall to meet Zhou Yuanjing, the optical computer suddenly made a few beeps. And the scene. It's beautiful to think about it. Anyway, there has been no news from Clarence for 3 days, and they are really worried. Although they had received the information that the other party was safe before leaving the hospital, the communication was disconnected afterwards, and there was no accurate news for 3 whole days. This made Jiang Hui start to wonder if the other party had been lying in a coma for 3 days again. If this is true, then the other party's situation is still not optimistic. So these days Jiang Hui waited quietly in Zhou's house. And she was actually very uncomfortable. One is that she has not been able to digest what happened in the past few days. And the other is because of the casualties that happened in front of her. Now that they know how the other party is doing, it can be regarded as a solution to their knots. Jiang Hui turned off the privacy mode and let the people around her see the communication module on her optical computer. The person who contacted her was indeed Clarence himself. The first sentence of the other party was "I woke up." TSK TSK. Just looking at the tone, you can tell that the person on the other side must be Clarence. That guy has always been bad at speaking. And his words are harsh. Sometimes he is too straightforward, which makes his communication seem unskillful and arrogant. Zhou Xiuwen and others shook their heads in their hearts. Their friend is too bad at speaking. Not to mention the person who risked his life to save his life not long ago. Even ordinary friends would not start like this. However, Jiang Hui didn't feel anything. He read these 3 words in his heart. And his heart was relieved a lot. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that he is still in good spirits. I heard from my brother that you are also injured. Although it is not serious. You had a serious injury a month ago. I consulted the military doctor who saw the patient. If you don't take good care of this situation, it may cause continuous damage. Please take care of yourself. Jiang. I have asked my family doctor to send a batch of tonic medicine to the school. Please check it when it arrives. I am fine now. I just have something important to do at home. I need to go back to the Central Star area. I was in a hurry to go back and forth, and did not have time to tell the class teacher. Please inform me on my behalf. There is a turmoil on the 732nd star. The normal teaching of the school is also affected. Please pay more attention on your return trip. And that day, well, I will tell you in person when I return to school. I hope you will get well soon. Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman and Huan Xian. Hillman looked at the optical brain with a very subtle look, slightly widening his eyes, as if he wanted to see the person on the other end through the optical brain. Student Clarence seems to have recovered well. He can type so many words. We are very happy for him. But isn't this a bit too much of a distinction? There were 13 sentences in total on the light brain. Some long and some short. And only 2 of them mentioned you. And the rest were almost all addressed to Jiang Hui alone. Well, it was gratifying that the other party still remembered their old friends. But their fists were a little itchy. And since they met Clarence, they had never seen Clarence say so many words at once. Oh my god. This guy can talk so much when he talks? Jiang Hui didn't even reply a word in the middle. He said a lot of pictures at once. And then ended the topic on his own. The sentence that Jiang Hui replied while they were studying. The other party didn't reply either. And seemed to be offline again. It seemed as if someone forced him to post these. Chapter 369 Shock. It is true that the guesses of several people are correct to some extent. Someone is really forcing him at this moment. But not forcing him to send these words, but forcing him to hand in the light computer quickly. The blonde girl folded her hands, wearing a set of light metal armor, lined with a thick military uniform. Her medium-length light golden curly hair was loosely tied behind her head, and even the simplest automatic buckle was used to fix it. Although she had no decorations on her body, her face was decorated with gems that were not inferior to the legendary interstellar gems. Her eyes were different from those of the boy on the bed. It was a bright and dazzling green, like the first green leaf reflected by the first ray of morning light in the woods, which was full of vitality and green, which made people notice it at the first time and couldn't take their eyes away. And when you wake up from these eyes that seem to be made by God, and your sight spreads to the whole face, you will be taken by the arrogant face of the other party again. It was a kind of beauty that was different from the ancient pursuit of the Hua dynasty people. The beauty of the eyes, the beauty of the extreme facial features collided with a very gorgeous beauty. This is an undoubted beauty of the Obaro type. However, at the moment, the beauty frowned, folded her hands and looked at the boy on the bed, and said in an evil voice, "This is temporarily confiscated." Clarence, who had achieved his goal, let her do it, handed over the light computer in his hand, and then simply lay back on the bed. I said you are really willful, not only running around, but also coming back with injuries. Now I told you to avoid some radioactive supplies during treatment. But you didn't listen, and secretly asked those confidants to bring it in. Are you tired of living? Or are you afraid that you will not be able to leave sequelae? Seeing that the other party clasped his hands, and gently placed them on the quilt. The whole person was lying on his back in the middle of the bed, as if he was listening carefully. But it seemed that he did not listen to her words at all. The woman became even more angry. I know that we have not fulfilled our responsibilities as a family. But we have not missed the education of you since childhood. Since you are talking to others, you should talk properly. Don't avoid communication in this way. And, is this your attitude towards your sister? A woman rarely shows such an agitated side on weekdays. She has been in the army for many years. And even if she has some temper, she has long been trained. And she will not lose her sense of proportion when encountering things. And she is also a strong figure in the army. And no one under her dares to treat her like this. The woman is getting more and more angry at this unshakable little guy. She is angry that the other party does not cherish her life. And does not treat her well after saving a life. She is angry at the group of chaotic soldiers who created this disaster. How dare they hurt Phil? How dare those damn rats? Even the mother, who has the final say at home, is reluctant to touch this guy with a little finger. How dare those people hurt him like this? They really almost couldn't see this child. Sister. Suddenly the person on the bed spoke, dragging out the last syllable for a rare moment. Although it seemed a little stiff and out of place because it was so rare. It sounded like thunder to the person standing. Is this guy acting like a spoiled child? No. Is the person on the bed really her little brother? Could he have hurt his brain in the chaos? And actually did something he would never do normally? As if he realized what he had done. Clarence's expression was a little stiff. But it seemed even more awkward to take it back or pretend that he hadn't done it. So he could only continue to say, I'm fine. Don't worry. The woman continued to let the other person touch her hand lightly. Then quickly took it back. And then covered her head with the blanket as if to escape. As if she didn't have to face her abnormal behavior. Catherine Clarence looked at the person hiding in the quilt. And couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. And then sighed with a smile. This kid hasn't been so close to people in many years. Forget it. Let him go for now. Let him have a good rest. And we'll settle the account later. Rest well, and stop contacting your stupid cronies. If I find out again, I will report your restlessness these days to my mother. Wait for her to come back in 2 days. You know. The sight that fell on him disappeared. And then, there was the sound of a woman walking out. And the other party's voice echoed leisurely in the room. Let's go. I'm sorry. I made you worry. Catherine walked to the door and stopped when she heard this. She also heard the implication of that sentence. Chuckled. And then closed the door, leaving the boy alone in the room. After an unknown amount of time, a uniform breathing sound came from the room. The few people who had just received the message here had not yet recovered from the other party's whirlwind-like message, and heard a small movement in the corridor ahead. And several people subconsciously looked over. It turned out that the rows of soldiers at the door, who looked very majestic, saluted the door slightly. And then a young man, with a slightly ordinary appearance, walked out quickly and looked accurately in their direction. Zhou Xiaowen and the others who didn't know what was going on and thought they had gotten into trouble stood up straight and stopped talking, feeling a little nervous. No. What were they doing here? They just wanted to read some information. But why were they so absorbed in it? Wouldn't they make Zhou Xiaowen's father wait for them? They didn't have time to see what the legendary Marshal Zhou looked like. And soon Zhou Xiaowen cleared up the misunderstanding for them. Uncle Rex. Oh. It turns out that this person is not Zhou Xiaowen's father. The Sergeant Zhou Xiaowen called Uncle glanced at them. Although the other party was not kind. And even had a bit of ferocity on his face. His eyes were very gentle when he looked at them. Or it should be said that his eyes were so gentle when he looked at Zhou Xiaowen in front of him. It was really very gentle, forming a strong contrast with the other party's appearance and temperament. Why did you stay outside for so long without going in? Do you have to wait for a summons? The young sergeant chuckled. Uncle Rex. Why did you come out? Sorry. I just received the good news that my friend has recovered. So I couldn't help but be happy for him. Zhou Xiaowen explained naturally. But it was she who received the news. Jiang Hui, who was following behind, couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiaowen. How did the other party get on with him? Is it the one that Clarence sent back overnight? Rex had just heard the news and immediately recognized it. Well, so you know it. I would have asked you earlier. You kid. You're busy asking about others after not seeing each other for a long time. The child is fine now. But his brother is worried and sent him back overnight for antibody recovery treatment. Okay. Come in quickly. Your father is inside. Guess how long you will be grinning outside, kids. Please come this way. Don't be too restrained. Rex put his hand on Zhou Xiaowen's back and motioned for them to go in quickly. Gurgle. 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 There was a sound of wheels rolling from inside the door. Rex's face changed, and he let go of Zhou Xiaowen and walked back. He just happened to meet someone who had already turned to the door. Marshal. Why did you come out in person? Chapter 370 Tenderness. That Marshal Zhou came out? Several people subconsciously looked at the young man, only to see him quickly turn back to the door. With the sound of the wheels rolling, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was completely different from the image that Jiang Hui had imagined at the beginning. Or it should be said that it subverted their imagination. Zhou Yuanjing has been active in the military for more than 100 years. And naturally there are many wonderful moments. But most of them are the heroic figures in the early years of fighting inside and outside the country, and some shadow materials of attending the imperial ceremony. Among them, several videos that are highly praised on social platforms and have been ranked first for many years have even been watched several times by Jiang Hui, a later interstellar person. There is no other reason. Because it is too passionate. The protagonist in the picture can be judged almost at a glance. Even if there are many people standing around him, and there are many backgrounds. It seems that there is always a light surrounding him. And he is the most eye-catching. Whether it is the performance ability or the appearance, as well as the other party's contribution to the entire empire. Zhou Yuanjing can be said to be a well-deserved glory of the empire. However, he has completely faded out of the public eye in the years since he retired due to injury. No matter whether it is the second and third-rate media that love to dig into people's privacy or the official platform, they no longer publish photos of activities related to this marshal. Everyone is as secretive as if he is keeping silent about his retired life. And no one dares to cross that line. However, even if he disappears from the public eye, everyone has never forgotten his great contributions to the empire. So his name is still sung among the people of the empire, and has never disappeared. Jiang Hui took a brief look at the experience of this legendary figure at that time, and also thought about the reason why he suddenly disappeared from the public eye. The other party may want to retire and resume a peaceful life. After all, he has served the empire for quite a long time. More than 100 years, accounting for 80% of his life. It is indeed time to take a break. Or for some political considerations. He wants to leave the stage to leave room for the younger generation to display. This is also an unspoken rule in all industries. And it is estimated that military leaders are no exception. But she never thought that the other party had never appeared in the public eye because of this? In fact, this elder is still very young in terms of bone structure. According to the average age of the interstellar, more than 100 years old is still in the prime of youth. He looks clear and handsome. And he still looks very superior even with such an absolutely sick look. The whole facial contour is obviously protruding, without a trace of excess flesh. The complexion is pale, and the lips are black. At first glance, it is a person with a long-term serious illness. Even though he wears layers of military uniforms and a heavy cloak, his thin figure can still be seen, and it feels like the skeleton below is about to sink. But he still sat in the mechanical wheelchair, with his back straight, and no place on his body that meant to bend. However, the more this was, the more it highlighted his special situation, compared with his frail but dignified upper body. The lower body of this elder seemed so weak. Everyone who saw him could clearly feel how skinny his legs were under the dark trousers. And following these weak legs, below the knees were empty. He had lost his calves. Jiang Hui and the others were frightened and dared not look any further. The other party appeared in front of them so unexpectedly, and they were not mentally prepared. So they inevitably faced this scene. They then recalled the fact that the other party had disappeared from the public inexplicably in recent years. And they broke out in a cold sweat. Rex dutifully guarded behind this former superior, silently watching him control the mechanical wheelchair to greet Zhou Shouwen and others. He actually still didn't quite understand why the marshal had to condescend to come out like this. Even if these were Zhou Shouwen's few friends, Zhou Yuanjing had no need to expose his weak side in this way. Just like he couldn't understand why the other party had to support his sick body to watch Zhou Shouwen's game at school last time. Even if he paid the price of re-injecting a whole set of remedies for this. The pain of the remedy going straight into the spine was probably only known to Zhou Yuanjing himself. Rex respected his marshal, his eternal life mentor. Even if the other party was no longer as high-spirited as before and had lost that omnipotent body, he was still himself. The omnipotent Zhou Yuanjing. If these children were not so sensible and dared to show an inappropriate look to Zhou Yuanjing, then they would never appear in front of the marshal again. The commander of the 23rd Corps lowered his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed across his eyes, which he then skillfully concealed. After all, he had been sitting in that position for so many years, and he had already trained himself to keep his eyebrows and eyes still, and would not show his face as easily as before. But he probably didn't know how well the marshal knew him. Zhou Yuanjing in front paused his fingernails, as if he had sensed something, knowing that someone's recklessness had come up again. And he didn't say anything and continued what he wanted to do. Zhou Xiaowen was also very surprised that Zhou Yuanjing came out to greet him personally. And then a trace of surprise and later resentment appeared on his face. Father, why are you out? He didn't care about his friends who were at a loss behind him, and walked over in 2 or 3 steps, half squatting on the ground a few steps away, squatting in front of Zhou Yuanjing's mechanical wheelchair. Why are you making a fuss? Can I, as a father, come to pick up my son? Zhou Yuanjing said half-jokingly, although he knew Zhou Yuanjing didn't mean that. The young man was very sensitive. Hearing such words, his heart ached subconsciously, and he moved forward with his knees half knelt. What are you talking about? I'm sorry to bother you to pick me up. Sorry. I shouldn't have made you wait. Looking at Zhou Xiaowen squatting in front of him and holding his hand, Zhou Yuanjing chuckled, stretched out his other hand, and gently stroked the young man's head. What do you mean by waiting? It's good that you're back. I've learned about your affairs from Solsa. You did a good job this time. Zhou Xiaowen knew which performance the other party was referring to in this mission, and his face couldn't help but blush, because he knew in his heart that he was more willful than the things that these adults thought were more worthy of praise. But he was still very happy to hear the praise from his father. Happy that the other party showed every bit of real emotion without hesitation. This father, who had his own blood after he was over 100 years old, loved his only son so truly. The cruelty of war and the eternal dust of the battlefield made him cherish what he had, and he worked harder to fight and defend. In Zhou Xiaowen's eyes, the other party has always been an excellent father, even though he could not always be by his side like other fathers, playing with him and growing up with him. Chapter 371 Sharp Questions. But Zhou Xiaowen still remembered that the other party was not so frank at the beginning. I don't know if it's because the world in his eyes is too big, and there are too many people and things to consider and shoulder, so the feelings and energy he can put on his family are limited. The young Zhou Xiaowen once vaguely felt that his father's image was a little hazy, as if there was always an invisible veil between him and him, so he couldn't really see the other side of him. He also asked his mother if his father didn't like them. Otherwise, why wouldn't he stay with him like other fathers, take him out to play, and touch him intimately like others? Zhou Xiaowen's mother didn't answer at the time, but just gently hugged him in her arms and whispered to him, saying a lot of things that he didn't understand at the time. Then when he woke up the next day, although he had almost forgotten everything, he no longer asked such questions in the years to come. This routine lasted for a long time, until one day. It was supposed to be the day when his father returned from the battle. Zhou Xiaowen was dressed up by his mother early and waited in front of the door for the return of the male owner of the house. However, this time he was not waiting for the tall and majestic general in the past, but a stranger who was weak and limp and seemed to have only his father's face. Everything changed after this day. The time passed quickly afterwards, so fast that the young Zhou Xiaowen did not know how to distinguish those complicated people and things. He only remembered that after attending a grand ceremony one day, his father was pushed into the upper level of the capital Supreme Court with a calm expression, and he completely lost his calves after he came out. Not long after, Zhou Xiaowen said goodbye to his mother and grandfather and accompanied his father to leave the prosperous Central Star area and came to the 732nd star. Zhou Xiaowen's father has been with him since then, perhaps because of the suffering of life and death. Zhou Yuanjing also became calm and began to show his love and closeness to his son. But Zhou Xiaowen was not so happy, but felt bitter in his heart, because he became the one who left frequently. When he went to school, Zhou Yuanjing was at home. When he went out to study military affairs, he was still at home. Later, he stayed at home, and he was still waiting for him at home. His father, who was once full of glory and stood at the end of the empire, can only shrink between the small world. How does the other party feel? So in order not to make the other party feel lonely, and not to bring more trouble to this crumbling family, he rejected his mother's call from the capital again and again, and rarely made friends with people from outside. This time, he brought Jiang Hui and others to see Zhou Yuanjing, and he was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that Zhou Yuanjing would not like his friends, and then he would have to choose between his family father and his friends. Even if this ending was certain, he would still feel very painful. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuanjing reacted like this. The other party came out in person to show an attitude. At this moment, he did not appear in front of his child's friends as the commander of the empire, but as a father. And he was not afraid of anyone's eyes. Zhou Xiaowen only felt his chest swell up, and the surging emotions rolled and hit his lungs, making him unable to say anything for a while. Okay. Get up quickly. How do you look like in front of your friends? These little classmates are Xiaowen's friends. Right? Hello. I am this child's father. Zhou Yuanjing. The few people had not yet recovered from the other party's situation. But when they heard the commander Zhou greet them, they hurriedly returned the greeting. Huan Xian was better. The other party must have been used to it, and he performed a humble military salute naturally. Then Jiang Hui and Hillman were left like idiots, not knowing how to react. So they had to clumsily return the same etiquette. The other party seemed to be amused by the panic of these children. A faint smile appeared on his bony face, and his cheekbones trembled slightly, showing a bit of gentleness, which was very similar to Zhou Xiaowen's usual appearance. At first glance, you can tell that this child looks like his father. They are all good kids. You don't have to be too nervous, or my child will blame me for making things difficult for you. Zhou Xiaowen was inexplicably shunned, and he was not happy. He could not think like that. Right? The boy was a little dissatisfied, not knowing that this was probably a common rhetoric used by all parents in the world, who always like to use their children's little willfulness in greetings to get closer. Jiang Hui and others couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. How could this former imperial army leader be so gentle? Since the other party appeared, his words and deeds showed the characteristics of two capital words, gentleness. It was impossible to imagine that the other party was such a powerful figure. And there was no sense of fake face. They finally knew where Zhou Xiaowen's good temper came from. Of course, they didn't think that this was the true face of this legendary figure. After all, gentleness alone could not rule the whole army. Combined with his invitation to dinner and his personal greeting, the other party probably showed his gentleness to them for Zhou Xiaowen. The other party asked several people's names and ages. But he was different from the superiors Jiang Hui had met in the past. He would not deliberately inquire about their situation in depth, but only touched upon them. In front of him, Hillman, whose family was rich enough to rival a country, seemed to be from an ordinary family. Huan Xian, whose identity was a mystery, was just an ordinary teenager. And Jiang Hui, who was really from an ordinary background, was no different from the above two. Jiang Hui believed that the other party could not possibly not know the background of his son's friends, with the other party's identity and status. Their information might have been lying on the desk one by one when he met Zhou Xiaowen. This was very realistic, and there was no doubt about it. But when the other party met them, he still acted as if he knew them for the first time and came to know them quite seriously. Yes, the other party was very serious. Jiang Hui did have such a subtle feeling, considering the other party's status. They couldn't believe that he asked their names one by one and wrote down their names carefully and greeted them warmly. It is estimated that many high-ranking people in the empire, not to mention whether they can meet the head of state in person, even if they do, they may not be able to interact with him like them. Jiang Hui, who has always been calm, was also a little at a loss. The elders seemed not to notice the children's restraint and personally led them into the West Hall. But they didn't dare to look at each other on the way. Unlike the long table that Jiang Hui often sees in his life these days, this unusual dinner uses a round table. Several people with different identities, status and experience took their seats one by one. This special dinner officially began. Chapter 372. It turns out that the popularity of round tables in the country where Jiang Hui lived in the past was not without reason. They actually rose in the Hua dynasty for a short time. About a few hundred years. Not as long as the history of the plan. But nowadays, most people have adopted this design element. From mid to high-end Chinese restaurants to small families, everyone is familiar with round tables because it fits the festive concept of the Hua dynasty people very well. That is, reunion. When people sit around the round table, it will naturally form a sense of traction to the central axis, which is not only convenient for taking food, but also allows everyone sitting around to clearly see each other's faces, thus shortening the distance. So later there was a saying of talking about business at the wine table, because when people of different status, different positions, and different purposes meet, the round table can provide them with a good communication platform. Just like them now. Well, to say that their current situation is not talking about business. But the situation is much more complicated than talking about business. It was originally quite normal to have a meal with a friend's parents. Jiang Hui had received such invitations in her previous life when she was a student. She was a relatively precocious person, so there was no big difference in her concepts even when communicating with adults. But that was only with ordinary parents. Whether in her previous life or this life, Jiang Hui had never had close contact with such a high-ranking person, even when she accidentally met Lieutenant General Mace last time. The other party was more worried about his children. He only had a few simple exchanges with her and Hillman before sending them away. This time was different. They were sitting opposite Zhou Xiuwen's father, Marshal Zhou Yuanjing, and eating together. He seemed to be very interested in them, asking about their academic situation from time to time, just like an ordinary parent. Of all the people present, except Zhou Xiuwen, probably no one really dared to treat him as an ordinary parent. Zhou Xiuwen was actually quite loyal. He could see that his friends were very afraid of his father. So he took the initiative to warm up the meal and confronted his father to fight for a breathing opportunity for them. Yes, Jiang Hui never thought that one day she would still feel a kind of mild sense of oppression. It turns out that when a person becomes gentle, he can still oppress others, or the other person's gentleness may just be a manifestation of a certain atmosphere, and the core is still aura. Zhou Yuanjing didn't really put pressure on the children, nor did he think about trying to find out anything from them. He just took the children to have a meal and observed them. After all, his son has made good friends. Although he saw from the information that they are all good kids, he should also use his own eyes to see them. However, Xiaowen and his friends are actually quite interesting. They are so lively that they can't stop themselves from being full of scruples. They are calm and steady, and still observe from all angles. As for the most special one, it goes without saying that he has met the other party twice before, and he still looks so pale. But this time he is more popular. However, just as he judged at the beginning, they are all good kids. The topic of young people is not very nutritious. But Zhou Yuanjing doesn't feel bored, because this huge mansion has not been so lively for a long time. He couldn't help but miss his past when he was young. Was he so lively at that time, calling friends and laughing wantonly, thinking that the troubles of life were just so simple? Those were all past events, and the colors of the memory were blurred. Those friends who once surrounded him either died in a bloody war or drifted away in the torrent of time. Now there were not many people who could get together with him to reminisce about the past. Although the atmosphere was a little wrong, a group of people eating together could always bring up some topics. Zhou Xiuwen let slip that she wanted to borrow the mecha information, and Hillman and others heard it right away. Hillman's face was full of question marks. Don't you want the command information? Weren't you more interested in command before? He still remembered the scene a few days ago when Jiang Hui and the others asked Huan Xian for command homework, which really shocked his whole family. Why did you change your tune now? Jiang Hui shook her head and said honestly, let's try something else this time. She thought about it and insisted that she seemed to be interested in everything now. And it didn't matter if she learned more, because it would always be useful. In fact, her idea was not advocated by people in the society of her previous life to a certain extent. Some people would think that such behavior of not being willing to specialize in one subject honestly and knowing a little about everything is academic hooliganism, because knowing a little about everything means knowing nothing to a certain extent. Therefore, Jiang Hui would also remind herself vigilantly in the process of learning not to go astray, to prioritize, to avoid losing sight of one thing and getting nothing in the end. But Jiang Hui knew why she had to adopt such a way of casting a wide net. Obviously, with her qualifications, no matter which subject she chose, she could get good results, and she could also concentrate more on improving the upper limit of a single subject. The first and most realistic reason is the strange space that appeared in her mind. This space not only gave her twice as much time as ordinary people, but also caused some strange changes in her body and mind. Jiang Hui's demand for knowledge has increased day by day. Now she feels uncomfortable if she does not read or study for a day. The two are derived from the previous demand. Jiang Hui found that as she acquired more knowledge, these complicated and seemingly unrelated knowledge points formed a constantly extending net in her mind. A knowledge point is a point, and each point will derive many new gaps. And then some strange traction will constantly drive her to search up and down to fill these gaps. So what should I do with the missing knowledge? There is no way. She could only learn it by herself. Because no matter how magical her brain is, it is impossible for knowledge to appear in her mind out of thin air. Jiang Hui sometimes feels that her brain has unconsciously become something she can't understand. Very scary. But at this moment, She did not dare to delve too deeply into it. She just followed the needs of her brain and continued to absorb all kinds of knowledge, thinking that she had become fond of learning. I think after such a difficult learning process, Jiang Hui will grow into a strong comprehensive talent with no flaws in all aspects in time. So, classmate Jiang has not yet chosen a major? Zhou Yuanjing asked with some interest. Chapter 373. Jiang Hui shook her head calmly. Why? You chose the combat soldier department at the beginning, didn't you? Jiang Hui honestly told the story of her blunder at the beginning of the school year, and naturally skipped the twists and turns of being injured, and only said that she missed the time to change her major. Then when she reported, she was persuaded by the principal and settled in the combat soldier department for the time being. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuanjing smiled and shook his head. You were probably fooled by Jason. How can students be entered into the system if they haven't reported yet? As long as the school is willing to let them go, they can still transfer. Besides, the quotas for the combat soldier departments of major universities are in short supply. If someone quits, there are many people who can fill in. What? She was really fooled by the principal? She believed it. The other party said it's so difficult that she didn't insist on it. Unexpectedly, the other party was full of tricks. What is your first choice of major? Zhou Xiaowen was a little curious. Maybe it's a cultural major. The rest of the people sighed when they heard this. This guy is so good at the combat soldier department. Many students who have been trained since childhood can't compare to her. She actually just wanted to choose a cultural major from the beginning. This is too far away. Jiang Hui smiled helplessly. I have always been the kind of person who doesn't have big ambitions. You can see that I studied a completely unrelated major in elementary education. Really? Entering the combat soldier department was purely an accident. She intended to use the previous choice of her original body to rationalize her choice, although it still sounded ridiculous. Will you really change your major in a year? Hillman reacted immediately. Jiang Hui hesitated a little, because she didn't even know it herself. It has only been less than 3 months since the start of school, but so many things have happened. Unconsciously, she has gradually become accustomed to the life of a combat soldier. In fact, judging from the difficulty of her current studies and training, she can still keep up and accept it for the time being. But the only thing Jiang Hui is not sure about is whether she is really ready to continue on this path. According to her current mental power potential, if there is no accident after fully awakening, her mental power will be at least S level. If she chooses to be a mecha division, she may still have the possibility of becoming an independent mecha division, and she does not have to go to the battlefield. But if she chooses to be a combat soldier in command, with her mental power level, there is no second choice. So Jiang Hui did not fail to choose the direction of her major, but was not ready to enter the military and join the battlefield. She did not have the confidence to become a pioneer who dared to sacrifice for the collective and shed blood for the billions of lives in the empire. Jiang Hui felt ashamed of her cowardice at this moment, but she was not ashamed to face it, because this was the expression of her serious thinking and wanting to break through her contradictory psychology. If one day she really made a choice, she would definitely not regret it. Maybe? Jiang Hui buried the complicated thoughts in her heart and gently took them away. Hillman misunderstood that Jiang Hui wanted to leave the combat soldier department, and suddenly became a little anxious, and began to talk about the benefits of the combat soldier department in a roundabout way. He even used the example of the mecha division department spending an average of 1 million star coins per year to persuade her to stay in this major, and said that if she really needed it, he could provide her with a collection of mecha books in his home for her to observe, and she didn't have to change departments. This guy is working too hard. How come he is more anxious than her? Jiang Hui was amused for some reason, and she guessed with a bad taste that Hillman was afraid that she would not be able to find people to talk to as easily as she does now after she changes her major? Zhou Xiaowen looked at Hillman disapprovingly. What nonsense was this guy talking about? Of course, Jiang should make her own choice and consideration for such things. How could she choose so randomly? He thought about it very seriously and gave Jiang Hui some suggestions. As for Huan Xian, he just listened, and most of the time, he was dragged into the topic by Zhou Xiaowen as a tool. For example, Huan Xian would not give such random advice. What do you think? Huan Xian. Huan Xian. Please judge for yourself. Seeing the child who was initially reserved gradually relax after the topic was opened, and no longer as stiff as before, the two adults were actually quite relieved. In fact, one of them was more relieved. while the other one gradually frowned from watching with interest at the beginning. Do these little guys know how to behave? Even if the marshal didn't care about them. He shouldn't be so rude. Isn't this too much? Rex treated Zhou Yuanjing with respect and always behaved properly in front of this commander. He never slacked off on this even when he later became the head of the Legion. Therefore, when he saw these innocent children being so noisy, he couldn't help but want to control them a little. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the elder before he could give a warning look. The other party looked at the few people struggling over a little trouble for their companions very gently, and the desolation in his heart was not felt to fade a little. Stop! 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 Why are you two arguing? I'm not in a hurry to change my major yet. Don't worry. There's still more than half a year left. I'll look carefully and choose. Jiang Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but still said seriously to Zhou Xiuwen and the other person, who were gradually arguing. The air suddenly became quiet, and a slight cough came. Whether it was Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman who were about to quarrel just now, or Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, who had been trying their best to act as background mediators, they all suddenly became quiet. No, they seemed to have forgotten something. They seemed to be having dinner with Marshal Zhou Yuanjing. And then, they inexplicably quarreled under his nose. And Hillman was even quarreling with his son. Isn't this the level of being kicked out? Although I know that he will definitely not treat them like this. It's too rude. Especially Zhou Xiuwen. He usually quarrels with Hillman. But it's not really serious. Just quarreling for fun. He's used to it. Unexpectedly, he was exposed in front of his father, which made him feel embarrassed. His ears turned red, and he sat up straight, as if he was covering something. She was also dumbfounded. He dared not speak, and almost buried his face in the bowl. Except for Huan Xian, who was still calm and even watched the show. Jiang Hui also felt very embarrassed because it seemed that she was the one who started the quarrel. Besides, others didn't know. Only she knew that they were real children. She, an adult in her 20s, didn't know how to control and adjust in this situation. It was really a rhythm of life. An elder who successfully made several children behave instantly with an inadvertent cough looked at the guy who shrank like a quail and couldn't help but chuckled. Actually, you can continue to discuss. Don't worry about me. Chapter 374 Warning. Jiang Hui and the others certainly didn't dare to continue the conversation. Could they really treat this place as a debate arena? The marshal didn't care. But that didn't mean they could really be so unbridled. The other party didn't seem to blame them at all. Waved his hand, and said something without a beginning or an end after a while. Take your time to choose. There's no rush. At first, several people didn't react to what the other party was saying. Only Jiang Hui's heart moved, just because of the problem the other party mentioned not long ago. Correspondingly, this should be said to her. Slowly choose. Facing the confused eyes of the children, Zhou Yuanjing was not reluctant to share, and said earnestly, you are still young. The road ahead is long. There are more than thousands of roads to choose from. Just don't let your blood impulsive act. And even if you make a mistake for a while, you can still choose to change. It's not that you can only take this road for the rest of your life. Indeed, this is a hard truth no matter which world you're in. It's never too late to make a choice at any time as long as you dare. But children, there is one thing I will not remind you of unless I mention it. The path I am talking about is the normal path for most of the world. But there are also paths in the world that cannot be turned back once you have chosen them. If you regret it at that time, you will have to pay not only the material price, but also something else that is irreversible. So you must think clearly before choosing. And don't regret it. The other party looked far away, as if he remembered something. It was a general truth, but it was said solemnly and heavily by this elder. Even though the other party did not use any examples, it made the people present seem to vaguely see the taboos and untouchability of a certain path leading to the abyss. The other party's vicissitudes of life told them that he was not just talking nonsense, but had truly witnessed countless tragedies. And this was used to warn the world. Even though a few people thought that they were not the kind of lawless people wandering on the edge, and they would never be in the future, they still kept the elder's motto in their minds to warn themselves. These children were confused. But could Rex not be clear? Zhou Yuanjing was talking about countless lawless lunatics who had made mistakes in the past and wandered on the edge of taboos. And he was also talking about the culprit who had caused countless family tragedies recently. Angel Bergen's life was out of his control. When he was young, he was burdened by his family and chose an inappropriate major and was forced to bury his talents. When he was a little independent, He was forced to join the army to protect himself. He finally achieved some results in the army, and was about to cross a high threshold to completely control his freedom. But he was forced to leave the army by power, and finally return to the past when he had nothing. This really has to be said to be a real tragedy. Although Angel joined the rebels by accident, he actually did not do anything that was detrimental to the Imperial Army during his time in the army, but instead made great contributions. According to subsequent investigations, the other party actually used the rebels' information network to make many adjustments to the best of their ability, destroying several of the rebels' light and dark lines. These are all secrets that he has never revealed to the Imperial Army. He did it quietly, and then died with the secrets, which were dug out one by the Imperial Army's subsequent investigation. But his last help in helping the rebels steal encrypted data was also sincere, because his withdrawal from the army was not a normal procedure, but a political scandal. The powerful finally achieved what they wanted and enjoyed unprecedented glory. But Angel was seriously injured and left the scene in disgrace. The powerful who caused all this did not stop and killed Angel, who was forced to retire at that time. In the short time after retirement, he suffered extremely unfair treatment, and suffered great physical and psychological damage. Angel, who was born a civilian, was powerless to resist, and his heart was gradually poisoned. Why? Why is it like this? The empire he has protected for a lifetime will treat him like this? Is this the final fate of the warriors? If it is useless, it will not be taken seriously, and anyone can come and step on it, and no one in the empire and the people he once protected even remembers him. It's so sad. He fought for the people all his life to avoid suffering. But in the end, the suffering he suffered was not from the war. His life should not be like this. He wants to revenge and take back what was robbed. In a split second, the young man connected with the old rebels. This hidden nail that had never worked in his life was finally activated in this way. And this time he turned against the place he had protected all his life. Angel used the power of the rebels to kill the dignitaries who had harmed him and taken away his future, and then planned this activity to steal encrypted data. He wanted to tell those high-ranking guys that no one in this world should be at the mercy of others. When they use their power and status to control and manipulate others, they must be prepared to suffer backlash. He wanted to hurt them and let them see their recklessness, so that they would feel a little regret. Yes, it's really sad, isn't it? It turns out that he just wanted to make those people feel a little regret, because his power can only do so much. Angel took this road with the determination to die, and did not leave himself room to live from the beginning. He also had no family and friends, and nothing could tie him down. So in the end, he selfishly arranged this grand funeral of blood and fire for himself, and left a secret letter for his opponents who were chasing him. This secret letter was submitted to the military and naturally caused a great shock. Of course, they could not be shocked by Angel's so-called mental journey. Real politicians have long lost their hearts. They were just shocked by the provocation of the dead. A civilian dared to speak so arrogantly. What made him have the courage to resist the entire military and even the empire? This seemed to be the last revenge of a desperate desperado. But in fact, it was an alternative signal of the rebels entrenched in the depths of the empire to show off their power and provocation. Combined with the rebels' well-developed dark network, there were only 3 people who actually executed the plan. They successfully stole the encrypted data from the Imperial database and escaped successfully. It must be said that this was a mockery and irony of the entire military group. Zhou Yuanjing has been angry about the waste of the military these days, and he directly sent a communication to the marshals meeting to scold those people. Rex Dolente naturally shared the same position with his leader Zhou Yuanjing. He actually felt sorry for Angel in his heart. Of course, this was just a little empathy and touch as a soldier. He would not forgive the other party for betraying the empire. And the thousands of people who were hurt or even lost their lives could not forgive him. The other party was pitiful. But didn't he become a sharp knife for the conspirators to hurt other poor people in the end? Chapter 375 come to pick them up. After the previous episode, the few people continued to chat and finished the meal. However, the other party might really like this atmosphere. After dinner, he didn't want to let them go, and continued to chat about some meaningless topics. Well, these topics are really meaningless to this great marshal. Anyway, Jiang Hui couldn't think of the meaning of the other party chatting with him. Is he really enjoying this atmosphere? Jiang Hui was a little confused. Zhou Yuanjing raised his eyebrows and glanced at the children with a flickering look. The person who came to report said something softly again. And Zhou Yuanjing finally nodded. And the other party went out. Now is the break time. Zhou Yuanjing has specifically instructed the people below not to come in and disturb if there is no important matter. So someone coming in at this time must be urgent. Zhou Xiuwen had experienced this kind of thing before. But he was a little confused this time. Because Zhou Yuanjing's reaction after hearing it was a little wrong. It didn't seem like he heard something urgent or important. But rather a little like, funny? What happened? Simply this Marshal Zhou was not the kind of person who liked to keep people on suspense. And his eyebrows stretched out a hint of obvious interest. Children. The vacation is about to end. Someone is here to pick you up. Jiang Hui and Huan Xian and Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen. The cold and solemn young officer strode through the unfamiliar mansion passage. His long boots polished. His collar neatly fastened. And every part of his body exuded a sense of regularity. He followed the guide to the various paths freely. Not like a first-timer at all, but more like a host than the one in front. When he reached a half-open door, the young man walked in without stopping or looking around. He walked straight to a distance and suddenly stopped. Then took off his hat and saluted the elder in a proper manner. Captain Stark Tang of the 8th Legion greets Commander Shou. You are here. This salute was very respectful, without a trace of water, and it was more standard than the one in the military manual, which showed the respect of the visitor. Okay. Get up. Zhou Yuanjing looked up and down at the young officer. He had changed a lot in the years since he left the capital, and many outstanding talents have emerged, including Zhong Ting and this one. However, he had never met Stark Tang before, but he had heard Rex talk about him once. When he just came out of the military academy, his qualifications were not very impressive, but his foundation and graduation results were very solid, and his performance in graduation service was remarkable. Therefore, Rex had thought about recruiting him that year. But unfortunately, he finally chose the 8th Legion, where the political district was located. Over the years, the other party has made good progress. Considering his background and qualifications, it is already a great achievement for him to reach this position. How is your Captain Du doing in recent years? Zhou Yuanjing asked. The person asking the question obviously looked the most sick. But he was asking about the health of another person. This scene would probably be awkward for anyone who didn't know about it. But the two people present were insiders, so they naturally didn't think it was strange. Captain Du refers to Du Rui, the commander of the 8th Corps, who is also the direct superior of Major General Yuso, who helped Stark to his current position. The commander of the 8th Legion has been in the army for more than 200 years, and is considered to be one of the older ones among the 19 elite Legion commanders of the Empire. In addition to him, there are only 3 Legion commanders who are over 300 years old like him. When Zhou Yuanjing just joined the army, this Captain Du was already a full-time Legion commander. So in terms of age, Zhou Yuanjing can only be regarded as a young man in front of Captain Du. Zhou Yuanjing has always been very humble and polite to Captain Du. Stark nodded. The captain has always been in good health. Before I left the Central Star Zone, he reached an agreement with the former garrison troops of HM 5895, a pre-marked line, planning to open up a new front in 10 years. Oh! Zhou Yuanjing tapped the table with interest, but said nothing. The HM 5895, a pre-demarcated line, is a secondary reserve line drawn in advance by the military according to the war zone. It belongs to the combat zone that can be attacked and defended. The full line advancement is the first level front line. But this naturally requires a lot of time and resources. And it is not possible to push and deploy at any time, because it is not a front line that was directly raised due to the war. And the cost is also very huge. It is not the primary focus of the military's development and advancement. But if the relevant Legion forces can pass the application and deploy, then this Legion can be stationed on this front line and deployed on the entire line, which is equivalent to the expansion of the Legion's power. But developing a new front is a relatively long process, and the gaps must be filled. Therefore, many Legions prefer to use public fronts, because this will save time and worry. Du Rui did the opposite and pulled a new front by himself. And it was a brand new reserve line, which shows his ambition. This old general is still as good as ever. During his more than 200 years of service in the army, he opened up dozens of new fronts and filled 71 gaps in the Empire's defense line. It is said that in the past 50 years, due to the decline of physical strength, such actions have been gradually reduced. Unexpectedly, in the few years since he withdrew from the center, the other side has resumed the war. It is really admirable. But really can't do it anymore. Zhou Yuanjing sighed imperceptibly. Your legion has not changed at all in these years. Zhou Yuanjing said leisurely, if everyone is like your captain, the Empire will have fewer storms. Stark did not respond. Because for such words, he can listen. But it is difficult to answer and cannot answer. Of course, this Marshal Zhou does not need others to agree. He just quietly fell into his own thoughts. After a long time, Zhou Yuanjing's voice finally rang out in the silent conference hall. You are still young. So it's not bad to stop for a while. With your talent, Captain Du will not ignore you. Don't worry. Stark was not surprised that this person knew that he had temporarily left the center and came here. And just listened quietly to the Marshal's lecture. Okay. I won't keep you to talk to an old man like me. The group of children are probably waiting anxiously. You go to pick them up. Zhou Yuanjing smiled, raised his thin right hand, and signaled that the other party could leave. The young man, who seemed very calm from beginning to end, performed a respectful etiquette comparable to the military salute at the beginning to the elders seated in a dignified manner, and then left the conference hall neatly, following the guide to the small white building next door. Over there, Jiang Hui and others had already received the news in advance that Stark would come to pick them up and take them back to school, and they were all busy packing their luggage. Chapter 376 Return to School. After returning to school, a few people realized how much impact this turmoil had caused, which was almost comparable to the star evacuation operation. The most recent star evacuation operation took place in the resident star system. A large planet called Zhuyun happened to collide with an asteroid in the outer star belt that had deviated from its orbit. At that time, the Planetary Prediction Bureau estimated that this celestial accident might cause 30% of the residents of the entire star to die from thermal energy radiation. The governor of the district immediately organized the evacuation of the entire star and calculated that the transfer operation would be completed within 4 star hours. At that time, even the central star area reported this in all directions, and sent unmanned mechas to shoot short videos for fundraising for disaster recovery throughout the star system. This is also an action that can almost be recorded in historical books, and it is an excellent example of star evacuation operations in recent years. It is said that after the entire star was broadcast, all the people arrived at the corresponding positions within just 1 star hour, and then the teams entered the starship of Liuan. What happened on star 732 this time was not as catastrophic as the catastrophic disaster on Jian's side, but the bad consequences were no less. In order to prevent the unarmed people from being harmed by the crazy rebels, Zhou Yuanjing adopted a tougher approach, and even completed the control of all residents on the planet in less than half a star. The next few days all depended on the performance of the military, and most of the residents on the planet were waiting for news in the safe zone. Finally, on the 5th day of the incident, they were fully lifted. All channels were opened, and the star track was restored to normal. From the military's perspective, although this operation was very troublesome, it finally achieved its goal. They took this opportunity to completely wipe out the rebels hiding on planet 732. And those who had no definite evidence but were suspected were not spared either. They were temporarily detained and taken away. After the investigation was confirmed, it was determined whether they should continue to return to normal life or be marked as red and sent out of planet 732. The ban was lifted, and the military personnel were withdrawn. The matter seemed to have been resolved, but the chaos caused by planet 732 was not so easy to eliminate. The military issued relevant notices and reasonable explanations to inform everyone of the whole story and compensate the citizens who suffered losses to varying degrees. However, people's curiosity is endless. Such a big thing happened around them, but only these few details were revealed in the end. Naturally, it is inevitable to arouse everyone's doubts and curiosity. The news on the internet was flying around, saying all kinds of things. Many people with less courage were frightened because of this, and they have been living in fear these days. Even if the ban was announced, many of them still chose to work from home and wait and see. The group that was most affected was the students. Needless to say, the students in kindergartens and primary education were still young and could not distinguish complicated things. So they followed their guardians and spent these days nervous, anxious or happy. As for the students in secondary and higher education, who already had the ability to distinguish, they all smelled something different from this chaos. Especially some students from military and political families, who vaguely knew some inside information. They were naturally watching. Needless to say, The teachers in the school, those who could keep up with the situation mentally and physically, were ordered to help follow up of the incident. And they could not take care of the students. It was not until 5 or 6 days after the incident that they gradually dealt with the mess and returned to their respective posts. What was waiting for them to deal with was the school that was already in chaos. Stark also took time to pick up Jiang Hui and others. He happened to be on a mission here. And then he sent Jiang Hui and others back to school on his way back. Because according to the school's arrangement, in 2 days, at the latest tomorrow morning, the students should be notified to return to school one after another, rather than letting these worrying little kids run around on their own. It would be better for him to take the trouble to pick them up himself to avoid any accidents halfway. Stark couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart whenever he thought of what he saw in the video he got from the military channel that day. Really? Jiang Hui, your daughter is really amazing. She ran into trouble again without paying attention. This time, she almost lost her life. Stark couldn't describe how he felt when he saw it at that moment. Fortunately, she is still alive. He just knew what the strange look on Jiang Hui's face was that day. It was probably that guy kept it to himself. Did that guy really think that he wouldn't know if she didn't tell him? Stark was angry and amused. He wanted to contact a guy who didn't know the world. But then he thought about it and felt inexplicably. Even if he asked, what would it matter? The matter had already passed. And he had obviously passed the most appropriate time to question. Now it seemed that he was chasing after her. It's better not to ask. Well, after all, it's not the kid's fault. No one wants to be in trouble. And in the final analysis, it's all the fault of some conspirators who planned this. Stark was also taken to participate in an internal meeting. Not to mention that the bigwigs present were furious. Even he felt a certain degree of anger when he heard it. Of course, there are many directions for his anger, which I won't list here one by one. Anyway, in his eyes, this is an unprovoked disaster caused by ambitious people from all sides. And the most innocent and pitiful are those people who suffer inexplicably. Stark glanced at someone who was as obedient as a quail. His eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he completely concentrated on controlling the airship. It seems that she has learned her lesson and knows that it's okay to be afraid. So he doesn't need to waste his words. But considering the fright that someone brought to him, Stark decided not to meet the other party for the time being, so as not to get angry. The few of them were silent along the way. After arriving at the school, Stark dropped them off at the parking area on campus and continued to drive the airship away, leaving them staring at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Hui, who had prepared himself to be scolded, looked at his friends with a question mark on his face. What's going on? What is Uncle Tang busy doing? Zhou Xiaowen knew the internal situation better. When he met Jiang Hui's inquiring gaze, he thought for a while and replied, I heard from my father that there was a shortage of manpower for the aftermath work. So the officers stationed at various universities were summoned to assist in some of the cleanup work. Captain Stark is probably no exception. Jiang, he may have really taken the time to pick you up. Hillman patted Jiang Hui's shoulder heavily. Isn't it good that you didn't get scolded? I don't think Stark's class teacher is as fierce as you say. He is quite good to you. He remembers to pick you up even when he is so busy. Yes, this Uncle Tang is really good to her. Chapter 377 Recovery. Jiang Hui returned to the dormitory alone. The dormitory area was very quiet, and it seemed that there were not many people. Most of them should not have returned from the chaotic mainland area. Just now, they walked all the way to the canteen and back to the dormitory. And there were not many people on the road. There were still people in the canteen. However, the first floor was unexpectedly closed, and it looked empty. The machines that usually provided meals 24 hours a day were all stopped. There was some light on the second and third floors, and the voices of people could be heard faintly from below. But they were not as loud as usual. You can imagine how depressed it was. They all wanted to go back to the dormitory to tidy up. So they did not go to the canteen to eat. Several people bought a bunch of fast food from the vending machine downstairs and then dispersed. Jiang Hui's dormitory was far away, and it was already late when she arrived at the dark dormitory. She estimated that if she didn't hurry up, she would enter the consciousness space on the spot. So she walked through the dark corridor and returned to her dormitory. Once she entered the dormitory, she carefully checked the situation inside, confirmed that no one was there, then locked the door, sat down heavily on the chair in front of the workbench, raised her head and sighed. Finally back. I didn't expect that just an ordinary weekend would be like this. This vacation is really long. I don't know how long this effect will be extended. Although Jianghui likes holidays, she doesn't like this chaotic and meaningless vacation at all. Although the school time is really limited, she still hopes to return to normal study as soon as possible. Of course, her side didn't last too long, because there were still several things waiting for her to do. The level of automation in the interstellar world is really high. Basic cleaning work has completely left the scope of manual labor. The school will have relevant robots to clean each dormitory regularly. But personal housework such as changing bedding still needs to be done by yourself. After washing up, Jianghui changed the bedding, then walked to the work table and released the contents of a space button. But she also underestimated the situation in the space button and misunderstood how many points Zhou Xiaowen said 1 point. She was not careful, and all the contents in the space button were released. Books that were almost as tall as a person instantly filled the spacious workbench. Then the number continued to accumulate, and it hit her like a gushing out. Suddenly, someone was pressed under a pile of books and was dizzy on the spot. These books of different sizes and colors with different covers were all released, occupying 1/4 of the room. And they were still the kind that actually hit the ceiling. So many books. So many paper books. Jianghui squatted down and picked up a book, New Theory of the Seventh New Era Mecha, at her feet. She opened one of the pages and found it was full of content. The large number of terms was accompanied by detailed explanations. It was obvious that it was not a conceptual book. Is this the little basic book that Zhou Xiaowen mentioned? What kind of person is she making friends with? Well, how can the son of the head of state not be awesome? Jianghui reminded herself to ignore this point when she came back from Zhou's house, and never ruin this precious friendship because of losing her normal mind. But later she felt that her worries were really unnecessary, because from the time she knew until now, she still couldn't equate Zhou Xiaowen with the son of the head of state, because she always felt that Zhou Xiaowen, who was cheerful all day long, was not like a born prodigy. Jianghui thought that the other party was talking about a few dozen books, at most a pile. So she dared to say that she borrowed, but she didn't expect it to be such a pile. If these books were the same dry goods as the one she just read, then this favor would be a big debt. Jianghui's mood was a little complicated, and then she was suddenly awakened by the specially set alarm clock. Then she quickly took advantage of the last half hour to grab a book and read it, trying to bring it into the consciousness space completely, so she would have something to do tonight. In the silent night, under the dim light, the girl sat cross-legged next to the messy pile of books, flipping through a book at an incredibly fast speed. On the 8th day after the rebellion was quelled, the 732nd planet basically restored its original order. The school also resumed its normal teaching tasks yesterday, and Jianghui and others were able to go to class again. However, the students had a new topic, which was about the rebel riot. Student Chen, is what you said true? That's really... Fortunately, you escaped safely in the end. It was a close call. I almost went there too. My cousin didn't make it with me, so she made an appointment with other friends. As a result, she and her friends were all injured when they came back. I heard that her friend's leg was broken by someone stepping on her in the passage. You are still lucky. My relative is even worse. Others have come out, but there has been no news about him. His family thought that he was arranged by the military to wait in the safe zone. Later, we found out that he was indeed in the safe zone, but it was a corpse. He seemed to have died under the rebels' guns on the field. Later, we went to claim the body. Even the body was incomplete. Who else from our class went? A classmate suddenly asked. They are probably all here. No, Clarence hasn't come back yet. I don't know if he was delayed. This is not impossible, because although the school announced the resumption of daily classes yesterday, there are still a small number of students who cannot return to campus for various reasons, and may have to wait for a while. He went too. I saw him at the stadium before. Keith Jidey suddenly interrupted. This guy usually keeps to himself. Although he has good grades and trains very hard, he is very arrogant and has a bad temper. So his relationship with his classmates seems a bit estranged. He is not as good as Jianghui, who is not seen all day, because Jianghui often lends his notes to others. But today, the other party was listening nearby and joined the conversation inexplicably. Student Jidey, you went there too. Are you not injured? The boy was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that his classmates would be the first to pay attention to this. He didn't know what he felt in his heart. The corners of his mouth relaxed a little, And he shook his head and said, "I had something to do, and left early at that time. It happened to be the time when the rebels started a riot. So nothing happened. But Clarence seems to have a big problem." Jaidi recalled what happened that day. He happened to be trapped in the hospital. He accidentally saw the two people in his class, one standing and the other lying. Both of them were sent to the emergency area by medical staff in a mess. He was also busy at the time and could not go to inquire. And he was worried for several days. Now Jiang Hui is back well. But there is still no news about Clarence. And he doesn't know how he is. Chapter 378 Library. How is Clarence? According to the latest news from the other party, he should be fine. But it will take some time for him to come back. And Jiang Hui soon lost the mood to enjoy the peace after the disaster. She is now busier than before. She often stays up all night. After getting enough sleep in the consciousness space, she madly brushes the basic books related to mecha. When she wakes up, she continues to work on mecha. Occasionally, she also has to study the command information. She is so busy. The pile of basic books Xiao Xiaowen gave was also very basic. Even Jiang Hui, who had a bug in her brain, had to type them word by word honestly. He knew every word, but it was difficult to understand when they were combined together. Many books were simply incomprehensible to him at his current level. Jiang Hui had to spend a long time to roughly classify and organize these books. These books are new and old. Most of the new ones contain specific information, publication date and reviews. They are not cheap. They are classic books that are posted online and are sought after by various people. They are difficult to buy. Some old books could not even be found with publishing information. The covers were worn and simple, and the layout did not look like the products of the recent generation. Jiang Hui suspected that these old treasures were dug out from somewhere. The content was difficult. There were books of various schools, and some were missing pages. I wonder which abandoned library they were from. Jiang Hui reasonably suspected that they might be antiques, and took them to ask Xiao Xiaowen several times. However, the other party did not know, saying that his family bought them from outside when he was a child, and they were almost the same as they came from. But he was not interested in them later, and naturally he never used these books. When Jiang Hui asked him about this, he did not know. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was not appropriate. So she quickly scanned the old books into her consciousness space and quickly returned them to Zhou Xiaowen, not daring to keep them for long. As for the new ones, which still accounted for the majority, she was also trying her best to read them, not seeking to understand every word immediately, just acting as a ruthless scanner to sweep this wealth of knowledge into her consciousness space as soon as possible. In fact, she could not understand much of these books that were scanned into her consciousness space. But after entering her mind in a speed-reading way, a kind of data alienation appeared, constantly filling in the missing parts of her knowledge network in her mind. Perhaps she herself did not realize that with this uninterrupted filling, her overall sensory structure of the mecha reached a certain incredible degree, both in terms of feeling and cognition. The former is the perception of the kinetic operation of the mecha, and the latter is the dissection of the structure of the mecha. In time, her cognitive level of the mecha will surely reach a level that ordinary people cannot touch, which is determined by the dimension of knowledge. Of course, Jiang Hui is far from being able to touch this point at present, and she does not know enough about her special brain. At present, she only knew that it seemed that learning things became particularly easy for her. The more she learned, the easier it was to learn. Jiang Hui liked this feeling very much and became increasingly addicted to the ocean of books. She consulted Stark's advice, took half of the course selection card, and chose the basic courses of the mecha department, intending to strengthen the mecha foundation. However, it just so happened that after experiencing the rebellion of the rebels not long ago, all major universities seemed to have opened up their Ren and Du meridians and focused on improving students' physical fitness, increasing the intensity of training to a certain extent. Students of ordinary majors don't know, but students in the combat and military department are miserable. Teachers of all grades jointly organized early training classes, 3 days a week, to urge students to do basic physical training such as long-distance running. The requirement to get up very early made students of the combat and individual soldier department, who already had a heavy academic workload, complain. However, the opinions of teachers of various classes were rarely unified this time, and there was no room for discussion, and they forced students to have early classes. They were even worried that someone would be lazy, so they asked students in the class to take turns to report for duty. and those who missed classes more than twice would be invited by the class teacher to have a heart-to-heart talk. As for what they would talk about, the first batch of people who tried it out probably knew it best, seeing that they trained more actively than anyone else. And seeing the class teacher trembling, you can know that it was probably a very friendly conversation. The improvement of physical training in all dimensions, the increase of practical courses, and the cultural courses cannot be left behind. Plus Jiang Hui himself is still researching and tinkering with things. Even she, who really splits one day into 2 days, is about to collapse. However, after more than a month, she fell into a kind of inexplicable anxiety. Hillman, who came to have lunch with Jiang Hui the day before yesterday, noticed this and advised her not to work too hard and learn things slowly. Zhou Xiuwen saw that Jiang Hui did not seem to be in a period of burnout, but seemed to be in a bottleneck. Thinking of the other party's frequent return of books, he seemed to have noticed something and advised her to take a good rest. Once Hien did not say anything, but he did not send the command department's homework materials on time the next day. The two had an agreement before, and it was about once a month. She didn't have to ask for it every time. It seemed that the other party knew her movements in advance and sorted them out and sent them over. This made Jiang Hui feel a little guilty, because she only treated him to a few meals as a reward. The other party probably didn't send it this time because of what he heard yesterday. Jiang Hui didn't ask for it, because she also realized that she was indeed in a state of anxiety. She was really busy these days. She had read half of the book Zhou Xiuwen gave her in just over a month, and sent them all into her consciousness space. Then she actually studied 2 or 3 books. So she also gained a little understanding of mecha. Not much, but much better than before. At least she can now build the knuckles of the humanoid mecha. It just takes a long time, and the success rate is not high. About 3 out of 10. That is, 3 out of 10 times. And the scrap rate is relatively high. But this is already a huge improvement for her. Jiang Hui really thinks that as long as she is willing to spend time and has enough materials, she may really be able to assemble a humanoid mecha with a bunch of second-hand goods. Of course, she didn't dare to think about what would happen next. After all, she didn't have a clue about her future. So she didn't dare to say what she would be able to do in the future. Anyway, she would just learn for the time being. Jiang Hui's completion of the daily lessons at school has always been pretty good. Although her physical fitness is naturally a little insufficient, she is still able to endure hardships. She never slacked off or was lazy in this regard, and worked hard steadily. Therefore, her physical fitness has not changed qualitatively, but it has obviously improved a lot. When the comprehensive test at the end of the semester is taken, it may be able to move forward to a higher level. The performance is that she can run 30 laps in a row in the morning without breathing, and can rush to the canteen to grab food from others. Chapter 379. Mecha practice is also progressing slowly and gradually. Students in each class can already drive mechas for 2 or 3 rounds. Of course, what she meant by fighting was to control the bulky fuselage to hit each other a few times. If they could stand up half supported by the fuselage after falling headfirst, it would be considered amazing. However, Stark reminded them that they are still in the adaptation period. Most students need to improve their mental toughness to adapt to mechas, so it is not suitable for them to operate mechas in a big way right from the start. It depends on their personal tolerance. It is said that a series of 4 joint classes will be held about a month before the end of the semester. At that time, several classes will be combined for practice, and the class teachers of each class will jointly guide them. At present, Jiang Hui has no problems in the mecha practice class, and this is still under the condition that Stark is strict with her, so everything should be going smoothly, and her mentality should be on the right track. But Jiang Hui inexplicably fell into a strange anxiety. She felt that she was stuck in a strange place in mecha research, and she couldn't move forward. It's not that she couldn't learn, but her learning efficiency dropped suddenly. It was completely different from before when she could absorb as much as she could. Suddenly, it was like a rusty machine that was stuck. This is actually very normal. People's learning ability is limited, and their acceptance of different knowledge is also different. It is impossible to keep the same speed for everything. In her case, it may be that she learned simple things very quickly before, and naturally slowed down when she learned difficult things later. This is also easy to understand. But Jiang Hui always felt something was wrong. She felt that she could learn, and her comprehension ability had not reached the upper limit and was even expanding. But every time she encountered some difficult points, she would suddenly get stuck, which seriously affected her research. But she could not find the reason, so she could only suppress it in her heart for the time being. She did not expect that her anxiety, which she thought was well hidden, would be seen by her friends. Jiang Hui thought about it, and it was true. She had been working non-stop for a long time. During this period, she had hardly done any other activities. She did not even go back to her home in the mainland during the 2 weeks of vacation. She just immersed herself in her own research in the dormitory. Maybe she should really listen to Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen. Take a break, and find some other activities to relax. And the new relaxation activity that Jiang Hui came up with was reading. If Zhou Xiuwen and others knew what she was thinking at the moment, they would probably be shocked. No. We asked you to relax and have fun. Why did you find a book to read again? Aren't you really afraid of getting more confused the more you study? But Jiang Hui couldn't think of any other way to relax. Stark reminded her that it would be best not to run around in the next 2 or 3 months. In addition, the shadow of the last time had not yet disappeared, so she did not want to go back to the mainland for the time being. This small plate is a very desolate place, and there are really no leisure activities to show off. Jiang Hui thought about it, and had to go back to reading. However, this time she was not looking for basic concept books or heavy history books, but biographical novels. Jiang Hui decided to find some novels for herself to read, to change her mind and see if she could achieve the effect of relaxation. So she chose a less busy after-school class to wander around the library. As soon as she came in, the librarian looked at the ID card Jiang Hui showed and glanced at her. "Student, you seem to have been less here recently." Jiang Hui was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the other party still remembered her. She said honestly, "I've been a little busy recently. It's been a long time." She hasn't been here for almost 2 months. How could this librarian still recognize her? Does it mean that being a librarian here requires a super good memory? Jiang Hui shook her head to get rid of this irrelevant idea in her mind. But the librarian was also muttering in her heart, wondering how many books this student would have to flip through this time. Last time she flipped through 39 books in 1 week. This time she came so late. Her speed must have deteriorated a bit. Yes, since the other party discovered Jiang Hui's flipping freak. He has been secretly paying attention to this strange student for a long time. Every time he saw her come to the library, he would secretly observe her. The administrator found that this person always had similar strange behavior every time he came. He picked up the books one by one and flipped through them. He didn't even glance at them and consider them as read. At first, he thought she was just pretending. But as she did it more and more times, her weird behavior didn't stop, and her speed improved. She turned more and more pages and turned faster and faster. The last time she came, she could turn thousands of pages in a week, and she didn't mind her fingers getting bald. Therefore, the administrator seriously suspected that turning pages was the student's quirk, and she might use this method to vent the pressure of studying. Otherwise, why did she always leave happily after turning pages like this? Is turning pages really that happy? But it's true. The other party hasn't come for nearly 2 months, and he has lost a lot of fun all of a sudden, and returned to the ordinary life in the past. The other party flipped to the 3rd bookshelf in Area B last time. According to her previous habits, she will probably continue to flip through this bookshelf. I don't know which books the other party will pick today. Apart from other things, she is really tasteful in choosing books. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something else. Someone who was secretly observing thought silently. But I didn't expect that the other party unexpectedly passed the last cutoff position and went to another area. That was a place that the other party had never set foot in before. No, that's the biography area. The novel biography area that was used to make up the number. The administrator watched Jiang Hui land on the first bookshelf over there, took the first book on the left at the top and began to flip the pages. Could it be that he hadn't been here for too long and forgot the previous place? The library administrator, who silently bet on failure, scratched his head. "Hello? Sir? This sir?" Until a suddenly high voice sounded in his ears, instantly drawing the administrator's attention back. He then realized that he was so absorbed in observing that he didn't notice someone calling him. The administrator thought it was another student who came to borrow books, and was about to take out his school bag, but unexpectedly saw a strange young man. Although he was unfamiliar, the administrator still recognized the work badge on the other's left chest. It was a nameplate that only senior teachers hired by the school were qualified to be equipped with. There are only 7 senior teachers in Beska Intermediate College. No, now there should be 8. It is said that the school has recruited a famous intermediate mecha master a while ago. Chapter 380. Shida Carlo is a little uncomfortable. The environment of Beska Intermediate College is different from that of Wanha Middle School. Both of these intermediate colleges are considered to be the top colleges on planet 732. And their teaching styles are also quite distinctive. Wanha Middle School is more cultural. And they have fewer pure military majors. And they follow the path of small-class elite education. Then the majors of technical research are relatively strong. The school has a special team that takes students to participate in various interstellar competitions and wins many honors. The mecha department is also one of the majors that their school focuses on cultivating. And its strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire school. Beska Intermediate College is called a reserve talent base because it was originally funded by military forces. The school also focuses on the development of military majors, whether it is ordinary majors or military majors. The overall teaching style has obvious traces of militarization. In terms of comprehensive teaching strength between the two, Wanha Middle School is actually stronger, and the latter is more diverse. However, Wanha Middle School will also have more obvious teaching problems. It is actually a chain of colleges, with corresponding colleges in the inner galaxies and the central star region. And the permanent galaxy is just one of its branches, precisely because of its layered background. Wanha Middle School inevitably pays great attention to origin and qualifications, and belongs to that kind of typical key college. The whole school is full of top students. Even the teachers who teach there are no exception. If you don't have some skills, you will be discriminated against there. And mediocre people who just eat and wait for death are not welcome. Although Beska Intermediate College will also examine the source of students. It will accept some students who have some strengths or are average in all aspects. The school also encourages students to explore their own abilities and try more. Even if they fail in the end, there will still be a group of people who can accommodate them. Students come from all kinds of backgrounds. But there is no obvious contempt chain. Not to mention the teachers of Beska Intermediate College. 6 or 7 out of 10 who can teach here have some military background or are practitioners related to it. After all, this is also the territory of the 8th Legion. It is impossible to allow all forces to insert people in. In general, this is a more down-to-earth and simple school. Carlo feels okay here. Not as depressed as in Wanha Middle School. I don't know if he hasn't discovered the deep level yet, or this place is just simple. Anyway, during the time he was transferred here, Carlo adapted well. But there is still one thing he is not used to. The students here are a little relaxed. After class, there are relatively sparse people in the library. Not as crowded as Wanha Middle School. This made Carlo feel quite distressed. It was a great time to study. How could the children, especially those mecha students who needed long-term in-depth learning, relax like this? He took some time to visit the library. And then he found out why there were so few students coming to the library. The problem was the books in Beska Intermediate College. I don't know if this is a common problem in military schools. They always don't consider the humanities enough. Beska Intermediate College focuses more on practical courses. The school spends a lot of money to buy mechas for students, purchase experimental equipment, arrange various field trips, and even invite famous teachers from different fields to teach, but they don't consider the students' self-study conditions after class. The library was built according to the standard scale, with a large collection of books, but most of them were purchased in bulk during construction, and were placed in the library intact after purchase, without any review and screening. In fact, colleges like this originally need to check and review the library every year, and then eliminate and update the inappropriate versions. But these are not available in Beska Intermediate College, and the management of the library is very loose. Carlo even found several wrongly issued versions in the mecha section of the library, which should have been recalled and destroyed more than 100 years ago. Now they are still in the mecha section of the library for students to read and study. Isn't this nonsense? He could understand that the style of this kind of military background college is relatively rough. But he can't understand that they are so lax in culture. Obviously, no matter what level of college, the library is the most easily used public knowledge base for students. For students with limited resources, the free and open library is also the beginning of their dreams. Beska Intermediate College can't continue like this, since the school hired him as a senior teacher and gave him certain teaching rights. He would be the teacher of this school from now on. And Shida Carlo must be responsible for his students. He could not care so much about students of other majors. But the students of the mecha department could not continue to use this outdated and obsolete library for the next 3 years. Therefore, Carlo made a report to the school director, and after getting permission, he personally compiled a new list and gave it to the school to repurchase suitable books. As for those outdated and misprinted books that should be eliminated, the school was not sure, because some of them are rare and unique, and they are not outdated even now. They are hard to find in the market. It would be a pity to eliminate them all. So Carlo volunteered to help rescreen. He planned to spend a few nights to speed up the removal of inappropriate versions in the Mecca area, and he would try to check the situation in other areas. He was unable to do anything about the content that was too beyond his expertise. He would see if the school was willing to take the trouble to deal with it. The school opened the door directly when he came twice last time. The two librarians were not on duty, so it was the first time for the other party to meet Carlo. After explaining the purpose of the visit, the administrator seemed a little surprised, but he still agreed to help quite happily. Sheeta Carlo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was actually prepared to complain if the administrator thought he was looking for trouble and was unwilling to help. He could do it himself, but it was no match for someone who knew the situation to help. Sure enough, the people at Beska Intermediate College were easier to talk to. Most of the people he met were friendly. The administrator immediately hung up the sign of suspension of service, walked out from behind the automatic sorting table, and was about to go to the Mecca area with Carlo. Then he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be someone else in the library. 5 people left just now, and it seemed that only one person was left. It was the classmate who liked to flip through books. She was still in the reading area. Should he ask her to come out first? Anyway, it was only about 40 minutes before the closing time, and he should be able to understand after explaining the situation to her. Chapter 381. Meet again. The library at Beska Intermediate College closes quite early, which is the most weird among all the libraries that are open until midnight or even 2 a.m. This is also related to the school's educational style. Beska Intermediate College encourages students to go to bed early and get up early, and to rest well in order to study better. Therefore, all activity areas in their school close earlier at night. Unlike other schools that provide 24-hour self-study areas to prevent students from staying outside too late. For example, the library closer to the teaching area usually closes at 9:30 p.m. and refuses student visits. It's only about 8 or 9 o'clock now, and it's not time to close yet. On weekdays, there will be a group of people staying here at this time, but tonight there are so few that you can count them with one hand. The administrator suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some activities in the square today, and the children probably went to join in the fun. In fact, only people like Jiang Hui, who don't care about what's happening outside, come to the library to find books as usual. Is it time to close? Carlo asked without turning his head. There's still more than half a week left. The administrator shook his head. Then let it be for now, and wait until the time comes to close the library. Otherwise, it would be bad if students who come here specially are stopped outside. Carlo's original intention was to provide students with a good reading environment. He didn't want to make it convenient for himself, but block the way for others, even if it was just for a few nights. It didn't feel good. The administrator nodded and said nothing more. The two rushed to the Mecca area to sort it out. Fortunately, there was no one here, so they saved most of the effort in screening. The senior teacher the school had invited was so powerful, but he knew at a glance that this was an old version that was not applicable. The administrator watched him check the books one by one on the dedicated system, mark the inappropriate books for record, and then take them down one by one. The reason why the administrator could become the library administrator here was naturally not that he could have any major. He actually studied information management system at the beginning, specializing in library management. This kind of profession is very popular economically and belongs to the compilation type of work. His work is not simple either. It is not just sitting at the automatic sorting table to handle books every day. He also needs to manage the entire library. It can be said that he knows every book in this library and knows the location of each of them. So with his help, Carlo is indeed much more convenient. Of course, the administrator only knows the situation of the books in the library, but it is impossible for him to really know the content of each book. He can only do new books in a timely manner, and there is no way to select truly suitable books. These actually require teachers from various majors to participate and provide a list of suitable books to achieve. The administrator also knew that the school did not attach much importance to the management of the library. He himself had reported that he had asked for a special person to review it twice, but there was no specific response. This time there was a movement, probably because the senior teacher spoke up. He was also very happy to see this, and assisted the other party in the screening more wholeheartedly. No, that part should not be assigned to the mechanical automation area, but should be incorporated into the mecha area. Otherwise, students will easily miss the content of this area in the future, causing a split in the knowledge level. Sieda murmured. He asked the administrator to open the permission. The books in that area were moved over as a whole. He wanted to select the books related to the mecha branch and merge them into the mecha area. The administrator looked at the time, and it was almost time to close the library. The permission terminal was at the front desk, so he could just walk over to deal with it together. The classmate who loved flipping books seemed to have left. The administrator turned his head and looked at the place where the other party had just stood and the entire novel biography area. There was no one. It was estimated that he had left. The whole library was empty now. Thinking of this, the administrator walked quickly to the front desk. He didn't see Jianghui, who he thought had left, walking between the two shelves on the side, holding a book in her right hand, and walking towards the mecha area she was familiar with. The two happened to be in blind spots, so they didn't see each other. After reading several sets of novels, Jianghui felt that his somewhat stuck brain seemed to come alive, like a stuck machine that got lubricated. No longer as difficult as a few days ago. Hey, it's strange. Is it true that she has learned too much professional knowledge at once and has become stupid? She immediately calmed down by reading some interesting novels, and felt that her brain was working better. Jianghui felt that he wanted to go back to the dormitory and fight with the half-assembled mecha arm all night, sweeping away the confusion of the past few days. But who is this? Put the books randomly after reading them, and even put a brief discussion on the development of mecha forms in the novel biography area. It's totally out of place, isn't it? This book is a rare reference book with a clear context in the mecha area. Wouldn't it delay others learning if it was brought here? Jianghui looked at it, and finally couldn't help but want to put it back to where it should be, even though it was almost time to close the library. So she had to speed up. She followed her memory to put it back to its original position, and before she put her hand down, she heard someone behind her say, "So it's here." It was so scary. Jianghui's back suddenly stiffened. Obviously she didn't expect someone to suddenly speak behind her. The other party didn't seem to expect her to be scared, and hurriedly said, "Little classmate, sorry, I was just looking for this book, and suddenly I couldn't help but speak out when I saw it. Didn't scare you?" Jianghui took the lead and saw a young man who looked a little familiar standing behind him. The other party was holding 2 or 3 books in his hands. Jianghui glanced at them and found that they were the reference books that she had complained about before, and they were particularly difficult to use. Not an administrator. There are 2 administrators on duty in the library, and Jianghui is familiar with both of them. The person in front of him is obviously not any of them, and he looks more like a teacher. With this thought, Jianghui immediately noticed the nameplate on the other person's chest. This is a teacher, and a senior teacher. Although the interstellar side has bid farewell to the mother planet for many years, and has entered the era of the Great Century. However, many things are still derived from the old human culture, such as the social relationship between students and teachers, which is roughly the same as in the past. Students will have a certain degree of awe for their teachers. Even the most proud students will greet their teachers politely after class. Jianghui subconsciously realized that he was rude and greeted the other person repeatedly. "My classmate, have I seen you somewhere?" the other person suddenly asked. Chapter 382 Question. What a coincidence. I also think you look familiar. This isn't that person. That person. Jianghui remembered that she had seen this person not long after she arrived in the Interstellar, so she felt familiar just now. Isn't this the teacher she met in the handmade mecha experience class? The other party also guided her a few times at that time, and there were too many things later, so Jianghui never remembered it again. Seeing this face again now, it suddenly stimulated her dormant memory. Jianghui remembered that this was the teacher who explained the assembly of mecha models to everyone on the scene at that time, and seemed to be an intermediate mecha master. But she remembered that the other party was not from Wanha Middle School. So how could he be in their school? Today should be a class day. It is said that Beska Intermediate College is also strictly managed on weekdays. It is impossible to allow teachers and students from other schools to enter the campus at will. Seeing the nameplate with the Beska Intermediate College emblem on the other person's chest, Jianghui quickly had a guess in his mind. Could this person already be a teacher in their school? Carlo also felt that this student looked familiar. He didn't feel it at first glance, but the vague sense of familiarity that followed made him a little concerned about where he had seen this student. Mr. Carlo is a well-known figure even in the Central Star region. Most people usually ask to see him. If he encounters any questions now, he will ask them calmly and without any ambiguity. Teacher, if you have participated in the handmade class of Donghua group before the start of school, then we have indeed met before. Jiang Hui answered. Donghua group? Handcrafting class? This direction is very clear. Without thinking about it, it is obviously pointing to an event. It was not a grand event, but rather a small one, and it was even arranged by the people from Wanha Middle School to deliberately humiliate him. But what happened that day also left a deep impression on Carlo, and he still remembers it. And it was precisely because of the incident that day that the 732nd star and even the permanent star system have not been stable for the next few months. The rebels were like a hornet's nest, making trouble in the permanent star system, which annoyed the authorities. Carlo looked at Jiang Hui, and then he barely dug out a very shallow memory from the corner of his memory. No wonder he felt that the other party was a little familiar, but not so real. It turned out that he was just a one-time acquaintance. He thought this little classmate was quite capable at that time, and he also gave some guidance. He didn't expect to meet him at this time and place many days later. It's you, little classmate. So you are a student of the intermediate college, and you just enrolled this year? Carlo is now a teacher at Beska Intermediate College. The other party is also his student. It is a coincidence that they are destined to meet. So he asked casually. Jiang Hui nodded. The student is a first-year student. The other party is about 14 or 15 years old, which is indeed a good time to enroll in the intermediate college. Carlo has seen the list of the mecha department. Basically, they are about the same age, or even older. At this time, Carlo did not think about the possibility that Jiang Hui might not be a student of the mecha department, because he first met the other party in the handcraft class. He had a preconceived notion and naturally assumed that Jiang Hui was a student of the mecha department. What book are you here to borrow? If you want to look for it in the mecha area, it would be better to wait a few days. There may be a lot of books missing these days. More importantly, Carlo didn't want these students to continue to borrow a reference book with obvious basic errors and omissions. Mecha manufacturing is a very delicate subject that requires learners to have a solid foundation and very deep accumulation. It is also a typical profession that requires high mental power. And everyone working in this industry basically has a certain level of mental power and strength. This subject with obvious technical characteristics is not something that everyone can learn. A suitable teacher, a large amount of reading, and the ability to draw inferences from one example, all are indispensable. Many people often have to give up their ambition to peek into this door before they can even get through the threshold, and accept that not everyone can be a mecha master. The most taboo in mecha manufacturing is that the foundation is not solid and even full of errors and omissions. Because the mecha itself is an extraordinary combination composed of countless basic modules spliced together. No matter how powerful it is, it still starts from the basics. Therefore, if the manufacturer misunderstands a certain knowledge point or fails to understand its essence, it is very likely to cause a series of errors. If it is magnified to the assembly of mecha, it will be fatal. Carlo has always taught students to have a solid foundation, correct mistakes, and never be arrogant. In Carlo's view, such wrong versions, or books mixed with backward technology, are simply a cancer that delays students' learning and must be dealt with immediately without delay. However, although he was advising Jiang Hui, because the tone of the statement of facts was a little hard, it sounded like a command. Fortunately, Jiang Hui didn't care about this. She just shook her head and said honestly, "No, it's this. I don't know which classmate accidentally put it somewhere else. I was worried that other people couldn't find it, so I sent it here." She pointed to the big book that had just returned to its original place. She had almost flipped through the mecha area. This was the area she conquered at the beginning. Unfortunately, there were not many useful things. Some of them were completely like heavenly books for people like her who had no basic knowledge. The direction was also different, so she didn't browse it much later. It turned out that it was divided into the wrong area. No wonder he couldn't find it after flipping for a long time. There was no record of it being borrowed in the system. Carlo relaxed his eyebrows and said, "Thank you. I was looking for it just now." He glanced at the number data on the book and raised his eyebrows. This was actually an out-of-print version, which was one of the best versions of it. Because of some controversial issues, The original author made some deletions. The subsequent versions were more concise than the previous ones, which was not so easy to use. This version is the best one that Taro has selected after studying dozens of previous versions. He also uses this version at home. This is a blessing in disguise for the library management here. Although there are many versions with errors and omissions, and many junk books that mislead students have been dug out. There are dozens of out-of-print books that are hard to find on the market. If you want to buy some of them now, you have to participate in a small auction. As long as it is well managed, the library of Beska Intermediate College will not be worse than other colleges in the future. And it may even be better. Carlo is confident that he can help the students of Beska Intermediate College in this regard. It only requires a few changes in details. Chapter 383 Help. You have learned so far. Carlo's eyes were full of surprise. This book is quite useful, Jianghui said. Carlo was a little interested. Why does this kid speak so maturely? Although it was just an ordinary word, he could hear a sense of maturity that was inconsistent with his peers. And this made him unable to help but poke. How do you think it is useful? Jianghui obviously didn't expect the other party to ask this. But her first reaction was not to answer, but to check the time. It's already past 9:30. The museum is closed. Why didn't the administrator at the front desk announce them to leave as usual? Is it closed? The girl murmured. Carlo was a little amused. This kid was confused by the question. He said that this book is a good book, but it is also a relatively advanced book for beginners. It involves some more delicate operations in practical operation, and it has a faint intermediate level. Therefore, it is a recommended book for second and third graders in the mecha department of many universities. Although it is not ruled out that students will learn things beyond their level on their own, it will definitely be difficult for them to study this book given their knowledge reserves. It is already very good to be able to use 1 or 2 modules of knowledge points. How could it be useful, as this child said so casually? This child probably said it casually because he was too competitive. Now that he was asked, he didn't know what to say and could only change the subject. Carlo couldn't help laughing and said, "No. The administrator has something to do at the front desk and won't leave so soon." Jianghui seemed to be stunned when he heard this. Carlo felt that he was quite bad. Why did he get serious with the teenager? Maybe he was just saying it casually. But no matter how much the other party knows about this book, she can still stay in the library so late. So she must be a studious person. Wouldn't it be a blow to her desire to learn if she did this? Carlo was just about to stop and make some jokes when he heard the girl suddenly speak. Compared with another book of the same series, but co-authored with another person. Practical mecha cases in the years of 87,944 to 878,044. The evidence and cases used in a brief discussion on the development of mecha forms can be more universally demonstrated, and the data collected from multiple dimensions are more convincing. For example, the detailed explanation of the hand of ordinary humanoid mecha starting from page 479 of the former, and the 3 centennial changes of humanoid mecha on page 269 of the latter. Both. Jianghui just wanted to talk about it briefly at first, because she happened to be trying to assemble a mecha arm recently. It was a big project, because she had just learned to assemble the positions of fingers and links not long ago, and it was unknown when she would be able to expand it to the entire mecha arm. However, she was also mentally prepared that this was not an easy task. She would do a little bit when she had time, learn a little bit when she had time, and polish it bit by bit. This book, A Brief Discussion on the Development of Mecha Forms, is a reference book that she has been reading recently. It has to be said that it is really useful, even among the large number of precious books Zhou Xiaowen gave her. It can be said to be very practical. She studied the modules related to humanoid mechas in this book over and over again. Later, she felt that the author's views and style were really suitable for her. Jianghui was still not satisfied and checked another book in the same series. That knowledge module about humanoid mechas said more. But unfortunately, the result disappointed her, because I don't know whether it was due to some of the other parties' experiences or the big change in style. The several related books he compiled later were far inferior to the one in Jinluan, and there was even a suspicion that the core ideas were conflicting, which greatly reduced the reference value. The other party's question hit Jianghui's point, and she couldn't help but pour it all out at once. Little did she know that Carlo was stunned when she heard it. I just asked casually, and she could point out the page number specifically, and she could also tell the content on it, and even make sharp comments on another book in the same series. Are children nowadays so good? Carlo himself has read these 2 books more than 10 times. And he is familiar with them. Especially the former, which often feels new every time he reads it. But if he is asked to read the page number, he can't do it, and Jiang Hui, a young man who has just started learning, can actually say it casually. How familiar must he be to be so handy? Shiada Carlo felt that he seemed to have a little misunderstanding about the students of Beska Intermediate College. Jiang Hui said 2 paragraphs and then reacted and hurriedly stopped. Why can't she hold back her mouth? This is too rude. She actually spoke in front of a teacher. Wouldn't the other party think that she was showing off her skills in front of an expert? Jiang Hui was a little nervous in an instant. The other party's expression was a little deep. But there was no obvious emotion such as anger and displeasure, which was somewhat intriguing. The atmosphere at the scene was a little awkward for a while. And Jiang Hui closed his mouth, thinking that it would be better to find a reason to leave later. Well, what about these books? What do you think? The other party did not comment on Jiang Hui's previous speech, but raised the books in his hand. You really did investigate. What a serious teacher. Now it's after class. But Jiang Hui couldn't just brush off the other person's words. Considering the long paragraph he had said not long ago, Jiang Hui deliberately restrained himself this time and said honestly, it's okay. It's not very useful. Jiang Hui wanted to say almost or okay to brush it off, but she didn't expect to be glared at by the other party halfway. In the end, she had to speak her mind honestly, because those books were really not very useful. She saw them at a glance just now. Those books were the most meaningless garbage books in the entire Mecca area. It was the same as not reading them. Some of them were completely contrary to the principles of Mecca. They were just books that misled students. So the other party's expression became more subtle. He took out one of the books and handed it to the girl, asking her to point out the places that she felt were not very useful. Jiang Hui. No. Are you really here to do market research? She just said that based on her general sense, there was not much evidence for argumentation. Seeing that the other party's direction was getting more and more wrong, she was reluctant in her heart. But she had to say it out of courtesy to the teacher. The 2 of them asked and answered each other, and on the surface, they seemed quite harmonious. After setting up the module transfer, the administrator quickly turned back to Carlo. But before he stepped into the Mecca area, he heard 2 people talking. One of them was the senior teacher, Mr. Shiada Carlo, and the other one was also familiar to him. Isn't this the student who loves to flip through books? Why is she chatting with Mr. Carlo here? The administrator was a little confused. Then he heard Shiada Carlo say to the girl, little classmate, can you help me these days? Chapter 384 Coolie. Student Jiang. Jiang Hui. Ah Hui. Hey. Here just after class? The girl hurried in a certain direction and heard someone calling her from behind. There was a sound of trotting behind her, and the other person had moved to her side and put his hand on her shoulder. Why are you running so fast? I can't find anyone recently. Let's go. Let's go eat together. I just asked Xiaowen. They asked me to intercept you. Sherman then pulled Jiang Hui to the direction of the cafeteria. No. Jiang Hui struggled a little. She really had something to do, and someone was waiting for her over there. You want to go back to the dormitory again? Don't worry. It's not urgent to have a meal and then go back. Zhou Xiaowen has been waiting for you twice and didn't catch you. I also heard from your classmates that you often run away after class. Even if you study hard, don't go too far, Hillman advised. He and Jiang Hui have known each other for a while. How could he not know the other person's personality? Once he gets busy, he will forget to eat and sleep, and often make do with fast food. But how can this person eat fast food for a long time and stay like this? Hillman felt that as a friend, he must urge the other party to eat healthily. Jiang Hui shook his head. I'm not going back to the dormitory. You go to eat. It's not possible these days. Wait for me. Ding ding, the sound of the light brain transmission came. Jiang Hui clicked it, and it was sent from Carlo. This is also a coincidence. The other party actually said that there is a meeting today, and it will be a little later before going to the library. So Jiang Hui can go later. Is it such a coincidence? Who? Hillman was a little curious, but he had good upbringing. No matter how curious he was, he didn't try to look past the owner of the optical computer. He just looked at his friend with a questioning look, whose body movements seemed to have slowed down. The girl shook her head, then changed her mind and walked forward with big strides, looking at the arm that fell in the air. Hillman was stunned. How could she be so fickle? The other party seemed unwilling just now. Could it be because she received a text message? The young man was puzzled. But he still chased after her in a good temper and walked towards the cafeteria with the girl shoulder to shoulder. Generally speaking, the first half of the school year in most schools is relatively short. Jiang Hui and others felt it more obviously. With the military training period for freshmen, half of this semester had passed unknowingly, and the freshmen gradually adapted to the life of Beska Intermediate College. Jiang Hui and others almost all met in the orienteering competition, and it has been several months now. However, they belong to several different majors, so it is often difficult for them to get together by chance. But there is always a way to get together, especially when there is a member like Hillman who is like a happy fruit among them. Hillman is the youngest among them, but also the most lively one. Most of the time, he is not very stable and fun. His academic performance is not very good, and his practical performance is not very impressive. But in terms of communication and interpersonal relationships, the four of them combined are not as good as Hillman alone. The other party is the most active, and is also very keen to communicate with others. He will not be embarrassed or have such scruples. At the same time, he has a certain sense of propriety, and will not really be annoying. Whether it is Clarence, who is arrogant and not good at communicating with others, or Huan Qian, who has a deep personality and makes people unable to figure out his true colors. They all get along well with him. Therefore, it is often this guy with super action power who initiates the gathering. And then people who are busy with their own things will gather together, or eat together, or form a group to study in the self-study area. This happens every once in a while. Not frequently, but it seems to have become a kind of recognized routine. It is almost time for the next gathering, and Jiang Hui has been a little busy these days, and has forgotten it. It's nothing else. Jiang Hui was unlucky to be caught by the teacher of another department these days, although she learned a lot from it and enjoyed it. She had to say that the pressure of close contact with the teacher was too great. She was always afraid that the teacher would notice that she was not good at learning, although the other party seemed to have never shown this so far. When the other party found her mistakes or deficiencies in cognition, he only corrected her carefully and taught her a lot of details that could not be found in the book. This benefited Jiang Hui, who had been learning blindly and groping all the time. Perhaps students are born to be afraid of teachers. No matter how long it has been or how old they are, they will have this feeling. Anyway, Jiang has been under a lot of pressure recently. But that teacher Carlos said that she would get extra points after the matter was completed. Jiang Hui already had a lot of personal points, and with this considerable amount of accumulated points, she could probably ensure that she could continue to conduct simulation training for the next school year. Yes. Do you remember the personal points they got in the orienteering competition? In addition to the period at the beginning of the school year, you can also get points if you perform well in the public beta and some special training on weekdays. Although they can't use them for the time being, it doesn't mean that they will continue like this. It is said that it will be used after the comprehensive class starts in the last month of this semester. At that time, the school will completely open the simulated mecha practice field to freshmen. Students can conduct mecha training through simulated training, but this will cost personal points. Each training will take 10 to 20 minutes, and students cannot practice whenever they want. After all, the simulated mecha training field is not as common as the holographic simulation technology of network technology. It is closer to the technology of the mental sympathetic infinity string system commonly used in mechas. It is slightly inferior, but it comes from the same source, and the sense of operation is similar. In short, every point she earns now is a guarantee for additional training in the future. If she doesn't work hard, she can't add more training even if she wants to. That's the reality. So Jiang Hui has been running very frequently recently, and has worked hard to help Carlo select books. It's just a little too tiring. She and teacher Carlo and the administrator are often busy until 11 or 12 o'clock. Once Jiang Hui didn't get back to school in time, so she was forced into the consciousness space on the dormitory stairs. She felt like a whole day, but to others, she collapsed in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Hui woke up, she found a girl who just came out of the dormitory to get some fresh air running towards her with a look of fear in her eyes. She thought she had suddenly fallen down due to some disease, which was very scary. So she had to send her to the hospital. So after that night, Jiang Hui said goodbye and left when she saw that the time was almost up. If she was delayed for a long time, she would simply stay in the library after 12 o'clock. and wake up in the blink of an eye. The teachers would probably just think that she was sleepy and dozing off. Today was the 4th day that she assisted teacher Carlo in cleaning up the mecha area. It was expected that there would be 3 more days to complete the screening of this area, which meant that she could get points if she held on a little longer. Jianghui was still in a good mood. Today, Carlo was delayed, and Jianghui was happy to have some free time. So she followed Hillman to the cafeteria to meet up with the others. Chapter 385 Return. When they arrived at the canteen, they saw 2 conspicuous people at a glance. No. There was one more person in the trio. No. Someone came back. Clarence came back. Why was he not in class just now? Did he just come back? But it's good that he came back. He has been absent from class since his last injury. He has not been seen for 2 months. They are worried that he has returned to the capital to study because of the accident. Jianghui contacted him several times. Later, the other party directly replied to the optical brain communication, saying that he was still in the capital for treatment, and there were some things at home. He stayed there for a long time, and he temporarily applied for remote teaching from the school. And when she was helping Stark to register for teaching tasks, she saw Clarence's page, which showed that he had passed 2 midterm tests remotely and submitted a number of homework. It seems that he is still studying hard. It's just that his vacation due to the unforeseen disaster is too long, and I don't know when he will return to normal. However, Jianghui and the others are also busy, so they can only contact him from time to time. Jianghui contacted him only 2 weeks ago, but he didn't expect that he would come back quietly today. Back? Jianghui looked at the boy whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He was visibly thinner and his skin was paler, but he looked energetic. His clear green eyes were sharper and less depressed. She had seen him through the optical brain before, which was not very real. Now that she saw that he was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The boy nodded silently. Yeah. Just arrived. I'm glad you're alright. We can finally rest assured. Jianghui raised his palm, and then slapped the other's palm back neatly when he raised his hand hesitantly. Welcome back. The rather reserved young Master Clarence was slightly startled by this bold greeting, and was stunned for a moment. Hillman next to him was not polite at all. He put his hand on Clarence's shoulder and said, You just came back today. You have made progress in many classes these days. Although I believe that you can catch up in 2 days with your ability. If you really need help, you might as well tell us directly. Although my academic performance is not very good, I still take class as well. I have made special notes for the previous course progress. Here, this is for you. If I don't do well, you can use it. If it doesn't work, you can look at classmate Zhang's. As long as you two don't quarrel while looking at it, it will be fine. This guy has suddenly become much more active in studying in the past 2 months. He often comes to her to check the progress, write and draw. And I'm afraid he is not taking notes specifically for Clarence. Jianghui knew that the other party was probably feeling guilty that he didn't hold the 2 friends at the entrance. A while ago, he kept moving out of print books for her to read. Jianghui stopped him several times, but he still gave her books from time to time, which was really embarrassing. This time, it was obviously the same. Clarence is a person who strives for perfection, and strives to do his best in everything he can. What he hates most is vagueness and sloppiness. The other party also exchanged notes with Jianghui and complained about each other. Jianghui felt that Clarence's notes were too laborious and too comprehensive to lack divergent modules. Clarence felt that Jianghui's was a bit brief, too imaginative and scattered, and the handwriting was very free, which could obviously be done better. Neither of them was very interested in each other's note-taking style, so they only communicated verbally afterwards, and did not try to refer to each other's homework again. Hillman was also there that time, and even persuaded them to stop fighting. So he probably took notes specifically for Clarence. And he must have spent a lot of effort to say such words, which was very thoughtful. Clarence was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he did not expect to receive the kindness of his friends one after another. He turned his head to look at the neat handwriting on the notes, and it can be seen that the owner of the handwriting is very restrained, and he always gathers his flying pen tail in time, trying to arrange the key points neatly. It's not easy to see. No wonder the other party buried his head in writing every time he met in the past 2 months. And he didn't know what he was writing. Just writing this. Zhou Xiuwen shook his head and said to Clarence, Welcome back, Clarence. There is nothing I can do to help you. I just hope that after you get through this disaster, all difficulties will be gone, and you will have a smooth road ahead." The two looked at each other, and Clarence seemed to be burned by the boy's sincere eyes. He responded in a low voice, a little overwhelmed, and then turned his head slightly. Huan Tian didn't say anything, but the other party did something that was very inconsistent with his personality. He went to the front desk and opened a bottle of wanha juice himself. While everyone was talking, he put it on the table and pushed it in front of Clarence. The bottle mouth had been opened considerably, and the thin green liquid was slightly cool. This was a herbal juice extracted from a cactus-shaped plant on planet 732. It is abundant all year round and has the miraculous effect of replenishing physical energy and improving attention. This is good for people who do a lot of physical training and recover from a serious illness. So the school provides it on the second and third floors all year round. Huan Tian's original intention may be to show his friendship with classmates, but it is so rare and precious for this friend, who is mostly silent in front of them, to do such a thing. So the others can't help but feel jealous. But they are embarrassed to talk about this. So they can't help but look at each other. Before Huan Tian could even say a few words of courtesy to Clarence, he met 4 pairs of bright eyes, which seemed to have a strange and subtle emotion, although it was the same Japanese meal as in the past. The food today was well matched and delicious. In addition, with the return of friends, the speed of eating was faster than any other time. The bottles of wanha juice on the table were all empty, and the 5 empty bottles were placed together, which looked quite harmonious. Carlo had made an appointment with Jiang Hui at 9 o'clock. There was still some time before then, so Jiang Hui stayed with her friends and chatted leisurely. "Student Jiang, you seem to be very busy recently. I went to look for you twice, but didn't see you. I thought I couldn't make an appointment with you today either," Zhou Xiuwen said with a smile. Zhou Xiuwen actually came to look for her twice, but both times he came back empty-handed. Jiang Hui was a little surprised. "Why don't you just use the light brain to communicate with me? I really have something to do recently, so I left early." "Ah, it's so boring to make an appointment in advance. My major is also close to your building. I originally wanted to meet you in Hillman, but you didn't show up, so I had to make an appointment with Hillman. It's strange. Why didn't I catch anyone the 2 times I went there? But Hillman always caught one. And it was the same last time. Of course. How can I not catch someone when I show up? I mean, you guys have no experience. If you want to make an appointment with classmate Ahui for dinner, you must be quick. Otherwise he will run away," Hillman said with some pride. "Jiang Hui, don't make me sound like a rabbit." Hey! Chapter 386 Bonus. They are not the type to gossip, and they will not pry too much into other people's private affairs. After all, everyone has their own choices, and even friends have no right to interfere too much. However, Jiang Hui has been acting a little abnormal recently, which is why her friends noticed it. Although Hillman said it lightly, he actually waited and watched for several days, and found that there was something really abnormal. So he came to look for her. Since entering school, Jiang Hui's life has been very regular. Either in the classroom, the library, or the dormitory. A completely 3.1 line life. Hillman and her are in the same major, and the classroom is only on the upper and lower floors. He is the easiest to run into Jiang Hui among the few people. Although the two are good friends, they don't often hang out together. After all, they are students in different classes and have different course arrangements. He often runs into Jiang Hui on the road, and he may even encounter the situation where 2 classes meet in the same classroom. At this time, the two often just nod to greet each other. But for some reason, Hillman and Jiang Hui's encounters have been decreasing recently, and they often haven't seen each other for almost a week. Later, Zhou Xiuwen came twice in a row but failed to make an appointment, so they felt a little suspicious. So Hillman ran downstairs as soon as the get out of class was over today, just to stop Jiang Hui and see what was going on. His intuition was right. The other party was in a very busy state, and his eyebrows looked a little anxious. Obviously something was wrong. Hillman was worried that the other party had encountered some problems, and was embarrassed to tell his friends. Unexpectedly, it turned out that he made a mistake. Jiang Hui didn't encounter any problems, but was really busy. "Are you saying that a senior teacher asked you to help him sort out and select the books in the library?" Hillman looked a little confused, although he believed that Jiang Hui would not lie. Why did he feel that this matter sounded a little strange and completely unrelated? Hillman naturally knew something about the senior teachers of the school. His family had just joined the board of directors of Beska Intermediate College a few days ago, although it was not his turn as an incomplete awakener to manage. He still followed to understand some of the school's rules and regulations. It was also said before that Beska Intermediate College was supported and managed by the 8th Legion, which was naturally different from those wholly owned colleges. Their teachers are mainly divided into two modules. One is external teachers, and the other is in-service sergeants. The former are regular teachers, and the latter are generally in-service soldiers, who come here to undertake military tasks or indicators. When the short-term mission period is over, they still have to return to the battlefield. Most of them are from the 8th Legion, and only a small number of them are from other armies, who are temporarily transferred here for teaching tasks in the transition period. Most of these teachers are employed in military majors and form their own system. There are many types of external teachers, which are difficult to define, so I will not elaborate on them here. However, they finally have a relatively unified standard. That is, the level of teachers hired. Senior teachers are the highest level of external teachers in Beska Intermediate College. The special teachers above are not rated by the school, and refer to some educators with special identities. For example, Principal Jason is the only one of the two special teachers in Beska Intermediate College. The other one is still in charge of the overall situation in the school board and rarely comes to the school. Therefore, senior teachers are almost the highest level teachers in the school and enjoy the highest treatment. At the beginning of this semester, Beska Intermediate College had a total of 7 senior teachers. It is said that one was signed recently. And now there are 8 senior teachers. 5 of them are Mecha Masters, all of whom are teachers hired by the school specifically for Mecha students. For example, the second-year middle-level Mecha Master who designed orienteering for them is also one of the school's senior teachers. There are also third-year teacher Jiang Fei, the command department teacher Wu Tuya, and the second-year logistics department teacher Joaquin Congo. They are all senior teachers of Beska Intermediate College, and they can usually only be seen during large classes. It is still difficult for students who are not in this major to have the opportunity to meet them. And even if they do, there is unlikely to be a chance to communicate and cross. Anyway, Hillman has never met the senior teachers of the school, but he has met the principal several times. How did Jiang Hui meet someone in the library and be chosen by the other party to participate in such a big project? It is hard to imagine that the person would ask a student like Jiang Hui for help. Yes, the school has paid much attention to this matter recently. Principal Jason has been in this school for a short time, but this school has existed for a long time. When he came here, the management of all parties had already become a system, and Jason did not need to intervene too much. Therefore, Xia Jason did not pay attention to this issue after taking over Beska Intermediate College. So the management of the library continued like this, without anyone managing it, although the administrator submitted relevant suggestions twice. For some reason, it still failed to attract the attention of the school board. It was not until this year that several new investors provided a large amount of funds for the school's operation, which alleviated the financial difficulties of their school and began to eradicate some chronic problems. From this, they also discovered the library issue. But they were troubled by the lack of a suitable person to handle it. This Mr. Carlo is really worthy of his reputation. He just signed the employment contract, and the school has not arranged for him to start classes. But he found out what they have been busy with recently. The other party did not want the students of the Mecha department to continue to absorb these misprinted books. And the school also wanted to find a trustworthy and reliable person to do this. So they hit it off. Hillman also knew some of these vaguely. He heard a few days ago that the school had found a strong supporter to help review the books in the Mecha area. He just listened and didn't take it seriously at the time. He didn't expect that his own friend was also involved in this matter. Hillman's first reaction was, "Do you have a bonus?" Reviewing the library is a big project, which is very laborious and requires participants to have a very broad knowledge base. Not everyone can do this. Some schools directly find a professional celebrity team to review and screen in order to save trouble. Because of some things, Beska Intermediate College does not trust such teams very much, and prefers to find its own people or trusted people to do this. If nothing unexpected happens, the school should arrange a team of teachers in the school to complete this project within this semester. For this, the school has also prepared a generous fund as a thank you. Jiang Hui is going to help. Whether it is to help or something else, it is considered a contribution. Hillman naturally cared about whether his friend got the treatment she deserved. Chapter 387 Discussion. Bonus? Jiang Hui was a little amused. Hillman was indeed a young master from a merchant family. His first reaction was this. The girl shook her head indifferently, because she had never heard Carlo talk about this. And even if it was, she couldn't ask him, "What reward will I get after helping you?" Right? But Teacher Carlo said that he would give me some personal points. I saw that it was quite a lot. So I agreed. Anyway, it's just a matter of a few days. It won't be a big deal after the work is done. Personal points. Hillman seemed a little disappointed. How much? I heard from my father that this is not easy to do. The school has been struggling to find the right people for a month. This Mr. Carlo volunteered, which shows how difficult this job is. If the points are too few, it will be a shame for her hard work this week. But why does this guy seem to be more indignant than she is? Jiang Hui wanted to tell the other party that she really didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Although she did feel a little bit like being forced to do hard labor at the beginning. She seemed to be quite happy these days. Didn't she? She also gradually calmed down and studied. Moreover, an amount like 200 personal points is not something that can be obtained casually. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. It seems that they have not seen personal points above double digits since the end of the novice military training period. Now it's 2 or 3 points. And 5 points is already a lot. Now giving her 200 points all at once is like a pie in the sky. This is the main reason why Jiang Hui went from being a little reluctant at the beginning to being quite happy now. Someone is still quite realistic. Don't worry. If there is a bonus, maybe Mr. Carlo will give me some. He is a nice guy. It's rare to see a mecha master with such a good temper, Jiang Hui said jokingly, feeling a little bit sorry. She had previously selected the classes of several other mecha teachers with her course selection card. And now she has taken several classes. So it is impossible to cancel. The other half of the course selection card quota will be arranged by Stark, who has sorted out some supplementary courses for her that are worth learning for individual soldiers. So let alone physical classes. She may not even have the opportunity to watch this person's online recorded courses. Which is a pity, from what she has been taught by him these days. This is a very knowledgeable mecha master, and his style is very similar to hers. It's just that the other party seems to have some misunderstandings about her major. And the premise of talking has always been to take his class in the second half of the semester. Jiang Hui really wants to tell him, "Teacher, I am a student of the combat individual department. But I don't know if it's a coincidence or something." She was interrupted several times because of some things. So the other party still doesn't know that Jiang Hui is not a student of the mecha department. Later, Jiang Hui thought about it and felt that he thought too much. So what if she is from the mecha department? And so what if she is not from the mecha department? Even in the world where she used to live in Blue Star, no matter which major you graduate from the college, you may not be able to work in a corresponding career. What's more, in the interstellar world, they have such a long life, facing such a vast world. Naturally, there are more choices. No one stipulates that students of the combat single soldier department cannot learn to make mechas. Isn't her an example? Maybe Teacher Carlo wouldn't care if she knew about it. After all, she wasn't a real genius. Telling her in such a serious manner would seem deliberate and fussy. Hillman didn't know that Jiang Hui had been thinking so many things. Hearing this, his attention was diverted, and he agreed, "Indeed. You don't know that the teachers in the mecha department of our school." Suddenly, he seemed to realize that his trip was inappropriate. He looked around suspiciously, and said in a low voice, "They all have bad tempers. My father said that most mecha masters are like this." Which is understandable, because they think a lot on weekdays, and their brains are several times more active than ordinary people. Their mental power assists in delicate operations all year round, so their nerves are somewhat sensitive, and it is extremely difficult to control their emotions. Most of them are irritable and irritable. We should also understand more. Irritable? Jiang Hui subconsciously touched the back of his head, recalled his own state, and felt that this statement was actually quite accurate. She did become much more irritable when she was studying things. Wrong edition of the book? Zhou Xiaowen asked thoughtfully. Jiang Hui nodded. Actually, I'm not sure either. Teacher Carlo said that due to regional and product chain issues, the versions printed in different places will be somewhat different. Or it may be due to the argument of the published book itself, and it will be recalled by the Interstellar Publishing Bureau after a period of publication. In some places, the information is lagging or the purchase channels are different, resulting in a delay in recalling the books. In fact, Jiang Hui thinks this is nothing, because there are many such cases on Blue Star. But cultural differences are not called differences. They are called characteristics. as long as the core is not too different. It's okay. However, the StarCraft side has very strict management on this kind of books, especially for technical books. If there is a slight deviation or academic controversy, the relevant books will be recalled. In addition, there are many talents in the StarCraft side, and the information and technology are updated to a certain extent. Sometimes, millions of copies are published and sold in the morning, but in the afternoon, the buyers may receive the news that the version error needs to be recalled. It is said that there are also cases where books that have been published for hundreds of years and used for generations are suddenly found to be suspected of forging topics many years later and are recycled and destroyed. It's strange. I don't know why Beska Intermediate College has always had some mistakes in the management of the library. It is said that it has been like this since the school was first established. There were proposals from the school directors, but for some reason, they were all left unresolved in the end. This time, the senior teacher who was hired back not long ago found the problem proposal, and the school board started to deal with it. Hillman told Joe Shiowen and others what he knew. Is that so? The boy seemed to have satisfied his curiosity and changed the subject as if he didn't care. Jianghui couldn't stay here any longer, because Hieta Carlos seemed to have finished the meeting early and went to the library. So she had to rush over now. The others knew that she had something to do, so they didn't keep her, and only told Jianghui not to be too tired and to take a rest. I don't know if the other party has been running around too much recently, and she has grown a little taller, so she has lost a lot of weight and looks very thin. Looking at the girl's back as she hurriedly left the cafeteria, the remaining 4 people couldn't help but sigh together. This person is too hardworking, which makes them feel a little ashamed. Chapter 388 Mecha Joints. Carlo officially finished the selection, and the library was temporarily closed for a while, and the students were notified to move out at night recently. So at night, there were basically only 3 of them in the library, and no one else came in and out. Jianghui didn't have to worry about encountering other students who couldn't explain clearly, and then more eyes would fall on her. The main force of this work was of course Carlo, and the administrator and Jianghui were both assistants. The former was familiar with the placement of all the books in the library, as well as some publishing information and purchase conditions. Jianghui was clear about the general content of this book. With their assistance, Carlo's actions were much faster. Now the 5th day has basically been cleared, and it is estimated that the matter can be concluded tonight. Yes, that's it. There are 2 books in the main area series compiled by this author. In addition to this book, I remember there is another one. What's it called? Yes, that's it. Jianghui silently handed over another book, The Music of Star World Mecha, Internal Coordination and Morphological Change. The other party quickly arranged the relevant series of books in order of primary and secondary functions, completing the filling of this area. Looking at the 5 or 6 rows of books emptied under the bookcase, Carlo felt that the book reserve of Beska Intermediate College was still too small. The number was originally not up to standard, and now a large number of books have been cleared out, leaving so many spaces. It would be inappropriate not to purchase new ones in the future. Jianghui agreed with this. She also felt that the collection of books in this school looked large, but was actually small. Although she had never been to other schools, but she often goes to some libraries on the main continent to check in. Except for the Huanqing Library directly connected to the planet in the first ring. The other places she went to are more than twice as good as the school. Even if the quantity is not as good as the quality, they are much better. Although the business nature of the school and the library is different. Beska School also uses the library as a promotion point when recruiting students, saying that the library with advanced review qualifications can purchase all kinds of professional books, which is a more prominent point among colleges and universities. It turned out that it was just an advertising slogan. The scale of the library is indeed so large, but the collection of books is relatively lacking in both quantity and content. Jianghui feels that the school's management in this regard is indeed not in place. However, any place will have problems of this or that kind, and it can be discovered and solved in time. Aren't they trying to solve the problems now? As a student of this school, she has a good impression of the school spirit of this school. She is also looking forward to the cleaning of other modules next. Jianghui can't wait to read the new books. Although she has not yet reached the point of reading the library, there are still a large number of books waiting for her to read. But for her, the more the better. By the way, I remember that there seems to be a book Mechanical Joints that has disappeared? I remember that the loan rate is quite high. The administrator muttered and searched the bottom layer. Jiang Hui, who was helping Carlo rearrange the books, turned his head and raised his hand silently under the gaze of the two. Sorry. I borrowed that one before, and haven't had time to return it yet. She borrowed this one before, and is still studying it. However, the content involved was quite advanced, and was not something Jiang Hui could use at the moment. So she just glanced through it, and put it in the dormitory, intending to find a time to return it with other things. Now that the administrator brought it up, she remembered that there were still a few mecha-related books lying quietly in her dormitory. Now it has been more than a month. I guess I will have to deduct some late payment points. You read that too? Carlo felt that he had been surprised enough by the other party, and he didn't think it was a big deal to hear such words again, because the other party had proved his ability to him with practical actions. This student really can't be judged by appearance. Although he looks young, he reads an amazing amount. Basically, she can say something about any book here, even if she can't understand every content in it. The basic points, and even the specific arguments and sentences, the other party can pick them up easily. Carlo asked himself that he might not be able to do this. Teachers naturally like diligent and talented students. During the time when Jiang Hui assisted him in selecting books, he could not help but teach her more, and even shared some experiences and tips that might not be taught in large classes. The other party did not disappoint him, and understood it almost immediately without too much explanation. Such a student, not to mention how he would actually practice in the future. His knowledge reserves and his eagerness to learn have already surpassed many students. Meeting such a student and teaching such a student in Beska Intermediate College is indeed much more comfortable than fighting with others in Wanha Middle School. Jiang Hui nodded, and then felt a little embarrassed, but the student cannot understand this collection of books for the time being, and can only roughly read the introduction of the first 2 chapters. She read more than 10 pages of this book, and could roughly see some complex theories, but the latter part was like a mystery, and she couldn't read it at all. She didn't know that. Mechanical joints are the most complex and delicate parts of mechas. They are generally distributed in the flexible positions of the arms, legs and necks of mechas, or the central ring street. They are generally used to assist the operation of connecting various modules, and improve the speed and flexibility of mecha movement. It can be said that it is very important in the entire mecha structure and cannot be lost. But because it has many functions and various appearances, the connecting joints of the same function may have tens of thousands of morphological structures. And there is no rule at all. Mecha masters can often only select the appropriate joint parts according to the actual data of the mecha, in order to debug the mecha to the best operating state. The mecha master may adjust each key joint dozens of times during installation, until the optimal combination is selected. And this represents the infinite possibilities and uncertainties of the combination, which is also the most difficult to control. So no matter what level of mecha master, mechanical joints are an extremely difficult subject. So far, no mecha master dares to claim that he is an expert in this field. Those who can say that they are good at it are masters. Therefore, this part of the content is also assumed to be one of the 3 major difficulties in building mechas. Many mecha masters follow their mentors to study after entering the advanced college. It is almost impossible for them to learn it by themselves. It is normal that Jiang Hui can't understand it, because the 3rd-year students of the school's mecha department may not have touched on this content yet. This kid also has ideas. Carlo didn't dare to challenge this when he was this age. The other party really chewed 2 chapters. It was already a very good performance to be able to read the introduction of the first 2 chapters. However, Carlo didn't want to discourage the enthusiasm of young people, so he changed to a more gentle statement. This book is generally equipped for study in the later comprehensive stage. If you want to learn, you can postpone it for the time being. First lay a solid foundation, and then take it step by step. Chapter 389 Contrast. Jiang Hui nodded, and then continued to find the corresponding books according to Carlo's instructions, and then handed them to the administrator to re-enter the numbers and information, and upload the records. The few people were busy again, and finally barely completed the initial screening of the mecha area near 11 o'clock. Carlo said that he had asked several other teachers in the mecha department to come together tomorrow to verify. But what happened after that had nothing to do with Jiang Hui, and she didn't need to come tomorrow. In other words, Jiang Hui's task was finally completed, and she didn't have to run around anymore, and she could resume her normal study in life. Looking at the girl's undisguised relaxation, Carlo was a little amused. She is still a child. It seems that he has been keeping her very tight these days. He raised his eyebrows and said, "If you still want to come tomorrow, You can. There are a few teachers from the mecha department here. I can introduce them to you. Those teachers are not random. They are all professors who teach large classes in the mecha department, including Yang Li, the teacher Jiang Hui has chosen. If he can get their favor, it will be easier for him to go on in the mecha department in the future. Carlo is willing to help such a good kid. Jiang Hui shook his head without thinking. This is still not possible. Not to mention that she has nothing to do and can't play any role. And it's really stressful to get along with the teachers in the school alone. Tomorrow she will come and be surrounded by a group of teachers. That picture is too beautiful to think about. As if seeing someone's timid point. Carlo smiled and shook his head. Okay. I know you are tired and want to rest these days. So you can rest tomorrow and don't have to come. Come. Show me your degree ID. And I will apply for your personal points. The school also provides some subsidies. And you will also receive a share. You can decide to accept it when the time comes. Jiang Hui took out his card and handed it to the other party. Okay. Let me see. Then he seemed to remember something and said, by the way, I haven't asked you which class you are from. Jiang Hui was about to answer, and saw the other person's expression changed, and his pupils dilated slightly. She saw that the other party had just clicked into her ID background, and Jiang Hui's student information was displayed on it. The student is Jiang Hui from the second class of the Combat Individual Department. The girl rubbed her palms with her fingertips, and said a little weakly, Combat Individual Department. The other party seemed to be a little unresponsive, and muttered to himself. You are from the Combat Individual Department? Not the Mecha Department? Siete Carlo let out a long breath, as if he was frightened by something, and seemed to be a little unbelievable. The student is a student of the Combat Individual Department. Jiang Hui repeated it honestly. This is too. The other party continued with some difficulty, to be honest. I have never thought about this. You are a student of the Combat Individual Department? I always thought you were from the Mecha Department. Very good. It seems that her contrast is still a bit big. Jiang Hui thought to himself. After a long time, the elder seemed to accept this and sighed, sorry. I was preconceived. He really never asked Jiang Hui about his major. He only thought that the other party was a student of the Mecha Department from his own perspective. Unexpectedly, it was not related at all. Speaking of the fact that the interests of children nowadays are so jumpy, a single soldier went to learn mecha. In fact, it is still reasonable. But it is indeed a bit unexpected. And she is so good at learning. This is a standard good seedling. Carlo's throat was a little dry. Teacher Carlo. Teacher? Jiang Hui saw that the other party fell into silence for a long time, and thought that he had upset the other party. In addition, it was indeed late. And if it was any later, she would be forced into the consciousness space halfway. So Jiang Hui finally took the initiative to propose to leave first. Carlo was just a little surprised. But her mentality was not so fragile that she collapsed all of a sudden. So she said, then you go back first. Be careful on the road. And see you later, goodbye. In the end, he still didn't say anything. Jiang Hui didn't notice that the other party was hesitant to speak. And she said goodbye to the administrator and hurriedly left the library, leaving only 2 adults staying there. She is a student of the Combat Single Soldier Department? TSK. This guy has a long reaction arc. And he just reacted now. The administrator thought he had heard it wrong just now. But it turned out to be true. Isn't it a bit outrageous that this little classmate, who loves to read books and eats reading, is actually a student of the Combat Single Soldier Department? Has the number of students who intend to be single soldiers reached this point? Anyway, judging from his words and deeds, this little classmate does not have the characteristics of a single soldier at all. He is thin and his physical fitness looks average. But his mental strength is obviously not low. The latter is indeed the selection criterion for single soldiers. But people with high mental strength levels can choose many high-demand mental professions. They don't have to be single soldiers. Judging from the characteristics shown by the other party, it seems more appropriate to be a mecha master. She is, Carlo said with certainty. He had come to his senses by now from the fact that Jiang Hui was a student of the Combat Soldier Department. He scanned the student files of Jiang Hui's background and was a little surprised. That kid was not only a student of the Combat Soldier Department. His grades were actually very good. Whether it was the entrance examination or his daily academic performance, he was the best in their major. He paused at the words orienteering, Class D event, champion on the other party's personal achievement column. And his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. A top student in the combat soldier department. I guess they won't let him go. Carlo said, a little discouraged. Is that so? The administrator didn't expect that the well-behaved classmate he often saw on weekdays was such a character. A top student in the combat soldier department? With the other party's thin body. Does it look like it? For Carlo. Of course. He didn't dwell on the question of whether it looked like it or not. But he realized that the other party's learning might be much stronger than he expected. The girl in the student file on the back end of the system has a young face. But her eyes are sharp and do not match her age. Jiang Hui, who was returning to the dormitory, didn't know that someone was talking about her. She was still rushing towards the selected dormitory. And she had to look at the time of the light brain from time to time in the cold wind. Tomorrow is the weekend again. And the task is also completed. She can really rest for 2 days. Jiang Hui feels that her current state is quite good. Although she has experienced some mental activities, she has a sense of mental relaxation. After this weekend, she can probably be resurrected with full energy and devote herself to mecha research. Someone sent her a message. Jiang Hui looked at it and saw that it was Teacher Carlo, who had just parted. The other party quickly approved 200 points for her. The school system immediately sent the information of the points change. The efficiency is really high. This score made her feel safe. Chapter 390 New Discovery. Ding ding, another sound of a light brain message. Jiang Hui thought it was another reminder message accompanying the change of points and ignored it. But then it vibrated twice. Jiang Hui looked at the light brain page in confusion and saw that it was a new message from Stark Tang. It was a bit unexpected that the other party had something to do so that he was in such a hurry to find her when contacting Jiang Hui so late. Is there something tomorrow? Jiang Hui clicked on the page. Your father's relics have arrived. White parking area at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Jiang Hui's steps paused involuntarily. Relics? It seems that such a letter was sent before. But because of various accidents, it was forgotten all at once. I didn't expect that the process here has come to this. Jiang Hui bit his fingertips, said a simple okay as a reply, and walked up the dormitory building in 3 or 2 steps, and entered the room at 57 minutes. Very good. The time is about the same. Just right. Jiang Hui leaned back in the chair with his eyes slightly closed, waiting for the arrival of another space. After waking up in the familiar room, Jiang Hui was able to stand up very freely and planned to go to the study first. There are too many books coming in there recently. I think it will be filled in less than a year. I don't know what to do then. Jiang Hui thought while walking towards the study. Listen. Listen. Listen, a crisp sound sounded in the room that was always quiet. Jiang Hui looked at his feet in a daze and felt that he had kicked something. The girl looked at her feet, and the soft light reflected on the small parts, shining slightly, and a glaze-like luster flashed on the back. She flipped it over in her palm and finally confirmed that it was indeed a universal splicing shaft belt that was explained in the mechanical part. The length, size, shape, and even material were as real as in reality. But Jiang Hui clearly remembered that she was in a consciousness space. Everything here was actually nothingness, derived from her spiritual consciousness. Jiang Hui knew it from the beginning. But she stayed here for a few months and tried many times during that time. In addition to the items in the house that can be regenerated repeatedly. If you want to derive other things, you must go through an extremely complex construction process. Jiang Hui has tried many times, such as paper towels, glasses, wooden boards, single-structured things, especially things with similar materials in her consciousness space, are particularly easy to simulate. She once constructed patterned paper towels, strange-shaped glasses, and a strange table with an uneven surface. Although they were not perfect, they were successful. And those things still existed when she came in next time? It can be seen that her idea of building things in the spiritual space is very feasible. But no matter how complicated the thing is, it won't work, especially since she has a vague understanding of it, and doesn't have a general understanding of its material properties and principles. In this case, no matter how hard she tries, she can't replicate it in her mental space. Even if she barely has a prototype, it will soon dissipate. Therefore, except for the test tube of the medicine at the beginning, Jiang Hui didn't build any interstellar creation in her mental space. Well, that test tube may not necessarily be the one she saw. It may just be a kind of creation made based on the old impression of blue star. Because later Jiang Hui accidentally broke it in the consciousness space. And it broke into more than 8 pieces. and soon there was no trace of it. But in real life, the pipe was the kind that could not be broken even by a hammer. So she had to send it to the recycling place for professional treatment. Jianghui felt a little sorry, and she always wondered if her spiritual space energy was not enough to carry the interstellar creation. Until today, she seemed to have finally come up with something real. She bent down and picked up a small piece of shaft belt structure lying alone on the ground. The material felt well constructed, soft and hard, with a little glitter on the outer layer. Not long ago, she also specially studied this quark structure called silicon-boron rubber material, which has good endurance and certain resilience. It is a common material for mecha parts. At that time, in order to assemble the mecha arm, she also divided several other similar material versions for separate experiments, and finally chose this one. So she was very clear about the structure of this shaft belt. So much so that she couldn't believe that she had constructed it in the consciousness space. Even the strange arc on the head that was convenient for access was reproduced. How did she reproduce it in the end? No. She had to think carefully. Yes. Time went forward to last night. She did spend a lot of time last night studying the structure, properties and performance characteristics of this material. Then she saw the entity of this thing when she entered the space today. Could it be that the construction in the consciousness space must be so detailed? Jianghui looked at the gadget in his hand in disbelief. Impossible? The girl looked a little blank, holding the shaft belt, and walked towards the study. I'm talking to you. You came back to the capital. I thought you had come to your senses and wanted to go back to the army to work. I didn't expect you to come back for the same thing. You left before you even spent the whole day. Why didn't you go and pay a visit to Major General Yuso? I've already reported this to him. The Major General is very busy and is currently undergoing a military evaluation. It's better not to disturb him, Stark said calmly. Ah, that's nothing. The promotion of Major General to Lieutenant General is a done deal. What's there to do? We are not on the front line now. And even if Major General Yuso didn't point it out, you should at least know how to visit him. What's the matter with you just passing by without entering? Stark. He didn't want to continue talking to this silly guy who could say anything, but thinking that if he ignored him, he could talk all the way back. So he had to reply, the Major General told me not to visit him. He just happened to have a distinguished guest to receive today. Oh, how come I didn't know? No. It's you who left the capital. Not me. How come the Major General told you? But I, who is stationed in the Legion, didn't know? Nielki was a little upset. Weren't you sent out on a mission today? The young man was a little speechless and didn't want to talk to someone anymore. Yes. Think about it. Nielki accepted the mission from the Major General last night and said that he would go to the outer galaxy today, so he could send Stark back at the same time. Otherwise the other party would have to wait for the special starship of the Legion to go back. Okay. Stop talking nonsense and concentrate on sailing. The two of them were riding on a small military spaceship, and the folding space jump speed was very fast. Although it was not as safe and stable as a starship, it was very flexible and suitable for people to travel in the thinner inner galaxy. Chapter 391 Send. Nielki shook his head. This guy is really... He is always so serious. Talking to him often feels like being poured cold water. I really don't know how Jianghui tolerated him in the past. This guy couldn't stand the temper of the young master, but he didn't know that he himself had a bad temper. He wouldn't even look at people who didn't like what he didn't want to deal with. That is, he has worked with the other party for many years. It's not clear whether there is any sympathy, but there is still some friendship. Fortunately, the other party's attitude seems to have softened in recent years, and he has become a little more humane. It's probably because that person's departure made him miss his already pitiful friendship. But he is not the same. In fact, he didn't have a very good relationship with Stark before, and it could even be said that he was a bit tit for tat. Well, in fact, he had a little opinion on Stark unilaterally. Even if you have the ability, there is no need to hold your head so high. You don't have anyone else in your eyes, and think he is too arrogant. But after spending a long time together, Nielki also found that this man was not as arrogant as he imagined. He was really a man of few words and many actions. He preferred to do rather than talk. So he gradually had fewer opinions about this man. But they still had conflicts from time to time due to personality issues. Until later, he suffered a great loss and almost lost his life. And Stark, who seemed to be cold and contemptuous of him on weekdays, risked his life to save his life. and almost broke his 2 arms for this. Since then, he still has some respect for this colleague in his heart. Later, the person he admired in his youth died. And Stark's friend also died. They died in the same war. And died in the distance of the flames. The 2 of them had never been as close as they are now. Stark, who lost his friend, became colder and quieter. Although he completed the task as always, there was nothing wrong with him from the outside. But as a colleague who had worked with him for many years, how could Ye not notice the deep trance of the other party? Jiang Hui's death really left an indelible shadow in the other party's heart. Perhaps it was also for mutual comfort. Ye approached Stark with a thick face, and the atmosphere between the 2 was much more harmonious than before. Years ago, Stark left the front battlefield because of his friend's dying request, and also left the Vanity Fair of this capital, and went to a small planet in the permanent galaxy to serve as a small teacher. Ye missed this colleague day by day, and would contact him from time to time. Hearing that he was coming, Nielki was also about to go out on a mission. So he volunteered to give Stark a ride and send him back to planet 732. The 2 of them were silent for a while, and the young man in front suddenly asked, "Have you packed all your things?" Stark, who was standing at the observation seat at the back with his hands behind his back, paused, was silent for a moment, and said in a flat voice, "All packed." As if to prove his words, he raised his hand and patted a small box on the observation platform. This is an arm-length wooden box. Not high, thin, narrow, and actually a bit like a box rather than a box. Stark put his palms together, covered the surface of the box, and patted it gently, as if he was greeting a good friend. "All packed, home." Ye was stunned for a moment. Then he understood his implication and smiled helplessly. "Okay. Let's send him home. Today is Saturday. Jiang Hui's mission is also completed. She has nothing to do today, so she will naturally not go to the library." In addition, Stark notified her temporarily that he would deliver Jiang Hui's relics today. So Jiang Hui was free all day, and did not make any plans with others. He just stayed in the dormitory to do his own things. Jiang Hui put down the things in his hands, stood up, yawned loudly, and suddenly felt a little annoyed. So he stopped studying those parts. It's not that she can't sit still, but that the time has been maintained for too long. From entering the consciousness space last night until now. Except for the 5 or 6 weeks she slept in the consciousness space. She has been studying the mecha parts for more than 20 weeks. And she is naturally mentally tired. In addition, she just learned what kind of process is required to build new items in the consciousness space. And her head is about to explode. She was preparing for the experiment tonight. So she was very nervous as soon as she woke up from the consciousness space today, as if she was waiting for some fact to be declared. However, after studying for a whole night and a whole morning, she suddenly felt that she was too nervous. She should just let it go. She was so anxious now. What if it didn't work tonight? It's better to lower expectations. Maybe it will work again tonight. After all, the previous part appeared unexpectedly when no one noticed it. Beep, 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 beep. Jiang Hui immediately looked at the optical brain. She declined Hillman's invitation and told him that she had something to do today. So the only person who could be looking for him now could be that person. Come out. School parking area Y916. It was Stark. And the other party's message was still as brief and direct as ever. This was not the first time that Jiang Hui received such an order. And there was really no greeting. Jiang Hui was used to the other party's style. Changed into neat clothes. Locked the dormitory door. And rushed to the place designated by the other party. However, this time Stark did not seem to drive his usual car. What was parked at Y916 was a strange spaceship. The appearance was smooth, and the connecting windows were made of unknown materials. It was glowing with a bright blue light, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. The overall structure was still shining in the sun, and the frame was a silver-gray color that made people look obedient and comfortable. It was spotless, adding a sense of solemnity to the spaceship. The cabin on the side of the spaceship popped open, and the ladder was lowered straight down. Jiang Hui did not approach immediately, but watched from the side for a while, until a voice came from the cabin. "What are you standing there for? Come up quickly." This was Stark's voice. Jiang Hui then slowly walked into the cabin. She thought Stark was the only one in the cabin. But she didn't expect to hear another person's voice in the cabin. It's been a long time. "Little Jiang Hui." The voice sounded a little familiar. as if she had heard it somewhere before, but not so familiar. And she couldn't recognize it immediately at first. I heard from your Uncle Tang that you won the first place in the orienteering competition last time. That's amazing. I had something to do last time, and I just happened to bring the reward I promised you. Jiang Hui remembered. Isn't this the instructor Nye who taught their class shooting before? Uncle Nye. Chapter 392, Saying the Wrong Thing. Uncle Nye is still as talkative as ever. He has been talking non-stop since Jiang Hui boarded the spaceship. Like a string of cannons. Sometimes she can't answer even when listening. Jiang Hui thought Stark was really indulgent towards Uncle Nye. Because Stark looked like a person who didn't have much patience to listen to these things. He also had a strong aura when facing students. Normally, when he was in the classroom, the students didn't even dare to breathe more. However, he had the patience to listen to Nye chatter at this time. Fortunately, the two of them were real friends. However, for Stark, answering 1 out of 10 sentences was his greatest tolerance. But Jiang Hui couldn't answer 1 out of 10 sentences like this. She was a junior, and she had to respond to whatever the other party asked. What's more, he talked to her with a caring attitude. So most of the conversations along the way were between her and Nye. Your school's courses are taught too slowly. A child of mine is about your age, and he has already started a formal mecha battle in the capital. Jiang Hui's comprehensive course will take another month. But considering that Jiang Hui is a mid-level star in the resident star system, it is normal that the resource progress cannot keep up. No need to be too fast, Stark said with some disapproval. The mental domain of those who have not fully awakened is still unstable, and recklessness will only harm them. Most of the damage caused by the reverse impact of mental power on the brain is almost irreversible, and it will be too late to regret it by then, Stark said in a serious tone, as if it was a warning and a warning. I don't mean to encourage Xiao Jian to practice. You know, it's just a small talk. Alas, you are really a very strict guy, Xiao Jian. You are usually controlled by him. But your Uncle Tang is the best at training people, and he has produced many powerful guys. You should listen to him more. If you don't know how to talk, you don't have to talk. Stark couldn't help but look at Nye with a death gaze. Jiang Hui. These two people have a really good relationship. But Nye didn't speak for a while. Jiang Hui felt that the spaceship was suddenly very quiet. He was a little uncomfortable and said, I heard that the school will open a simulated mecha training field for first-year students after the comprehensive class. It will be more convenient to conduct mecha training at that time. After all, the mechas they use in the mecha practical class now belong to the school. Since students are not familiar with mechas, there are many restrictions on operation, and they cannot play too freely. It would be much more convenient if the practice field could be opened. Jiang Hui thought so. So she was quite looking forward to the big class in a month. Simulated practice field? I remember that I used this for training when I was studying before. And then, I went to the college for more practical training. For you, the B-level practice field is almost enough. And there will not be too many obstacles to adapt in the future. Are the B-level simulated practice fields still divided into several levels? The technology of this interstellar world has indeed reached a level that she can't imagine. No matter what it is, it must be divided into several levels. And the functions and utilities of different levels are different. However, she only heard that the simulated mecha practice field was going to be opened. But she didn't know what level it was. Jiang Hui's inquiring eyes unconsciously drifted to Stark next to her. The other party happened to be looking at her, and answered casually, B-level. Just approved by the upper division of the Corps. Approved by the Corps again? The Corps has taken a lot of actions here this year. I didn't see it managing it in previous years. It has in previous years. It's just that the Corps focuses on supporting the colleges and universities in the inner galaxies, and has not intervened in the management of the permanent galaxies for many years. Stark knocked on the table of the observatory with the back of his fingers. Did you mention it to Major General Yuso? Nielke said jokingly. Jiang Hui was really curious now. She had also heard others say that the school had taken too many actions this year. Not only did new shareholders get involved, but the school also generously replaced a batch of old equipment. She also heard Hillman say that the board of directors had proposed to reform the school committee and re-establish a set of rules. Because the school's past management system was too old and rigid for the current educational environment. The vitality of the entire school was far less than that of several major universities of the same level. And all this happened this year when she enrolled. Jiang Hui would definitely not be so narcissistic as to think it was a protagonist effect. She just felt that everything was too coincidental. And her group really caught up with the good time. Now listening to Nyaerki's words. It feels different. Could it be that it is not the so-called catching up with the good time, but someone is behind the scenes? Because she enrolled this year. And Stark also taught this year. But is the other party's position in the 8th Legion so high? Jiang Hui only knows some of Stark's resume and current military rank, but is not so clear about his position in the 8th Legion. What do you think? Stark glanced at Nyaerki coldly. This time it was really cold, with a warning in his eyes. And he seemed to be really angry. Nyaerki was curious and couldn't control his mouth. But he just mentioned it casually. After all, he had worked with him for many years. And he knew that Stark was not that kind of person. The other party was very methodical in doing things. And he was most serious and fair in his actions. How could he interfere with the flow of Legion resources for Jiang Hui? It seems that the other party's biggest preference for Jiang Hui has been shown from the beginning. He bid farewell to the battlefield that he had fought for half his life and could give him glory. Bid farewell to his superior, who was about to promote him. Left the prosperous capital and came to planet 732, just for Jiang Hui. And to fulfill his promise to his friend. He wanted to train Jiang Hui. But he only used himself as a resource to favor Jiang Hui. Temporarily abandoning his promise and future to the Imperial Army was the most selfish thing he had ever done. How could such a person do such a thing as calling resources privately? Nyaerki suddenly realized that he had started a topic that was not respectful to others. Sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made up your story. Oh, look at my nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Hui. You, Uncle Tang, are the most fair and strict person. You won't bother to do such a thing. The other party shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's probably a coincidence. It's good that you caught up with the right time. Jiang Hui didn't know the relationship between the two. In her eyes, Stark glared at Nyaerki. And then Nyaerki surrendered without saying a word. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. It was impossible to tell that the other party was the shadow of the cold-faced cool guy when they first met. Chapter 393 Relics. It's not a coincidence. Someone is really behind it. But it's not me. After someone surrendered quickly, Stark finally retracted his terrifying gaze and said lightly, correcting Stark's nonsense. It turned out that it was not a coincidence. Someone was really behind it. Jiang Hui sighed at the twists and turns of the development. It turned out that there were so many twists and turns in this matter. But think about it. She actually saw it with her own eyes. The Hillman family must be one of them. According to the other party, his family invested a lot after entering the school, which should be to improve the learning environment of their young master. Resources and funds are inseparable. If someone invests, resources will naturally come in continuously. So they feel that there are many changes in the school this year, which is not a strange thing. I just don't know whether the Hillman family has used the resources from the military, or if there is someone else who is working hard. If it is about the resources from the military, Jiang Hui thinks of another person. She wondered if there was a possibility that Zhou Xiuwen's family also contributed a little. After all, Zhou Yuanjing, the former head of the military and still a big figure in the military, sent his son to school here. When the superiors knew about it, they would naturally take more care of him. This was also normal. Jiang Hui thought silently here and did not intend to say it out. Unexpectedly, the two adults were also paying attention to her situation at the same time. So they naturally saw the understanding that flashed across her face. Especially when Stark answered that sentence just now. He glanced at Jiang Hui intentionally or unintentionally. And this glance was captured by Nyaerki. This means, could it be related to Jiang Hui? Stark didn't pay attention to Nyaerki's curiosity. He directly broke Jiang Hui's thoughts. 3 months ago, Lieutenant General Metz of the 3rd Legion was successfully promoted to general and transferred to the deputy commander of the 172nd Legion. His eldest son was promoted to colonel, and the lieutenant you saved was promoted to lieutenant. The topic jumped too fast, and it seemed to be pulled apart all of a sudden. Jiang Hui received limited information, and couldn't understand the connection between what the other party said and the previous topic. But Nyaerki was not like that. He was in the army, and even as a confidant of the 8th Legion's generals, he received no less information than Stark, or even more. So he naturally understood what Stark wanted to express. The promotion of Lieutenant General Metz mentioned by the other party was also the most talked about event in their military recently. The Metz family is a big family that has been declining in recent years. Lieutenant General Metz's great-grandfather and father were both the commanders of the 172nd Legion. And the establishment of this team is also inseparable from the Metz family. Although it is not one of the 19 elite troops directly under the Empire, it is a strong legion of all sizes. However, due to a chaotic battle, Lieutenant General Metz's father passed away, and Lieutenant General Metz did not grow up to take over the position of Legion commander. Not long after, the Legion changed its owner, and used not very glorious means to drive Lieutenant General Metz away. The Metz family gradually withdrew from the top of the pyramid. However, their family has been in the army for generations. Although they are not a noble family, they are also quite famous and powerful in the military. After many years of operation, Lieutenant General Metz himself is also capable. They gradually came up and achieved a certain status in the 3rd Legion, and the family status gradually stabilized. However, their development threatened some families of the 3rd Legion, and conflicts often occurred because of the competition for resources. Brad Mays was excluded from the list of candidates for the Legion's training because of the family's struggle. Then, in order not to become a weak point for others to attack his father, and for his own pride, he left the Legion and was demoted to the bottom. Later, he was rescued by Jiang Hui and Hillman, and returned to the 3rd Legion after completing the treatment. Although he took a detour, his fate was finally on the right track. Not long ago, Lieutenant General Mays accidentally obtained an important intelligence and commanded his team to rescue several fronts and the life of a certain big man. In recognition of his merits, the military promoted him to the rank of general, and at his request, he was transferred to the 172nd Legion as Deputy Legion Commander and granted assistant authority. And the Legion Commander was the one who was ungrateful and used extremely bad means to force Lieutenant General Mays away. He was also the confidant entrusted and reused by Mays' father. The other party is not in a good situation in the Legion because of the crisis of trust. The return of the Metz family to the 172nd Legion is a clear declaration to inform those who use despicable means that they are back. This is also the reward given by the big man to the Metz family, giving them a chance. As for whether they can succeed, it depends on their own ability. However, for the Metz family, this is also the most desired thing. The wish that their family has been longing for many years has been achieved in this way after many years. It must be said that things are unpredictable. In short, in the eyes of the outside world, the Metz family is considered to have risen. Although they temporarily left the 3rd Army, which was directly under the military, they were originally foreign forces and were already excluded within the 3rd Army. They relied on their own abilities to barely gain a foothold. But the 172nd Army was their base camp. Although they were driven out in that way, there were still many people in the army who supported them. At present, Metz is the deputy commander of the army. It is not that there is no day for him to return to the position. There is always hope. In addition, the position of Admiral Metz is real. The superiors have also allocated him a corresponding number of new recruits and training bases, and all resources are given to him. As a result, the Metz family has also jumped from a gradually declining family to a new noble in the current military. And many forces are secretly trying to win him over. The 8th Army did not want to win him over. After all, the 172nd Army and its jurisdiction have never had much contact with them. Instead, the Metz family showed goodwill to them. Their reason was simple and crude. Because Jiang Hui, Hillman and Lieutenant Colonel Hank, who was on campus at the time, also mobilized the 8th Legion to rescue Brad. Not only did they invest in Beska Intermediate College, but they also rushed to the front line several times to help the 8th Legion out of its predicament, showing their sincerity. So, as time went by, the 8th Legion increased its resource allocation to Beska Intermediate College. This can be regarded as a chain reaction caused by Jiang Hui and Hillman at the beginning, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is related to them. However, it is hard to say how much they played a role in it. After all, things like diplomacy between two forces are not so simple and pure. Nyaerki was about to say something, but suddenly his face changed, and he quickly pulled a switch on the control panel. The whole spacecraft shook violently, and several people inside were also affected and fell to the side. Jiang Hui's lower body was the weakest, and she was about to fall to the side without holding her head. But fortunately Stark pulled her. However, the things next to it did not hold up. and the wooden box placed on the observation platform slid down instantly and smashed towards Jiang Hui. Chapter 394 Father's Mecha. In an unknown critical moment, people are naturally more important than things. Because he didn't know what happened suddenly, Stark didn't care about pulling Jiang Hui's relics, but only focused on pulling Jiang Hui. Fortunately, this sudden shock did not last long. The emergency system of the military spacecraft, coupled with Nye Erki's perfect response, the chaos was quickly calmed down in just a few seconds, and the balance of the entire spacecraft was restored. Damn! What's wrong with the cleanup team on this star route? Why are there large floating objects on the jump point? If I hadn't reacted quickly, we would have to explain here if we really hit it. Nye Erki couldn't help but curse on the spot. This was different from his previous simple chattering. A fire of anger instantly ignited in his body, like an angry lion that people dared not offend. After that, he didn't wait for Stark and the others to answer, and called the military hotline directly, and received the cleanup team to report the situation to them. Of course, before he figured out who was responsible, he still maintained a relatively good upbringing and restrained his temper. However, anyone could hear the anger in his tone. There are many star routes in the interstellar space, divided into many types, including military, public and private. But no matter which type, once opened, it will cost countless manpower, material and financial resources to maintain every year. In order to ensure the operating qualifications, the developer needs to clean up these star routes from time to time. If improper cleaning causes property loss or even life crisis to others, the developer may have to bear huge debts. Of course, this kind of cleaning is not something that everyone can do. Only organizations with the level of Imperial Archives can carry out the relevant cleaning work. The military is even more strict in cleaning up special routes. The military will have a special organization to carry out different degrees of cleaning according to the main use. After all, military routes may affect the war situation, so they are particularly strict in cleaning. Although Nye Erki used the military's ordinary star routes, which do not involve military and political affairs, he is also strict in cleaning up. It is simply unimaginable that something like today happened at the star route jump point. If you are not careful, the ship may be destroyed and people may die. So it is reasonable for Nye Erki to be so angry. After hanging up the light brain, he calmed down and turned his head to look at the two people behind the observatory. Are you okay? The sudden distortion of space folding is not a trivial matter. Fortunately, Nye Erki operated quickly enough, and the spacecraft also has a stabilization system, so it did not cause too much chain problem. However, the energy waves of this kind of jump-type spacecraft are relatively short, which can easily affect the operation of the human brain. Some people usually feel uncomfortable when riding, let alone such abnormal bumps and noises. The spacecraft engine quickly emitted a large amount of short energy waves, which immediately affected people's normal brain function. She didn't know what happened to other people, but Jiang Hui felt like vomiting. Her brain was jumping, as if it was congested, and it was buzzing and humming, with a little reaction. So the brain is probably the most sensitive and delicate organ of human beings. As long as there is any discomfort there, nothing else will be taken care of. Jiang Hui felt something hard hit her shoulder heavily, and the sharp corners brushed her forehead, and the things inside fell out. But he didn't bother to pick it up, which was really embarrassing. Fortunately, Stark quickly helped her, and seemed to see her uncomfortable state, and patted her back considerately. His gentle movements did not seem like the instructor who seemed harsh and unkind on weekdays. Jiang Hui finally couldn't help but retched, and he felt better after he vomited. Your brain area reacted so strongly, probably because your brain waves repel the short energy waves of the spacecraft. Generally speaking, the higher the mental level, the more sensitive the mental touch, and the greater the reaction. Little Jiang Hui, it seems that your mental potential is really good. It's just that you need to strengthen your physical fitness, so that this situation will not happen in the future. Nye Erki reminded. So you have to suffer such hardships even if you have a high level of mental power? No wonder she felt completely different on the spacecraft this time. And it was a bit uncomfortable, because the previous transportation tools did not use space jump technology, but belonged to another type of energy wave with longer waves. So naturally there would be no such feeling. She didn't know what happened this year. Accidents happened frequently. So many things happened in half a year. First of all, she traveled here. She had been in school for only half a semester, and she had suffered several bloody disasters. The last time she almost died. This time, she followed Stark out and encountered such a thing again. Now she felt that her brain was about to be split apart. Jianghui really thought that she was not suitable to go out. There are fresh supplements over there. In this case, just give her some mental supplements. Don't worry too much. Nye Erki reminded. Jianghui was still having a headache, so someone handed a test tube to her mouth. She drank 2 or 3 tubes in a row before she felt a little better. When the scene in front of her gradually settled down and the double image disappeared, the first thing that came into view was Stark squatting down to pick up something. Jianghui then saw the thing that had just hit her face. The lid of the long wooden box was opened, revealing the narrow inner liner, and the things inside fell to the ground in pieces. There were not many things in total, but Jianghui was instantly frozen, as if he felt the gaze of the person behind him. Stark paused when he was about to withdraw his hand, turned his head and looked, and met Jianghui's gaze. Jianghui looked at the thing in the other person's palm in a daze. Jianghui recognized that thing, and it appeared more than once in her limited memory, and its appearance rate was almost the same as the appearance rate of the original father Jianghui. This father always appeared in front of his daughter, and the ring on his middle finger never left him. The original body once thought that it was just an ornament, like the Tianqing ring on his mother's hand, which was said to be given by his father, and was a commemorative ornament. In her memory, she had also asked Jianghui what it was, and the other party always said happily that it was a magic transformation prop that could allow him to transform into an interstellar hero to defeat the enemy, and he would pass it on to her when he grew up. The original body seemed to be looking forward to it at the time. However, from Jianghui's current perspective, it was not a magic transformation prop. It was just a mecha, or it should be said that it was a foldable miniature mecha. Interstellar armor is generally made into rings and necklaces, which are convenient for soldiers to carry with them. So the pine green gem ring was the A-level mecha pine and cypress that accompanied Jianghui throughout his life and witnessed his demise. Chapter 395. Jianghui's qualifications are neither high nor low in the army. It can be said that he is barely qualified. He has room for advancement and is not limited by qualifications. He has the qualities that soldiers generally have. He is brave and fearless in battle, and he strives to stick to his position until the last moment, regardless of the difficulty of the task. He will try his best to do his best. But in contrast, Jianghui is a humorous person in life. He was a very active student in college. He actively participated in various activities and created some records. He was also one of the celebrities of their class. To this day, the school's exhibition hall still has his records. This is a person who can balance life and work very well. Anyone who has come into close contact with him rarely says anything bad about him. Almost everyone likes him. This person who exudes warmth from the bottom of his heart has always been kind and friendly. After all, even Jiang Yilin, who most of the single officers in the Legion wanted to pursue at the time, finally favored him. To some extent, Jianghui is a great man for defeating many lieutenant colonels and even major generals to win Jiang Yilin's heart. Although his qualifications and career are not as good as his wife's, he never feels awkward about it, because in his opinion, he has his own way, and he also has the best partner in the world, the A-class mecha Sonbai. It was built for him by his father when he was still alive. Every part of this mecha, which has been modified 3 times, is full of the efforts and memories of the father and son. Later, it became his sharpest weapon and most trustworthy partner on the battlefield. Jianghui has always cherished this mecha and never let anyone else do it. Now, this ring carrying the mecha is lying quietly in Stark's palm. But the owner who once wore it with great love has returned to the earth, and no one knows where to go, which tells the sadness of the world. Jianghui thought that this was probably the emotion of the original body, the wailing from this flesh and blood. At this moment, she realized very clearly that the father of the original body, their father, has died and no longer exists in the world. This armor ring is probably the closest proof of his sole memory left in the world. Jianghui's eyes were almost glued to the armor ring, and his expression was a little ethereal. Stark paused as he was about to withdraw his hand, and finally put it back into the wooden box properly, sighing slightly and saying, "It seems that you still remember it." Jianghui walked over without saying anything, picked up a scattered space button on the ground and handed it to Stark. And then the two of them picked it up and scooped it up, silently stuffing the relics back into the wooden box. For a while, the cabin became quiet. Jianghui and Stark probably had the same thoughts and didn't speak. And Nye Erki, who always loved to talk, was forced to keep quiet because of this strange atmosphere. And in the end, no one spoke. During this period, Nyaerki opened his mouth several times to say something. But when he touched the slightly heavy atmosphere over there, he had to choke back. And finally just concentrated on sailing. Because of the little episode just now, the few people spent the quietest half a week since they boarded the spaceship. About a little more than a week. They jumped from the plate, where the school was located, to the mainland ring. The speed of military spacecraft is still very impressive. If they used ordinary aircraft or airships, they might have only traveled a little more than a quarter of the distance. After Nyaerki left the two behind, he had to leave. After all, he remembered that he was on a mission, not here to send someone off. Taking an extra hour to pick someone up from school to the mainland was already the limit. If he stayed until dinner was over, it would be too much. Even if the mission time set by the military was far from coming, how could the soldiers on the battlefield be so lax? Nyaerki seemed to regret not being able to see the excitement. Before leaving, he repeatedly called out to Stark to treat him to dinner, which was not like an adult at all. Now, let alone Stark. Jianghui was a little embarrassed to watch. This guy's style is really so weird. However, the other party did not seem to have forgotten his previous promise to Jianghui. Before leaving, he took out the reward he promised before, which turned out to be a gamma-ray ion cannon that was as tall as her. Jianghui saw the big guy inside clearly through the mirror of the space button imaging, and was a little surprised. Would such a big cannon kill her on the spot? Stark came over and took a look, but he said nothing and made no comment. Nyaerki said with a bit of complacency, "Okay, this is my gift. This is a classic weapon that I exchanged from the Military Affairs Office with a lot of military merit. This one is in short supply but is really useful. Everyone has to fight to get it. In the future, you will install it on the mecha, and the feel will not be worse than shooting it yourself." No. It sounds like a very valuable thing. Jianghui was a little at a loss, not knowing whether to accept it or not, because she felt that her relationship with the other party was not that level. How could she take something that someone earned through military merit? But seeing this, Stark nodded to Jianghui. "Take it." "Uh-huh. That's right. Just take it. Don't be polite to me. Your mother has taken care of me for many years. Just think of these things as toys given to you by me as an elder. But you must use them well, and practice shooting seriously. And don't waste them," Nyaerki earnestly advised. And the last few sentences rarely used a teaching tone, which was somewhat similar to the cool instructor he met for the first time. Jianghui didn't know what to say, so he had to hold the space button tightly and say thank you a few times. Everything was arranged. The people were arranged, and the things were sent out. So Nyaerki didn't need to stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to the two of them, he jumped onto the military spaceship and jumped directly to the next jump point, leaving only Jianghui and Stark standing there. Stark walked towards the building in front of him holding the long wooden box steadily. The box seal is broken, and the inspection may be slow later, but as long as the locks on it are not damaged, there will be no problem. Hurry up and follow. Jianghui didn't know where to go, but it was obvious that the other party had an idea. Her understanding of the interstellar side was still at a very superficial level. She didn't understand everything in the living area, let alone such a military-related matter. So she could only follow others and see what happened one step at a time. The two walked one after the other towards a spiral building not far from the original landing. It was the military branch of Planet 732. Stark was going to lead Jianghui to register her personal mecha. Chapter 396 Registration. The Military Affairs Office is also called the Imperial Joint Military Affairs Office. This interstellar world is an era where military is very popular. The military department is not subordinate to the Executive Bureau, but has a separate management system and a series of special leaders. Although it is still under the leadership of the executive government in name, it actually checks and balances each other and supervises each other, and each is in charge of different modules. The Capital Military Department is the supreme organization of the imperial military by default, and all the regular soldiers must obey its arrangements. There are 7 permanent marshals, each of whom has a huge force behind him, and each marshal is crucial to the strategy and decision-making of the military department. These 7 marshals almost divide the Empire's total of 19 elite corps and most of the general corps. The military department's integration of military power can be said to be very concentrated. In addition to the division of corps, The Empire has so many sergeants that naturally have many affairs. The Corps itself and the military buildings in various places have many things beyond their ability, which has also led to some affairs directly under the military, such as the experimental area, the military command office, and the military affairs office. The military affairs office was established relatively early, almost at the same time as the military headquarters building. The latter is the existence of all institutions, and all orders and affairs programs come from the military headquarters building. The former is an existence that is affiliated with and assists the military headquarters building in its operations. It is generally for ordinary officers and sergeants, and is responsible for handling relatively basic matters. Now it has gradually developed into a complete system, as long as there is a formal administrative area of the military headquarters building. Such a military affairs branch office will be built in various places, which has almost become a standard configuration. Jiang Hui and his team came to the military affairs branch office today to implement the relic transfer ceremony and to register and certify the personal possession of the A-level mecha Sonbai as the relevant agent for transfer. Stark made an appointment in advance on the military affairs department's main website, and the two were directly led to the reserved meeting room. In addition to Stark and Jiang Hui, there are 2 staff members. The entire process will be recorded during the transfer and finally loaded into the archive for sealing. One of the 2 staff members is responsible for implementing the steps and recording, and the other is responsible for checking the integrity of the box and several locks to ensure that the things have not been maliciously transferred or destroyed in the middle. The whole process is very rigorous, and there is no ambiguity. Jiang Hui thought that Stark's delivery of the remains meant that she just had to accept it. But it turned out that she had to come to such a place and complete the transfer under the witness of a notary. It should be said that the military has made great efforts for the affairs of the sergeants after their death, and tried its best to avoid the situation where the property was occupied by illegal heirs. She received a formal statistical document from the military before, which was probably part of the guarantee. Jiang Hui was affected by the atmosphere on the scene, and couldn't help but feel a little restrained. Stark should have known the steps in advance, or should be said that he was used to it. He placed the wooden box on the display area according to the staff's instructions. As Stark said, the other party immediately asked the reason when they saw that the box seal was damaged. This happened under their noses, and Stark had nothing to hide and explained it directly. The 2 staff members probably saw such situations many times and were not surprised. They carefully checked the damage of the box seal, then used professional instruments to detect the damage marks of the box seal, took photos for evidence, and confirmed that it was consistent with what Stark said before proceeding to the next step. In fact, it is convenient to use wooden boxes to pack these things, in addition to the known A-level extreme mecha and miniature military detectors. The other 5 are space buttons. They are roughly classified by type, and most of them are military merit equipment. Some were exchanged by Jiang Hui from the experimental area. Some were sent as rewards from the superiors of the military, and a small number were purchased from outside. But the ones that finally came into Jiang Hui's hands were Jiang Hui's personal belongings. Moreover, these things are rarely circulated on the market. They are all weapons and equipment developed by the military for soldiers at all levels to fight. Most of them need to be registered and controlled by the military under real names and cannot be circulated outside. After Jiang Hui died, the military had no right to take these things back, and naturally they were inherited by his son Jiang Hui. However, if Jiang Hui wants to use these equipment, he must first register with the Military Affairs Office to become their new owner. This is the ultimate purpose of the handover ceremony. This can avoid the descendants of those soldiers from being picked by others to the greatest extent, and the descendants will end up helpless. If Jiang Yilin had not been buried in the Sea of Fire, Jiang Hui would have more than this. You should know that the original mother was once called the Flower of Thorns in the 8th Legion, and many of her peers, who are now emerging in the military, were defeated by her. But it is useless to say these now. The beautiful and powerful person is dead, and everything about her was annihilated in the Sea of Fire. Back to the point. Jiang Hui followed Stark here today mainly for the transfer and registration. As for what the items are, it is not very important. No one except Jiang Hui himself pays attention to this. According to the rating of the relics from low to high, they directly started to check and outline the things in the 5 space buttons. Jiang Hui was a little dizzy after listening roughly. He didn't understand a lot of it. He just heard a long string of military XX, military supply XX, special XX, and many prefixes such as molecules. particles, atoms, etc. Stark listened silently beside him, and looked at these things quietly. I don't know what he was thinking. The two staff members couldn't help but look surprised. Although they had to be rigorous in their attitude and behavior when dealing with such military affairs. This was a must. But they were not real robots. And they naturally had their own thoughts and ideas during the work process. They had read some relevant information about this matter before being assigned to this handover. Of course, every time such a handover ceremony was performed, it meant that a brave general of the empire sacrificed for the country. The military was finally responsible for handing over his relics to his relatives. Each scene was different. There were old people, young people, and even babies under 1 year old. They were all used to such scenes. The person transferred this time was very young, and died on the battlefield before the age of 50, and finally became a major. This is a very impressive achievement even in the huge military system, and it makes people feel sorry for the other party's early death. But they have encountered many transferees higher than this one, and they have even presided over transferees at the general level. But there are rarely so many military equipment in their relics. How many military merits and quotas are needed to redeem these things? The value of a major general is just like this. Right? Chapter 397 Pine and Cypress. Of course they didn't know how much it took Jiang Hui to collect these things. For this, he almost emptied his limited military merits. And in the most recent promotion, he was almost detained for observation because of insufficient limited military merits. The military merits of sergeants are divided into basic military merits and limited military merits. The former is a fixed data. From now on, it will be accumulated and calculated. When it accumulates to a certain number, it can be promoted to a higher military rank. Except for some specific exchangeable situations, it is almost impossible to reduce it. The limited military merits are also called flexible military merits. They can be used flexibly on weekdays. They can be exchanged for various military supplies in the Military Affairs Office and the experimental area, including various levels of mecha. Of course, they can also be exchanged for money. But this is the most wasteful way of exchange. But it is also convenient for some sergeants who need emergency use. The military department can be said to be very considerate in this regard. It can be seen that the reward mechanism of these two types of military merits is different. The implementation of the former has extremely strict regulations. Every transaction must be signed and reviewed by the superior department. And there is a set of strict military merit standards that cannot be arbitrarily dropped. The limited military merit naturally has its standards, but it is almost unlimited. As long as you can complete a specific task, you can get it, and it is not as troublesome to implement as the basic military merit, because it does not directly involve the conditions for promotion. Of course, it does not mean that it is completely unrelated. For non-commissioned officers above the rank of lieutenant, each promotion will require a certain amount of limited military merit, and if it is not enough, it can be supplemented by indicators. This is the benchmark for the performance review and evaluation of the interstellar government system, which can also be regarded as a kind of promotion threshold. Jiang Hui's father, Jiang Hui, was born in a decent family with a good environment. He didn't have to worry about resources since he was a child. Although his transition from school to the army was not smooth, he was much better than many people from ordinary families. So he didn't have any concept of saving, although he had a wide range of friends and good relationships, and was generally a very optimistic and positive person. He never imagined his marriage life. He focused more on his career. When he first joined the military, he took on many tasks crazily, experienced himself everywhere, improved himself, and soon attracted the attention of some senior officials. His promotion path was relatively smooth. He didn't accumulate military merits like others did. Basically, he used them when he needed them and generously purchased the military equipment he needed. In the craziest year, Jiang Hui almost used up all his limited military merits to exchange for a complete set of detection equipment, and used it to complete an A+ rated mission, and finally successfully promoted to second lieutenant that time. Then he exchanged and used it to do various tasks, which formed a relatively virtuous cycle. But his military merit balance was often empty, as if he had been robbed. Although he restrained himself a lot after meeting Jiang Yilin and becoming friends with her, he still had the habit of exchanging new military equipment, so that he had accumulated a large number of military equipment after serving in the army for more than 20 years. These things would also be a huge fortune if they were sold. It was said that he had just exchanged a batch of the latest military equipment at the exchange office before his death. And before he had time to use it, it all came to Jiang Hui's hands. I don't know what to say about the impermanence of the world. However, the staff didn't know about it, and Jiang Hui and the others had no way of knowing it. Only Stark, an old friend, knew a little, but he didn't want to say it. The group completed this part of the transfer with their own thoughts. Although the weapons are very expensive, the mecha with personal marks is more targeted, so it is naturally left for the next inspection. There is also a separate military detector that can be used to detect the surrounding situation in multiple dimensions. This thing is extremely expensive and difficult to exchange. It is usually the first time that officers spend a large amount of military industry to exchange for a large item. Jiang Hui gave this to Jiang Hui. If she really joins the military in the future, she will not have to buy it again. In the end, only the armor ring is left. The space folding technology on the interstellar side is already very mature. Things like space twisting and jump spacecraft are all branch technologies of space folding. At present, almost all mechas in the galaxy use the space folding technology. It has a history of more than 7 star years. The manufacturing technology is very mature, and there will be almost no accidents. Jiang Hui's armor ring contains the A-level mecha pine and cypress. In order to accommodate the energy of the mecha itself, the armor ring must be 1 level higher, reaching the S-level craftsmanship. The hardness and strength are very considerable. It can only be destroyed by a force 1 level higher than this. Jiang Hui put on the nail ring at the suggestion of the staff. Jiang Hui was originally in a complicated mood and slowly buckled the nail ring into her middle finger, but found that the nail ring was customized according to the size of Min, and it was not suitable for her current hand shape. It was 2 or 3 circles too big, and the nail ring would fall off if her hand tilted slightly. Can't the rings here in StarCraft adjust the size automatically? In Jiang Hui's impression, StarCraft, which has reached this level of space folding technology, should be able to do it. After all, even clothes that adjust automatically have it. So this kind of ring cannot fail. Jiang Hui tried several fingers, but even her thumb was loose, leaving a large gap. And nothing happened when she wore it. Was it not supposed to be worn this way? Or was there something wrong with her operation? Jiang Hui turned her eyes to Stark, who had been silent, for help. Generally speaking, in order to ensure the integrity of the folding of the mecha, this kind of armor ring basically does not use a self-adjusting mechanism. He raised his chin slightly, indicating Jiang Hui to take the armor ring off the thumb and put it back on the middle finger. Relax. Mobilize your mental power as usual, and flow it into the armor ring along the back of your hand. Yes, the matching key of the several locks is your biological NA, which will verify your relationship with Jiang Hui. Then the mecha will automatically start. This sounds quite complicated, with a lot of terminology. Jiang Hui said that she didn't quite understand it, but it sounded like it should be injected with mental power. She was familiar with this. Jiang Hui trusted Stark and did not doubt him. Without thinking, he separated a strand of pure spiritual power and injected it into the pine green armor ring. The moment the spiritual power flowed into the armor ring, the pine green gem lightened slightly. Jiang Hui felt a slight tingling and a little cold on his fingertips. And then a sound like a mechanical opening sounded. Jiang Hui, who had been staring at the ring face, felt that his eyes suddenly brightened up, and a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Didi detected the genetic biology NA of the host Jiang Hui deceased, and the biological lineage is father and daughter. Now comparing the system data database, Didi has located the new owner. Jiang Hui, 15 years old, female. Didi A-level mecha pine and cypress has been successfully bound, waiting for registration and reporting. Chapter 398 New Master. What kind of existence is mecha? This concept actually existed in the blue planet where Jiang Hui once lived, in the era of the mother star of the interstellar. It also derived a lot of film and television simulation images and even new technology concepts. But they only stopped at the level of tasting. However, it should be said that human aesthetics and ideas are really quite consistent, no matter which world or era. Their ambition to enhance their own combat power is so consistent. And in the end, they all chose mecha as a direction. Now that 9-star eras have passed, people's imaginations and ambitions have become true. The mecha, that used to only be presented in various film and television works and virtual worlds, has now become the most commonly used auxiliary combat weapon for humans, and has derived countless branch technologies from it, presenting an incredible burst of development. In Jiang Hui's previous life, Her understanding of mechas was limited to various rough and bulky shell robots, or models that only existed in virtual reality and could not be actually imitated. She had a vague understanding of this thing and had no practical concept. When she came to the interstellar era and really came into contact with this cross-era dream-fulfilling object, she realized how shallow her previous assumptions and impressions were. A mecha is not a robot. It is a mechanical creation, a fighter plane born for fighting, and a dream-fulfilling creation that can optimize the highest combat power that humans can achieve. A mecha, a human soul combined with a machine. Jiang Hui could not describe her cognition and feelings about this miraculous creation. She felt it was very strange. She had never come into contact with such a thing before. She was not the kind of person who was good at hands-on work in her life, and she seemed a little clumsy. However, she was deeply attracted to the mecha from the moment she came to the interstellar and saw it. Her eyes followed it involuntarily, and she was gradually immersed in it from shallow to deep. Jiang Hui couldn't explain where her interest and focus on mechas came from. She had come into contact with too few mechas, and the only few times she had come into contact with them were at life and death moments. So she had no time to pay too much attention. If she had to say that she was familiar with them, it would be the D-level standard mechas that they currently use in practical classes, but as a batch of practical machines specially customized for students' practical operations. All standards are specially standardized, without too many characteristics, and the standards are as easy to use as those reproduced from books. But for someone who is happy to study the various characteristics of mechas and even assemble mechas, this kind of information and experience that can be obtained is still too little. Jiang Hui is eager to come into contact with more different and distinctive mechas. But she did see something different today. This mecha still comes from the deceased father of the original body. That is, the biological father of this body's bloodline. This A-level mecha Sambai is a mecha with a very unique personality. How to say it? Maybe some people will wonder, personality? Isn't this used to describe people? How can it be used on a mecha that has no life, no inorganic matter, and even no advanced intelligence? Because it looks really like it has a personality. And you can really see the behavior of the maker and the owner of the mecha from this mecha. It is called pine and cypress, which is taken from the original herbaceous plants of the old human era on the mother planet. Now the two species and related derivatives are all extinct, although the original genes are still in the secret gene bank of the Empire. The interstellar people have not yet found a suitable place for planting, and have not been able to successfully plant them for many years. So their cognition of pine and cypress comes from some remaining books and history books of the Hua dynasty. Probably no one in this world except Jiang Hui has really seen its true face. Jiang Hui's Jiang family is a typical descendant of the Hua dynasty. It is said that several generations ago, they had maintained the tradition of not marrying outsiders. But later this rule was silent with the changes of the times. But the Jiang family of RB690 Khmer star is still a typical descendant of the Hua dynasty. Jiang Hui's father named this mecha pine and cypress, which means tough and unyielding, and the spine will not be crushed even in the cold winter. He also hopes that his children can be as proud and upright as pine and cypress, and evergreen all year round. This mecha also uses the representation of pine and cypress. Nearly 50% of the exterior is covered with a green coating of varying depths, presenting a vibrant green tone overall. Different parts and joints are also painted with layers of different colors according to the functional areas, and the overall look will not appear too flat and monotonous, but has a sense of layering. The main branches of the limbs are made of a transparent material, which has a silvery luster, but when the energy flows along the mecha, it will blend into the surrounding environment to form a kind of visual invisibility. If this is used well in a fight, it should be able to achieve an unexpected effect. Jiang Hui has been studying mecha knowledge for quite some time, and he can tell at a glance that the mecha in front of him is not a standardized Type A, because military factories and most manufacturers cannot produce such a mecha in a standardized manner. First of all, from its appearance, it is out of the scope of ordinary standard humanoid mechas. It is tall and thin, but the overall proportion standard is extremely coordinated and flexible. It is not that it is difficult to make a mecha that is taller and narrower in overall shape. Well, mechas can naturally be made. But it's not that the military factory can't make it. After all, they have the most professional and advanced machine technology and professionals. But the standard mecha is the sinking root of mecha manufacturing, which exists for ordinary people to buy mecha, so they can't make too personalized and differentiated designs. For example, a medium-sized military factory that is certified by the Empire and holds shares and supervises the production generally manufactures only 4 or 5 types of standard mecha styles. And the variable data is limited to the customization of the outer coating and external weapons. It is almost impossible for them to customize mechas for someone. The height and width data of the armor type, like Sonbai, are not in the proportion size of common mechas. If they want to make it, they have to make a special mold first, which is unlikely. Therefore, it can only be a customized mecha. A special mecha tailored by the mecha master or team according to the requirements of the customize. And according to Jiang Hui's observation, the position of the mecha Sonbai's feet is also a bit strange. And the support of the feet is obviously insufficient. It looks okay now. But if it moves fast or the center of gravity drops suddenly, it may fall down. Although this mecha is thin and tall, and the entire body looks slender, it is not small in size. The quality of the mecha material means that it will not be light. However, Sonbai's legs, especially the base of the feet, do not have a weighted fixed structure, but instead appear to be a little light, only slightly heavier than a fist. Chapter 399 Hope. Although in terms of human structure, human legs and feet are too thin compared to the whole body, it is easy to have a mismatch in overall weight. So some people's walking posture will not look so good, with a heavy head and light feet. But the weight of the human body is limited. And in addition to the skeletal structure, humans have layers of muscle tissue on the outside. Muscles and meridians will cooperate with bones to do what bones cannot do. And the brain and extended nerves will also help coordinate when the coordination between the two is not enough. Mecha is different. It is a mechanical creation from the inside to the outside, without a trace of life. The only connection with the living thing is the person who controls the mecha. Even if the mecha is connected through mental power to achieve sympathy, this can only improve the operator's operating perception and sensitivity, and still cannot change the nature of the mecha itself as a mechanical creation. It is a dead object, and the overall structure naturally pays attention to physics and principles. Most humanoid mechas on the market, regardless of their size, generally have a relatively stable structure at the base of the foot. This has nothing to do with whether they are light or heavy. This is a common structure that all humanoid mechas need to have. Of course, there are humanoid mechas that don't need to consider the base of the foot, but most of them use other special designs. And the stability of the lower body is not achieved by simply landing on the 2 feet. Obviously, Sonbai belongs to the latter category. Anyway, Jiang Hui couldn't imagine what it would be like if Sonbai used such a pair of mechanical legs to move, or even make big movements such as crouching, using the word she often heard on the internet in her previous life. Isn't it possible that even the coffin lid of Stan can't hold it down? Although she didn't know if there was still Stan in the interstellar world. She has not yet delved into this area, and still has some vague understanding. If it is not a structure with 2 feet on the ground, then it should be a nuclear fusion suspension design. Jiang Hui vaguely remembered that there was a classic case in a book that had seen a similar hand. I don't know if it is that kind, or if he guessed wrong. Jiang Hui was observing here intently, and the others were not idle either. Sonbai is a big guy. The 2 staff members naturally did not check it as easily as the previous weapons this time. They had to use tools such as suspension ladders. When Jiang Hui analyzed the structure of the mecha, they had completed the record of the head and neck and were about to fall to the torso. What are you still standing there for? You can go in. The young man covered the girl's back and gently pushed her forward. Jiang Hui? Enter the cabin. How can you complete the last step without entering the airport? They just did a rough inspection, and it was over soon. Don't be stupid here. Don't tell me you don't know how to log in. Have you forgotten the lesson I taught you a few days ago? Stark's tone suddenly became dangerous. Wait. Why did you suddenly turn to this side? And she didn't say anything. Jiang Hui instinctively felt the danger and quickly jumped forward like a rabbit, seeing someone find the trick to log into Sonbai's cabin without any reminder. Stark was stunned, and then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, not knowing what he remembered. Alas, the appearance of Sonbai looks very different from the ordinary mecha, and the interior is naturally different. Its cabin sinks to near the waist, which has a lower center of gravity than the cabin of ordinary mechas, but it is easier to operate, and mental power can be more fully infused into the fuselage. Its interior decoration is similar, maybe because the mecha is narrow. The cabin is also slightly smaller, and the interior decoration is relatively small. Some exposed and movable structures seem to be hidden. In short, The overall layout does not look like a cabin, but more like an independent space for non-combat use. Jianghui wanted to continue her research, but she did not forget what occasion she was in. So she naturally had to suppress her research and look at the most conspicuous operation cabin in the airport. This operation cabin is different from the one equipped with the previous standard mecha, but it should be similar. Almost, right? A staff member outside seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said to Stark below, "Captain Stark, we forgot to remind you that this mecha is the battle armor used by the previous host. It is equipped with a mental sympathetic infinity string system, and does not have a dedicated auxiliary cabin for those who are not fully awakened. Ms. Jiang is still an incompletely awakened person. Originally, they should have reminded you of this at the beginning. But most of the people who came to the handover ceremony before had elders with them. And this one had one too. However, when other people's elders inspected the mecha, they would mostly choose to follow them into the cabin to guide the operation. After all, those who have not fully awakened lack common sense and operational ability in many aspects. But they didn't expect that this person would not play by the rules at all. He didn't plan to follow the operation at the beginning, but stood below and watched. They didn't know either. Seeing that the other party was always below, they thought that the little girl was also waiting for arrangements below. When they finished the inspection and looked down, they found that there was only one person standing where two people had just stood, and the girl was gone. Then, they found the mecha cabin displaying the login signal light. And then, they realized that someone had boarded the cabin on the other side they had just checked. No. Is the cabin of this thing so easy to find? No guidance at all. Could it be that the child's father had once demonstrated the functions of the mecha in front of the child? But none of this mattered. They were a little anxious because they had just tried to open the cabin but failed. So they could only ask Stark below. The captain, who had been terribly calm from beginning to end, nodded in a calm voice, "No problem. She can withstand the pressure of the direct connection to the infinity string system." What? The two staff members couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. The incompletely awakened people of this age probably only took a few classes, and usually use the auxiliary cabin. The sympathetic degree is estimated to be about 75% to 80%, and the highest is 85%. This level is directly connected to the mental sympathetic infinity string system, and it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand it. If the mental strength is insufficient, and the operation is improper, the authentication may fail. This is not a joke. But the elder said so, and the other party obviously entered the operating cabin to connect. Otherwise, they would not be unable to open the cabin. So even if they are worried, they can only do this for the time being. They should be thankful that no matter what kind of mecha, there is a safe ejection system. If there is really a problem, the other party's mental power will be forcibly disconnected, which may cause a little mental power loss. The two staff members told themselves with some trepidation. But they did not blame themselves for forgetting to remind Jianghui about this matter. Chapter 400 Startup. Jianghui felt different as soon as she entered the auxiliary cabin. No. This is not the auxiliary cabin. This is not the operating cabin. Yes. This is the mecha of the original father. The other party has fought on the battlefield for many years. It is impossible that he is still using the auxiliary cabin. He must be using the mental sympathetic infinity string system normally. No wonder this system feels different when it is connected. She felt a little uncomfortable. DD, the genetic biological NA derivative monomer of the host Jianghui deceased, has been detected. The personal information file has been read. DD registration is in progress and needs to be reported. DD A-level mecha Songbai is successfully bound and registered successfully. DD new host Jianghui is logging in for the first time, reading body data and establishing a ring-shaped three-dimensional DOS. As the mental power was extracted in large quantities, the port for mental power loss suddenly became larger, although it was barely within the tolerance range. The sense of emptiness caused by the large amount of internal energy loss made people instinctively panic. Jianghui began to feel dizzy and nauseous. The increasingly strong sensory stimulation made her unable to tell the time for a while. Time seemed to be passing quickly, and the surrounding scenes were flowing backwards rapidly, gradually interweaving into a solid light and shadow. Jianghui felt that she had entered a strange world. The strange thing was that her heart seemed to calm down the moment she entered here. It took her a long time to feel her legs land on the ground, and she seemed to have regained the feeling of her body. The girl shook her heavy head in some confusion, looked around, and then instinctively raised her hand. When she saw the hand that suddenly appeared in her sight, Jianghui's pupils dilated slightly, and she realized something instantly. It really worked. This little guy is really good. The two staff members, who had retreated to Stark's side, were a little surprised. They didn't wait long here. It seemed like just a moment. And they saw Jiang Hui successfully log into the mecha system and obtain control authority. They clearly felt the hot and cold air gushing out of the exhaust port of the fuselage in this direction, which usually only happens when the mecha is officially started. So this means that the little guy has officially connected to the Infinity String system and successfully started the mecha. That is a real A-class mecha, not a toy model. It can't be started just because you want to start it, and it can't be done with a transfer order approved by the Empire. If the new host of this mecha wants to really use this mecha, he must rely on his own mental power to log in and authenticate. This point is reasonable for a fully awakened person. But Jiang Hui is an incompletely awakened person. She looks very young, and it is unlikely that she can operate without the auxiliary cabin at her age. So the other party logged into this A-class hostless mecha without guidance and assistance and successfully completed the authentication. It seems that the other party's mental power level and strength are at least 8+. They didn't believe what Stark said just now, thinking that this was another elder who had high hopes for young people but overestimated them. Unexpectedly, this person really had a good idea. And the child was also very motivated. The two of them thought of the information they had just seen in the file. It was not surprising that the child's parents had such a child with their qualifications and experience. It was a pity. They died at a young age, leaving only such a young child. If they could see their children so talented, they would be pleased. Little did they know that if Jiang Hui and Jiang Yilin were here, they might hope that Jiang Hui, or the original body, would not follow their old path, and could do what they wanted and enjoy a freer and more unrestrained life. Unfortunately, no one would have thought that not many years after Jiang Hui and Jiang Yilin left, the little Jiang Hui they cherished also died in an accident. And from then on, this blood-related body was occupied by a visitor from another world. But this is a side story. At present, everyone's attention is attracted by Songbai and the driver in the mecha cabin. They consciously step back a safe distance and watch the mecha stand up smoothly. It can be seen that the driver may not be used to this type of armor. When he stood still, the fuselage shook for a moment, but soon stabilized. The head of the mecha turned slightly left and right, and it looked like the person inside was looking around through the mecha, as if he was a little confused. Captain Stark, your child has been taking practical lessons for a while, right? She seems to be doing pretty well. She's still far from it, but she just started the intermediate college this year. Stark nodded slightly. That's great. She's only a freshman? I thought she would have been learning for a longer time. She's in a very stable state. Not like she's only been learning for a few months. The staff member who spoke was a retired frontline veteran. He smiled in a friendly manner, but the temperament revealed naturally between his eyebrows still exposed his past. Although the other party had tried his best to adjust and cover up, this leg state still made people see something wrong at a glance. He retired because of a leg injury, which has been over 100 years, and his leg injury still recurs from time to time. Just now, Stark noticed that when the other party moved, there seemed to be an old injury on his leg, and the lesion seemed to be serious. Although Stark was usually taciturn and cold-blooded, he never hesitated to show respect to such an old senior who worked hard for the Empire. And he responded honestly when he heard the other party's question. Only half a semester? The other staff member was still very young, although his face was no longer childish. His overall appearance looked young and energetic, and it was obvious that he had only been in the job for a short time. Unlike the other staff member, he was a civilian who came in seriously. He graduated from the Mechanical Inspection Department of the Higher Academy. Because of his excellent grades, he was assigned to the Military Affairs Department to work, specializing in the inspection of the transfer of relics. He has been in the job for only a little over a year, and he is indeed very young. But because he is young, he is closer to Jiang Hui's generation and knows more about the difficulty of driving a mecha. Although he is not a soldier or a mecha master, and he is not even a military major, they once took a mecha practical course in order to systematically learn the knowledge of mechanical inspection. He took it as an elective when he was in college. He had already completed the awakening, and his mental power was at the level of B+. But he didn't feel good every time he took the mecha practical course, as if he was almost drained of energy. He still feels a little scared when he thinks of the feeling of the rapid disappearance of mental power. This kid is still an incomplete awakener. He has only studied for half a year, and he is not afraid at all. He succeeded directly, It really makes him ashamed.